On the Awakening Academy's training field, tens of thousands of people held their breath in unison. The sky above roared with thunderclouds swirling, lightning streaking through the heavens like giant whips. Every gaze was fixed on the young man standing at the center of the high platform. Su Chun, the adopted son of the Su family, 17 years old. He stood cloaked in radiant lightning, his robes flaring wildly without the presence of any wind. Above him, a massive vortex of dark clouds churned, with serpents of thunder dancing within, a display of apocalyptic grandeur. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning as thick as a barrel descended upon him. Instead of dodging, Su Chun spread his arms wide to greet the thunder with fearless composure. Above his head, golden letters shone brightly. Name, Su Chen. Awakened ability, Lord of Heavenly Thunder. Rank, SSS. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers and exclamations. An SSS rank ability, Lord of Heavenly Thunder. His attack power is at least 50 times stronger. The three Su family sisters were overcome with emotion, holding delicate handkerchiefs tightly while cheering with tearful pride. Their mother, Lin Wanqing, beamed with maternal affection, her eyes moist with joy. Their father, Su Jinghua, stood calmly with hands behind his back, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle yet satisfied smile. One of the 5 supreme beings of Huaxia, a rare SSS-ranked ability. And it was his adopted son who had achieved this legendary status. Su Jintian, the Su family's elder, nodded faintly, his concise approval igniting the Su family's jubilation. Father rarely praises anyone. Tonight, Su Chun has become a king in everyone's eyes. Amidst the roars and applause, Su Chen's friends shouted passionately, making the training field his grand stage. In a dim corner of the crowd stood another young man, silent and unmoving. Su Lin, the biological son of the Su family, born of their bloodline. His tattered school uniform was frayed at the cuffs and barely reached his legs, revealing his exposed shins. His shoes were worn to near uselessness. His thin, frail figure was akin to desolate weeds on barren soil, a visage met only with sneers and disdain. He's a disgrace, worse than a servant.
Adhérent qu'Awakening?
What a joke. The mockery was relentless, but it couldn't shake his quiet endurance. 18 years of cold indifference had honed him into an impenetrable silence. Look, representatives from the universities are here, someone suddenly shouted. Several advanced aircraft streaked across the sky, descending onto the training grounds below. Kyoto University, Magic City Academy, Dragon City Combat Institute, the top-tier institutions of Huaxia had all arrived to recruit him. An SSS-ranked awakening was bound to ignite a fierce talent war. The heavens and earth seemed to resonate in unison. The dawn of a legend was unfolding. The admissions officers from the elite academies raced toward Su Chun, each vying to present their irresistible offers. Kyoto University promised a full-ride scholarship plus a villa within the third ring. Magic City Academy offered a private laboratory along with substantial research grants. Dragon City Combat Institute guaranteed one-on-one guidance from elite instructors. Su Chun offered a humble smile and politely declined each offer with measured words of gratitude, earning widespread admiration. The three Su family sisters wore smug expressions. Lin Wanqing clutched Su Chen's hand with a glowing smile, and even Su Jinghua showered rare praise upon his humble and composed demeanor. Su Chun bowed his head in thanks, harmonizing the entire family in warm celebration, surrounded by endless well-wishes. Meanwhile, in the corner, it was as though Su Lin had been forgotten by the world, or perhaps deliberately ignored. Next awakener, please step onto the platform, the host announced. Lowering his head, Su Lin moved through the crowd, stepping forward one stride at a time. People quickly made way with sneering remarks. Don't touch my clothes. I think I smell something. How dare he awaken like this? The jeers were no quieter than before. At last, the Su family finally turned their attention to him, their expressions filled with derision and disdain. Only Su Chun softly murmured a word of dissuasion. His tone was gentle, though his eyes carried a flicker of complex emotions. On the platform, Su Lin quietly pressed his hand onto the awakening stone. Information emerged before him. Name, Su Lin. Awakened ability, health amplification, health increased by a factor of 2. Ability rank, D. Laughter erupted instantaneously across the field. He only doubles his health? What a garbage ability. Even the Su family members mocked him openly, showing no restraint in their ridicule. Su Chen's gaze flickered subtly as he regarded Su Lin, but he said nothing. Lowering his head, Su Lin stared at his hands, undersized, trembling. A D-rank ability, merely doubling one's health. It seemed as though his life had been branded with insignificance. In that moment, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind, detected high dissatisfaction with the current family situation. One-time cheat activated. You have one chance to modify your ability description. Modification rules. Only one word in the description may be altered. Su Lin's body stiffened at the sudden opportunity. Around him, the crowd continued to mock and deride as the platform's glow began to fade. Yet amid it all, something monumental stirred within him, the quiet prelude to a revolution. His gaze fixed firmly on a single detail in his ability panel, the number 2. Thoughts raced wildly through his mind. In a fleeting moment, countless possibilities flooded his imagination. If he changed it to 3, would that make him a C rank? Perhaps 5 for a B rank, 10 for A rank, or even 50 to overshadow SSS ranks. But these were unrealistic fantasies. Such numbers couldn't be substituted at will. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With deliberate focus, he altered the 2 to the word billion. Instantly, golden light erupted from the panel, the description updating in real time. Ability, health amplification, health increased by a factor of 1 billion. Su Lin's pupils constricted sharply as shock overwhelmed him. Opening his personal data interface, he was greeted with the revised stats. Name, Su Lin. Rank, 1. Health, 100 billion. Base 100 by 1 billion. Attack, 10. He stood there, as if time had frozen. His father, Su Jinghua, was a supreme powerhouse at level 89, one of the top 5 experts. Without accounting for equipment abilities or item bonuses, even in full health, he only had 90 billion HP. Yet, before everyone stood a newly awakened rookie who already had a staggering 10 billion HP, an existence nearing the pinnacle of potential. Su Lin took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his excitement. Without showing off, he quietly stepped down from the awakening platform. On the training field, mockery and derision filled the air. Coming down? No point in staying up there any longer. At best, you're D rank. Don't delude yourself. Useless trash. Just go back. He ignored them, walking steadily towards the edge of the crowd. As he passed the Su family members, Su Yao sneered, the so-called genius of the Shin family, awakening to a mere D-rank ability. Impressive. Su Ling chuckled and added fuel to the fire. Doubled, from 100 HP to 200 HP. Better prepare to be a meat shield in the future. Su Xiao chimed in. Even though you live in the servants' quarters, aren't allowed at the family table, and spend every day kneeling in the basement. After all, you're still our brother, bound by blood. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows and sharply reminded. Go home now. Don't embarrass us anymore.
Su Zhenguo remained expressionless, turning coldly to Su Chen.
Su Chen spoke warmly. Brother, don't lose heart. Abilities can be upgraded. Who knows? Maybe one day it'll become C rank. Su Lin glanced sideways, seeing through the fake kindness and hidden malice behind Su Chen's sincerity. He left in silence. Onlookers murmured criticisms of his attitude, mocking him for not recognizing the so-called goodwill. Su Lin exited the field, climbed over the school gate, and returned to his home. That home was a gloomy, damp basement beneath a luxurious mansion, illuminated only by a faint beam of light through a small window. It had been his living space for 18 years. He lay on his bed, eyes fixed, chest pounding, and the golden numbers lingered persistently in his mind. HP, 10 billion. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Su Yao stood in the doorway, frowning. Why are you still lying there? Mom's calling for you upstairs. Su Lin rose, following her up the stairs. In the living room, the family surrounded him heavily. The head of the family, Su Jinghua, sat solemnly in the main seat. Lin Wanqing looked on with a cold and icy gaze. The three siblings occupied their respective spots. Su Chun sat gracefully, holding a cup of tea. Su Lin stood in the doorway, waiting silently. Come in, Lin Wanqing ordered. He stepped into the center, becoming the target of all gazes. Lin Wanqing's stare grew frostier, laden with disdain. The awakening ceremony today. You have thoroughly disgraced the Su family. Her voice rose sharply. Do you know how many important figures were present? Do you realize how much of your father's reputation you have destroyed?
Chin, awakened an SSS rank ability.
That glory was shattered by you. Now the entire city is buzzing about how the Su family produced a useless good-for-nothing. Su Lin said nothing, his face calm and emotionless, enduring the bitter ridicule in silence. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Lin Wanqing, filled with scorn, brought up Su Chen's achievements and the renowned schools vying for him, crushing Su Lin under constant comparisons. The sisters joined in, mocking Su Lin's D-rank ability and advising him to quickly find a realistic job, their words piercing with cruelty. Su Chun stepped forward hurriedly, wearing a concerned expression as he tried to calm his sisters down. He attempted to pull Su Lin's arm, pleading with him to apologize and ease the tension. Su Lin's expression remained indifferent as he gently shrugged off the touch. He cast a cold glance around the room, catching every contemptuous, dismissive, and angry gaze. No one truly accepted him. Breaking the oppressive silence, Su Lin spoke a single, resolute statement that ended everything. He was severing ties with the Su family. The room fell deathly quiet. Lin Wanqing, enraged, harshly ordered him to leave at once. The sisters jeered and provoked him, their words laced with mockery. The atmosphere became explosive. Finally, Su Jinghua spoke, his tone calm yet imposing. He issued a stern warning. If Su Lin left, he would no longer be recognized as part of the family. Everything the Su family had would be cut off from him. He also reminded Su Lin that a D-rank ability was dangerous and urged him to return if he ever encountered trouble. Su Lin declined firmly and opened the door to leave. When the sound of the closing door echoed, Su Chen's faint smile betrayed the disappointment he kept well hidden. He understood fully, there was no longer any competition in the family, and his position was now secure. The rest of the family, immersed in celebrating Su Chen's promising future, paid no mind to the figure outside the door, as if he had never existed. Outside, under the glow of magnificent lights, Su Lin stood quietly, looking back at the home where he had spent 18 years of his life. His gaze was a mixture of finality and solitude, each word etched with determination. He stepped out of the family estate, his silhouette resolute and free of regret. He raised his head to look at the vast expanse of stars in the night sky. Behind him, the radiant lights of the Su family's home grew dimmer, fading into the darkness. Without turning back, he walked steadily into the silent night, heading toward a park bench where he sat down and pulled out his phone. The screen illuminated, and he searched Tower of Heaven Encyclopedia in a browser. The page quickly loaded rules and data about a colossal tower that had appeared on Earth 100 years ago. Comprised 99 floors, with each floor cleared granting a leap in rank. The challenge could be tackled solo or as part of a team. The number of monsters would increase with additional teammates, amplifying the difficulty. Every Sunday, the tower gates would open for a single attempt. Failure meant permanent disbarment from entry. The level cap can no longer be raised. Every 10 levels, players unlock a passive skill trial. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards, but there is only one chance to choose wisely. Monsters outside the tower offer no experience points for leveling up. They only drop equipment or rare items. Points can be used to purchase various resources from the shop. The attribute boost gained from leveling up is explosively dramatic, with health and attack power growing exponentially into the billions at mid to high levels. Monsters are categorized into 6 tiers, ranging from common to legendary, with attributes varying from 1x to 100x, and points rewarded exponentially increasing as well. The maximum number of floors in the Sky Tower is 88. Among the top-tier fighters, only 5 have reached the pinnacle. Among them, Su Zhentian and Lin Xiao stand tied as the highest-ranking players, both wielding SSS-level abilities and multiple passive skills. He calmly browsed through these rigid rules on the screen, his sharp gaze giving the impression that every detail was etched deep into his bones, quietly strategizing for the battles to come. Ability Leaderboard. Yi Wushuang, Zhan Tianqiong, and Yun Zhongzi, all 3 of them ranked 89 with SSS-level abilities. Each was considered invincible, with their combat power stemming not from their levels but from a combination of abilities, equipment, and techniques. Su Lin, on the other hand, was only at level 1. His astonishingly high HP sat at 10 billion, but his attack power was a mere 10. His ability was unknown, he had no passive skills, and his score was 0. However, such immense health hinted at a specialized health-boosting ability. He scanned the missions. Level 1 of Sky Tower, 5 level 1 wild dogs, each with 100 health, 10 attack points, and a basic biting skill. Solo challenge suggested for those with at least a C-grade ability, while teamwork ensured a safer clear. The failure rate was merely 3%, but any failure would permanently trap the challenger at level 1, forcing them to rely on the points shop's low-tier gear and hunting minor monsters outside the city to survive. The group chat exploded in activity. Wang Pengzi was the first to recruit members, boosting his health by 3 times. Zhang Wei had an A-grade attack talent, capable of enhancing his attack power by 100 times. Zhao Shui, with her S-grade ice ability, excelled in long-range control. Lu Yang boasted reinforced health and armor protection. Even Sun Shui, though poorly prepared, was confident in her chances. Everyone emphasized the need for caution, sharing lessons from past failures that served as a grim reminder that the Sky Tower was no game. Li Shui planned a steady approach, aiming to enhance skills and gear before attempting to join the strongest teams. Zhang Wei's well-rounded lineup covered damage output, defense, and healing. Zhao Shui warned of the high threshold and severe consequences of failure. Lu Yang mentioned the most eye-catching name in the group, Su Chen. Renowned for awakening the SSS-ranked Lord of Thunder, Su Chen was said to wield devastatingly powerful area of effect attacks with impressive long-range capabilities. The group revered Su Chen's ability, speculating that his father had already equipped him with the finest rare gear. Zhang Wei dreamed of possessing such strength, imagining how effortlessly he could clear the levels. Sun Shui then inquired about Su Lin's situation, causing an awkward silence in the group, as though everyone was waiting for a bombshell revelation. Wang Pengzi broke the silence in the chat with a loud laugh. I heard he only has a D-grade ability, with a health boost of just 2x, total dead weight in battle.
Li Shui frowned.
Isn't Su Lin from the elite Su family? How did he end up awakening like that? Zhang Wei sneered. Don't kid yourself. Su Lin ranks lower than a dog in the Su family. Zhao Shui, attempting to defend him, said, well, he's still part of the Su family. But Lu Yang interjected, stating definitively, no, he cut ties with the Su family recently. It was his choice. The group chat exploded once more, filled with speculation about Su Lin being expelled from the family, with none bearing optimism for his ability. Meanwhile, Su Chen, the adopted son with an SSS tier ability, received all the favor. Sun Shui even revealed, he used to bully Su Chen all the time, making that kind-hearted Su Chen cry countless tears. Wang Pengzi and Li Shui chimed in, joining the chorus of insults and criticisms. At that moment, Su Lin sat expressionless outside the chat. He didn't say a word as he watched the frivolous gossip. Every rumor pointed to him bullying Su Chen, an unjust accusation that had clung to him for the past 18 years. With quiet composure, Su Lin closed the group chat. He knew there was no point in explaining himself, only strength could vindicate him. He reviewed the strategy for the first floor once more, listing the 5 ordinary monsters with 100 health and 10 attack points each. With his health at 10 billion, even if the monsters bit him non-stop for a whole year, his health wouldn't drop by a single point. While his attack power was weak, the low health of the monsters meant he could kill them in 10 hits. He calmly opened the Sky Tower shop, but with 0 points, there wasn't a single piece of usable equipment he could afford. Shaking his head, he closed the shop screen. Even with his current capabilities, the challenge posed no difficulty. A cold night breeze swept past, his worn-out jacket looking thin and frail against it. His phone battery had dwindled to just 15%. Su Lin opened the map to search for nearby rental options. The prices were staggering, with the cheapest room in the city center starting at 3,000. After rummaging through his savings, he found he only had 1,200 yuan left. The son of a top elite family, yet his pockets were empty. He set his sights on the Eastern Old District. That slum area housed the most low-tier gifted individuals, with cheap rent but deplorable public safety. But such things didn't matter to him. He had ample experience in fighting. After an hour-long subway ride, he stood in front of a rundown 6-story apartment building. The electric wires tangled messily above, the stairways were dark, and a chill laced the air. The landlord, a woman in her 50s with a C-grade strength ability, gave him a long, scrutinizing look. Turned towards the commotion, her voice dripping disdain. "Oh, isn't that Su Lin? Still alive, are you?" At her mocking words, the people around couldn't help but chuckle. Once a part of the Su family, yet fallen so low. His presence here was considered laughable. Su Lin's expression remained indifferent, ignoring the ridicules as if they were merely air. The attention eventually shifted back to Su Chen's glorious entrance, drowning Su Lin out of the crowd's focus. Su Lin, however, had already turned away, walking through another less crowded entrance towards the tower. The massive glowing gate imbued itself with an aura of mystery. As Su Lin's palm lightly pressed against it, an ethereal voice resounded. Identity confirmed. Su Lin. Awakening talent grade. D. Strength. Basic. Accessing the first floor. His field of vision blurred abruptly, the real world fading away. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an open plain covered in knee-high grass. Distantly, a broken-down village loomed on the horizon. Suddenly, he felt an itch at the back of his neck, a warning instinct. He instinctively stepped aside, narrowly evading the leaping pounce of a creature. A basic green-furred beast growled at him, saliva dripping from its fangs. "Level 1 wild beast," he muttered, analyzing its movements. Weaponless, his options were limited. He sidestepped another attack, grabbing a loose branch from the field. Simple and crude as it was, it felt sturdy enough in his grip. Without hesitation, he swung. The beast snarled but wasn't smart enough to evade effectively. Took the hit squarely and staggered back. Su Lin's advantage was his endurance. With unlimited stamina afforded to his abnormal bloodline, he could afford patience. He carefully repeated the process, dodging its assaults and delivering precise strikes until it finally succumbed. Panting lightly, Su Lin glanced over his interface as green light enveloped him. XP gained. Level increased. LV. 1 LV. 2. Feeling his strength doubling, Su Lin flexed his fist, a small smile creeping onto his face. Doubled health, doubled attack. He mused as the village crept closer in his sights. But this was only the beginning of his challenge within the Sky Tower. Nightfall approached, but the journey had barely begun. The blood games of survival awaited their next move. A look of disdain appeared. Su Ling pursed her lips, and Su Xiaoxiao directly spoke with cold sarcasm. Lin Wanqing's brows furrowed tightly, and the atmosphere turned tense in an instant. On this critical day of ascension, with all the powerful figure's attention focused here, a storm was about to unfold. A figure calmly approached, and the butler whispered a reminder. "Madam has requested you to leave this place." Su Lin frowned slightly, yet his voice carried undeniable determination. "This is the Tower of Ascension, a place of progression. What gives you the right to drive someone away? His commanding presence caused the surroundings to fall silent momentarily. The butler's expression shifted awkwardly, and his words caught in his throat. In the distance, Lin Wanqing's face darkened like thunderclouds, but she quietly withdrew. Beside her, Su Chen softly tugged at her sleeve, speaking gently, "Don't make it hard for him. He just wants to level up too." Hidden mockery laced his words, and the crowd couldn't help but erupt into laughter. D-rank ability? He can't even clear the first level. What's he trying to prove? The jeering voices grew louder, but Su Lin ignored it all and walked straight ahead to join the queue. At the same time, Su Chun received a special VIP passage invitation approved by the staff. He smiled and declined courteously. "I'll stay in the queue. Fairness is the most important." However, under the family's insistence, he ultimately followed the staff toward the fast lane, a dedicated entrance for relatives of supreme elites. Everyone watched this unfold, sneering and jeering as they compared. This is the difference. A VIP entrance versus a long queue. One is the young master and the other, the former young master. Su Lin, unfazed, remained silent, his face expressionless as he quietly awaited his turn. Standing before the radiant gate, Su Chun waved with a faint smile and stepped forward. As the light engulfed him, he vanished soundlessly. The timer began to count. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At 5 seconds, Su Chun reappeared, his composed smile intact and his aura commanding. The crowd erupted into chaos. 5 seconds to clear the first level? Did he one-shot 5 monsters? He broke the record. The fastest time at the Eastern City entrance was 15 seconds, but he swept the floor with 5. Reporters frenziedly snapped pictures, their flashing cameras unstoppable. The Su sisters, Yao and Ling, leapt with excitement, their cheers resounding. Lin Wanqing's smile stretched wide, unable to contain her delight. Su Jinggua's lips curled into a faint expression of satisfaction, silently approving. Surrounded by admiring congratulations, Su Chun humbly thanked everyone, becoming the uncontested center of attention. Within the throng, students from the First Awakening Academy buzzed with enthusiasm. Our school's legend, an SSS rank, truly lives up to the title. Fatty Wong's face flushed red as he stared enviously at Su Chun, mumbling, "If only I were half as strong as him." Zhang Wei lightly patted his shoulder, bursting his dreams with a chuckle. "He's SSS rank, you're C rank. Keep dreaming." In the midst of the chatter, the queued line crept forward, and Su Lin approached the gate in silence. Instantly, murmurs of ridicule broke out. "Look, that useless guy is actually going in. By himself? No equipment. He's truly lost it. With only 200 HP from his D-rank health points, going in is a suicide mission." The Su sisters noticed him as well, faces full of contempt and disdain. Why hasn't he given up yet? Let him get a reality check, so he completely ruins himself and stops shaming the Su family. Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows, saying nothing, while Su Jinggua observed coldly, his expression stern. Amidst the crowd, Su Chun cast a faintly concerned glance at Su Lin, though his gaze carried an implicit warning. "What do you have that could ever compare to me?" The staff member looked at lone Su Lin with skepticism and questioned, "Are you sure you're entering without any equipment or teammates?" He nodded quietly. Sighing, the staff reminded him, "If you can't beat the monsters, just flee. Retreating counts as failure, but it's better than dying." Without another word, Su Lin stepped through the glowing gate. In an instant, his figure vanished into the light. Laughter erupted across the plaza. He went in. How long will he last? 5 seconds? That'd be sheer luck. Su Yao sneered coldly. Su Ling smirked disdainfully, and Su Xiaoxiao's entire face radiated mockery. Lin Wanqing frowned in displeasure while Su Jinggua remained silently watchful, his gaze sharp. Su Chen's lips curled into a faint smirk as he quietly mocked in his heart. "Go fail inside and remain a useless nobody forever. I'll always be the Su family's legend." Inside the radiant gate, Su Lin opened his eyes. Before him stretched a scorched wasteland filled with the stench of sulfur. 5 flame hounds, low-level monsters with health below 100, glared menacingly at him. They lunged at once, attempting to bite his legs, but their fangs left no marks. Su Lin's health had already reached an astronomical level of 1,000,000,000. The flame hounds attacked relentlessly, but the damage they inflicted was negligible. Without hesitation, Su Lin counterattacked with his fists, each punch landing precisely on the hound's vital points. The most injured one tried to flee, but its leg was locked in an unbreakable grasp, leaving it powerless to resist. After 10 consecutive punches, the hound dropped to the ground. The other 4 hesitated briefly before resuming their assault. Su Lin abandoned all defense, advancing step by step, his fists striking with relentless force, allowing no room for retaliation. After 5 minutes, all the hounds lay defeated. His health gauge now showed a loss of 500 points. With his earlier D-rank stats, he would have long been incapacitated. The system's notification rang out clearly. Congratulations for clearing the first level of the Tower of Ascension. Completion time, 6 minutes. Commencing teleportation from the tower. In a flash of light, Su Lin emerged before the gate once more. Back in the plaza, the jeers and taunts had yet to cease. He stood there silently, expression calm, yet the unspoken tension in the air indicated that perceptions had subtly shifted. As the glow from the gate intensified, the mocking laughter abruptly halted. Su Lin's figure slowly emerged, his clothes worn and torn, but his demeanor radiated an unshakable resolve. 6 minutes. A boy ranked as D-class, without any equipment, had single-handedly broken through the first floor of the Tower of Ascension, silencing all doubters and leaving the crowd utterly stunned. The onlookers erupted into heated discussions, their suspicions thick in the air. Su Lin stood calmly amidst it all. His eyes were steady, his expression composed. Softly, he echoed the words of those who had doubted him, a self-mocking tone laced with cold truth that unveiled their lies. The gleaming golden pillar symbolizing his success stood tall behind him, leaving the crowd speechless, their stares filled with disbelief and shock as if they had seen a ghost. Su Lin silently bypassed his family, his gaze firm, not lingering even for a moment. The expressions of the Su family members shifted, an indescribable complexity crossing their faces. Su Chun clenched his fists tightly, his outwardly gentle demeanor betraying the undercurrent of turbulent emotions surging within. For Su Lin, the weight on his shoulders had only grown heavier as he prepared to confront more grueling challenges. Many of those who had insulted him had yet to dare step into the tower themselves. Su Lin had no time for their nonsense. His focus was solely on the distant goal ahead, earning 500 points within 7 days, securing equipment of the 2nd tier, and preparing to conquer the 2nd floor. Step by step, he resolutely embarked on his journey toward the wilderness outside the city. Beyond the city walls, a treacherous wilderness lay waiting, teeming with monsters and perilous jungles. Low-ranking Awakened were frequently killed, the bloody statistics serving as a grim testament. Su Lin climbed up the crowded east gate alone, his figure slim and unassuming, neither a domineering overlord nor a reckless fool. A kilometer into the wilderness, the howls of wild dogs pierced the silence. Lone monsters approached, and a bloody battle was about to begin. With a single punch, Su Lin took the wild dogs down one after another, his score slowly rising. 50 wild dogs fell in succession, his arms now aching with exhaustion. His body bore the marks of battle, bites and wounds, but his health, though nearly depleted, quickly regenerated, leaving almost no trace of injury. After a brief rest, he headed straight for the marketplace, his eyes set on a level 1 novice longsword that required 100 points to purchase. Time passed as he steadily accumulated points until he reached the required 100. Gripping the iron sword in his hand, its crude design seemed insignificant compared to the efficiency it offered over bare fists. Wielding the blade, he slaughtered with newfound speed, cutting down another 80 wild dogs in quick succession. As he prepared to continue, an unnatural quiet settled around him. Subtle footsteps broke the stillness, and from the forest emerged two figures, a youth clad in white, Su Chen, and a middle-aged man in black armor, proudly displaying an insignia on his chest, the mark of a level 21. Su Lin narrowed his eyes, feeling the oppressive aura radiating from the level 21 individual. Su Chen wore a warm smile, speaking gently with faux concern and veiled manipulation woven into his words. He introduced the man beside him, claiming that they had come for training and out of care for Su Lin. Su Lin observed coldly, unmoving and expressionless. Su Chen's smile gradually faded, replaced with a sinister glare as his demeanor shifted sharply. His arrogance flared, and with a swift gesture, he ordered the armored man to attack. The middle-aged man's speed exploded as he charged forward, his figure a blur. Su Lin felt a sudden, sharp pain in his chest and was caught entirely off guard, his body sent flying from the brute force of the strike. The atmosphere tightened, danger closing in from all sides. With a single sweeping strike, Su Lin was launched into the air, tumbling twice before crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several meters further. His chest burned with searing pain, a deep indent of a fist marking his armor as blood soaked through it. A notification flashed, 200,000 damage. Su Lin glanced at his combat log, 2,000 base attack points combined with the augmentations of an A-class ability and passive skills, totaling a staggering 200,000 damage. Despite the severe injury, he had only lost a sliver of health. Though appearing on the verge of death, he merely feigned weakness. Footsteps approached. Su Chen's mocking laughter accompanied him as he crouched down, looking smugly at his fallen brother. With a chilly tone, he sneered, "Your existence is a threat. How could I, a foster son of this family, allow the trueborn heir to live?" His icy hand lightly patted Su Lin's cheek as he continued, "I'll even erect a tombstone for you, the grave of the Su family's waste. How does that sound?" He signaled to the man who had attacked to craft a scene to cover their actions. Just as they were lost in their gloating, Su Lin's eyes shot open. In an instant, he seized Su Chen's ankle, yanking it forcefully. Caught unprepared, Su Chen lost his balance and toppled to the ground. Like a predator springing into action, Su Lin flipped over and pounced. He pressed his left hand firmly down on Su Chen's body, while his right hand drew a bronze sword from his waist before plunging it deep into Su Chen's abdomen. Su Chen screamed in agony. The middle-aged man, alarmed, rushed over to intervene. Su Lin did not falter. With precision, he drove the blade in repeatedly, blood splattering across the ground. The armored assailant responded with powerful punches, each dealing 200,000 damage, 3 strikes in succession. Su Lin's health plummeted by over 1,000,000, yet his stance remained unshaken, his blade unrelenting. "He's insane!" the armored man exclaimed in terror, his fear apparent. He had no choice but to haul the injured and wailing Su Chen away in a panicked retreat. Su Lin, blood-soaked and holding his crimson-stained sword, stood motionless, his gaze unfazed and icy. Silence reclaimed the forest as Su Lin lowered his head to inspect the 3 fist-shaped indentations on his chest. His blood-soaked armor a visual testament to the battle. He opened his status screen. Despite losing over 1,000,000 health points, his health bar was still almost entirely intact. A smirk played across his lips as he muttered disdainfully, "The king of green tea? Acting skills will need time to refine." He wiped the blood off his sword, his eyes filled with resolution, and turned to stride forward once more, into the endless cycle of hunting monsters. Heavenly Dome City, Su family estate. Dusk had fallen. Urgent footsteps disrupted the calm as a middle-aged man barged into the grand hall, carrying the bloodied and devastated Su Chen. The heavy doors slammed shut behind him. A teacup crashed to the ground, shattering, as Lin Wanqing gasped in horror and rushed toward Su Chen. Su Jintian descended the stairs hastily. One glance at Su Chen's grievous condition, his intestines exposed and his suffering evident, caused his expression to darken like storm clouds. Su Chen's injuries were dire, leaving him writhing in unbearable pain. The middle-aged man, sweat pouring down his face, stammered as he recounted the event. He claimed Su Lin had drawn his sword without warning, launching a sudden and vicious assault. The Su family members quickly gathered, their exclamations and shouts echoing throughout the estate. Screams of terror filled the air. Su Chun struggled to open his eyes, his voice weak, carrying a faint tone of explanation. But before he could say more, he fell unconscious. Lin Wanqing let out a desperate scream, while Su Jintian clenched his fists tightly, glaring furiously at the empty doorway. Through gritted teeth, he spat out the name Su Lin, commanding his subordinates to search every inch of Tianqiong City to find him. At this moment, Su Lin stood just outside the dark forest, his hand gripping a sword still dripping with fresh blood. Over 10 precise and merciless strikes had landed. Su Chun, equipped with extraordinary gear, had barely clung to life. After wiping the blood from his blade, Su Lin looked towards the distant city gates, his steps heavy with resolve. Memories of home flashed through his mind. The fear, Su Chen's deceitful face full of lies, his father Su Jintian's fiery rage, his mother Lin Wanqing's tearful wails, and the accusations from his 3 elder sisters. The entire Su family was sure to issue an order for his execution, offering him no place to remain hidden in Tianqiong City. Crossing the city gates would mean entering a hunting ground. Su Lin vividly remembered the underground chamber where the original host of his body had been imprisoned for 3 months while sickly, enduring torment time and time again for crimes he hadn't committed. That was a prison he could never return to. As dusk grew closer, the illuminated city walls stood tall, forming an invisible barrier. In contrast, the distant dark wilderness appeared foreboding. Su Lin made a determined turn towards the outside. From the dense mountain forests beyond, low growls echoed. The roars of beasts began to rise. Within the city, the echoes of an announcement lingered. All awakened individuals must return to the city before sunset. Staying outside overnight is strictly prohibited. By day, people hunted monsters. By night, the monsters became the hunters. Years ago, even a level 40 elite warrior, defying the curfew, ended up the next day as nothing more than half a corpse. The rules were merciless, and Su Lin had no way out. If he stayed near Tianqiong City, he'd surely be executed. Stepping into the dark forest, however, gave him a mere glimmer of hope. His phone battery was nearly dead. He turned off the flashlight and felt his way through the thickening darkness of the wilderness. The moon had not yet risen. All around was an impenetrable blackness, with only the faint outline of the forest ahead gradually emerging. Suddenly, Su Lin stopped in his tracks. He could hear faint rustling in the air, shadows vaguely moving in the distance. Tightening his grip on his sword hilt, he cautiously advanced. Without warning, a black cat, its body as large as a wild dog, leapt out at him, its eyes glowing ominously green. Su Lin reacted with lightning speed, his blade slicing through the air and landing a hit. A sharp scream pierced the night as blood gushed from the deep wound on the cat's neck. Before the creature could strike again, Su Lin's sword delivered several consecutive blows. The black cat collapsed with a final cry, and a notification of earned points quietly appeared in his mind. But before he had a moment to catch his breath, flickering green lights appeared in the shadows. Dozens of glowing eyes emerged, growing closer, an entire pack of shadow cats. They surrounded him swiftly, moving like phantoms through the underbrush. Su Lin stood his ground, refusing to retreat. Dropping low into a guarded stance, he shielded his head with both hands, even as razor-sharp claws tore at his back. Layer upon layer, his wounds deepened. Despite the mounting injuries, points steadily accumulated on his status panel as his vitality only slightly decreased. Gathering his strength, he suddenly leapt upward, slashing his sword in a wide arc. 3 shadow cats shrieked as their bodies were split apart, blood spraying everywhere. Without pause, Su Lin executed a seamless flurry of slashes, cutting down cat after cat. Dark forms fell one by one, turning the forest floor crimson. Time passed, and before long, countless shadow cat bodies lay in heaps around him. Su Lin's robe was soaked in blood, though his gaze remained firm and unyielding. He glanced at his status panel, confirming the staggering value of his health bar, 20 billion hit points. Yet after all his injuries, he had lost only tens of thousands, a negligible amount compared to his total. But his major health pool did not allow for natural regeneration. He could only rely on potions to recover. Scanning the in-game shop, he saw an array of tempting potions, but none suited his unique needs. Finally, his eyes settled on a rare potion, one that restored 1% of maximum health. Though its price was exorbitant, it promised to restore 200 million health points for Su Lin, a staggering efficiency beyond compare. A rare gleam of calm determination appeared in Su Lin's eyes. The path ahead would only grow more intense. With 20 billion hit points, he could lose as much as 2 billion and still recover to full health with just one special potion. The astonishing value of points to health exchange rattled his mind. 1,000 points could yield 200 million health, making the efficiency 200,000 times greater than any regular potion. But Su Lin's current score of 156 was nowhere near enough for redemption. Tightening his grip on his sword, he ventured deeper into the forest. Through the sleepless night, he roamed the woods like a shadow himself, slashing through waves of monsters. Cats, dogs, wolves, and even bears. His sword danced with relentless precision. His arms ached, his grip cracked with blood, and his clothes were soaked, but his score steadily climbed. 156, 342, 578, 803, until the faint light of dawn broke on the horizon. Standing amid the battlefield, blood-stained and exhausted, Su Lin looked upon the mountain of corpses he had left behind. More than 200 or 300 monsters in total. Opening his status panel, he saw his hard-earned total, 1,247 points. His health had dropped to 19.801 billion. Finally, he had enough for that rare potion. Opening the in-game shop, he purchased the precious elixir for 1,000 points. The golden liquid filled his palm. Tilting it back, warmth rushed through his body, and in an instant, his health bar shot back to its full capacity of 20 billion. Collapsing to the ground, the waves of fatigue descended upon him. Yet the break of dawn permitted no rest. The nocturnal monsters retreated to their dens, but with daylight, human hunters would emerge. Dragging his weary steps, Su Lin ventured deeper into the forest in search of a hiding place. A colossal tree became his sanctuary. Climbing high onto a sturdy branch, he lay down, pulling out his phone. The battery indicator displayed only 8% remaining. Powering off to conserve it, he tucked it safely away before finally closing his eyes, succumbing to sleep. Tianqiong City, 7 a.m. The news exploded across broadcasts and feeds. Breaking news: Su family foster son Su Chun brutally attacked by his elder brother Su Lin, severely injured and unconscious. Exclusive report: Su Lin, driven by jealousy, executed midnight assault on Su Chun, stabbing him repeatedly. Over 20 stabs. Su Jintian issues a fugitive arrest warrant with 1 million points bounty. The media and internet were in an uproar. The entire city condemned. Su Chun is kind and radiant, while Su Lin is ruthless and sinister. A traitorous wolf. A good-for-nothing. 1 million points bounty. Search for him both inside and outside the city. The comments section exploded with fervor, buzzing with excitement. At the East City Gate, the crowd had more than doubled compared to usual. At this moment, it wasn't monster hunters lining up. It was onlookers gathered to witness the fallout of Su Lin's wanted notice, anticipating the eruption of a storm. A massive wanted poster hung at the city gate, drawing everyone's attention. Beneath the photograph of the wanted man, Su Lin, was the enticing bounty amount, 1 million points. The awakened individuals formed a circle, murmuring amongst themselves, speculating about his strength and his hiding place. Some were certain he had fled the city. Others were convinced he wouldn't dare leave the safety of its fortified walls. Dressed in old and worn clothing, Su Lin silently walked through the crowd without attracting any notice. His head was slightly lowered, his expression calm as his gaze coldly grazed over the wanted poster. Then he turned and left. Hidden in a secluded corner, he quietly reversed his coat, washed the dust off his face, and his expression turned sharp and steely. After confirming he was unobserved, he climbed up a towering tree once more and sank into deep slumber. In the afternoon, Su Lin woke atop the tree, his gaze fixed on the distant wilderness. His eyes locked onto a monster-hunting team, led by a young woman clad in lightweight silver armor. Her swordsmanship was clean and precise, complemented by the seamless cooperation of her team members. Their coordination was efficient and flawless. Even from afar, it was evident this group was formidable. The young woman suddenly gazed sharply in the direction of the treetop, her expression chilling, as though she sensed something. Instantly, Su Lin melded into the canopy, holding his breath and remaining absolutely still. Eventually, the woman shook her head and resumed fighting monsters. The team battled relentlessly throughout the afternoon, retreating only as the sun began to set. Before departing, the woman cast one final wary glance toward where Su Lin had been hiding, finding nothing. As the glow of the setting sun faded and darkness engulfed the wilderness, the howls of beasts echoed through the night. Su Lin climbed down from the tree but was abruptly startled by distant voices. He crouched low behind the brush as 5 figures approached slowly. Their conversation revolved around the tempting lure of the million bounty, tinged with worries about the dangers of the night. The group passed within 5 meters of his hiding spot, and Su Lin remained motionless, holding his breath and leaving no trace of his presence. Only after their silhouettes disappeared did he exhale softly and take out his phone. The depleted battery blinked its final reserves. The network was buzzing with headlines. The citywide manhunt for Su Lin, the million-point bounty reward. Su Chen's awakening with cold and determined vows. The Su family spokesperson issuing a stern statement. The comment sections roared with anger and venom. Night deepened, danger lurking everywhere. Su Lin continued his stealthy flight through an environment fraught with peril. Su Chun actually defended that useless scum. No wonder he's being hunted. The city was ablaze with malicious rumors and hateful comments. He had no place to call home. Perched on a tree under the cover of night, his eyes coldly scrutinized the city that had labeled him a fugitive. Inside the city walls was forbidden, yet outside lay even graver dangers. Beyond the borders of the city stretched a wilderness spanning 400 miles, a land teeming with roaming monsters and lawless awakened individuals. He needed to find a safe haven. A sudden memory flashed in his mind, a place spoken of only in whispers, Wicked Valley. According to rumors, no law governed that place, only the iron rule of the Valley Master. The Valley Master, an overwhelming force at level 88 with terrifying spatial abilities, was so powerful that even apex figures like Su Jintian dared not provoke him. Wicked Valley was a haven for fugitives and madmen. But paradoxically, it was also the only place guaranteed to offer safety. The valley housed an entrance to the Tower of Ascension, where one could level up through challenges just like in the city. It was a place where no one would question his identity. His gaze resolute, Su Lin took out his phone and searched for Wicked Valley. The map revealed it was 230 miles away from the city, its path obstructed by 3 towering mountains, poisonous mists, and a monster-infested wilderness. The entry fee was 1,000 points. He only had 247. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he knew he would have to fight tooth and nail to gather enough points on the journey ahead in order to gain entry to the valley. As darkness shrouded everything, he left the protection of the city lights and stepped into the wild. Knee-high weeds swayed against his shins, and the unbroken silhouette of looming mountains stretched endlessly into the unknown. Carried on the wind, a faint sound, footsteps, light and numerous, reached his ears. He sank into the brush, his sharp eyes locking onto the source. A pack of wolves descended slowly from the hillside. Dozens of them, their green, glowing eyes piercingly cold. 2 of the wolves halted, gazing intently in his direction. The cold gleam of his sword flickered as he prepared for an attack. And yet, the pack didn't target him. They turned and vanished into the shadows. Pressing forward, a rocky stretch appeared before him. He soon discovered it was teeming with countless snakes of varying sizes, coiled together in a dense, ominous congregation. Their forked tongues flickered, producing a continual, menacing hiss as they loomed closer. In this hostile wilderness brimming with killing intent, Su Lin embarked on the treacherous journey towards Wicked Valley. Monster, rock-scaled snake, level 3, common type, HP 300, attack 30. Surrounded by venomous snakes as he entered the rocky terrain, he found no way to bypass them. Amidst the hissing, several snakes lunged at him, their fangs embedding into his legs. -30, -30, -30, the damage figures popped up continuously, yet he pressed forward without falter. The snake swarm grew denser, tightly coiling around his body. They squeezed. Stay steady. The health bar remained strong. 19.873 billion/20 billion. His determined gaze pressed forward, nearing the end of the rocky beach. Venomous snakes retreated in fear, not daring to obstruct him. Monster, blood-sucking bat, level 4, common, health 400, attack 40. Su Lin stepped into the low thickets, tree branches overhead bent under the weight of hundreds of bats. The deafening drone of flapping wings filled the air as bats swarmed toward him, clawing and biting furiously to draw his blood. -40, -40, -40. The bats completely enveloped him, forming a shadowy figure. Shielding his face with his arms, he trudged forward, step by arduous step. An hour later, the bats finally dispersed. The health bar displayed 19.621 billion/20 billion. Without pausing to rest, Su Lin continued forward. As night deepened, the silver moonlight bathed the wilderness. It also revealed countless eerie green eyes flickering in the darkness. Wolves prowled the hillsides, serpents slithered through the grass, bats circled the treetops, cat-like monstrous beasts and barbed-winged creatures appeared one after another. The air grew heavy with hostility and palpable pressure. Gripping his sword tightly, Su Lin's steps never faltered. Dozens of wolves and venomous snakes launched attacks in succession, tearing through his robes and skin, blood splattering. -50, -30, -50, -30. The wounds kept coming without respite. Despite the blood streaming from his body, he marched forward with his head held high. As the world lightened with the first hint of dawn, the sun rose gradually, casting light on his blood-streaked, unyielding figure. Standing atop the hill, Su Lin's back radiated steadfastness, his eyes resolute. Across the wilderness, countless monsters stared intently, but the night had not shaken his determination. After stopping for a moment, he turned and moved on, seeking a place to hide. Daylight brought crowds to the city, which he must avoid. Half an hour later, he ducked into a dense forest, climbed a tree, and rested on its branches. Before closing his eyes, his interface showed a slight blood loss but a slow increase in points. He fell deeply asleep. 3 hours later, faint murmurs disturbed the silence. He opened his eyes and peered down through the leaves. A group of 5 people crept into the forest, clad in combat gear, led by a middle-aged man. Their conversations revealed their search for him and the value of his points. The group passed right beneath his tree, mere 10 meters away. One team member glanced briefly upward, saw nothing, and signaled to continue. Su Lin held his breath and stayed still, watching as they left. When the group vanished, he scanned his surroundings carefully, choosing a small trail to avoid the daytime crowds. He crossed rugged terrain, evaded hunters, and, though battered by monsters, refrained from using lethal weaponry to avoid drawing more pursuers. At nightfall, he entered the nightmare of the insect swarm. Poison stinger scorpions, bloodthirsty ants, and corrosive slugs covered the ground. As destruction spread beneath his feet, swarms bit and stung him relentlessly, leaving him itchy and numb. He did not stop moving but allowed the insects to surge over him. His body became pockmarked with bite wounds, yet he did not fall. With morning light, Su Lin surveyed his interface again. His health had dropped further, but his points had risen significantly. He pressed onward. During the day, trackers followed closely. He decisively concealed himself in the underbrush, observing sharply. Only after the danger passed did he move forward quietly. Time flew by. 2 days and nights passed quickly, narrowing the distance to his destination, Malice Valley, to just 75 miles. On the third night, a swamp came into view. The mire was deep and oppressive, each step sinking to his knees. Su Lin moved cautiously, but he could not escape a sudden attack by lurking swamp crocodiles. Skill showcase. A crocodile lunged from the swamp, snapping its sharp teeth around Su Lin's leg. It then began a violent rolling thrash, triggering a series of rapid injuries. His leg was twisted into an unnatural angle, blood streaming profusely, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted without uttering a sound. Dragging the crocodile along, he continued forward, unyielding. Ambush. Rotten corpse monsters swarmed in from every direction. Their decayed arms scratched and tore at him, causing a cascade of damage notifications. His wounds festered and bled at an alarming rate, yet Su Lin acted as if untouched, forging ahead. Next, a giant swamp python descended from a tree, coiling tightly around him. His ribs creaked under the pressure, his breaths grew labored, yet he refused to retreat. Grueling progress. Passing through the swamp, Su Lin became a living mass of clinging and biting creatures. A crocodile clung to his leg, corpse monsters clawed at his back, the python wrapped him in coils, all forming a grotesque moving pile of monsters as he pushed forward laboriously. After an arduous journey of day and night, he finally escaped the swamp at dawn. The decayed corpses and python abandoned their pursuit. Collapsing to the ground, his legs twisted unnaturally, his health bar resilient despite a loss of billions, still astonishingly high. New battleground, the mountain forest. On the fourth night, Su Lin entered a dense forest. The towering mountains and thick trees offered no visible paths, and danger escalated. Shadow hunters struck from stealth with doubled attacks. Rock giants hurled boulders, their punches cataclysmic. Phantoms bypassed defenses, phasing through his body. The enemies grew stronger, boasting higher levels, immense durability, and devastating attacks. Especially the rock giant, whose fists reduced his health by thousands in an instant. Resolute defense. Surrounded by monsters, the onslaught was relentless. Su Lin stood firm, taking every hit head-on, refusing to yield. Strike with resolve, step forward firmly, advancing one step at a time. Through countless trials, he finally ascended the peak. Turning his head, hundreds of monsters trailed behind, their eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion. Why hasn't this man fallen? Journey to the Valley of Villains. On the fifth morning, Su Lin stood atop a mountain, gazing into the mist-shrouded Valley of Villains, 30 miles away. Descending the mountain and crossing the plains, he encountered toxic mists billowing ahead. On the plains, more than 20 Su family members bearing the clan's insignia were searching. Leading them was an intimidating elder at level 58. Concealment and approach. Su Lin crouched behind a massive boulder, his breathing heavy. The clan members steadily closed in, the distance shrinking from 50 meters, advancing step by step, leaving no room for escape. One of them walked straight to the boulder and stopped. Su Lin gripped his long sword tightly, his fighting spirit surging. The stranger, however, simply unfastened his trousers and relieved himself against the rock. Then, with an air of indifference, he pulled up his pants and walked away. Su Lin froze, then let out a quiet sigh of relief. He remained hidden behind the boulder for 3 hours until the Su family hunters dispersed before slipping out unnoticed. He pressed forward. After traveling 5 miles, he encountered another wave of Su family pursuers. Again, he concealed himself. Once the enemies were out of sight, he cautiously resumed his journey. And so it went, alternating between hiding and advancing. By the time the sun began to set, He finally reached the periphery of the toxic fog. Before him stretched a grayish-white wasteland, the dense mist swallowing all visibility. He held his breath and stepped into the haze. His skin instantly prickled with pain. A system notification appeared, losing 10 HP per second. Navigating the boundless sea of fog, he could only rely on intuition to forge ahead. For an entire night. By dawn, he broke through to the edge of a swamp. Ahead lay a perilous mountain valley. At its entrance stood a stone stele, its blood-red inscriptions ominous. Valley of Villains. Beneath it were the rules for entry. Deposit 1,000 points. No fighting allowed inside the valley. The Valley Master's word is law. Disobedience equals death. Su Lin stared at the inscription, took a deep breath, and stepped into the valley's entrance. An old man suddenly appeared, gaunt and clad in a gray robe, with a level 71 insignia pinned to his chest.
Su Lin's pupils contracted.
The old man's face broke into a grin. New arrival?
Su Lin nodded.
The old man extended his hand. Entry fee, 1,000 points. Su Lin quickly transferred the points. Satisfied, the old man sneered. Remember the rules. Don't seek death. He sidestepped, allowing Su Lin to pass. The interior of the valley was far more expansive than imagined. Stone houses lined the main street, flanked by crowds bustling about. Vendors peddled weapons and medicinal supplies. Gloomy eyes surveilled every passerby, laughter mingling with whispered conversations. The eyes of the onlookers gleamed with scrutiny and concealed hostility, yet no one acted rashly. The rule's invisible authority blanketed the entire scene. Su Lin bowed his head, walking quickly, urgently searching for a place to rest. He spotted a stone building marked Inn and stepped inside. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman with a graceful demeanor, bearing a level 38 badge. She spoke nonchalantly. Looking for a room?
Su Lin nodded.
Single room is 1,000 points per night. Monthly stay is 20,000. Slightly taken aback, Su Lin had no choice but to comply. He transferred 1,000 points. The woman handed over a key. Upstairs, third room to the left. The room was small but clean and tidy. Su Lin locked the door behind him, collapsed onto the bed, and finally exhaled a long breath of relief. He pulled out his phone, its battery remaining at just 1%, and hurried to charge it. A few minutes later, the screen lit up, messages flooding in. His group chat was in an uproar. Wang Fatty, holy crap, Su Lin hasn't been caught yet. Zhang Wei, he escaped the city, but the Su family sent out several squads to hunt him down, all in vain. Zhao Shui, a level 2 like him won't last much longer. Lu Yang, with the monsters outside the city, it's a dead end. Sun Shui, better off dead. The guy's a menace. Li Shui, he stabbed Su Chun over 20 times. Ruthless. Wang Fatty, shame about the 1,000,000 points. Wish we could have gotten a share. Su Lin scrolled through the messages, then closed the chat. Opening his status panel, he reviewed. Name, Su Lin. Level 2. Health, 15.5 billion/20 billion. TAC 20. Ability? Ooh. Health cap multiplied by 1,000,000,000-fold. Passive, none. Points, 1,678. In 5 days, he had accumulated over 3,000 points by killing monsters, lost 4 billion health, paid for 2 nights lodging, leaving him with 1,678 points. Approaching the window, his eyes were firm. The challenges within the Valley of Villains were only beginning. What next? He lay down, closed his eyes, and fell asleep within 3 seconds. Simultaneously, in Tianqiong City, within the Su family residence, Su Chun lay in bed, his complexion pale but awake. Lin Wanqing clutched his hand, her eyes red with emotion. "Channer, you're finally awake." Her voice trembled. Su Chun responded weakly, "Where's my brother?" Lin Wanqing's expression darkened with anger. "Don't mention that bastard. The entire city is after him. He won't escape." Su Chun lowered his gaze, his lips twitching, but he lacked the strength to respond. Rebuke. After Lin Wanqing left, a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he clenched the bandage on his abdomen tightly. His breathing quickened slightly. Su Lin, he murmured. I didn't expect you to survive. After more than 20 stabs, a cold sneer crept up to his lips. No matter how ruthless you are, in the end you're just trash. A citywide manhunt, a million bounty. You won't make it out alive. He closed his eyes, his expression returning to calmness, pretending to sleep once again. As dawn barely broke, in the Valley of Villains, Su Lin got out of bed and checked out of his room. His balance of points wasn't much, so luxury accommodations were out of the question. He could only search for a cheap place to stay. The air was thick with the mixed scent of blood and medicinal herbs. The bustling streets were filled with passers-by, and the hawking cries of vendors were unending. Stalls were packed with items such as level 3 bronze swords, strength rings, and epic-grade monster materials. While the prices were lower than those in the main marketplace, they were still beyond his means. Walking to the end of the street, Su Lin came across an old, dilapidated stone house with a sign that read, "Low-cost rental, 300 points per night." The exchange of keys granted access to a shabby little room. A broken table, a chair missing a leg, stained corners, and a roof leaking water. Hardly a comfortable space, but it surpassed the basement at home. His points balance showed 1078 remaining. He needed to earn more points first. Upgrading through the Sky Tower was crucial. Returning to the front room, the elderly man at the desk was dozing. Su Lin knocked on the counter. Every question costs extra. The old man warned, opening his eyes. Su Lin handed over 100 points. Only then did the elder finally speak to give directions. The Sky Tower was to the east, visible at the furthest point of the path. Entry to the tower? Free, he explained, smirking. But exiting once? That's 500 points.
Su Lin's brows furrowed.
The high price made everything seem even more pressing. The elder let out a couple of mocking chuckles. His tone left no room for compromise. Too expensive? Then don't enter. The rules of the Valley of Villains were set by the Valley Master. No one can change them. Su Lin wordlessly transferred another 100 points, his actions swift. Aside from lodging and entering the Sky Tower, where else do I need to use points? Su Lin inguaird. The elder took the points, his brows lifting in delight. Eating, shopping, getting things done, gathering information, everything costs points. Points equal life. Without points, you can't even get a sip of water in this place. His tone carried an unhidden smugness. Su Lin gave a slight nod before posing a third question. What are the fastest ways to earn points in the valley? The elder sized him up, a sly gleam in his eyes tinged with mockery. Ah, you're new here, aren't you? There are 3 main ways. First, go outside the valley and hunt monsters. They're everywhere, but at level 2 going out there, you're gifting away your life. He squinted and glanced at Su Lin's chest. Su Lin's gaze followed the elder's to the wooden board near the door. Written clearly in bold letters, all who enter the valley automatically reveal their levels. His chest ached slightly under the glare of the 2 that had suddenly appeared on him. A mysterious mark left by the Valley Master. Noticing Su Lin's reaction, the old man gave an explanation while grinning. Don't panic. This mark exists throughout the valley. It appeared the moment you entered. No escaping it. Suppressing his shock, Su Lin sent another 100 points to the elder and gestured for him to continue. The second way? The elder continued. Take on tasks. Kill, burn, steal, protect, whatever you like. Rewards range from thousands to millions of points. His expression became more animated. And the third? His tone turned somber. Do you really want to know? Su Lin hesitated before silently transferring 100 more points. Lowering his voice, the elder leaned closer. Underground fighting arena. Night matches to win points, but lose and you lose your life too. At level 2, with gear like that, you'd just be throwing yourself to the wolves. Su Lin asked calmly, how many points can I earn from one match? The elder grinned darkly. The minimum? 5,000. For each subsequent round, the reward doubles. This number caused Su Lin's eyes to gleam with determination. Where is the arena? The elder pointed west. Go straight to the end of the road. You'll find an unmarked stone building. 2 guards stand at the door. The arena's inside. An unshaken Su Lin rose to his feet. Determination etched into his features. He headed for the door. The elder couldn't help but call after him. His tone weighted with sincerity. With your level 2, going there means you have maybe a 1 in 10 chance of coming back alive. Pausing, Su Lin offered a simple thank you before pushing the door open. He strode quickly along the western path, and within 10 minutes, the stone building loomed before him. 2 burly, intimidating men stood guarding the entrance. One bald with a scarred face, level 28. The other bushy-bearded with a face full of malice, level 31. Their sharp eyes locked onto Su Lin like blades. The bald one looked him over, his gaze landing on the 2 mark on Su Lin's chest. A cold sneer curled his lips. Kid, did you take the wrong turn? Calmly, Su Lin replied, This is the fighting arena? The 2 guards exchanged glances. Then the bald one chuckled mockingly. Yeah, it's the arena. What business do you have here at level 2? Looking for someone. Word by word, Su Lin said firmly. To fight. The laughter died abruptly. The bald guard's expression shifted, a complex glint flashing in his eyes before he slowly stepped aside. All right then, go on in. The door creaked open, and darkness awaited within. Su Lin stepped forward, gripping the heavy wooden door as he pushed it open. Stairs stretched downward like a black river leading underground. In the shadows, he steadied himself with every step, eventually emerging into a boisterous subterranean chamber. The atmosphere was electric, with thousands of people gathered around a central iron cage. The stench of blood and sweat saturated the air. 2 fighters inside the cage were locked in brutal combat, each punch splattering blood. One collapsed to the floor, while the other victoriously stomped on his opponent, howling in celebration. Spectators roared feverishly, with bets flying wildly. Su Lin's gaze locked onto the lifeless body on the ground, the mark on his chest reading level 24, an ominous reminder of the grim reality here. Before he could dawn, the gaunt middle-aged man fixed his gaze on the level 2 mark on Su Lin's chest, breaking into laughter through his tears. Level 2? And you dare to fight? The tone of his voice carried a hint of anticipation. The man led Su Lin through the bustling crowd into a small room, explained his assignment, and left. Inside the room, 5 pairs of eyes simultaneously fell on Su Lin, tinged with both ridicule and disbelief. Despite his low level, the bald man who was laughing boisterously showed nothing but disdain. A tall, skinny individual chimed in with mockery, fueling the provocations. Only a level 6 woman looked at him with a faint trace of pity, saying nothing at all. Suddenly, heavy footsteps and thudding sounds echoed from outside. A towering, bald man strode into the room, his oppressive aura immediately filling the air. At level 39, his sharp tone resounded as he announced. 5 matches would take place, with each of the 5 fighters stepping into the ring. The level 7 bald man seized the opening match, while Su Lin was assigned the final one. The bald man brimmed with unshakable confidence, his close-quarters weapon gleaming as though guaranteeing success. The hulking bald man shifted his focus to Su Lin, a mocking smile playing on his lips. A level 2 fighter had no business entering the arena, yet he had specifically arranged for him to participate, with a partner of the same exact level. The prize for the victor would be a staggering 5,000 points, whereas losing promised a devastating outcome. With that, the man turned and exited the room. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as taunts and derision erupted within the space once more. The bald fighter sneered, predicting Su Lin's inevitable fate, while the tall, lanky man jeered in anticipation of his downfall. Su Lin leaned silently against the wall, eyes closed, offering no rebuttal. Chi, the lone level 6 woman, approached him quietly. Speaking in hushed tones, She urged him to prioritize survival above all else. Their opponents were like rapacious wolves, seasoned and brutal. She cautioned Su Lin to shield his head and vital areas, assuring him that if he could endure for just 3 minutes, the referee would intervene to stop the fight. Regardless of the result, surviving was what mattered most. Su Lin accepted her advice silently, offering only a brief response. Achi returned to her seat as the commotion outside began to swell. The battles were about to ignite. The first match saw the level 7 bald man step into the ring. 10 minutes later, he was carried back unconsciously, his face drenched in blood and his chest visibly caved in. The scrawny man cursed loudly, mocking the defeated fighter. Achi bit her lip, remaining contemplatively silent. The second match belonged to the tall, lanky fighter. After 8 minutes, his screams of anguish echoed through the air. His shattered leg jutted with exposed bone fragments, the scene unbearably violent. There was no returning contestant for the third match. For the fourth match, Achi stepped onto the stage. Su Lin slowly rose to his feet, his gaze intent, following her every move. The shadow of combat drew ever closer. Achi pushed the door open and left, time slipping by like an accelerating stream. 10 minutes later, the door creaked open again. Achi stumbled back inside, her face smeared with blood. Her left arm dangled limply, utterly incapacitated. Yet, she still stood, alive. Through her unwavering spirit, she managed a faint smile toward Su Lin, murmuring, "I made it," before collapsing into labored breaths. Outside, the burly bald man's booming voice signaled the final match's imminent start. Su Lin steadied his emotions, pushed the door open, and walked towards the iron cage. A surge of spectators swarmed to surround the arena. Amidst the jeering and questioning voices, disdainful eyes fixated on the bright level 2 stamp across his chest. Su Lin became the center of ridicule. Opposite him stood a boy with a wiry frame, also marked with a level 2. His gaze was sharp and icy, brimming with self-assured scorn. He sneered, calling Su Lin a lamb to the slaughter. The fight commenced, and the youth launched a blistering punch, a strike so swift it was nearly imperceptible. The gust of his fist screamed past Su Lin as he nimbly avoided it. Still, one blow landed on Su Lin's shoulder, abruptly reducing his health by 200 points. Visibly confused, the boy appeared to expect his opponent to crumble to the ground with a single hit. Under an unrelenting flurry of blows, Su Lin only staggered backward 2 steps before holding his ground, leaving the gathered crowd in stunned silence. His opponent continued his bombardment, fists raining down on Su Lin with every strike chipping away at his health in increments of 200. Sustaining countless punches, Su Lin had lost over 3,000 health points cumulatively, yet he stood unmoved like stone. The scene froze, and the audience watched, breath held. Exhausted and panting, the stunned boy's confident expression finally gave way to terror. Failing to comprehend Su Lin's resilience, he attempted to flee but was met with Su Lin's iron grasp, pinning him to the ground with overwhelming force. The cage fell silent, the tension palpable. After a moment's hesitation, the burly bald man bellowed the announcement of Su Lin's victory, full of praise for his strength. The crowd erupted, disbelief mixing with bewilderment. "Is he really just level 2? He's more like a monster," someone exclaimed. "Damn it, I've completely lost my points on this one," cursed another. Ignoring the chaos, Su Lin coldly exited the cage. The bald man approached him, his curiosity piqued. "What's your ability?" he inquired skeptically. Su Lin's response was calm, understated, "Degrade, life enhancement." The man's initial doubt shifted into a wry smile, and he refrained from probing further. Instead, he reached into his pocket and handed Su Lin a points card. 5,000 points. Take it. If you need anything, come find me." Su Lin took the card, stepping toward the staircase. He pushed open the heavy wooden door to find the late sun casting its rays across the treacherous Ravager's valley, staining the world in dark crimson hues. Standing silently at the threshold, Su Lin took a deep breath and began to mentally tally his accumulated points. Tomorrow he would enter the Black Sky Spire, not just to survive, but to surpass every obstacle in his path. Within the stone structure behind him, the cacophony continued unabated. Shouts, mocking laughter, and the sound of coins exchanging hands blended chaotically. Without looking back, Su Lin walked away with unwavering steps, heading towards a dilapidated inn. The setting sun stretched his shadow, reaching deep into the heart of Ravager's Valley. At dawn, hunger stirred Su Lin awake. The dim morning light filtered through the cracked wooden window as mist wreathed Ravager's Valley, heralding a new day. Rising slowly, he massaged his shoulder. Though still tender from yesterday's punches, the pain was but a minor scratch to someone of his immense endurance. The glow of his phone screen illuminated the room as Su Lin checked the news. The top story remained unchanged, a bombshell concerning the illustrious Su family. Su Chun, the SSS grade prodigy, had shattered the second level's record of the Black Sky Spire, clearing it in just 1 minute. The accompanying video showed Su Chun battered and bloodied, yet his presence. Su Lin stood full of energy, his father Su Jintian beside him offering a comforting pat and a soft smile. His mother, Lin Wanqing, tearfully expressed her words of concern and encouragement, while his siblings cheered him on with spirited support. As Su Chun stepped into the looming doors of the tower, he vanished briefly in the glow of the light. Moments later, he reappeared, pristine and unscathed. Reporters swarmed around him, eager for his secrets. Su Chun humbly replied, "It's all thanks to my equipment and the support of my family." Cameras zoomed in, capturing every detail of his magnificent gear. A rare-grade mithril light armor, a lightning long sword, a strength ring, and a guardian necklace, all boasting astounding stats and powerful effects. Hidden within Su Lin's cold gaze was a calculated analysis of the combat power these items added, as he realized the immense unseen force backing his rival. Online discussions exploded, praising Su Chen's strength while hurling curses at Su Lin, branding him a thug doomed to oblivion. Su Lin calmly turned off his phone, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful, but a subtle smirk crept onto his lips. He was about to unleash a thunderous storm of his own. Stretching his imposing figure, Su Lin extended his stay at the inn, comfortably settling with his remaining points. As he stepped out into the open, his determined gaze locked onto the sky-piercing Evil Valley Tower. Its black walls emanated a cold, menacing aura, with an air of quiet abandonment as awoken travelers briskly moved past, avoiding all interaction. Standing before the tower's entrance, Su Lin didn't rush in. He could sense the looming prologue of something greater, a fateful chapter about to unfold. Opening up the marketplace interface, he skillfully navigated to the second-tier equipment listings. His objective was clear: to enhance his attack power to at least 40, the bare minimum for adequacy. The screen displayed Level 2 Bronze Long Sword, Common Attack plus 20, Cost 500 points. Level 2 Bronze Armor, Common HP plus 200, Cost 500 points. Level 2 Strength Ring, Common Attack plus 10, HP plus 100, Cost 500 points. After calculating his options, Su Lin realized that his current stats, paired with the sword's 20-point attack boost, would just allow him to reach the desired threshold of 40 attack power. Though he didn't lack health, having extra armor was always wise. With a swipe, 500 points vanished in an instant, and 2 pieces of equipment materialized in his hands. He gripped the iron sword firmly and donned the leather armor. His status panel updated. Level 2. Attack 40. HP 40 billion. The equipment bonuses had doubled his health, a clear reflection of his increasing strength. Taking a deep breath, he stepped through the luminous gate, finding himself inside a massive stone chamber. Unnerving runes were etched across the walls. 6 monsters glared at him. 5 wild boars, covered in bristly fur with razor-sharp tusks and furious hooves pawing the ground for a charge. At the back, a faintly glowing light green slime crouched low to the ground. The second level of the Evil Valley Tower had officially begun. The wild boars roared in unison and charged toward him like shadows. Their blinding speed left no room to evade.
Su Lin stood firm.
Hit after hit, the 5 boars slammed into him, collectively dealing a total of 150 damage. Against his vast 40 billion HP, it felt no worse than a mosquito bite. Ignoring the chaos of wild boars ramming into him from behind, Su Lin advanced step by step toward the slime, raising his sword for a fierce strike. The slime let out a piercing scream, green liquid spraying everywhere as its health bar plummeted. Desperate, it began healing one of the wild boars. The monsters alternated in healing, the slime glowing incessantly. But Su Lin swung his sword 5 more times, eventually slaying the slime. With the healer dispatched, the wild boars were left as his sole focus. Enduring their relentless charges, Su Lin fought back methodically. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded. A system notification chimed. Evil Valley Tower, Level 2 cleared. Completion time, 5 minutes, 47 seconds. Level up, achieved Level 3. Attributes significantly boosted. A flash of light transported him back to the front of the Black Tower. His status panel reflected the following updates. TAC 50. HP 50 billion. Though his point reserves remained sufficient, the glaring daily expenditure on points lingered in his mind. He silently walked toward the underground black market fighting ring, an arena known for its lucrative and swift point rewards, despite its questionable legality. Compared to killing wild monsters for slow and risky progress, the ring offered a shortcut. The previous night, Su Lin had effortlessly raked in 5,000 points within the black market ring. Today, he returned to the unmarked stone building and made his way directly to the underground iron cages. At the entrance, 2 burly guards familiar with Su Lin glanced at him. The bald man's expression lit up as he spotted him, chuckling arrogantly. "Back again, kid? We could use more fresh blood to kick things off. You're up." Descending into the iron cage basement, a dense crowd surged around the arena like a roaring tide. 3,000 to 4,000 spectators packed in tight, clambering for a view. Inside the cage, 2 fighters clashed violently, one at level 3 and the other at level 4. The stronger level 4 fighter pummeled his opponent relentlessly, leaving the level 3 combatant bloodied and reeling. The audience screamed in frenzy as the finishing blow was struck. "Kill him! I'll put 3,000 points on the winner." As the level 3 combatant crumpled to the ground, the level 4 fighter let out a triumphant roar, his fists raised high amidst the deafening cheers of the spectators. Nearby, a slender middle-aged man with a sly grin approached Su Lin. "Here to test your luck again?" he asked mockingly. Su Lin's gaze turned icy, and his reply was simple. "How many matches today?" The middle-aged man grinned mischievously and responded, "Only 1 match per day by the rules. But the rewards for consecutive wins are tempting. 2 wins grant 6,000, and 5 wins offer 15,000. Su Lin's eyes steeled with resolve. "Set it up," he commanded. Moments later, he was led back into a dimly lit preparation room, filled with 7 or 8 others, their levels ranging from 4 to 8. Some recognized him immediately and began whispering under their breath, "Isn't he the one from last night who? A Tier 2 winning? Unbelievable." After waiting half an hour, the bald man pushed open the door and announced the match roster. First, a Tier 5 bald fighter would enter the arena, followed by Su Lin. The bald man left the room with a smug grin, tossing a cold sneer over his shoulder. "Kid, don't die too soon. I still want to see you in action." In the first round, after 15 minutes of intense combat, the Tier 5 managed a narrow victory. He was carried off, blood streaming down his face. Then it was Su Lin's turn. Inside the iron cage, he stood face to face with a lean, tall Tier 4 boxer. The opponent mocked Su Lin's low-tier gear, and the crowd bet overwhelmingly on a Tier 4 victory. The whistle blew, marking the start of the fight. The Tier 4 boxer launched forward with intense speed, landing a punch that dealt 700 damage points instantly. Su Lin merely took a step back, holding his stance firmly. The opponent was stunned, momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed his heavy punches in a rapid and relentless series. Over 10 powerful strikes landed, enough to kill most combatants instantly. Yet Su Lin's health bar barely dropped, only shaving off what amounted to a negligible amount compared to his absurd billion-plus health pool. Panting heavily, the tall boxer staggered back, fear glinting in his eyes. "What are you, a man or a ghost?" Finally, Su Lin stepped forward, inch by inch, his presence oppressive. The opponent scrambled backward, his momentum shattered. The tall boxer's retreat was cut short as he hit the edge of the cage, cornered with nowhere to go. Su Lin reached out, clasping a hand tightly around his neck and lifting him off the ground with ease. The boxer's feet dangled, his face flushing red as he flailed and kicked desperately. The entire audience fell into stunned silence, eyes wide with shock. The bald man froze for a moment, then suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs, "The Tier 3 rookie won!" The room erupted into chaos. Some cursed. Others gasped in disbelief. How could a Tier 3 withstand the brutal punches of a Tier 4 and then hoist him up by the neck with raw strength? What kind of monster was this? Su Lin let go, allowing the tall boxer to crash to the ground, coughing and choking. Without looking back, Su Lin walked away. The bald man handed him a card worth 6,000 points. 2 consecutive wins. Su Lin silently accepted it, his expression remaining calm and distant. Curiosity flashing in the bald man's eyes, he asked, "Are you fighting again tomorrow?"
Su Lin nodded.
That night, a clandestine video clip of the Tier 3 rookie defeating a Tier 4 in the underground fight pit of Villains Valley was leaked online. The footage showed a teenager clad in tattered clothes, a clear number 3, glowing on his chest, facing off against a well-equipped Tier 4 opponent. Despite taking over a dozen heavy punches, he emerged completely unscathed and retaliated by lifting the man with frightening ease. The visuals were shocking. Comments flooded in "Monster SSS Tier defensive abilities? The Villains Valley mark?" Rumors spread. How had he traversed the poisonous miasma swamp that no one could survive alone? As questions mounted, someone unearthed a warrant from Tianqiong City featuring none other than Su Lin. Once disowned and exiled by the mighty Su family, now hunted, this down-and-out youth had apparently resurged in Villains Valley. The online discussion exploded. Some doubted its authenticity, while others marveled at the overwhelming excitement of the story. The scene shifted to the Su family living room in Tianqiong City. Lin Wanqing stared at her phone, her expression dark. "Jintian, look at this." Su Jintian frowned as he examined the screenshots. Villains Valley? Even a Tier 40 fighter wouldn't dare venture through there alone. How could he possibly have done it?
Su Yao Wesikweli stand. Mutterin. Su Lin?
How is this possible? Su Ling's brows furrowed as she stared at the screen, doubting whether the video was real. In a low, serious tone, Su Jintian remarked, "The mark of Villains Valley doesn't lie. He's truly there." The room fell into a heavy silence. Su Xiaoxiao muttered in near admiration. He's incredible." Lin Wanqing's furious glare silenced her immediately. Meanwhile, in his room, Su Chan stared fixedly at his phone. He replayed the video of the modestly dressed Su Lin effortlessly tanking the Tier 4's punches, tension building in his fists. Tier 3. Su Lin had already become a Tier 3. He, Su Chun, had just shattered a second-layer record and dominated trending searches. And yet, Su Lin had left him behind once again. On the screen, bold headlines scrolled across the top. Su Lin shocks Villains Valley. Tier 3 takes down a Tier 4 consecutively. Exclusive analysis. How did he survive the miasma swamp? Epic gear face-off. Su Chun versus Broken Gear Su Lin.
Su Chun's smile gradually froze.
His gaze fixated on the moment Su Lin grabbed the Tier 4 by the neck in the video. His eyes turned icy, and under his breath he muttered, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Cut back to Tianqiong City's number 1 high school. The group chat of Class 3 Grade 12 had blown up, with unread messages surging to 999+. Holy crap! Su Lin appeared in Villains Valley. Wang Pang furiously spammed the chat. "Are you serious? That route crosses 3 mountains, poisonous miasma swamp, and high-tier monsters the whole way through. How's a Tier 2 supposed to survive? Zhang Wei questioned skeptically. No escorts. It's just him in the video. With Su Lin being on the Su family's wanted list, who'd dare help him?
Liu Yang affirmed.
He's already Tier 3. We're still struggling at Tier 1. Sun Shui marveled. Silence descended over the group chat as several members admitted they hadn't even entered the tower yet. Everyone was beginning to reevaluate their lives. A boy clad in barely trash gear enduring the heat of a Tier 4 black market fight. Su Lin's underdog tale was taking the social media feeds by storm. He's not trash. I think I'm switching to being a fan, Li Shuai declared with newfound respect. Strength defines kingship.
Su Lin chattered prejudice.
Lu Yong firmly supported him. The once buzzing chat now turned into fervent anticipation of his next livestream battle. Outside, however, night had fallen, shrouding everything in deep darkness. Emerging from the fight pit, Su Lin walked along an eerily quiet street lit only by the flickering of a few oil lanterns. He used some points to extend his stay at a rundown inn, returning to his cramped, dilapidated room. Plugging in his phone at 60% battery, he lay back on the creaking bed. As he scrolled through trending topics, the top 3 headlines were all about him. The glaring titles had no effect on his calm demeanor. Switching over to the class group chat, the overflowing 999 plus messages rolled on endlessly. Holy! Phrases like climbing to the 3rd level of Sinister Valley and breaking the rely on daddy myth began emerging. He smiled faintly and quietly closed the chat. Those who once called him useless now shouted his name as their idol. Putting his phone aside, he opened the Tower of Sky Encyclopedia, his gaze fixed on the strategy page for the 3rd level. A new round of challenges was about to begin. The layout of the monster battlefield was laid bare. 7 normal monsters paired with 5 armored wild boars and 2 healing slimes. The armored wild boars had solid defenses and a charge skill that could leave people dumbfounded. The healing slimes, on the other hand, provided continuous healing, restoring 50 health per second to the boars, and it could stack. Su Lin stared at the data, calculating the battle dynamics, 2 slimes healing 1 boar for 100 health per second, but his total attack output was only 50. His damage couldn't overpower their healing, rendering a one-on-one face-off completely deadlocked. He focused intently on the strategy, seeking a breakthrough. Then, a hidden comment caught his attention and electrified his mind. The 5 armored wild boars shared interlinked hatred mechanics. Attacking one would incite them all to swarm over. Sneaking past them to kill the slimes in the rear healing zone was unrealistic. This hatred link crushed any dreams of a sneak assault. To confront the wild boars head-on meant overcoming their endless healing source, but his attack power still fell significantly short of counteracting such recovery. The gap in ability levels was massive. The output damage of the highest tier abilities could crush ordinary attacks with ease. He had to make up for this difference with equipment. The points panel lit up with 10,778 points, giving him a spark of hope. The shop offered an assortment of swords and armor. Standard bronze, premium iron, and rare mithril. A mithril longsword provided a bonus of plus 100 attack, costing exactly 10,000 points, just within his budget. Other HP-boosting items and rings loomed before him, almost irresistible in their allure. Su Lin's gaze sharpened as his fingers swiped through the shop's interface. His next decision would determine not only life or death in the upcoming battle, but also whether he could break through this challenge and ascend to higher levels. Equipment recycling explanation flashed by. Su Lin swiftly skimmed the shop's listings. His base attack without gear was 30 points. He needed an additional 70 points to break past 100 attack power. His eyes locked onto the level 3 rare mithril longsword, a rare quality item with a complete plus 100 attack bonus, priced precisely at 10,000 points, right within his reach. He was painfully aware of his current status as a fugitive under bounty. Danger could erupt at any moment. If he could somehow secure 2 pieces of level 3 rare gear, a piece of armor and a ring, his HP would skyrocket to an unfathomable extent. Others might boast a 1,600 HP bonus. For him, that would translate into 160 billion. This was his unique and unprecedented talent, a level of tankiness that defied reason. But reality was ruthless. The full set of gear cost 30,000 points, and he barely had a third of that. Earning points became his pressing priority. Farming wild monsters was abysmally inefficient, yielding maybe a couple thousand points per night at best. Fortunately, underground black fistfights offered a shortcut. Prize money directly credited, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 per match. The final match promised a whopping 15,000. A 5-day winning streak could net over 40,000 points. More than enough to buy a full set of rare gear with ease. He'd already planned it out. Today was the third match. A victory would bring him closer to acquiring rare equipment. Putting his phone away, he steadied his breathing, his gaze firm. By the third day's evening, the last remnants of crimson still stained the sky above Sinister Valley. Crowds in the town began converging toward the underground fight club. Black fistfights were the one thrilling spectacle this desolate little town had to offer in the night. Su Lin blended into the crowd, his steps calm, his expression unreadable. He approached an unassuming stone building, catching sight of a familiar bald-headed man and a burly figure with a scruffy beard. Upon seeing him, the bald man smirked mockingly. "Kid, this is your third match tonight, worth 8,000 points. Confident?" Su Lin gave a slight nod without offering a word, then pushed the door open and headed straight down the stairs. The basement was even more crowded than in the previous days, voices roaring as dozens of eyes involuntarily turned toward him. "He's here, the one in those tattered clothes. This kid's only 17 or 18 years old, yet he dominates level 4 opponents with ease. The third match, huh? His opponent hasn't even shown up yet." Ignoring the mutters around him, Su Lin strode directly toward the dark chamber. Inside, a dozen or so fighters ranging from level 4 to level 7 sat or leaned against the walls, their eyes uniformly locking on him as he entered. The bald-headed man, his arm wrapped with level 5 grade bandages, smirked and gave him a thumbs up. "Kid, impressive." Su Lin merely nodded and took a seat in a quiet corner. 20 minutes later, the door slammed open. The burly bald man appeared, and everyone in the room instantly stood at attention. He scanned the room, a meaningful smile playing at his lips. "Tonight we'll have 8 fights, and 8 people will take part." He began assigning matches, one by one. "You, level 6 brute, first match. You, level 5 skinny guy, second match." His gaze fell on Su Lin. "You, third match." He paused deliberately, his tone taking on a trace of amusement. "Your opponent, level 5. A moment of silence followed, and then an audible gasp rippled through the crowd. Su Lin, a mere level 3, his opponent, level 5. The difference wasn't just 2 levels, it was a gulf of power. A level 4 combatant might have 400 HP, level 5 health points, 500. The combined power of equipment and skills exponentially amplifies the disparity between levels. Reaching level 5 means access to higher-level equipment, a clear advantage. The challenge was now laid bare in front of him. The attack power of level 5 fine-grade gear far exceeded that of level 4 rare-grade gear, making the power gap evident. As fights progress to higher levels, the victor is almost always a genius. A gap of 2 levels turns the opponent into an unstoppable monster. Inside the room, all eyes turned to Su Lin. Some were filled with sympathy, others with schadenfreude. The burly man sneered. "Level 5? You're done for tonight." Points were precious, and everyone understood the perils of this match. Su Lin remained silent, his expression calm and unperturbed. The bald brute shot him a glance. "Any questions?" Su Lin shook his head. With a sharp command, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. A level 6 bruiser patted Su Lin on the shoulder, speaking mockingly. "Don't die, kid. I've bet 5,000 points on you to win." Su Lin gave him a cold, unflinching look. As the match began, the muscular man was carried out, covered in blood, with his left arm broken. The second round saw a level 5 skinny competitor dragging himself out, his leg fractured. He shot Su Lin a complex glance, quietly muttering, "Take care," leaving behind an intimidating and grim sense of danger. A shout came from outside. Third match. A level 3 rookie versus a level 5 veteran. Place your bets now. Su Lin stood up and took steady steps toward the steel cage. At the doorway, Chi whispered in caution, "That level 5 guy is a seasoned fighter. He's only lost twice in more than a dozen matches and has an A-grade attack ability with gear that's all fine grade or above." Su Lin nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the crowd with composure. Chatter and the sound of bets enveloped the space. Level 3? He's going to die for sure. Last night he beat a level 4 with ease. No way he's beating this level 5. It's a guaranteed loss. I'm betting 5,000 points. Some hesitant individuals gritted their teeth. I'll bet 100 points on him. Inside the steel cage, the level 5 bald fighter stared down Su Lin. His muscular frame was imposing, his black combat suit ready for action. Metal gloves gleamed coldly under the lighting. Attack plus 150, health plus 1,500, and a strength ring adding attack plus 74 and health plus 7,500. By rough calculation, each punch delivered an attack power of over 2,700. Su Lin, in contrast, had an attack power of only 50. However, his health was an astonishing 50 billion. The bald man smirked with mockery, his grin sinister as the cracking of his neck bones echoed. Level 3? You're wearing that trash gear. A level 5 has baseline health of 500, and level 3 only 300. My equipment and skills give me a tenfold attack boost. He waved his fist in front of Su Lin, filled with provocation. Kneel down and beg for mercy, and I just might go easy on you. Outside the cage, roars filled the room. Fight! 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 The bald fighter raised his hand and signaled, "Begin!" As his words fell, the level 5 bald man lunged forward with explosive force. His fist shot out like thunder, landing squarely on Su Lin's cheek. Bang! Damage. Minus 2,750. Su Lin swayed slightly, stepping back a single step before regaining his stance. The bald man froze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Another punch roared down. Su Lin retreated several steps but still stood firm. The level 5 fighter's gaze shifted abruptly, frustration boiling over. He unleashed a furious barrage of punches, each one landing solidly, over 20 strikes pounding into Su Lin's body. Blood sprayed wildly, yet Su Lin's stance did not waver. His health remained at 50 billion, untouched. Breathing heavily, the bald man stumbled back a few steps, his eyes widening in pure terror. He tried to escape but was instantly caught by Su Lin, who grabbed him effortlessly. Su Lin's fist descended mercilessly, strike after relentless strike. Eventually, the bald fighter could no longer resist. He collapsed to the ground in surrender. The underground room fell silent. Thousands of eyes were fixed on the scene inside the steel cage. The level 3 rookie effortlessly lifted the level 5 veteran by the neck as if holding a helpless chicken. The bald brute froze for several seconds, then let out a loud cry. He won! The level 3 rookie has a 3-match win streak. An explosion of cheers rippled through the crowd. The spectators were stunned. What kind of monster is this? What kind of ability does he have? Degrade?
Impossible.
Could it be SSS grade defense? His health must be in the millions. This has to be a cheat. Su Lin released his grip, leaving the bald man curled up on the ground, trembling. Coldly observing the scene, Su Lin turned and walked away. The bald fighter handed him the rewards card for the 3-match win, his face a complex mix of awe and confusion. Who are you, really? Su Lin responded indifferently, a wanted man. He walked through the jubilant crowd, ascending the stairs. In a shadowy corner, a scrawny man clutched his phone tightly, recording the scene of the steel cage with excitement. This video is going to go viral. At 10 p.m. that night, the video spread like wildfire on the Awaken forum. The clip captured everything, from Su Lin entering the match to the bald man's relentless punches. to Su Lin's counterattack while gripping his opponent by the neck, all culminating in the frenzied crowd. The comments section exploded. It's him, the wanted man, Su Lin. He just beat a level 4 last night, and now he took down a level 5 today. Trash gear, and he won against a level 5 at level 3? There's no way his ability is an ordinary D grade. The Su family must be losing their minds after seeing this video. Under the vast celestial sky, Su Lin's legend had just begun. The atmosphere in the Su family's living room was as heavy as a mountain. Su Jintian gripped his phone tightly, the screen playing an unedited video of an astonishing match. His face was cold and stony, his knuckles white as if suppressing an impending eruption of fury. Lin Wanqing sat to the side, her complexion alternating between pale and flushed as her gaze fixated on the young figure on the screen. Dressed in tattered clothes yet standing upright, he defeated a formidable enemy 2 levels above himself. Meanwhile, Su Yao bit her lip tightly. Su Ling's expression was complex, and Su Xiaoxiao stole glances at her phone, not daring to make a sound. In a wheelchair, Su Chun, his face pale but now able to stand, was being wheeled into the living room. He murmured gently, "Big brother was forced into such a situation because of me." Tears slid down his cheeks as Lin Wanqing instantly hugged him tightly, her voice firm and reproachful. "He was the one who hurt you first. Don't blame yourself." Su Yao and Su Ling chimed in immediately, berating the brooding youth. Only Su Zhentian remained silent, his gaze turning icy as he stared at the figure on the screen. His son. The son who was now a fugitive, deemed a useless waste, yet had mounted a stunning reversal alone in the brutal black boxing circle of Villain's Valley. Closing his eyes for a long time, Su Zhentian exhaled and issued a frigid command. "Double the bounty. Capture alive for 4 million credits. Kill for 2 million. Lin Wanqing hesitated, but he replied coldly, asserting that without stepping foot into Villain's Valley, bounty hunters could still be attracted by the reward. The room fell into silence. Su Chun lowered his head, a faint, complex curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Outside, the group chat of Class 7 senior year was in an uproar. He's only level 3, but he withstood over 20 blows from a level 5 and turned the tables. His gear was trash, and his D-class ability should never have been able to endure that. Maybe his ability isn't just a double HP multiplier? Regardless of what it is, he defied all logic. I'm a hardcore fan now. The chat was flooded with awe and reverence, each message filled with disbelief mixed with admiration. Beneath the night sky, outside Villain's Valley, Su Lin stepped out of the boxing arena. Cloaked in darkness, he burned brightly in everyone's gaze. The streets were already packed with surging crowds, all heading toward the arena, spurred on by the video of the Villain's Valley showdown that had just been circulated. Su Lin lowered his head, walking briskly through the excited throng, heading straight back to the inn. His steps were firm, his demeanor calm. Later that night, the Awakeners forum erupted. On the trending list, 5 headlines centered around Su Lin, with view counts soaring into the millions. Villain's Valley Black Boxing Match 3. A level 3 newcomer upsets a level 5 veteran. Shocks the entire city. Breaking down Su Lin's powers. D-class double HP and withstanding 50,000 points of damage. Useless no more. Fugitive Su Lin overcomes higher-level opponent. Su Lin's patchwork gear versus Su Chen's rare set. Insane stat differences. The truth behind the Su family's wanted notice. Why target Su Lin? The final post, authored by a verified journalist, meticulously outlined the timeline of events that day. 5:32 p.m. Su Chun, armed with a level 21 bodyguard and wearing casual attire, was spotted in the wilderness outside the city, appearing to wait for something. 5:47 p.m. Su Lin arrived at the same location, having just cleared the first level of challenges, evidently just grinding low-level enemies. 5:50 p.m. A scream echoed in the distance, but no one saw what actually happened. 6:20 p.m. Su Chun, covered in blood, was hurried back to the Su family estate by his bodyguard. The post questioned, Why had Su Chun, a newly awakened SSS-level genius, brought a level 21 bodyguard to such a low-danger zone? How could Su Lin possibly challenge a vastly superior bodyguard? Things were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. The comments section exploded instantly. Thousands of replies kept stoking the fire, with logic battles and rebuttals clashing fiercely. How could Su Lin attack Su Chun with a level 21 bodyguard right there? The bodyguard didn't just fail to stop him. Su Lin cut him down. What does that tell you? A level 2 can't possibly defeat a level 21 on paper, but Su Lin managed dozens of stabs. Was the bodyguard unusually ineffective? This ability defies all known rules. Su Lin was forced into a corner, but still dared to strike under the nose of a bodyguard. Just how much scheming lies behind Su Chen's smiling face? The Su family issued a bounty, yet bypassed the Awakeners Association. Is this a private vendetta? That violates Article 37 of the Accord, so the bounty itself is invalid. Some in the comments even posted excerpts from the official accord, pointing out the violation and sparking a massive uproar. Su Jintian is blatantly ignoring association oversight and abusing family power. A so-called waste, now the center of attention across the entire web. Who's underestimating Su Lin now? As the heated debate surged, calls for official intervention grew louder and louder. Within the elite institutions, confusion and shock mingled together as all awaited the official response promised at 1 a.m. Suddenly, Kyoto University's Academy of Awakening broke its silence, issuing a statement. They questioned the legitimacy of Su Lin's wanted status, reinstated his admission qualification, and extended a temporary offer of protection. The announcement caused an immediate sensation online. Someone exclaimed, "Kyoto University is blatantly poaching him." Others recalled that the protective status hadn't been invoked in years, mentioning that the last recipient went on to become a monumental figure. Not long after, the Shanghai Academy, unwilling to be overshadowed, also responded. A public announcement was issued, promising an equal number of asylum spots and scholarships. Even more striking, the legendary Master Yun Zhongzi personally took charge, expressing his willingness to personally evaluate and guide Su Lin. The internet was set ablaze. Yun Zhongzi? One of the top 5 powerhouses. They're really pulling out all the stops for this. Within 5 minutes, Longcheng Martial Academy joined the fray, releasing their own proclamation. Strength reigns supreme. If you're a level 3 who can defeat a level 5 or withstand 50,000 damage, you're directly admitted into our elite class, with level 80 mentors supporting you and unlimited equipment points. Their confidence was unmistakable, clearly backed by Zhan Tianxiong himself. The 3 top academies were collaboratively vying for talent, and the internet was boiling with excitement. Su Lin had become the undisputed winner. However, at the Su family estate, another storm was brewing. In the dead of night, Su Jintian looked grave as he surveyed the announcements from the 3 academies sprawled in front of him. Lin Wanqing was fuming, outright questioning the 3 academies' public provocation. Su Yao, her brows tightly knit, pointed out the procedural questions in Kyoto University's announcement and called it blatant antagonism. Su Ling quietly hinted that Magic City Academy bringing in Yun Zhongzi was by no means a kind gesture. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and chilling. Sitting in a wheelchair, Su Chen's face was pale, his eyes moist with regret. His voice tremored as he mumbled, "It's all my fault. If it weren't because of me, my brother wouldn't have ended up like this. The 3 academies wouldn't be cornering our family." Lin Wanqing clutched him tightly, her comfort filled with anguish. However, Su Chun broke into inconsolable sobs, choking out haltingly that the online rumors accusing him of violence had a deeper, sinister plot behind them. Tears rolled uncontrollably down his cheeks as he clung to her shoulder. Su Yao lashed out in anger, vowing to protect her brother to the death. Su Ling firmly denied all those rumors. Meanwhile, the youngest sibling, Su Xiaoxiao, hid in a corner, glancing at her phone screen where accusations and skepticism buzzed. What about the level 21 bodyguard? Why hasn't he spoken out? She hesitated but held her tongue, retracting her gaze upon noticing her mother's warning glare. Su Zhentian finally spoke calmly, his eyes sharp as he stared at his phone. "Where's Wang Fu?" The name of the bodyguard landed like a stone dropped into still water, rippling the tense room. Su Yao answered. "He went back to the countryside, said there was family business to handle." Her father's gaze turned razor-sharp as he ordered in a low tone, "Call him back." She immediately nodded and moved with efficient speed. Standing abruptly, Su Zhentian headed towards the staircase. Before leaving, he said in a grave voice, "Put the wanted notice on hold. Let the association complete their review before discussing it again." Lin Wanqing interjected in an urgent protest, but he cut her off coldly. "Enough. The news is causing a storm. If we fan the flames, and the three academies unite, even I can't keep them at bay." His words left behind a suffocating weight as he ascended the stairs and disappeared. The living room became dead silent. Su Chun remained nestled in his mother's arms, tears streaming down unnoticed. Yet behind his facade of weeping was a glacial determination, hidden but solidified like unyielding ice. Early morning in the Valley of Villains. A ferocious pounding on the door shattered the stillness. Su Lin blinked his drowsy eyes open. The outside sky remained dim. At the door, the elderly landlord handed over a tattered cloth bag with an apologetic expression. Inside lay 3 envelopes, each bearing the seals of Kyoto University, Magic City Academy, and Longcheng Martial Academy. Each letter offered temporary asylum, generous scholarships, and abundant resources. The 3 elite institutions were extending olive branches as though overnight. Su Lin's status and destiny had been completely rewritten. By evening, the underground fight arena in the Valley of Villains was roaring with life, more packed than ever. Around the iron cage, crowds jostled shoulder to shoulder. The frenzied atmosphere was drenched in the mingled scent of sweat, blood, and metal. Amid the chaos, whispers carried questions of challenges and the clatter of betting slips. Su Lin, clad in tattered clothes with the glaring 3 emblazoned across his chest, descended the stairs slowly, silently facing sharp stares and adrenaline-charged anticipation. Walking directly to a small room in the corner, he drew every gaze to him as if he were the eye of a brewing storm. Among the spectators, there were flashes of excitement, doubt, smoldering hostility, and even the predatory watchfulness of a powerful level 6 fighter. His challenge carried an undercurrent of explosive tension. Time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the door slammed open. A bald, burly man entered, radiating unshakable authority. Everyone immediately stood and greeted him with deference. His eagle-like eyes locked onto Su Lin as he curtly announced, "4th match. Your opponent is a level 6 veteran with over 20 matches under his belt and only 3 losses." The room fell into stunned silence, with shock and pressure electrifying everyone's nerves. Su Lin's demeanor remained placid, his gaze deep and steady. He simply nodded, ready to face the harsh realities of fate. The bald man's expression didn't waver as he nodded back, signaling, "Prepare yourself." Without another word, he turned and exited, leaving behind a stifling atmosphere. The level 6 fighter approached, patting Su Lin firmly on the shoulder as he confidently bet 10,000 points on him. "Don't let me down, kid," he said loudly before laughing and heading off to the arena. 12 minutes later, the same brawny fighter was carried back, drenched in blood with one leg broken, though his determined gaze remained unyielding. With a shaky hand, he gave Su Lin a thumbs up. "Kid, bring me victory."
Su Lin nodded silently.
The brutal clashes continued for several more rounds. Some fighters were carried out. Some struggled to walk off on their own. Others never returned. The battles were merciless, their outcomes obscured by life and death. Finally, the 4th match was announced. Through the broadcast, the call rang loud. Level 3 rookie versus level 6 veteran. Place your bets now. Su Lin stood, moving unhesitatingly towards the exit. Just as he reached the door, Chi grabbed his arm, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she warned, "Your opponent, Iron Wolf, is an S-class offensive fighter. 1 punch, 10,000 damage. 20 matches fought, only lost 3 times, and all to level 7 fighters. Su Lin quietly absorbed the information. Pushing through the crowd, the chaotic roar surged like waves, with voices of discussion swirling about. Inside the iron cage, Iron Wolf made his appearance with a cold and imposing demeanor. Blood stained his black battle suit, and his metal gloves gleamed ominously under the light. Locking eyes with Su Lin, he mocked, "A level 3 scrap? That level 4 guy before you dropped in just 2 punches." Iron Wolf raised 2 fingers, declaring, "2 punches, one to spit blood, the other to knock out." Striding closer, his eyes flashed with bloodlust and cruel humor. "How many punches can you take?" Su Lin's gaze remained steady as he replied, "You'll know when we're done." Iron Wolf burst into laughter, shifting into an attack stance. Outside the cage, a bald man yelled sharply, "Begin!" Iron Wolf charged like a tiger, his fists as swift as lightning, faster than even a level 5 fighter from the previous night. He aimed a forceful punch at Su Lin's chest, 11,000 damage. Su Lin staggered back, regaining his footing. Iron Wolf sneered, following up with consecutive punches. Su Lin parried with his blade, the counterattack inflicting a meager 50 points of damage. Iron Wolf scoffed, "I have 6,000 health. You'd need 100 hits to equal just one of my punches." The battle was fierce. Their fists and sword collided relentlessly, neither side holding back. Each blow carried an explosive weight. Consumed with rage, Iron Wolf's relentless punches landed brutally, leaving Su Lin's face stained with blood. Yet he fought on with determination. 10 rounds passed, then 20. By the 50th round, Iron Wolf began to falter, his steps uneven, his breath labored, yet he continued his assault with gritted teeth. By the 70th round, his strength finally gave out. Stumbling back 2 steps, sweat dripped from his bald head. For the first time, his eyes revealed fear. You bastard." Su Lin glanced down at his tattered clothes. Beneath them, his skin remained unscathed. He looked back at Iron Wolf, whose face drained of color. Realizing there was no escape from the cage, Iron Wolf turned in a panic, trapped with nowhere to run. The crowd's shouts and jeering filled the air around them. Su Lin stepped forward relentlessly, sword flashing with unyielding precision. Iron Wolf's arms bore shallow, white scars as his health visibly drained away. Iron Wolf held his arms up in defiance, smirking as Su Lin continued his assault. Each precise sword strike landed coldly, displaying damage numbers, 50. The once invincible Iron Wolf remained standing, his health decreasing only minimally. Laughter erupted from the audience, while Iron Wolf mocked, "This little punk's hits feel like a tickle." Su Lin remained expressionless, his swordplay mechanical in its consistency. Dozens of strikes later, Iron Wolf's smile began to fade. Shocked by these steady, unrelenting attacks, he watched his health dwindle, from 30,000 to just over 10,000. He hadn't dodged a single blow. The mocking laughter around the cage came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes locked onto the bizarre scene unfolding within. Iron Wolf roared in fury, aiming to disrupt Su Lin's offensive rhythm with a flurry of punches. Despite the devastating force behind each strike, Su Lin endured stoically, continuing his assault with hundreds of sword swings. Iron Wolf's movements grew increasingly erratic as he retreated to the edge of the cage. His face twisted in terror, his eyes glued to the relentless blade. Trembling, he raised his hands in surrender, a gesture unheard of for Iron Wolf, who had never conceded in over 20 matches. The underground arena fell deathly silent. Over 5,000 astonished spectators stared in disbelief at the conclusion of the bloody battle. The bald official stood in stunned silence before composing himself and declaring, "The level 3 newcomer achieves his 4th consecutive victory." The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and gasps. This kid swung his sword over 500 times, and a level 6 powerhouse like Iron Wolf actually surrendered. Unlimited health? What is his ability? Su Lin exited the cage without a word, his sword trembling slightly in his hand. The bald man handed him a victory card, his gaze a mix of awe and unease. Around him, the crowd roared louder. A scrawny man furiously snapped pictures, his hands shaking as he muttered, "This is it! This is my jackpot moment." At 11 p.m. that night, the Awaken forum exploded. The top search trending topic read, Level 3 newcomer versus Level 6 veteran Iron Wolf. Over 500 sword strikes forced a surrender, shocking the villain's den. The comment section erupted with fervor. Over 100 strikes? He really kept hitting, hundreds of times, changing hands to keep going. Level 6 Iron Wolf's punches cut through the air, his S-class ability dealing tens of thousands of damage per strike. Yet this guy came out totally unharmed. A level 3 enduring millions in damage and forcing a level 6 into submission? What kind of ability is this? Level 3 health is supposed to cap at 300. How did he survive damage in the millions? Is his ability that extraordinary? An ability offset multiplier? No, this is beyond a normal multiplier. Can he have some hidden passive skills? Equipment? But his outfit's in shreds. This guy is definitely not ordinary. Imagine the Sioux clan's reaction when they see this video. Humph. A citywide fugitive with $1 million bounty, now racking up 4 consecutive wins in the villain's den, and a level 3 crushing a level 6, fighting 3 levels above? Rumors say 1 level above is genius, 2 levels above is monstrous, but fighting 3 levels higher without an SSS class ability is unheard of. But his awakening clearly showed a D-class ability. It doesn't make any sense. As debates raged on, at exactly midnight, the official account of the Awakened Association released an urgent announcement. Results of Su Lin's wanted status review. After an emergency review by the Tier 3 Examination Committee. 1. The Su family's wanted notice was issued without following the convention's procedural submission of evidence, violating the law. 2. Preliminary investigations revealed that Su Lin did not commit intentional murder and was attacked by a level 21 awakened individual, in which case his counterattack might fall under legitimate self-defense. 3. By law, the wanted notice for Su Lin is rescinded, effective nationwide. 4. A special investigative team is to conduct a thorough investigation, with the findings to be revealed in 7 days. 5. During the investigation, any attempts to pursue Su Lin are strictly forbidden, and violators will face severe punishment. The announcement caused an explosion on the internet. The wanted notice is revoked. The Su family has truly lost face this time. Procedural violations? How could the Su family dare disregard the association's rules? A level 21 guard attacking a level 2, only to be countered. It's clearly self-defense. The truth is coming out, and Su Chun can't escape suspicion. Just wait for the results of the investigation. Wait a second. A level 2 held up against a level 21 attack? How does that even make sense? Comments flared up again, and attention inevitably returned to the enigma of Su Lin's abilities. Late at night, in the Su family's villa in the city of Tiansky, the atmosphere was tense. The living room was brightly lit, but the air felt heavy. Sitting in the master's seat was Su Zhentian, his gaze grimly fixed on the official announcement from the association displayed on his phone. His fingers gripped the device so tightly that they had turned pale. Beside him, Lin Wanning's face was ashen as she muttered angrily, "How dare they question the legitimacy of the Su family's wanted order?" Su Yao bit her lip in silence. Su Ling clutched the edge of her sleeve with her head lowered, while Su Xiaoxiao huddled in a corner, secretly scrolling on her phone. Sitting in a wheelchair, Su Chun looked frail and pale, his eyes rimmed with red. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Dad, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, the association wouldn't be targeting us." Unable to restrain herself, Lin Wanning embraced him tightly, her angry eyes alight with fury. "Chenner, don't blame yourself. They're the unreasonable ones." With tear-filled eyes, Su Chun whispered a piece of news that was almost impossible to believe. The wanted notice had been rescinded, and his brother was now safe. The living room fell deathly silent. The man once hunted by the entire nation and dismissed as worthless had come out unscathed, while their Su family had become a laughingstock. After a long silence, Su Zhentian finally spoke, his tone cold and sharp. "Has Wang Fu been found?" Su Yao hesitated and couldn't reply. Su Zhentian's gaze was piercingly cold as he commanded, "Keep searching." He stood up and sternly ordered the family to remain silent on the matter until the investigation results were released. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he left the room, leaving behind a chilling stillness. Su Chun buried his head on Lin Wanning's shoulder, but his eyes were wide open, cold as ice, and his gaze was drawn to the missing guard, Wang Fu. In the frigid night, in a rundown apartment on the outskirts of the city, Wang Fu was nervously packing his belongings. His phone buzzed, displaying Su Yao's name. Forcing himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart, he continued preparing for his escape. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A group of men dressed in black swarmed in and subdued him. One of them coldly presented an investigative order from the Awakened Association. Wang Fu's face turned pale, and he had no choice but to comply as they took him away. Meanwhile, at 3 in the morning, Su Lin was quietly sitting in a shabby little inn in Villains Valley. News of the cancelled wanted notice was flashing on his phone screen, along with viral videos of the incident. 3 universities were now racing to invite him to join them. The word was spreading rapidly, and group chats were abuzz. Friendships and admiration flooded the digital space. Su Lin silently scanned through the invitation letters from Kyoto, Modu, and Longcheng. Hidden beneath his pillow was an envelope that symbolized endless possibilities for the future. His gaze was firm, but he chose not to make a decision for now. Outside the window, the night wind of Villains Valley howled mournfully, casting an eerie shroud over the towering Tower of Babel, a cold and silent sentinel. At level 3, he had secured 4 consecutive wins, with his health and points steadily rising. Tomorrow, he would continue his battles. All the resentment and hope he carried was propelling him forward to a day when he could stride back into Tiansky City with his head held high, proving every doubter wrong. This so-called worthless outcast, once trampled underfoot, now stood in the center of the bustling underground fighting arena of Villains Valley. By the 5th evening, the steel cage was surrounded by over 8,000 roaring spectators, with even the corners and aisles packed tight. The air was stifling, and the noise was deafening as everyone's eyes fixated on the most electrifying fight of the night. A level 3 contender facing off against a level 7 powerhouse. The stands were afire with discussions. Such a battle between a level 3 and a level 7 was so rare that even the outside betting circles had opened high-stakes wagers. Bets were soaring to 10 times the odds, and no one wanted to miss this match. He, Su Lin, dressed in threadbare clothes, quickly made his way through the crowd and down the stairway. Shocked and skeptical eyes followed him, and someone even pointed at him. "Look at those rags. How is he supposed to withstand the heavy punches of a level 7 butcher?" His hands were trembling slightly, the exhaustion from the previous day not yet fully faded. Once he entered the fighter's preparation room, 6 pairs of eyes turned toward him. Each gaze was distinct. Some were filled with respect, others with doubt, and still others with schadenfreude. Among them, a level 7 girl named Aki regarded him with a complicated expression. She lowered her voice to warn him of his opponent's terrifying stats for the upcoming fight. The Butcher, S-rank strength enhancement, over 30 wins, nearly invincible, with punches that deal over 25,000 damage. Su Lin merely responded with a quiet, "Got it." Aki sighed and wished him luck. The door swung open again, and a burly man with a shaved head lowered his voice. Informed by the announcer, "Round 15, against the Butcher, level 7. Outside, 3,000 people are betting on your victory." Immense pressure. Su Lin, expressionless, simply replied, "I won't lose." The burly bald man laughed. "Got guts? Get ready." Within the arena, victory and defeat intertwined, as bodies fell and rose again. Finally, it was Su Lin's turn. The broadcast echoed, "5th round." A level 3 rookie faces the level 7 butcher. Place your bets quickly. The crowd roared with overlapping shouts of butcher and kid, deafening. Su Lin strode toward the iron cage. Achi grasped his hand tightly, her eyes misty. Come back alive. Inside the cage, the 2-meter-tall butcher stood arrogant and immovable, muscles like granite. On his bald head was tattooed the word butcher in vivid red, and a bold 7 emblazoned his chest. His black combat suit was stained with blood, and his metal gauntlets, encrusted with gems, emitted an ominous gleam, an overpowering presence. The disparity in gear properties was striking. The butcher's armor boosted his health by 5,000, his attack power far exceeding Su Lin. This level 3 weakling had only 5 billion health and an attack power of 50. The butcher looked down with a mocking sneer, his voice filled with scorn. Level 3? In your shabby state, how long can you last? With a loud crack of his neck, his fighting intent erupted like a storm. The battlefield was set. A fateful showdown loomed. The match began, and within the octagonal cage, there was no retreat. Both sides fought without restraint. Attacks came like torrential rain. Defense was abandoned entirely. After 100 rounds, both were covered in wounds, not a moment to catch their breath. At 200 rounds, they were like sponges squeezed dry, utterly exhausted, yet they persisted in striking. By the 300th round, the opponent's health had hit rock bottom, his face drowning in despair. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees and shouted his surrender. All 8,000 pairs of eyes turned toward the iron cage, overwhelmed by a suffocating silence. The level 7 butcher knelt before the level 4 rookie Su Lin, trembling as he begged for mercy. The bald man outside was momentarily stunned before he grasped what had happened. Victory. 5 consecutive wins for the level 3 rookie. Thunderous applause erupted, and the underground venue roared with excitement, the cheers surging like waves. What kind of monster is this? A level 4 cut down a level 7 with over 300 slashes, and even made the butcher surrender. What kind of mutation ability is this? Health exceeding the 1,000,000 level. Legendary. Su Lin just became a legend tonight. Standing at the center of the cage, Su Lin held his sword, his hand slightly trembling, yet his face remained impassive. The butcher, horrified, looked up at him in silent acknowledgement of defeat. Without a word, Su Lin turned and walked out of the cage under the lights. The bald man handed him a point card worth 15,000 points. Glory for 5 consecutive victories. In his eyes, admiration mingled with reverence. The underground venue's frenzy showed no signs of abating, as phones streamed the legendary moment, immortalizing it. Elsewhere, the Awaken forum had completely crashed. User traffic skyrocketed, breaking all records. The trending topics were all about Su Lin. Exclusive footage of 450 strikes forcing the level 7 butcher to kneel was going viral. Expert analyses speculated on an extremely rare enhancement ability. Prestigious academies extended invitations. All eyes turned toward Su Lin. Meanwhile, the Su family was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. In the living room, Su Jintian stared at 3 phones, all showing the same news reports. Lin Wanqing's face was pale. Su Yao kept her head down nervously. Su Ling's eyes glistened with tears, and Su Xiaoxiao secretly browsed the trending news. Su Chun sat in a wheelchair, his face pale as he stammered in defense. "Dad, I didn't tell Wang Fu to go too far." Silence engulfed the room. Su Jintian only said faintly, "Wang Fu has confessed." The tension was nearly suffocating. A swirling mass of complicated emotions became an unfathomably dark undercurrent. Su Jintian fixed a cold gaze upon Su Chun, not uttering a single rebuttal. But his eyes, like icy blades, bore a chilling force that made his son tremble. Instantly blanching, Su Chun faltered and stammered in denial, his voice shaking yet completely unconvincing. The unbroken silence gripped the living room. Even Lin Wanqing dared not intervene. Finally, Su Jintian rose to his feet, issuing a frosty command, "Wait for the investigation results." As he approached the staircase, he turned back and sternly added, "No one leaves without my permission." Su Chen's shoulders quivered slightly, though his eyes grew cold as frost. At 2 in the morning, in a decrepit inn within Villain's Valley, Su Lin lay on the bed, staring at the comments on his phone. The century's strongest health awakened. His lips curled slightly, though he felt disdain. The fact of his 5 billion health was more radiant than any title. Though fatigue had climbed into his limbs, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. His bounty had been rescinded, and the truth was on the verge of being unveiled. No longer a pawn, he was proving his worth solely for himself. The cool nighttime breeze slipped through the window. It was time to make a choice. At the Kyoto University's Awakened Academy, at 3 in the morning, Dean Zhou Mingyuan repeatedly pored over Su Lin's dossier, combat stats and awakening records all under his scrutiny, muttering to himself, "Hundreds of times? Thousands? Tens of thousands?" His contemplation was interrupted by the phone ringing, a call from Chan Xuesong of the Modu Academy, who wanted to discuss Su Lin. Zhou Mingyuan sneered and refused. The three institutions were poised on the brink of conflict. At 4 o'clock, a three-way call solidified the decision. Su Lin would make his ultimate choice himself. The three top academies agreed not to interfere, but the battles circling him were just beginning. Sunlight pierced through the shattered window, spilling into the room in Villain's Valley. On the 6th morning, Su Lin was awakened by the warm light brushing over his shoulder. The soreness had not yet subsided. He picked up his phone, where an explosion of unread messages from followers inside and outside the industry converged. With calm determination, he cleared them all, his eyes scanning the trending headlines. Deans of the three major academies hold late-night talks. The Lord of Villain's Valley declares non-interference. The Su family's internal strife dominates the news. Su Lin took a deep breath and finally dialed the phone call that could decide his fate. On the other end, a gentleman's voice answered, "Kyoto University Awakening Academy." His tone was calm and resolute. "This is Su Lin," he announced. There was a brief silence. Then the voice on the line became excited yet formal. "Su Lin, please hold. I'll connect you to the dean immediately." On the other end, Dean Zhou Mingyuan's steady and authoritative voice greeted him. This was the key moment. Su Lin's future was about to be rewritten from this instant. Zhou Mingyuan calmly laid out Kyoto University's offer. Temporary shelter, a full scholarship, 100,000 credits per year, personalized one-on-one mentorship, and entry into the elite class. Su Lin fell quiet, then asked if the Su family could interfere. The answer was unequivocal. Su Zhentian wouldn't dare cause trouble at Kyoto University. He then inquired about the importance of abilities, to which the dean responded indifferently. "What matters is whether you can grow stronger. Abilities are not the focus." After hanging up, Su Lin connected to the admissions office of the Shanghai Academy. A young woman's voice, tinged with astonishment, came through. Shortly afterward, Dean Chun came on the line and offered even better terms: 120,000 credits, a mentorship program, and personal guidance from Master Yun Zhongzi himself. When asked about the Su family, Dean Chun confidently asserted that Shanghai was far from Tianqiong City, limiting the Su family's influence. Moreover, Yun Zhongzi was at odds with Su Zhentian, ensuring Su Lin's safety. Su Lin gave a succinct reply, and the call ended. The third call went to Dragon City Battle Academy. A rough male voice answered first, splitting the air with laughter. Then Dean Old Zhang's heavy, iron-like voice cut through decisively. "We'll provide equipment, credits, level 80 mentors, and even access to the legendary Zhan Tianqiong." Quoting Zhan Tianqiong himself, he added, "This kid has potential. He has to come to the Battle Academy." Su Lin responded with a half-smile. "Does Su Zhentian dare come here?" One punch from Old Zhang would finish him. The atmosphere instantly grew tense yet carried a tinge of humor. Sitting alone on his bed, Su Lin gazed out the window, his mind torn. 3 universities, 3 promises of security. Kyoto offered rich tradition and strict rules. Shanghai was prosperous with a strong commercial vibe. Dragon City was the most formidable, emphasizing brutal training and high elimination rates. Layers of information piled up, leaving him increasingly conflicted. Suddenly, his phone rang abruptly, displaying an unfamiliar number. A slow, aged voice spoke. "Kid, have you made your choice?" Su Lin froze and asked hesitantly, "And who might you be?" The icy voice replied, "The Lord of Villains Valley." The unexpected call from the level 88 killing god sent a chilling weight into the atmosphere. The Lord chuckled lightly, his voice drifting like an autumn breeze. "Relax, I'm just checking in. Those 5 battles you fought in Villains Valley generated a lot of attention, earning quite a bit of credit too. I owe you a favor." Su Lin stood there silently, lost for words. "Choosing a university doesn't concern me, but let me give you a piece of advice. Choose the one that suits you, not the strongest one." With that, the call ended. Su Lin stared at his phone, deep in thought and unable to speak for a long time. He closed his eyes and recalled those 5 blood-soaked battles fought with nothing more than tenacity and the overwhelming power of his bloodline. There had been no glamorous techniques or finesse, just the raw advantage of enduring and withstanding. 3 universities materialized in his mind: Kyoto University, strong in theory but weaker in practice; Shanghai Academy, abundant in resources but leaning toward commercialism; and Dragon City Battle Academy, ruthless in training and renowned for emphasizing real combat. Real combat was the harshest yet the most fitting path for him. It meant his resilient body, a blood-soaked tank, could be honed to its absolute peak. It meant learning survival and strength under the guidance of level 80 mentors and the formidable Zhan Tianxiong. With steady resolve, Su Lin's eyes sharpened. He pulled out his phone and said firmly, word by word, "I choose Dragon City Battle Academy." On the other end, old Zhang burst out laughing. "Good eye. Stay put. I'll send someone to pick you up immediately." Su Lin rejected calmly, but before he could finish, he was cut off. In less than an hour, the skies over Villains Valley roared with a deafening sound. A massive aircraft marked with a blood-red fist slowly descended. The crowd surrounding him widened their eyes in shock, many crying out in excitement, "Dragon City Battle Academy? That's Zhan Tianxiong's personal vehicle." The aircraft landed steadily at the mouth of the valley, its cabin door opening to reveal an 80-year-old man with snow-white hair, as tall and upright as a spear. His black uniform bore the gleaming insignia of a level 80 fighter. In a low, commanding voice, he asked, "Where is Su Lin?" The entire area fell into a thunderous silence. The unseen pressure rippling through the air was overwhelming. Su Lin stepped out from the crowd. The elderly man inspected him briefly before breaking into a smile. "Kid, come with me." As envious and admiring gazes entwined, the crowd erupted. Personally picked up by a level 80 mentor, Su Lin is about to defy the heavens. Stepping aboard the aircraft, the cabin door slowly shut. The mighty vehicle rose steadily into the sky and sped northward. The boy who had once fled to save his life was now guided by a level 80 master. The scales of destiny had begun to tip. Through the aircraft's window, Villains Valley grew smaller and more distant. Su Lin took a deep breath, leaning back into his seat. It was his first time flying in such an aircraft, leaving his home far behind. Beside him, the old man's voice landed heavily, like a falling stone. "Nervous?" Su Lin shook his head, replying, "Not at all." His eyes gleamed with the light of someone ready to embrace a new world ahead. A hearty laugh burst forth, exposing a mouthful of white teeth. The old man's voice brimmed with confidence. "I am Lei Zhen, level 80, chief instructor of the elite class at Dragon City Battle Academy. From now on, you're under my command." Lin Su nodded slightly, his tone concise. "Hello, Instructor Lei." Lei Zhen eyed him up and down, a peculiar glint in his gaze. "I've seen your video. A level 3 taking on a level 7, tanking over 300 punches, and forcing the opponent to surrender. So, tell me, what's your ability exactly?" Lin Su was silent for a moment before responding indifferently. "Level D, blood fortification." Lei Zhen froze at first, then burst into laughter. Level D? You're joking. Seeing that Lin Su remained silent, Lei waved his hand dismissively and said, "Fine. Don't tell me then. The truth will come out eventually. As long as you don't harm anyone, the Combat Academy guarantees your safety. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on you will have to deal with me first." Lin Su felt a tinge of gratitude. Lei Jin gave a sly grin. "But don't get happy too soon. The training in the elite class is grueling. Don't come crying to go home later on." The aircraft streaked across the sky for another 2 hours. In the distance, a massive complex of black buildings came into view. There was no grandeur, only densely packed training grounds, combat simulation rooms, and equipment warehouses. Standing in the center was a towering black spire exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Hovering in the air were the enormous words, "Dragon City Combat Academy." "We've arrived," Lei Jin announced. The aircraft descended slowly onto a vast plaza, its hatch opening smoothly. Lin Su followed Lei Jin off the ship. The plaza was bustling with people of various roles: instructors, students, senior upperclassmen, and women, all turning their gazes toward the new arrivals. Whispers spread like wildfire. "Is he the one who fights underground matches? Level 3 defeated Level 7? Is that for real? I saw the video. Truly tough. Rumor says it's just Level D blood fortification? That can't be all, right?" Lin Su lowered his head, walking behind Lei Jin through the crowd, his heart calm, undisturbed. Upon reaching a spacious classroom on the 3rd floor, over 30 new students were already inside, focus locked onto him. A wave of exclamations erupted. "Holy crap, it's Lin Su. That underground fighter actually came. I just saw him in a video yesterday. He's our classmate now?" Lei Jin clapped his hands loudly, his voice booming like thunder. "Quiet! Tomorrow you'll head to the 3rd floor of the spire. Team tactics will be up to you, but there is only one rule everyone must pass. Anyone who drags the team down will be kicked out of the elite class." With that, he turned to leave, the door slamming shut behind him. The classroom fell into immediate silence, all pairs of eyes now focused on Lin Su. He scanned the room of over 30 students, each wearing a badge branded with the number 3 on their chest. Despite being Level 3s, their auras were overwhelmingly powerful. Every one of them was among the nation's top elite freshmen. Suddenly, a silver-haired young man stood up from the front row. His piercing gaze bore into Lin Su, exuding an intense, scrutinizing pressure. On his chest badge, besides the 3, was inscribed, "SSS Class, Frost Lord." He locked onto Lin Su, his tone layered with both judgment and provocation. "So you're Lin Su, the guy from underground matches? I heard you tanked over 300 punches from a Level 7.
Lin Su nodded silently.
The silver-haired young man sneered, his right palm enveloped in a faint blue glow as he took deliberate steps forward, his presence overwhelming. The air turned frosty, and the temperature dropped noticeably. Without warning, his icy hand lashed out, aiming directly at Lin Su's chest in a sharp blow. Bang! A damage value floated into view, the number 5,000. Lin Su merely shifted back one step, standing firm like a mountain, entirely unharmed. Frost Lord froze in shock, his hand hovering in disbelief. He stared intently at Lin Su, confusion clouding his expression, before checking his own hand and then glancing back at his opponent, his eyes betraying unease. Confirming that Lin Su was not even scratched, a trace of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Lin Su lowered his gaze at his own chest, noting the thin layer of frost coating his clothes while his skin remained completely intact. Raising his head, his icy stare met Frost Lord's, his voice calm and cutting. "Are you finished yet?" The silver-haired young man's face shifted repeatedly. Stepping back hurriedly, he brought his palms together, conjuring an intense azure glow. A bone-chilling frost swept through the classroom, instantly freezing the windows.
Frost explosion.
He unleashed his full strength, slamming his ultimate move toward Lin Su. The resulting damage number skyrocketed, 15,000. Lin Su shifted back by 3 steady steps, entirely unaffected again. With a nonchalant motion, he brushed the shards of ice off his body. The room fell into a deathly silence, the air frozen both literally and metaphorically. All eyes were fixed on the spectacle, every face shadowed by an expression of disbelief. Muted whispers rippled among the onlookers. An SSS tier ability user struck him with full force 3 times. And Lin Su is completely unharmed? This is absurd beyond belief. Frostlord's face turned ghostly pale, the blow to his confidence evident. Yet he quickly recomposed himself. Forcing a smile, he gave Lin Su a thumbs up as he returned to his seat. "You've got my respect." Lin Su nodded lightly in acknowledgement, his expression as stoic as ever. Echoes of retort. The red-haired girl let out a cold snort. "So what if you can tank? Your attack power is pitiful. I've seen your videos, one strike, and it barely does dozens of points of damage. You're just dead weight in a team." As she pressed on aggressively, a black-haired boy sitting in the corner spoke up lazily. A gleaming emblem SSS tier, shadow assassination. "You don't know anything," he said, unhurried. "Sure, his attack is low, but he can withstand the monsters, especially when you face the 2 healing slimes on the 3rd floor that recover nearly 100 health per second simultaneously." His gaze shifted toward Su Lin. "With him holding the front line, we wouldn't need to split our focus on shields. Instead, we could unleash all-out attacks. It increases our chances of clearing the level by 30%. The red-haired girl fell silent, while everyone else nodded in agreement. In that moment, consensus formed in the classroom. Let him be the tank, and we handle the damage. He's practically destined to be the perfect T. Standing silently amongst his peers, Su Lin began to notice the gazes around him shifting, from doubt to respect and anticipation. The classroom buzzed with activity. Top-tier players, S-ranked and even SSS-ranked, crowded around Su Lin, all eagerly inviting him to join their teams. Su Lin's expression remained indifferent, though his eyes betrayed a hidden ripple of emotion. Just days ago, he was the mocked and powerless D-tier waste. Yet now he had become the focal point everyone was scrambling to recruit. The red-haired girl, Yen Yen, broke through the noise with a sharp voice of command, stifling the growing clamor. Sweeping her gaze across the room, her tone was cold but composed. Team composition should be based on strength, not who yells the loudest. She called Su Lin by name, proposing a solid lineup. Another top tier, Han Bing, was quick to contest her, sparking a heated exchange that left the air brimming with tension. From his corner, the SSS tier shadow assassin known as Ingren lazily interjected, his demeanor nonchalant, adding fuel to the fire of their budding rivalry. Every eye in the room turned to Su Lin, awaiting his decision. Calmly, he weighed the options before asking one simple question. Who has the highest damage output? Yen Yen, Han Bing, and Ingren took turns showcasing their battle stats, declaring their prowess. Su Lin reached his conclusion. A 4-person team composed of himself and the 3 strongest contenders in the room. Yen Yen looked stunned. Han Bing appeared skeptical, while Ingren raised an eyebrow in amusement. Though the 2 powerhouses shared a look of disdain, they silently accepted the arrangement. It was clear that having Su Lin as an unshakable tank would allow the trio to fully unleash their offensive potential. Designated as team leader, Yen Yen introduced the group members by their feats. Su Lin, in turn, offered a curt response. Left without their star member, the remaining promising talents in the classroom dispersed disheartened, each seeking their own paths. The chosen 4 wasted no time, exiting the scene to prepare as the optimal team for the upcoming challenge. Yen Yen cast a scrutinizing eye on Su Lin, questioning whether his attack capability was even worth mentioning.
Su Lin answered honestly, 50.
Compared to the astonishing outputs of the other 3, his contribution seemed negligible, yet his resilience stood unyielding like steel. When the others displayed their stats, the disparity was glaring. 1,000 times greater damage versus his unwavering stamina drew a sharp contrast. Yen Yan's complicated gaze softened into a faint smile. You just focus on tanking, we'll handle the killing. Perfect teamwork. Han Bing chuckled coldly, resolving to shatter all preconceptions. Meanwhile, Ing Ren's aloof demeanor persisted as he rallied the group. Their mutual understanding palpable, they departed as a united team, ready to face the battles awaiting them. The canteen at Dragon City Battle Academy was as expansive as a sports stadium, filled with students clad in combat uniforms, their chatter filling the air. Su Lin quietly followed his 3 teammates with his tray of food, settling in an inconspicuous corner. Barely had they started eating when the multitude of eyes settled on them, whispers rolling like waves. Is that Su Lin? The guy who won against a level 7 in black market fights as a level 3. Look at his shoddy equipment. It's all about tanking for him. He's teamed with Yen Yen, Han Bing, and Ing Ren. Success on the 3rd floor is practically guaranteed. 4 of them together? A team of monsters. How could they not succeed? Su Lin ate silently, head bowed, paying the murmurs no mind. Yen Yen glanced at him before suddenly asking, Su Lin, what exactly is your ability? Be honest. Su Lin chewed for a moment before replying faintly, Health amplification. Han Bing leaned forward, probing further. How many times? D-tier is usually double at best. You're higher, right? Su Lin's response was nonchalant. Take a guess. Han Bing fell silent. Yen Yen sighed, muttering, The truth will show when we're on the battlefield tomorrow. After finishing their meal, the 4 parted ways to return to their respective dorms. Their accommodations were far superior to the dilapidated inns of their past. Each member allocated a single room equipped with training facilities. Lying on his bed, Su Lin pulled out his phone and scanned the trending headlines. The renowned Zhang Tianxiong had personally sent emissaries to recruit him to Dragon City Battle Academy, igniting a frenzy in the comment sections. Dragon City Battle Academy hit the jackpot. Can the Su family even touch him now? Did you hear Su Chen's been grounded? The truth is finally out. Su Lin's expression remained impassive as he flipped through the flurry of 999 plus unread messages in the class group chat. Praise, envy, and encouragement flooded the screen. He skimmed for a few seconds before silently closing the app. Soon enough, Sunday morning arrived. At 7 a.m., the entrance to Dragon City Tower was teeming with students, their new gear gleaming under the early light. Despite the tense excitement in the air, Su Lin and his 3 teammates remained composed, standing off to the side. Yen Yan's blazing red armor shimmered with flowing flames alongside her fire-patterned sword. Han Bing's silver-white lightweight armor and icy blue short blade emanated a cold radiance. Ing Ren, dressed all in black, twirled his dual daggers indifferently. And Su Lin, he stood as the outlier in his washed-out, tattered jacket with unevenly hemmed pants, looking entirely out of place. Yen Yen couldn't help but comment, Seriously? Can't you upgrade your outfit? Su Lin shook his head in refusal. Han Bing chimed in, You've got more than enough points to buy something decent. Su Lin remained silent. In truth, he did have sufficient points to afford rare equipment with plenty to spare, but he saw no reason to spend. For his incomparably amplified health, the ability-enhancing equipment had an astonishing impact on his health points. A piece of armor that increased health by 1,200 for others equated to several billion health points on him. Now that his health was abundant, the value of equipment was greatly diminished. He preferred to save his points to purchase key items instead. Shadow Blade yawned lazily, saying, Forget about it. Even going in naked, he's steady as a rock. Blaze Flame and Frostbite could only nod helplessly. They too understood that the strength behind this team was far beyond what mere equipment could measure. As a radiant portal slowly opened, the crowd began to move forward. Blaze Flame took a deep breath, eyes fixed ahead. Let's go. Let them witness what the ultimate team truly looks like. The 4 of them stepped through the portal as countless eyes followed their every move. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Su Lin is leading. This time, it's in the bag. With a flash of light, the 4 disappeared. What appeared before their eyes was a massive stone chamber, its walls etched with iron-gray runes. The floor was covered in traces of wild boar hooves, their deep imprints testament to violent trampling. At the center loomed 7 menacing monsters, while at the rear stood a line of 20 iron-armored boars, their long tusks still blood-stained, hooves restlessly pawing at the ground as white steam billowed from their nostrils. Behind them, 8 faintly glowing green healing slimes lounged sluggishly, their breaths labored but dangerous. The system announcement chimed. Third layer entered. Monster count quadrupled. Objective: eliminate all monsters within 1 hour. Blaze Flame whispered orders. Su Lin holds the aggro. We'll target the healing slimes. Su Lin nodded and stepped forward. All 20 iron-armored boars fixated their bloodshot eyes on him simultaneously, their razor-sharp tusks poised to strike. Su Lin let out a long battle cry and charged head-on. The boars roared in fury, colliding into his chest one after another. Though the sheer force caused him to momentarily step back, he stood firm, as immovable as a mountain. Their vicious bites and charges sent damage values erupting wildly, but Su Lin remained calm, his piercing eyes continuously scanning for any boar attempting to bypass him toward the rear. The trio responded with understanding, fighting spirit igniting in their eyes as they sprinted toward 2 of the healing slimes. Blaze Flame slashed downward with his flaming sword, and a pillar of fire engulfed one slime instantly. Frostbite thrust his icy blade forward, unleashing jagged ice spikes from the ground, skewering another slime completely. The slimes, effervescing with green light, had no chance to retaliate, annihilated in less than 3 seconds. Behind them, the 5 remaining iron-armored boars let out enraged roars as they continued their assault on Su Lin. However, his health displayed an astronomical 50 billion, and he had taken only minimal damage. Su Lin glanced up and gave a simple nod, signaling, ready to switch. Blaze Flame's lips curved into a broad grin. The 4 of them, their resolve like steel, moved in sync to strike. In just 30 seconds, the 20 iron-armored boars fell one after the other. The system rang out again. Third layer cleared. New record achieved. Experience significantly increased, health points surged to 60 billion, and attack power enhanced. Fourth layer unlocks in 7 days. Emerging at the portal's exit, the 4 stood victorious. Blaze Flame stretched contentedly and sighed in satisfaction. 1 minute 23 seconds. A record-breaking run. Frostbite assessed the time, marveling at how rapidly their pace had doubled. Shadowblade grinned with a playful flourish of his daggers, declaring, with Su Lin around, no monster will ever lay a finger on me. Su Lin opened his status panel, his expression calm as he watched his rising health value. 6 million, he said flatly. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Blaze Flame stammered, 6 million? Frostbite and Shadowblade froze, their faces stiffening as an awkward silence filled the air. After a long pause, Blaze Flame finally muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, I only have 2,000 health. Frostbite winced, trembling as he reluctantly reported, 2,300 for me. Shadowblade glared in disbelief, his voice practically a growl. Are you even human? Su Lin remained silent. His 6 million health points were beyond comprehension. Others, even with top-tier health amplification, could only reach a maximum of 60,000, 1/100th of his. Blaze Flame let out a deep breath, clutching his chest in surrender. 6 million health?
I'm convinced.
Frostbite nodded in agreement, while Shadowblade suddenly laughed. Should we start calling you the Blood Bull or the King of Tanks? Unfazed, Su Lin replied simply, just call me Su Lin. The 4 exchanged smiles as a sense of camaraderie and triumph washed over them. Meanwhile, the onlooking crowd's emotions were a tangled mix of admiration, envy, and awe, most of all, reverence. At 1 minute and 23 seconds, their effortless clearance of the 3rd layer was destined to become a legend for Dragon City's Combat Academy. As night fell, the forums erupted with sensational headlines. Breaking news, Su Lin's squad clears 3rd layer in 1:23, a new record. The comments section exploded. 1 minute 23 seconds? Are they even human? With Su Lin tanking, who could ever stand a chance? 6 million health points? Is that even real? Sounds fake. Someone claimed to have heard it firsthand. If that's true, imagine how strong he'll be at level 80. Su Lin's family must regret kicking him out. Serves them right. They couldn't recognize talent. Word has it Su Chun got grounded, and Wang Fuchuan recruited Su Lin. Justice for Su Lin. And now, I have a new idol. Su Lin. Lying on his bed, Su Lin's gaze was cold and unfathomable. 6 million health points had already caused a stir, but no one knew his true health value was 600 billion. In the distance, the fabled Sky Tower loomed silently, waiting for its next challenger. By dawn, the forums were ablaze with escalating anticipation as the story of Su Lin continued to spread. The recording where Lin claims to have 6 million HP has surfaced. The audio is clear, shaking the entire internet. What's your health? 6 million. Yen Yen stammered right after. What the hell? I only have 2,000 HP. The comments section exploded. 6 million. Is this real? Level 4 health multiplied by 10,000 times? The Awakening Stone clearly shows a D rank. Unbelievable. Does gear enhancement also scale with it? This is like a myth in the Esper world. From now on, call him the Blood God. Blood God Su Lin. Within just an hour, the keyword rocketed to the #1 trending topic. Meanwhile, at the Awakeners Association headquarters, an emergency meeting was underway. President Chun Jojo scanned the room and asked, Level 4, 6 million HP. What does this mean? The bespectacled man quickly calculated. Level 4 users start with 400 HP. To reach 6 million, that's a 10,000-fold increase, far beyond the Undying King from 50 years ago, who only managed 200 times. The room fell into a heavy silence. Finally, an elder spoke up, doubtful. Could the Awakening Stone have made an error? He was clearly rated as D rank back then. The bespectacled man shook his head. The room grew even heavier. He firmly denied that the Awakening Stone's ability was merely standard blood stat amplification and proposed a radical theory, a completely unprecedented new ability tier. Chun Jojo narrowed his eyes as the bespectacled man elaborated. The current maximal ability ranking is SSS, with a theoretical amplification cap of 200 times. This awakened individual's power may far exceed 1,000 times, maybe even 10,000 times, completely shattering existing paradigms. After a brief silence, the bespectacled man muttered, "We should establish a god tier." Those two words reverberated like thunder, shaking the entire conference room. After a long contemplation, Chun Jojo decisively ordered, "Vote." More than a dozen hands rose in unison, unanimously approving the creation of the god tier. The new standard was set. Abilities that amplified more than 1,000 times or demonstrated equivalent extreme capabilities. Chun Jojo immediately commanded the announcement to be issued and personally set out for Longcheng Battle Academy to meet the legendary Su Lin in person. Meanwhile, under the oppressive atmosphere of the Su family's living room in Sky Dome City, Lin Wanqing's fingertips trembled as she stared at the announcement on her phone screen. The first god tier awakened was Su Lin, boasting 6 million HP and an estimated strength amplification of over 10,000 times. The news spread like wildfire, enveloping the entire family in an air of gravity. Su Yao's face was pale, struggling to believe her once worthless brother had transformed so dramatically. Su Ling remained silent, while Su Xiaoxiao stood to the side, sneaking glances at the comment section's rapid-fire reactions, a faint smirk playing on her lips. Presiding over the room, Su Jintian clenched his fists tightly, his face expressionless but his gaze profound. The god tier awakened was none other than his estranged son, outcast from the family and branded a fugitive by his own hand. The pain of contradiction loomed heavily over the silent room. At that moment, Su Chun descended the stairs with an exhausted expression, his voice trembling as he delivered the shocking words, "Dad, Mom, I just saw that brother has become god tier." Lin Wanqing scrutinized him coldly. Once so loved as the adopted son of the family, Su Chun now revealed the cracks in his character. Wang Fu's scheming, previously orchestrated fully through Su Chen's manipulations, left Lin Wanqing with deep disappointment and suspicion welling inside her. The air was suffocating. Su Chen's tears streamed down his face as he whispered in trembling remorse. I just wanted to scare him a little. I never thought something like this would happen. I was wrong. Su Jintian finally broke the silence, his voice cold as steel. From this day forward, you are confined to your room. Without my permission, you are not to step outside. Su Chen's face turned deathly pale. He lowered his head in silence. The atmosphere froze, the path ahead growing uncertain. Su Jintian's icy words cut through the room like a blade. Don't call me Dad anymore. Without looking back, he ascended the stairs and left, leaving behind a stifling silence and Su Chun standing motionless, his trembling shoulders betraying the cold fury burning within him. At the dormitory, urgent knocks startled Su Lin awake. Outside the door stood a frantic Yen Yen, holding up his phone displaying breaking news. The Awakeners Association had issued their announcement. God Tier awakened, newly designated, with its first nominee being none other than Su Lin himself. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, Su Lin simply replied with an indifferent Yen Yen, alongside Ice and Shadow Blade, stared in a mix of disbelief and bewilderment. Swirling around Su Lin, their heated chatter echoed down the hallway. The monumental fame brought upon by the myth of his 6 million HP drew complex stares from all reverence, envy, and curiosity interwoven. In the headmaster's office, Old Zhang introduced a distinguished guest with a casual smile, Chen Juzhou, the president of the Awakeners Association. Chen's piercing gaze locked onto Su Lin as he officially announced his status as the first God Tier awakened in history. But behind the honor loomed questions about the origin of his powers. Remaining calm, Su Lin firmly stated that his strength was inherent and refused to divulge more. Chen Juzhou ultimately acknowledged his explanation, gripping his hand tightly. You are the hope of this nation, he declared gravely, the weight of his words settling on Su Lin's shoulders. Outside, Yen Yen and the others bombarded him with urgent questions about the God Tier certification and the exclusive badge. Su Lin brushed it off casually, saying it was merely a matter of formality. The trio muttered among themselves, but their faint sense of awe toward his enigmatic aura couldn't be ignored. The story was far from over. Greater challenges awaited as he ventured forward. Yen Yen shot Su Lin a sidelong glance, his tone filled with playful quips. You're officially the backbone of Longcheng Battle Academy now. Approved by the headmaster himself, a full set of rare level 4 gear is all yours. It's on the house. The 4 of them strode across the training field and entered a gray 3-story building. A plaque above the door boldly read, Equipment Management Center. As they pushed the door open, their eyes were greeted by transparent display cabinets lining the walls. Inside, swords, spears, shields, armors, rings, and necklaces radiated a cold, dazzling glow. In the center of the hall stood a middle-aged man dressed in a gray uniform. A badge bearing the number, Level 45, hung on his chest. His gaze quickly recognized Su Lin. Su Lin? I've been waiting for you. Follow me. Crossing through the hall, the man led them into a storage room behind an iron door. 3 pieces of equipment were displayed on the wall, exuding a faint, glowing aura. The man gestured towards the equipment as he explained, Level 4 rare set authorized directly by the Dean. It includes a weapon, armor, and a ring. Su Lin raised his eyes to see the long black sword. Embedded in its hilt was a dark red gem, and its blade gleamed with an icy light. Level 4 rare long sword, Shadow. Attack plus 120. Beside it was a silver-gray suit of armor, pristine and majestic, with a sturdy heart guard at its chest. Level 4 rare armor, Solid Rock. HP plus 1,200. Finally, a delicate silver ring adorned with a small blue gem sat at the end. It was exquisite and mysterious. Level 4 rare ring, Strength. Attack plus 60. HP plus 600. Doing a quick calculation in his mind, Su Lin realized that the armor and ring together added 1,800 HP. While that might be a modest boost for others, for him, his billion-fold increase ability transformed it into a staggering 220 billion HP. Adding that to his base HP of 400 billion made the sheer total earth-shattering. Stealing his resolve, Su Lin reminded himself that this was merely level 4 rare equipment. Even higher-level gear awaited him in the future. Impatient, Yen Yen gave him a nudge. "Why are you staring blankly? Go try it on." Su Lin, prompt in action, donned the armor, slipped on the 2 rings, and gripped the black sword. A warm surge emanated from the equipment, as though it had fused seamlessly with his being. He opened his status panel, the numbers before him awe-inducing. Name, Su Lin. Level 4. HP, 220 billion. Base times billion-fold plus equipment. Attack, 220. Base 40 plus sword 120 plus ring 60. Ability? Billion-fold HP limit increase. Points, 32,778. The colossal figures were enough to make Su Lin's lips twitch slightly. Curious, Yen Yen leaned over and asked, "How much HP now?" After a brief pause, Su Lin understatedly answered, 20 million. Everyone froze for a second. Yen Yen, Han Bing, and Ingren all stared at him in shock, as if they had just witnessed a monster in the making. Just 20 million? Wasn't it 6 million just now? Yen Yan's voice trembled with disbelief. The equipment added that, Su Lin replied, his tone calm and steady.
An Bing's fureyat trubat.
The equipment added 20 million? How exaggerated are these rare sets? The 3 of them went speechless, realizing that their own HPs barely reached a few thousand. Somewhere around 2,800 and 2,600 respectively. Pitifully minuscule compared to Su Lin's overwhelming figure. Taking a deep breath, Yen Yen forced a bitter laugh. "All right, you win. From now on, you'll lead the charge into battle, while we stay behind shouting, 666. Han Bing hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Right? We'll just keep shouting, 666. Even Ingren cracked a rare smile. With 20 million HP in the future, you could stand their tanking attacks for an entire year without flinching. Nearby, the middle-aged man's expression became complicated. He had witnessed countless geniuses before, but never had he seen such a bloodline-defying rookie with such monstrous potential. "All set. Time to sign," the man said as he handed Su Lin a form. Su Lin took the pen and, with broad strokes, signed his name, marking the dawn of a new chapter. The man tucked away the form and suddenly offered a parting remark. "Kid, take care of yourself. With that HP, you might one day carry the weight of the Sky Tower on your shoulders and glimpse the view from the summit." Su Lin looked at him briefly and replied evenly, "Thank you." The 4 walked out of the equipment management center together. Sunlight bathed the land, its warm rays complementing Yen Yan's lazy stretch. "All right, let's head to the cafeteria." "I'm starving," he said nonchalantly. Han Bing laughed, chiming in, "We've got to celebrate. The monster with 20 million HP has joined our team." Even Ingren nodded slightly in rare approval. Su Lin followed them, but his gaze remained fixed on the distant Sky Tower. The colossal, obsidian structure pierced the clouds, radiating a glacial brilliance in the sunlight. 300 billion, 600 billion, 2 trillion. The numbers kept climbing in his mind. He had grown stronger, but it still wasn't enough. He thought of Su Jintian, level 89, an SSS tier ability user with the 100-fold amplification talent. Someone who could easily unleash trillion-level damage with a single punch. Su Lin's current 2 trillion HP would be laughable in the face of such overwhelming power. He had only one goal, to become stronger, so powerful that no one could stand in his way. "Hey!" Yen Yan's shout pulled him back from his thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Su Lin shook his head. "It's nothing. Let's go." The 4 of them headed towards the cafeteria, but deep down, Su Lin knew that his journey was just beginning. The road ahead was long, and he had much to conquer. At 2 p.m., the classroom was packed. Standing at the podium, Lei Zhen scanned the 30-plus new recruits with a smile. Every single one of you cleared the third floor without falling behind. Not bad. A ripple of light. The noise subsided, and the tense atmosphere eased slightly. Lei Zhen cleared his throat, his voice suddenly grave. Don't celebrate too early. The Tongtian Tower will be open next Sunday, and the difficulty of the fourth floor's monsters will triple. Standard will become elite. You'll have to train like your lives depend on it. The large screen came to life, projecting the strategy for the fourth floor of the Tongtian Tower in sharp detail. Monsters: 8 standard level, level 4, plus 2 elite level, level 4. Stats: elite monsters, 800 HP, 80 attack. Rare monsters, 2400 HP, 240 attack. Skills: charge, bite, AoE attack, berserk. Clear condition: defeat all 10 monsters within 1 hour. Recommended: main tank with 50k plus HP, secondary tank with 30k plus HP, 3 DPS dealing 2000 plus attack with added CC/healing. Failure rate: 65% for 4-player teams, 48% for 5-player teams. The classroom erupted in chatter. The sheer difficulty was suffocating. Any misstep meant death or frozen progress. Lei Zhen suppressed the uproar. I know you all have the ability, but there's no room for mistakes. This week will be hellish training. We aim for perfection. Every one of you will clear it. He pointed out the window. The training grounds are already open. Form your own teams, strengthen your coordination, practice positioning and skill timing. The main tank holds aggro. DPS handles clean executions. With that, he turned to leave but paused at the door, glancing back at Su Lin. Su Lin, come with me. In the hallway, Lei Zhen leaned against the wall, his gaze sharp. Su Lin followed him to a secluded training field. Lei Zhen spoke directly. Your HP exceeds 20 million, impressive. But never forget, some monsters have devastating skills. Take the Berserk Great Ape, for instance. It deals massive AoE damage. Just because you can tank it doesn't mean your teammates can. Su Lin nodded silently, and Lei Zhen's tone grew heavier. For the next 6 days, we train 2 key aspects. First, keep the monsters aggro locked on you, preventing them from turning on your teammates. Second, use your body to block wide-range attacks. The training grounds were vast. Fire, ice, and lightning weaved through the air as players trained rigorously. Working in perfect sync, Su Lin and his teammates found their corner and began practicing. Inside a virtual combat room, Yen Yen directed the team. Move left. Keep the Berserk Great Ape contained. Han Bing and Shadowblade followed up, swiftly clearing smaller monsters. Su Lin maneuvered with precision, positioning his body to shield teammates from incoming AoE attacks. During a brief pause, Shadowblade suddenly froze, pulling out his phone with a stunned expression. Holy crap! He passed it to Yen Yen, equally as shocked. Yen Yan's expression turned grave as he glanced toward Su Lin. You better check this out yourself. On the phone screen, the official announcement from the Awakeners Association was displayed. Su Lin awarded the title of God Tier Awakened, the first in human history. HP exceeds 22 million, with unmatched ability thresholds shattered. The association's president declared this a groundbreaking milestone in the history of superhuman abilities. Su Lin calmly took back the phone, his face unreadable, and resumed his practice without a word. Yen Yen couldn't believe it. You're not excited? You just became a God-tier legend.
Su Lin rimand composed.
This is just the beginning. Every layer of Tongtian Tower is riddled with traps. Failure means death. Talent alone doesn't guarantee getting past the 88th floor. Han Bing muttered softly. He's a monster, all right? In a good way, Shadowblade joked, then urged everyone. If the main character isn't panicking, then neither should we. Let's go. The group dove back into combat, their rhythm tight and seamless. Meanwhile, in the Su family's mansion in Skytop City, the atmosphere was impossibly heavy at 3:20 p.m. Su Zhentian stared intently at the perpetual breaking news on the screen, a storm raging within his mind. God-tier certification. Su Lin, the first in history. The bold headline dominated the broadcast. A level 4 warrior with 22 million HP had utterly crushed professionals at level 40. Su Lin now stood unrivaled. Within the Su family household, Lin Wanqing's face was as pale as paper. Her trembling hands gripped a tissue tightly, her knuckles equally pale and bloodless. She kept mumbling, 22 million HP, level 4. Her gaze was distant and empty. Next to her stood Su Yao, lips ashen as the memories engulfed her. All she could think about were fragmented scenes from the past. Su Lin waking up early, toiling alone, only to be scorned. Staying up late to help copy notes, unacknowledged and ignored. Su Chun cruelly shoving him into a pond while she stood by, indifferent, even condemning him. The episodes of cold contempt churned in her mind. The insults, the punishments, the kneeling in humiliation. She had never spoken up for him, not once. And now, the brother she thought beneath her had ascended above the masses to become a god-tier awakened. 22 million HP. At level 4, he already overshadowed those at level 40. Imagining Su Lin at level 89 seemed unfathomable. Her chest tightened, a storm of what-ifs crashing through her thoughts. What if she had treated him kindly? What if she hadn't been biased? What if she had shown him support? In her fantasy, she basked in the reflected glory of having a god-tier brother. The glory his achievements could have brought their family. Reality hit hard. It was her WeChat that's been blocked, her calls that went unanswered. The only way she could know of his life was through the news. Her eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. Beside her, Su Ling's face grew darker still. In her mind replayed scenes of Su Lin saving scraps for half a year to buy gifts, only to have them discarded. The horrifying memory of shoving him into a pond and walking away with cruel indifference. The way she had ignored him during his punishments, looking down on him as if he was undeserving of any sympathy. Every time Su Lin looked at her calmly, she had felt disgust. She used to think he didn't deserve anything. Now she realized she didn't deserve him. Tears slid down her cheeks as she lowered her head. Tears silently streamed down her face. In one corner, Su Xiaoxiao hid away, scrolling through her phone. She was young and sensitive. She remembered Su Lin's faint smile as he handed her a piece of candy. That smile was bitter and silent. The candy was silently withdrawn, and the smile disappeared. The name from the news slipped from her lips in a murmur. Su Lin. She snuck a glance at her mother, silently asking herself, if I had treated you kindly before, would you have treated me better? Lin Wanqing finally spoke. Her voice was raspy and broken, like a cracked bell. Zhentian, were we wrong? Su Zhentian said nothing. Tears burst from her eyes. He's my son, my own flesh and blood. Yet I've never even hugged him. She recalled a moment from Su Lin's childhood, when he had been learning to walk, his tiny outstretched hands reaching for her. She had refused him, leaving him in the hands of a nanny. Those eyes of his, no longer the innocent gaze of a child, but the desperate look of someone abandoned, haunted her. She trembled with sobs, choking on her words. I was so wrong. Su Yao stepped forward to support her, but Lin Wanqing shoved her away in fury. Get out, she howled. You're all accomplices. If it weren't for you spreading lies about him every day, how could he hate us like this? Everyone was stunned. Su Yao and Su Ling froze where they stood, shocked and stiff. Su Xiaoxiao curled even deeper into the corner, not daring to make a sound. The rift within the Su family had been utterly torn open. Finally, Su Zhentian broke his silence. His voice was so low it seemed to come from the depths of the earth. He stood, his back to the room, gazing out the window. After a long pause, he began to speak slowly. He has already become God level. The words crashed into the room like thunder. Level 4 cultivation, 22 million health. Once he reaches level 89, his health will become immeasurable. He alone could carry the entire sky tower on his shoulders. Turning to face his wife and daughters, his gaze was heavy with meaning. Do you understand what this means? No one responded. The atmosphere froze. He is humanity's only hope for the future. The top academies, the strongest warriors, and the Awakened Association will all rally behind him. And as for our Su family, we can no longer afford to offend someone like him. Lin Wanqing's teary eyes quivered, her voice trembling. Then, what are we supposed to do? After a few moments of silence, Su Jintian picked up his phone. Call him. Lin Wanqing froze in place. Call who? Su Lin. In a panic, she dialed his number, only to face rejection after rejection. The line was busy, and then his phone was turned off. She sent him messages on WeChat, but the red exclamation mark popped up in return, indicating that they were no longer friends. Her hands shook so badly she almost dropped the phone. Su Yao and Su Ling also picked up their phones, trying to call and message him, but they were all met with the same response. Blocked. The family exchanged looks, their faces pale as sheets. It was as if an impenetrable wall had severed them from Su Lin entirely. Su Jintian made another call, and this time it connected. Old Zhang, it's me, Su Jintian. The voice on the other end, Old Zhang's, was mocking and grating. Master Su, what a joke. Your son was kicked out of the house and hunted across the city. Now that he's reached God level, you think calling him will work? Su Jintian's tone remained steady. I want to apologize to him in person. Old Zhang laughed without restraint. Apologize? You're dreaming. If you even got through to him, it would be a miracle. Then his tone turned cold, a sinister warning laced in his words. That boy is under my protection now. He is the final disciple of Senior Zhan Tianqiong. If you dare touch him, you'll be making enemies of Dragon City Battle Academy and Zhan Tianqiong himself. Su Jintian replied calmly, I have no intention of harming him, only to make amends. Old Zhang sighed. It's too late. His heart has gone cold. Sweet words from you won't change that. He remembers everything about the way you treated him. The call ended, leaving the living room deathly quiet. Lin Wanqing collapsed into her seat, tears streaming down her face.
Su Ao's shoulders quivered.
Su Ling bit her lip until it bled. Su Xiaoxiao remained hidden in the corner, a faint, complex smile flickering across her lips. Su Jintian stood by the window, his back straight, but his knuckles were white with the force of his grip on the phone. The oppressive silence weighed on everyone like a boulder. At last, he turned around, his voice heavy. Prepare. Tomorrow, we go to Dragon City Battle Academy. Lin Wanqing was stunned. Go? To Dragon City Battle Academy? Apologize to him face to face. Beg him to come home. Her mouth opened as if to protest, but in the end, she nodded slowly. Su Yao and Su Ling exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with unspoken emotions. Do you think he'll come back?
Su Jintian's tone suddenly shifted.
Bring Su Chen down here. Moments later, Su Chen was wheeled down the stairs by someone. He looked ashen, his eyes red from crying, his entire being shrouded in exhaustion. Father! His voice trembled as he broke the silence. There was confusion written on his face. Su Jintian's gaze grew cold, swirling with countless emotions. This adopted son, raised for 18 years, had been his pride but also the root of his family's downfall. Kneel. The words were sharp, an icy command devoid of warmth. Su Chen's whole body shook. Struggling, he climbed down from the wheelchair and dropped heavily to his knees. Su Jintian looked down at him. Wang Fu has confessed. You were the one who ordered him to teach Su Lin a lesson. His tone was as piercing as an icicle. Su Chen's face turned ghostly pale. He stammered, I only meant to scare him. But before he could finish, a cold chuckle cut him off. Sending a level 21 to fight a level 2. Do you call that scaring? The air grew suffocating. After a long sigh, thunderous footsteps echoed as Su Jintian turned and ascended the staircase, leaving behind a cold, cutting remark. From now on, the basement is your place. Without my permission, you will not take a single step out. And stop calling me Dad. I am not your father. The door slowly shut, leaving the figure on the floor trembling violently. Lin Wanqing looked at him, her eyes a complex mix of emotions that were hard to decipher. The tenderness of the past had evaporated, leaving only silent reproach. Why had he wronged Su Lin? His head hung low, his shoulders quivering slightly, and his gaze remained icy and unyielding. The next day, Tianqiong City was ablaze with excitement. The Su family held a press conference, attracting an enormous crowd. Stepping onto the stage, Su Zhentian spoke, his voice weighted with gravity. On behalf of the Su family, I publicly apologize to Su Lin. The audience erupted in astonished murmurs as he continued. I neglected Su Lin for 18 years, especially during the incident with the wanted notice. I have wronged him deeply. Before the flashing cameras, his tone grew even more somber. Su Lin, if you see this news, please come home. We are ready to protect and cherish you with all our hearts. Lin Wanqing wept openly, her voice choking as she recounted her past indifference and regret. One by one, Su Yao, Su Ling, and Su Xiaoxiao expressed their sentiments, tearfully calling for Su Lin's return. The venue fell silent, save for the incessant clicks of cameras. Online, the debate raged fiercely. Some urged forgiveness, while others questioned the sincerity of their apology. All eyes were on a single silent response that had yet to come. By 4 p.m., at the Longcheng Combat Institute's training grounds, Yen Yen shoved his phone into Su Lin's face, displaying a live broadcast of the apology press conference. Su Lin remained focused on his footwork, meticulously practicing his maneuvers. Yen Yen urged him multiple times, "Look at this! Your mother's crying like that." At last, Su Lin paused, casting a measured glance at the familiar faces and the words spoken on the screen. He handed the phone back, his expression unreadable, and wordlessly resumed his training. The other onlookers were astonished. Yen Yen pressed him, "Are you going back?" His tone was low but resolute. "No, that place is my hell. I will never return." The cold voice of Han Bing echoed faintly. "After all, they are still your parents." Su Lin glanced sideways, his lips curling into a faint, sardonic smile. His stance steady, his eyes unwavering. Su Lin deliberately ignored the sentiment. How could he forget who Su Zhentian truly was? One of the 5 most powerful individuals in Huaxia, an SS rank level 89 powerhouse, a man who had spilled endless blood. Their so-called apology was nothing more than cowardice before the authority of his divine status and public condemnation. True remorse? It did not exist. Beside him, Ingren leaned lazily against the wall, issuing a casual warning. Su Zhentian was obsessed with appearances, and any public apology likely masked a hidden scheme. Su Lin listened silently, fully aware that a return to the family would not only be dangerous but fatal. The blood-red hues of the horizon mirrored the perilous path ahead. Meanwhile, in the Su family's grand hall, following the conclusion of the press conference, the atmosphere was oppressively silent. Lin Wanqing clutched a tissue tightly, her tears ceaseless. Su Yao and Su Ling sat quietly with lowered heads, while Su Xiaoxiao covertly scrolled through her phone, sneaking glances at public reactions. Su Zhentian stood apart, his back facing the family, his presence heavy and foreboding. "He hasn't answered a single call." Su Zhentian's icy voice shattered the silence. Lin Wanqing, overcome with grief, questioned whether their son utterly despised her. Su Zhentian's voice remained cold and detached. "He's not coming back." His words cut through the room like a knife, leaving a chilling echo. Lin Wanqing was stupefied, tears cascading from her eyes. Su Yao wore a look of deep concern but was powerless to intervene. The head of the household, unmoved, spoke steadily and without hesitation. "After 18 years of neglect, coupled with the wanted notice, would you turn back?" Again, silence reigned as trepidation settled like a weight upon them. Resolute and unrelenting, Su Zhentian laid down 2 paths. 1. Su Lin submits and becomes an integral pillar of the family. Or 2. He must be eradicated. His heart was torn between familial affection and the interests of the Su family, but as the head of the household, there was no room for retreat. Lin Wanqing dissolved into sobs. Su Yao and Su Ling exchanged looks filled with shock and alarm, while Su Xiaoxiao crouched in a corner, muffling her cries. Standing firm amidst the turmoil, Su Jintian issued cold orders to closely monitor Longqing Combat Institute and its activities. The once bright sky was now drenched in red, heralding a storm of blood that would soon envelop the family. Back at the Longqing Combat Institute, dark undercurrents loomed. After completing his final set of footwork drills, Su Lin collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath. Yan Yan approached and handed him a water bottle. Su Lin grabbed it, gulping the cool liquid in earnest. Han Bing drew closer, his voice low as he hinted at potential movements from Su Jintian. After a brief pause, Su Lin's understated reply came, "He will." Yan Yan was taken aback, his expression a mixture of concern and disbelief. "You're a god-tier individual. Would he really dare come after you? Would the Awakeners Association even allow it?" Su Lin shook his head. "No, it won't be out in the open, but his methods will be ruthless, covert, impossible to trace." With that, he stood, brushing the dust from his clothes. "That's why I must grow stronger. Strong enough that even if he strikes at me personally, he won't be able to claim my life." Yan Yan's eyes burned with determination as he declared, "All right, then let's train together until you hit level 89. Let's show Su Jintian what real power looks like." At 8 p.m., inside the dormitory, Su Lin lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. The Su family's apology was still dominating the trending news feeds. The comment sections were a battlefield, some emphasizing the unbreakable bond of blood, others questioning the authenticity of their remorse. He clicked on a strange private message sent from a user with a dark profile picture. "Be careful of Su Jintian. He won't let you go." His gaze darkened as he typed a reply, "I know." Moments later, another message popped up. "Su Jintian has already started inquiring about Longqing Combat Institute's external tasks." His mind raced as details unfolded. Flashes of dangerous scenarios crossed his mind. The Dragon City Battle Academy was a safe zone, but leaving its bounds always posed the risk of ambush. Thinking of the devastation in Wang Fu's singular punch, he understood that if Su Jintian decided to strike, it would unquestionably be a fatal blow. He set his phone down, closed his eyes, and solidified his determination. He needed to level up quickly, accumulate points to buy healing potions and gear, master precise movement techniques, and learn the art of surviving in combat. The next morning, Su Lin stood alone on the training ground, repeatedly practicing his movement against virtual monsters. His sweat-soaked clothes clung to him as the intensity of his routine left no room for rest. Flaming Flame exclaimed in surprise, "Damn! You're up this early." Frost chuckled bitterly. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" Even Shadowblade, passing by, gave an unusual nod of approval. "You've got the right mindset." For the entire morning, they trained tirelessly, each movement purposeful and fueled by relentless effort. During the midday break, Flaming Flame handed Su Lin a bottle of water, asking softly, "Su Lin, what's driving you to push yourself this hard?" Calmly, Su Lin revealed the contents of the private message he received. The group's expressions darkened instantly. Frost roared angrily, "Su Jintian actually dares to?" Flaming Flame gritted his teeth. "His own son." Shadowblade sneered coldly. "His son? So what? Among the 5 great powers, which one didn't rise over a mountain of corpses? Su Jintian is as ruthless as they get." Silence enveloped the group, the atmosphere growing heavy and grim. Su Lin finished his water and stood, his eyes fixed on the distant, towering, black totem tower. With a tone of resolve, he declared, "I need to level up as quickly as possible. For the next 6 days, I'm staying in the training grounds. The totem tower cannot afford another mishap." In the sunlight, the tower loomed cold and formidable. Su Lin's gaze was as unyielding as steel. "If I reach level 70 or 80, Su Jintian won't pose a threat anymore." Flaming Flame stared at Su Lin for a moment before smiling unexpectedly. Frost gave a small nod. Let's train together. Shadow Blade yawned lazily but unexpectedly added, got nothing better to do anyway. As Su Lin looked at them, his heart warmed slightly. It was the first time in 18 years that anyone had stood by his side. Flaming Flame waved dismissively, don't thank us. Get back to training. For the next 6 days, Su Lin practically lived in the training grounds, starting before dawn and stopping only deep into the night. He relentlessly practiced his movement, luring techniques, skill blocking, and visual angle manipulation, repeating the drills over and over. Flaming Flame, Frost, and Shadow Blade, inspired by Su Lin's unwavering determination, found themselves unable to slack off, even amid their exhaustion. Frost collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Compared to him, I'm such a weakling. Flaming Flame wiped the sweat off his brow, his gaze fixed on Su Lin battling in the distance. He's not just training, he's fighting for survival. Shadow Blade let out a lazy yawn. If someone wanted you dead, you'd be fighting just as hard. Time flew by and 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. On Sunday morning, the entrance to the 4th level of the Totem Tower was packed with people. Challenger teams from various schools gathered, some brimming with confidence, others nervously scanning through guides. Standing on the outskirts of the crowd, Su Lin and his 3 companions exuded unwavering determination. Flaming Flame flexed his wrists, his fiery red battle armor gleaming under the morning light. Frost gripped his sword. After all that practice, I could clear this level blindfolded. Shadow Blade stifled a yawn. Enough talk. Let's go. The 4 of them stepped toward the Gate of Light. All eyes turned to them. Look, it's Su Lin and his group. That's the Blood God, right? Level 4. Over 2 billion HP. With someone like that on your team, clearing the 4th level is guaranteed. Ugh. I'm so jealous. I wish I could team up with the Blood God. You? They're a team of 3 SSS rank players. What rank are you? In a flash of light, the 4 vanished. Before them stretched a massive cave, half the size of a football field. Bioluminescent moss clinging to the walls cast an eerie glow over the scene. At the center of the cavern, 10 monsters locked their gaze on the intruders. 32 iron-armored giant lizards, their bodies a dark crimson, stood on thick limbs, forked tongues flicking out as their massive figures rivaled the size of bulls. 8 frenzied giant apes, covered in thick black fur, bore stark white V-shaped marks on their chests. They crouched low, growling deeply, their enormous forms intimidating. The system prompt echoed. You have entered the 4th level of the Totem Tower. Monsters. Iron-armored giant lizard times 32. Level 4. Common. Frenzied giant ape times 8. Level 4 elite. Clear condition. Defeat all monsters within 1 hour. Flaming Flame whispered. Stick to the plan. Su Lin tanks and we focus on taking down the apes. Su Lin nodded, taking a step forward. Immediately, the 32 iron-armored lizards and 2 frenzied giant apes locked onto him. Their eyes glowed blood red as they surged forward. Taking a deep breath, Su Lin charged into the fray. 40 monsters moved in unison. Giant lizards snapping their jaws toward his legs, apes pounding their chests and raising fists into the air. Bang! 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 Damage numbers popped up rapidly. Su Lin stood his ground, absorbing every attack without faltering. His presence shielded his team from harm, his role solid and dependable. His health bar flickered into view. It read 2.2 billion with only a minute decrease. I've got this covered, he said calmly. Flaming Flame, Frost, and Shadow Blade exchanged glances before launching their offensive. Pillars of flame erupted, engulfing one of the apes as its agonized screams echoed through the cavern. Icicles burst forth, piercing another ape, leaving it shivering and covered in frost spikes. An enraged ape tried to counterattack, but Su Lin grabbed it tightly by the ankle, pinning it in place. Where do you think you're going? He asked coldly. One of the apes roared furiously, swinging a punch at Su Lin's face. Damage floated up, 2,400. Unfazed, Su Lin's expression didn't twitch. He didn't blink. Flaming flames struck, and the first ape fell with a resounding crash. The second ape struggled to escape, only to find its leg firmly held by Su Lin. Frost and Shadow Blade moved in tandem. An icicle and a shadow blade pierced through its body, and the second ape collapsed soon after. In just a single minute, all 8 elite monsters were slain and lay lifeless on the ground. The remaining 32 giant lizards froze momentarily in shock before charging forward in a frenzy, but their efforts were futile. From a distance, Yen Yen and the others effortlessly wielded their swords, cutting the creatures down with ease. 3 minutes later, a system notification popped into view, clearing the 4th level in a mere 5 minutes and 47 seconds. A new record. Su Lin's level skyrocketed to 5, significantly boosting his health and attack stats. At the portal, the 4 regrouped. Yen Yen stretched with a confident flourish, brimming with self-assurance. Han Bing pulled out his phone to confirm their record-breaking achievement, 3 times faster than the previous record. Shadow Blade cast a complex look towards Su Lin, acknowledging his efficiency as the team's tank. Such a reliable shield was something unheard of even on the fiercest battlefields of old. A faint smile tugged at Su Lin's lips as he maintained his calm demeanor, highlighting the harmony and tacit understanding among the group. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the distant clamor of voices. A swarm of reporters rushed toward them, cameras flashing incessantly and questions flying in all directions. Su Lin coolly responded with 3 simple words, "I can handle it." His brief statement immediately became the focal point, a testament to his unshakable resolve, capable of enduring over 200 billion points of damage without faltering. A strength beyond dispute. Yen Yen positioned himself at the front, waving the reporters away, while the rest of the team shielded Su Lin as they navigated their way out, barely escaping the chaos. Blocking off the pursuing crowd, Su Lin's gaze turned icy. While the others sighed in frustration at the intrusive media, they all knew that such attention would only grow more frequent in the future. In a secluded corner of the cafeteria, the 4 had just taken their seats when a middle-aged man in an instructor's uniform approached briskly, calling out for Su Lin. Assistant Instructor Li solemnly informed them that the headmaster was summoning him. Setting down his utensils decisively, Su Lin stood up, refusing his teammates' offer to accompany him. Following Instructor Li, he weaved through the campus until they arrived at the top floor of the administrative building. Inside the office, apart from old Zhang, an imposing elder, Chen Jiuzhou, sat silently, exuding authority. Draped in an 85-level badge, his presence was ominous like a deep, calm lake. Su Lin was momentarily stunned, instantly recognizing his extraordinary stature. Old Zhang greeted Su Lin with a warm, concise welcome, while Chen Jiuzhou's piercing gaze burned into him, affirming his record-breaking 5-minute and 47-second clearance. Without beating around the bush, Chen Jiuzhou got straight to the point. In 1 month, the National Academy tournament would commence. Old Zhang elaborated that participants would be divided into 3-level groups, each team comprising up to 5 people. Su Lin's group fell into the 0 to 10 level bracket, and the Longqing Battle Academy was entrusting him with leading their team into battle. Su Lin remained silent. Old Zhang was direct. This was live combat, conducted as a single elimination event for individuals or teams. There was only one goal: to defeat all opponents. Chen Jiuzhou's words carried immense weight, as he underscored that this year's tournament held extraordinary significance. The introduction of the first divine-level participant. A heavy silence filled the air. Su Lin remained stoic, though within, he fully grasped the magnitude of the challenge ahead. A confrontation that would upend the playing field for everyone. The announcement of the National Academy tournament spread like wildfire, igniting a frenzy of speculation. Headmaster Chen Jiuzhou made his expectations plain. Su Lin, this year, you will represent Longqing Battle Academy and showcase the strength of a divine power. Without hesitation, Su Lin nodded. I'll participate. Chen Jiuzhou smiled with satisfaction, explaining the details while handing over the tournament rules and dossiers on potential opponents, urging him to make the most of the month to prepare. As Su Lin turned to leave, Chun Jiuzhou suddenly called out to him, locking eyes with an intensity that hinted at unspoken depths. I've heard about Su Jintian. He didn't elaborate, merely offering a grave yet definitive statement. You did the right thing. He isn't worth forgiving. Su Lin nodded silently before departing. Back in the cafeteria, Yen Yen, Han Bing, and Shadow Blade immediately swarmed him, eager for an update. With a composed demeanor, he announced simply, "Next month, the National Academy Tournament. I'll lead the team." The group erupted into a mixture of excitement and determination, particularly at the thought of the nationally broadcast competition. Shadowblade's offhand comment revealed a sharper insight. Among their opponents was Tianqiong Academy, tied deeply to the Su family. Su Lin's hand paused slightly as he reached for his food, his eyes flickering briefly with emotion. Noticing this, Yen Yen probed curiously, but Su Lin merely shook his head, although the turbulence beneath his calm exterior was hard to miss. At precisely 2 p.m., they gathered at the training grounds. Lei Jun, holding the finalized roster, announced the team of 5. Su Lin, Yen Yen, Han Bing, Shadow Blade, and, quietly standing in the corner, Lin Yu. Lin Yu, age 17, wore a plain training uniform, but the SSS-level ability, Light of Healing badge, gleamed prominently on her chest. She nodded gently, her gaze tranquil yet emanating restrained might. Leaning toward Su Lin, Yen Yen whispered, "Lin Yu's our only healer. Instant recovery of 2,000 points. Normally, she's so quiet she's like a ghost." Lei Jun's command was crystal clear. "Starting today, the 5 of you will train collectively every day. Bring that championship trophy home." The team answered in unison, "Understood." Lei Jun went on to announce the team captain, Su Lin. Though momentarily startled, Su Lin saw the trust burning in the eyes of his teammates. Even Lin Yu gave a subtle nod of silent agreement. With that, their grueling training regimen began, 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. every day. Positioning, tactics, emergency response, they refined everything over and over again. Lin Yu's rare voice broke the silence during a discussion. Her tone was calm but resolute. Su Lin tanks the damage. Yen Yen delivers primary offense. Han Bing supports with secondary damage and crowd control. Shadow Blade waits for opportunities to target the backline. I'll focus on sustaining the front line. As long as Su Lin doesn't fall, neither will we. Curious, Yen Yen pressed, "How much healing output do you have?" With the same composure, she replied, "Instant recovery of 2,000. Continuous recovery of 500 per second for 3 targets at once." Astonished murmurs rippled through the group. "Doesn't that mean, even if you get instantly taken down, you can still survive?" Frost was thrilled. With a healer and a tank, the team is practically invincible. Just focus on dealing damage. Positioning becomes irrelevant. Shadow Blade, for once, cracked a smile. "That's exactly right." Su Lin looked at the 4 of them, his gaze mixed with emotions but resolute. For the first time in his life, he was treated as a genuine teammate. No longer fighting solo, no longer battling in solitude. This 5-person squad was about to shine with godlike brilliance on the nation's highest stage. Time flowed on. The team's synergy improved, and they climbed higher and higher in the Tower of Ascension. Their matches, which unfolded like performances, became a weekly spectacle. Su Lin took on the role of tanking, allowing the team to maximize their output, while the healer often remained idle. Records were shattered one after another, clearing the 7th floor in 7 minutes and 8 seconds, the 8th floor in 9 minutes and 10 seconds, the 9th floor in 10 minutes and 11 seconds. The internet exploded with heated discussions. The championship seemed destined for Longcheng Battle Academy. Yet Su Lin remained unaffected by the fame. Silently, he leveled up, accumulated points, and strengthened his power. After clearing the 9th floor, he reached level 10, his staggering health points and attack power skyrocketing. He purchased rare equipment, achieving a health pool that surpassed 1 trillion. A subtle, satisfied smile grazed his lips. The day of the National Academy Tournament loomed near. Early in the morning, the 5 members of Longqing Battle Academy lined up in the plaza. Lei Jun nodded approvingly, giving Su Lin a firm pat on the shoulder as he handed over his concise instructions. Old Zhang led a black-clad, silver-haired middle-aged man into view, Zhan Tianqiong, the military's chief expert and one of the nation's strongest warriors. His scrutinizing gaze passed over Su Lin as he smiled and commented on his performance in the videos. He mentioned misleading rumors about 1 billion health points and reminded them that high health wasn't invincible. He warned against various specialty abilities and emphasized the importance of teamwork. Su Lin nodded with focus. Zhan Tianqiong turned and left, while old Zhang ushered them onto the aircraft. The five stepped inside as it ascended, bound for the capital. Inside the cabin, Blaze eagerly took to the window, chattering about the Tower of Ascension and the equipment shop. Frost discussed the Grand Championship rewards and legendary equipment, to which Shadow Blade lazily retorted about the impossibility of obtaining such items. Lin Yu silently observed the scenery outside. Su Lin closed his eyes, lost in thought, as the image of Tianqiong Academy and Su Chan occasionally flickered in his mind. A month without seeing him, shrouded in uncertainty. When the aircraft landed in the capital, they were met with a bustling atmosphere. The plaza overflowed with representatives from academies across the country and an array of reporters. High-level awakeners overlooked the crowd from elevated positions. The five stepped into the center of attention, becoming the focal point of everyone's gaze. The announcers narrated, "The core members of Longcheng Battle Academy make their appearance. A collection of SSS tier ability users, with Lin Yu's remarkable healing power also drawing much acclaim. They made their way through the crowd and headed straight for the registration area. The competition was about to begin. Throughout the journey, Su Lin kept his head down and remained silent, while whispers and sidelong glances followed them. Blaze enthusiastically waved to the crowd, as if he were a celebrity. Upon receiving their competition badges, the team was assigned to a separate building designated for Longcheng Battle Academy, each of them given their own private room. When they went to the dining hall, it was a noisy and lively sight, with participating students displaying all sorts of attire. Some sat in groups discussing strategies, while others ate alone. They found a secluded corner and had just begun eating when a silver-haired boy, Bai Yi, entered with 4 others. Draped in the emblem of Tianqiong Academy, he radiated an air of arrogance. Bai Yi looked down haughtily at Su Lin, declaring that he wanted to see just how powerful this so-called god tier was. Blaze whispered a reminder that Bai Yi's abilities were formidable. Su Lin stood calmly, promising to meet again during the competition. With a cold laugh, Bai Yi turned to leave, smugly revealing that Tianqiong Academy would be their first-round opponent. The dining hall erupted with chatter and astonishment. After sitting back down, Blaze asked Su Lin how he felt. Frost, Shadowblade, and Lin Yu each offered their brief insights, reminding the team to be vigilant about Bai Yi's light element and its sheer speed. Back at the building, Lei Jin handed over a detailed dossier of their opponents. Bai Yi, Master of Light, incredibly fast. Tai Shan, Unbreakable Diamond, unparalleled in defense and known as the strongest shield. Feng Wuying, Blade of the Gale, adept at sneaky backline attacks. Huo Wu, Master of Flames, equipped with devastating area of effect damage. Shui Jing, Healing Waters, capable of instant regeneration and cleansing debuffs. Blaze, after reading, was astounded. This setup is flawless. 1 main tank, 1 secondary attacker, 1 assassin, 1 healer. Frost frowned. Their coordination is insanely tight. Shadowblade's eyes sharpened. Tai Shan can withstand attacks from level 10 rare mobs. His shield is practically indestructible. Lin Yu added, Shui Jing can instantly heal 8,000 health and remove control effects. Breaking through will be difficult. All eyes turned toward Su Lin, who replied in a deep voice, "With me here, they won't break through our defenses." Blaze chuckled, his confidence beginning to grow. Tai Shan might have been strong, but Su Lin was unrivaled. The former might be able to endure attacks from level 10 rare mobs, but the latter could withstand assaults from ferocious foes dozens of levels higher, an incomparably massive difference. Bai Yi's speed stat capped at 200,000, Frost at 220,000, Blaze at 250,000, and Shadow Blade's burst could reach 300,000. Together, one combined strike could obliterate opponents. Shadow Blade suggested, with composed certainty, to take out their healer or Bai Yi first. Lin Yu calmly warned that she would likely be the primary target and, if she fell, the team would lose its healing support. Su Lin immediately stepped in front of her. His presence exuded an intense aura. "Stay behind me. I'll handle the frontline pressure." A flicker of complex emotion passed through Lin Yu's eyes before she nodded in silence. Lei Jin clapped his hands with satisfaction, commending their increasingly well-rounded tactical awareness. On the night before the tournament, sleepless after tossing and turning, Su Lin's mind couldn't escape the scrutinizing and challenging gaze of Bai Yi. In Bai Ye's eyes, the title of God level was nothing more than an empty reputation. True strength still had to be proven. Beyond the window, the towering lights of the Sky Tower flickered, hinting at an impending clash. By dawn, the 5 members of the team were geared up and ready. Inside the competition stadium, 50,000 spectators roared with excitement, colorful flags waving wildly. In the massive circular arena, a central platform 100 meters wide was surrounded by an energy shield to prevent skills from spilling over. The commentator's voice resonated passionately, announcing the ultimate showdown between Dragon City Battle Academy and the Sky Academy, with the clash between Su Lin and Bai Yi taking center stage. The Sky Academy team was the first to enter. Bai Yi, clad in a dazzling silver battle uniform, exuded an imposing aura, with Tai Shan and the others trailing closely behind. The Dragon City team followed shortly after, led silently by Su Lin in a black combat attire that radiated a stern and steady demeanor. The two teams stood 50 meters apart, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. Bai Ye's lips curled into a faint smirk, while Su Lin's expression remained steadfast. The referee's voice echoed, "Prepare! Begin!" Bai Yi morphed into a streak of white light, charging swiftly towards Lin Yu. Tai Shan activated his golden protective aura, while Feng Wuying's shadow blade flickered ominously from behind. Huo Wu's blazing fire engulfed Yan Yan and Han Bing, as Shui Jing stood behind with hands glowing blue, ready to provide support at any moment. The formation instantly crystallized with one clear goal: eliminate the healer first. Bai Ye's sword energy tore through the air. Lin Yu hesitated to evade, but Su Lin stepped forward, intercepting the strike. The sword's tip pierced his chest, causing his health points to plummet by 200,000. He remained utterly still, his presence as unshakable as a mountain. The sword lightly grazed his chest as Su Lin lifted his head, fixing Bai Yi with a calm and unyielding gaze. Bai Ye's pupils shrank abruptly, for that strike, which could have instantly defeated any opponent of the same level, didn't even make Su Lin flinch. With effortless motion, Su Lin caught Bai Ye's sword tip. A firm tug disrupted Bai Ye's balance, making him stumble. In a fluid follow-up, Su Lin raised his hand and delivered a precise slap, sending Bai Yi spinning backward in indignity. His face turned an ashen hue, with pain clearly etched across his features. A deafening silence blanketed the arena. All 50,000 spectators sat frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su Lin's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he spoke with a calm detachment. "I told you, I would face you during the grand tournament." Bai Yi clutched his face, suppressing his fury, and launched a counterattack immediately. 3 successive strikes thrust forward. Each time Bai Ye's blade connected with Su Lin, corresponding numbers flashed violently above. But despite Su Lin's health bar dropping by another 200,000, he remained equally unmoved. On the other side of the battlefield, Su Lin effectively parried each assault. Tai Shan was sent flying with a single palm strike. Feng Wuying's sneak attack was swiftly countered. Within Huo Wu's flames, Yan Yan and Han Bing fearlessly struck down their enemies, braving the powerful embers. 30 seconds passed. The entire Sky Academy team collapsed to the ground. Bai Yi lay bleeding, struggling for breath. Above him loomed Su Lin, his eyes calm and resolute. "Are you ready now?" Su Lin's voice was cold, cutting through the tension like steel. Bai Yi opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but no words came out. Moments later, the crowd erupted into chaos. In disbelief, they screamed as the commentator shouted at the top of their lungs. Dragon City Battle Academy crushes Sky Academy in a clean sweep. Su Lin single-handedly dominates without any injuries. A record-breaking victory, unprecedented in history. The referee raised their hand, formally declaring the victory. Su Lin turned and walked towards his teammates. Yen Yen ran forward, gripping his fists in joyous excitement. Han Bing flushed with exhilaration, while Ing Ren gave a rare smile, mocking Bai Ye's failed attitude and humiliating defeat. Lin Yu's gaze was a mix of emotions. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Thank you."
Su Lin nodded silently in acknowledgement.
Together, the five descended the platform. The gathered reporters flooded forward, each eager for a statement. Su Lin, calm and indifferent, said, "I have no particular feelings. The opponents were too weak." Amid the subsequent uproar, the defeated Sky Academy team was escorted away. Bai Yi, pale as a ghost, stared daggers at Su Lin's retreating figure. The promises he made only yesterday had now crumbled into worthless dust. The power of a god-level contender was far more ruthless than he had ever imagined. At the entrance to the accommodation area, Lei Jin beamed broadly as he praised Su Lin, while old Zhang patted his shoulder. The team bantered lightheartedly, their spirits high as they discussed facing Magic City Academy's second team the following day. None doubted their victory. As Su Lin looked at his companions, a small warmth stirred in his heart. Tomorrow, the day after, and beyond, the relentless battles they faced were all for the glory of the championship. A sudden thought of Su Chen crossed his mind. The current Sky Academy lineup had no trace of Su Chen's presence. Su Chen's whereabouts were unknown, but Su Lin was certain of one thing. If Su Chen had been there today, at least one of the defeated figures on the ground would have been his. Night fell. On the top floor of Kyoto's Grand Hotel, the dazzling banquet hall buzzed with the presence of elite powerhouses. Glasses clinked, conversations intertwined. Su Lin, standing alone in a corner with a glass of orange juice, remained silent. No one dared to pressure him into drinking alcohol. Su Lin. A hearty voice broke his moment of solitude. Turning his head, Su Lin saw a middle-aged man in a sharp suit adorned with the emblem of the prestigious Lin family of Kyoto. The man strode over quickly, followed by several others. With a warm smile, the man extended his hand as he introduced himself. Lin Jinan of the Kyoto Lin family. During their handshake, Lin Jinan showered Su Lin with admiration, sweeping the entire Sky Academy in just 30 seconds. Truly impressive. Then, in a tone of modest authority, he added, "There's no need to address me as the Lin family patriarch. Just call me Uncle Lin." Su Lin responded with quiet composure, saying nothing. Nearby, Lin Jinan motioned to a young girl in a pale blue evening gown. "This is my daughter Lin Yue, a rank 10 SSS level ability user. Yue, say hello to brother Su Lin." The girl shyly greeted Su Lin with glowing eyes full of admiration. Su Lin responded with a faint nod, his demeanor steady and composed. As they exchanged pleasantries, a round-faced, corpulent middle-aged man barged into the conversation. Laughing, he teased, "Lin Jinan, you're moving in too fast." He was Zhou Sihai, the patriarch of the Zhou family from Jiangnan. With a grin, he introduced the young man next to him. "This is my son, Zhou Yuan, a rank 10 SSS level ability user. And make sure to interact more with Su Lin." The young man scratched his head lazily, his face full of a goofy grin. Brother Su Lin, that slap was really something. Even Bai Yi was wincing in pain. Su Lin responded with a slight smile, exuding confidence in his silence. Zhou Yuan leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, "Bai Ye's always been arrogant because of his talent, but you sure left him stunned." That was satisfying. Lin Yue chimed in gently, "Bai Yi is actually very strong, but when he's up against brother Su Lin." Zhou Yuan sneered and puckered his lips. "Strong? Getting knocked down in 30 seconds counts as strong." As they were speaking, a group of people approached. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, donned in traditional robes, exuding a composed and steady aura. Lin Jinan's expression turned serious. He said in a low voice, "That's Wang Tiangang, head of the Wang family. Level 84.
Wang Tianganges chap katse landet on sunnuntailin.
You must be Su Lin."
Sulin nadid.
There was a moment of silence before Wang Tiangang suddenly burst into hearty laughter, praising him repeatedly. He patted Su Lin on the shoulder encouragingly. "I watched your match. 1 billion health points, level 10, and you take hits as if they're just scratches. Your talent is extraordinary, beyond what most could dream of." He leaned in closer and said in a lowered voice, "In the future, if you ever need help, come find me. Wang Tiangang acknowledges you as a friend." With that, he turned and left, his entourage following closely behind, nodding respectfully in Su Lin's direction. Lin Jinan sighed deeply. Old Wang has always been prideful. For him to approach Su Lin willingly, it's no small matter. Zhou Sihai chuckled and added, "Now you're the hottest commodity around. Every old-timer wants to have a connection to you." Sulin remained silent. He had grown accustomed to being pursued for his godlike talent. After the competition, his phone was inundated with calls, his private messages overwhelmed, and friend requests flooded in. His strength had turned him into the center of attention. "Sulin!" Another familiar voice shouted. For people walked over, their hands full of plates stacked with food. Yen Yen was busy stuffing a cake into his mouth, crumbs smeared everywhere, while Han Bing carried a chicken leg, sweat dripping from his face. Ing Ren and Lin Yu followed closely behind. Han Bing pulled out a stack of colorful business cards, his tone smug. "The crowd outside is scary. They kept stopping us to ask for Su Lin and insisting we pass these cards on to you." Ingren lazily waved a VIP card from a merchant's guild in his hand before casually tossing it to Su Lin, seeming neither interested nor eager to hand it over. Lin Yu stood quietly to the side, holding a cup of juice. Her gaze fell on Su Lin from time to time, her expression subtle. Su Lin flipped through the cards absent-mindedly. Invitations from families, guilds, and even university admissions poured in. It was both awkward and amusing. He put the cards away, his voice indifferent. "You guys eat without me. I'm not interested in joining the crowd." Yen Yen and Han Bing, however, were animatedly enjoying themselves, shouting excitedly about the enormous lobsters and massive crabs at the buffet. Ingren smirked faintly as he watched them. "Can't you two have a little more ambition?" The two laughed it off, the mood getting lighter. Lin Yu's faint smile did not escape Su Lin's notice. It was a rare moment of ease from her. Meanwhile, in another corner of the hall, Su Jintian stood alone, his expression complex as his eyes rested on the lively scene. No one approached him. His hand holding a wine glass seemed burdened, and though his face was cold and distant, it couldn't mask the loneliness within. Next to him, Lin Wanqing looked pale and murmured weakly, "Can we leave now?" But Su Jintian stood as still as a statue, saying nothing. Not far away, Su Yao clung awkwardly to former friends, who subtly avoided her. Su Ling tried to greet old admirers, only to be met with frosty indifference. Their faces were mixed with shame and frustration. Only Su Xiaoxiao hid in a shadowy corner, her eyes fixed on the radiant figure of Su Lin at the center of the banquet. In the past, she had distanced herself from him coldly, but now she couldn't turn away from his brilliance. Memories flooded back. A secretly passed piece of candy and a rare, gentle smile from him. Her eyes turned moist. "Let's go," Lin Wanqing said softly with a tone of helplessness. Su Xiaoxiao, Su Yao, and Su Ling slowly gathered, their expressions heavy. Su Zhentian finally followed, his hand gripping the wineglass tightly, his knuckles turning white. They walked towards the exit, but Su Zhentian paused halfway, his gaze lingering on Su Lin. There, surrounded by people, stood Wang Tiangang, the former peer and now a powerful level 84 figure, laughing heartily as he patted Su Lin's shoulder like a doting elder. Su Jintian's expression turned cold as he averted his eyes and continued walking. The door closed behind them, sealing away the light and laughter of the banquet hall. Silence and solitude hung like a shroud in the corridor. He stood with his back to them for a long time before a hoarse voice escaped his throat. "We'll talk about it when we get back." A tear rolled down his cheek. Lin Wanqing choked back a sob and murmured weakly, "Zhentian, we were so wrong." Back in the hall, Su Lin had just sent off Wang Tiangang when a new wave of people surged towards him. The interplay of light and shadows reflected the undercurrents of power dynamics at play. Amidst the crowd, Su Lin expressionlessly accepted card after card. An elite card from the Jiangnan Yi family, merchant guild discounts, and even matchmaking introductions to daughters from powerful families boasting level 10 abilities. He wore a surface-level smile but concealed his exhaustion behind it. In another neglected corner, Su Jintian stood, isolated with his wine glass. Lin Wanqing's pale face next to him, and the silent, downcast Su Yao and Su Ling crowded together. Su Xiaoxiao clung to a wall, a group of disconnected souls lost in the grandeur around them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in military uniform, Zhao Shanhe, strode over swiftly, his posture erect, his gaze sharp, flanked by a few young soldiers trailing close behind. He handed, "Keep it up. Senior Zantianqiang asked me to tell you, don't slack off tomorrow." Su Lin replied briefly. Zhao Shanhai, satisfied, gave him a firm handshake before waving his sleeve and departing, while the young soldier nodded in farewell. With a teasing tone, Yan Yan remarked, "Even the military has its eye on you now. Quite the honor." Han Bing inched closer and commented, "I hear the military is recruiting talents with benefits way better than the academies." Tempted, Su Lin shook his head. "Dragon City Combat Academy is good enough for me." Ingren added, "The Dragon City Combat Academy practically operates under military backing. Not much difference there." Lin Yu suddenly whispered, "Look over there." Su Lin swept his gaze across the other side of the banquet hall and caught sight of a youth dressed in black. Yi Wushang, the young master of the Yi family from the Grand Capital, and an SSS grade Esper with the ability Lord of Shadows. His gaze was sharp as a blade, standing aloof and solitary even as people stayed ambivalent around him. Yi Wushang glanced at Su Lin for a few seconds before turning away indifferently, leaving without a greeting. Yan Yan muttered under his breath, "That guy's odd. Best to keep your distance." The banquet continued, but the endless chatter and exchanging of pleasantries gradually wore down Su Lin's patience. Just then, a familiar figure with white hair moved through the crowd, the president of the Awakeners Association, Chen Juzhou. People naturally made way for him. Approaching Su Lin, Chen Juzhou's face lit up with a cheerful smile. "Tired, aren't you?" Su Lin gave a small nod of acknowledgement. Chen Juzhou laughed heartily. "It's good to be tired. These people are all old foxes. You'll get used to it." Lowering his voice, he advised, "Tomorrow's the second round. You're up against the Kyoto Academy's top team. They've got an SSS grade master of spatial abilities. A tough battle is ahead. Be careful." With that, Chen Juzhou patted Su Lin's shoulder and said, "Go rest. I'll cover for you with the rest." Turning to the surrounding guests, he announced with a smile, "Su Lin is exhausted. He needs to rest. Let's talk tomorrow if there's anything." The crowd exchanged uncertain glances but dared not protest. Su Lin exhaled slightly in relief, nodded a farewell, and left through a side door with his comrades, including Yan Yan. The corridor was quiet, and Yan Yan took a deep breath, muttering, "Those people in there were like wolves and tigers, downright terrifying." Rubbing her cheeks, Han Bing groaned, "I've been smiling so much my face hurts." Ing Ren allowed himself a rare smile and teased his companions. "None of you were even the center of attention. What are you complaining about?" Yan Yan widened her eyes in exasperation, snapping back, "They were annoying us to death, pestering Su Lin first and then turning to us." Lin Yu added softly, "They even asked me about Su Lin's favorite foods." There was a brief pause before everyone burst into laughter. Yan Yan laughed so hard she bent over, exclaiming, "Even digging into stuff like that? That's ridiculous." Even the usually stoic Su Lin couldn't resist the pull of a faint smile. As night blanketed the city, the five parted ways. Su Lin returned to his bed, sifted through a sea of messages on his phone, then silently locked the screen. Each passing day, the matches lined up one by one. His goal was resolute and unwavering: to use victory after victory to erase the label of a discarded pawn and ascend to the title of a god-tier awakened individual. His name was Su Lin. The next morning, the matches officially commenced. Their opponents were from Kyoto Academy, the same formidable spatial team Jojo had mentioned. Across the arena, a tall, slender youth with a cold and piercing gaze suddenly disappeared, only to reappear behind Su Lin, a dagger aimed at Linyu. Yet Su Lin had anticipated this. Calmly stepping back, he managed to block the dagger and effortlessly seized the opponent's wrist. Shocked and desperate, the tall adversary tried to retreat, but Su Lin's grip held fast like an iron vice. Without hesitation, Su Lin swung him up and slammed him heavily onto the ground. The crowd erupted in astonishment. In an instant, Flame, Ice, and Shadow Blade charged forward side by side, striking the remaining opponents like 3 bolts of lightning. Linyu followed closely behind, her hands emitting white light, protecting any teammates who might get injured. 30 seconds later, the entire Kyoto Academy team was down. The commentary booth erupted. "Victory in 30 seconds. Dragon City Battle Academy is unstoppable." Su Lin remained expressionless, his cold gaze sweeping over the tall, thin boy, where resentment and helplessness were barely concealed. The match ended, and reporters swarmed forward, asking Su Lin for his thoughts on the consecutive victories. He replied indifferently, "The opponents were too weak." His voice wasn't loud, but it sent shockwaves through the crowd. Kyoto Academy, ranked among the nation's top 3, was dismissed as weak, and no one dared to refute it. The numbers spoke for themselves. Back in the resting area, Leijin greeted him with a face full of joy. "Well done. Tomorrow's third match is against Jiangnan Academy." Old Zhang enthusiastically patted Su Lin on the shoulder. Su Lin nodded but furrowed his brows slightly, as doubts began to form in his mind. He inquired about the other group's results, and Leijin's face stiffened as he sighed. Old Zhang added, "The 11 to 20 level group was defeated in the first round by Magic City Academy's second team, and the 21 to 30 level group fared even worse, crushed effortlessly by Kyoto Academy's third team." This news hung over them like a dark cloud, plunging everyone into silence. Flame whispered, "Looks like we're the village's last hope." Ice nodded in agreement. Shadowblade lazily quipped, "The other 2 groups lost, so the pressure is on us. If we fail too, Dragon City Battle Academy might face total defeat this year." The air grew tense, and the group fell silent, leaving only the roar of determination in their chests. Lin Yu's expression turned heavy, and she said little. Su Lin's gaze was resolute, his voice calm. "We won't lose." The 4 of them looked at him in unison, the atmosphere thickening. In the afternoon, Su Lin was summoned to the conference room. Old Zhang, Lei Zhun, and 2 instructors, Lu and Sun, were seated inside, their faces grim. Instructor Lu kept his head down, while Instructor Sun nervously wiped sweat from his hands. Old Zhang asked coldly, "What exactly happened?" Instructor Lu stammered, explaining that the captain of the first team was a rare illusionist, making it difficult for their side to counter. Instructor Sun added that the captain of the third team was a powerful SSS-level lightning user, whose attacks overwhelmed their team. Old Zhang rebuked them angrily. "What were you doing during training?" The 2 hung their heads in silence. Lei Zhun tried to mediate, but Old Zhang glared at him. "Victory or defeat affects the Academy's reputation. Now, everything depends on you 5 holding the line." He fixed his gaze on Su Lin, his tone firm. "This group cannot afford to lose a single match." Su Lin stood up and nodded in agreement. Old Zhang turned to look out the window, his voice heavy. "The other 2 groups have already fallen. All hope rests on you. If you lose, bear the consequences." After a moment of silence, Su Lin spoke, We won't lose. Old Zhang stared at him for a long time, then smiled and gripped his shoulder. With those words, I feel reassured. Go and prepare well. At 4 o'clock on the training field, the five worked in perfect harmony. Flame unleashed fire, asking about their opponents.
Sulines est, Hyangnan Academy.
Ice showed disdain, while Shadowblade calmly reminded, they're not strong, but they have an SSS-level control specialist skilled in slowing and immobilizing. We need to be cautious. Lin Yu quietly promised, I can dispel control effects. Su Lin nodded, and the five continued training as the sunset gradually dimmed. Just as they were about to wrap up, hurried footsteps approached. Su Lin, someone is looking for you outside. The messenger reported, the young master of the Jiangnan Yi family, Yi Wushang. Flame's brows furrowed slightly, unease creeping onto his face. Su Lin stepped outside, greeted by a figure in black, with sharp, delicate brows like blades. The man nodded coldly. Su Lin. The two stared at each other for several seconds before Yi Wushang suddenly declared, Jiangnan will lose tomorrow. Then, shifting his tone, he added, I'm not here to tell you the result. I'm here to warn you. Warn me about what? Su Lin's eyes sharpened. Yi Wushang fell silent, then softly uttered a name, Su Chun. The air grew tense, and Su Lin's expression turned grim. Yi Wushang's gaze was piercing. Su Chun isn't on the roster for Sky Academy, but word in Kyoto is that he's been associating with certain people recently. Who is it? Su Lin asked further, but Yi Wushang did not answer. Be careful, he said, then turned and disappeared into the night. Su Lin stood in place, his gaze deep. Yen Yen poked his head out and asked softly, what does he mean? What is Su Chun plotting? Su Lin did not answer, but in the cold air, his aura grew more resolute. The once bullied waste no longer existed. He was Su Lin, ready to face all challenges. Su Lin, a god-level awakener, could not sleep at night. Yi Wushang's warning lingered in his mind. Su Chun was secretly contacting mysterious figures. Clouds of suspicion gathered, danger loomed, but with the competition ahead, he chose to focus on the battle first. As dawn broke, the third match began. The opponent was Jiangnan Academy. Among their 5-member lineup, an SSS-level control-type girl gripped her staff tightly, her gaze sharp. At the referee's signal, vines suddenly shot up from the ground, locking Su Lin's ankles. The damage was 0, the slowing effect significant, yet it could not hinder his steps. Su Lin moved forward slowly, unwavering. The vines snapped, and the girl was stunned and pale. She used all her strength. Vines, frost, dizziness, immobilization. An endless stream of control skills bombarded him, but they had no effect. Step by step, he approached, lightly tapped her head, and the outcome was decided. In an instant, flames, frost, and shadow blades erupted in a chain of attacks. The 5 elite members of Jiangnan Academy fell one by one. Victory achieved in just 30 seconds. The commentator announced in shock, Dragon City Battle Academy's 3rd consecutive win. The god-level team swept away strong opponents. The crowd roared. Su Lin lowered his head to remove the withered vines from his ankles, his expression calm as ever. Then he turned and left, facing the reporters' questions with just one word, champion. The opponent's strength turned into futile struggles before him. 3 consecutive wins, each concluded within 30 seconds. Backstage, Leijin greeted him with a satisfied smile. The semifinals against Magic City Academy's first team awaited. Su Lin's heart remained unsettled, yet his lips carried a determined cold smile. Su Chun, the undercurrents are surging. I await your arrival. 4 days later, the semifinal day arrived. The Kyoto Sports Arena was packed, the atmosphere fiery and boiling. Magic City Academy's first team, 5 SSS-level combatants gathered, with their captain Lei Dong being a lightning element genius. The two sides faced off. A destined battle between god-level and top-tier SSS was about to erupt. Amid the commentator's voice and countless eyes, the grand spectacle of a clash of titans unfolded. Su Lin stood at the center of the battlefield, his gaze sharp, unstoppable. In the Kyoto Wang family's private box, Wang Shiqing, dressed in a pale yellow gown, stared at her phone screen with a bored expression, showing no interest. Beside her, the composed Wang Tiangang reminded her, "The match is about to start." Wang Shiqing remained indifferent, glancing at the two teams preparing to fight on stage. She said, "Just a fight, boring." She was the eldest daughter of the Kyoto Wang family, known for her arrogant and willful reputation. Despite possessing SSS-level telekinetic control, she never trained seriously. Wang Tiangang reminded her that this match was different because Su Lin, a god-level awakener, was participating. Wang Shiqing sneered, dismissing Su Lin as merely having high health and low attack power, claiming she could defeat him. Wang Tiangang smiled and revealed that Su Lin had 1 billion health points, leaving her momentarily speechless. At the match venue, the 5 members of Dragon City Battle Academy stood in uniform black attire, with Su Lin at the forefront, his expression calm. Magic City Academy's Captain Lei Dong led his team, his silver hair and sharp eyes gleaming, a contemptuous smile on his lips as he provoked Su Lin. At the referee's signal, Lei Dong struck first, raising both hands to unleash a raging thunder net that enveloped the 5 members of Dragon City Battle Academy. Lei Dong aimed to use area attacks to scatter their formation and defeat them one by one. Su Lin remained as steady as a rock, taking a step forward. The thunder struck his body, and the damage numbers instantly jumped wildly, yet he did not waver. Lei Dong's pupils contracted sharply, instantly realizing the immense strength of Su Lin's health. He urgently ordered his teammates to flank and attack. A swift female fighter suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Shadow Blade to strike. A golden light warrior charged at Yen Yen. The staff-wielding youth chanted to lower temperatures. The healer's hands glowed green, all meticulously coordinated. Su Lin remained calm, retreating slightly to position himself in front of Shadow Blade. With a single reverse move, he seized the swift female fighter's wrist, rendering her immobile. Flames clashed head-on with the burly man bathed in golden light. Sword met fist, and the two were evenly matched, leaving the burly man somewhat surprised. Ice faced off against the chanting youth, their frosty powers in a deadlock. Shadow Blade was fortunate to be rescued by Su Lin. After vanishing in an instant, he reappeared behind the healing girl and delivered a vicious stab, instantly escalating the tension of the battle. On the battlefield, Su Lin withstood the relentless attacks of 3 opponents. He firmly restrained the hands of the speed-type girl. The burly man attempted to ambush flames but was yanked back forcefully, and the chanting youth's frost skill landed on Su Lin without leaving a scratch. Lin Yu followed closely behind, her hands glowing, ready to assist at any moment, but no one dared to approach her. Thunderstorm erupted in fury, lightning raining down on Su Lin like a torrential downpour. His health plummeted by tens of thousands in an instant, yet he stood as still as a statue. For 3 minutes, he endured the onslaught until Thunderstorm's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Gasping for breath, Thunderstorm glared at him with hatred and gritted his teeth, demanding to know what kind of monster he was. Su Lin released the speed-type girl and walked steadily toward Thunderstorm. The latter's legs began to tremble, and though he wanted to run, he couldn't move. Su Lin patted Thunderstorm on the shoulder and calmly declared, "You are strong, but you can't hurt me." At Su Lin's signal, flames, ice, and Shadow Blade launched a sudden, coordinated attack. Explosive flames, piercing ice spikes, and shadowy blades struck simultaneously. In less than half a minute, all 5 members of the Modu Academy team were down. Cheers erupted across the arena. Dragon City Battle Academy had secured their 4th consecutive victory, clinching a spot in the finals. Su Lin stood at the center, his chest scorched and his skin unscathed. He briefly locked eyes with a girl in a pale yellow dress in the stands. She stared at him intently, her gaze filled with surprise and curiosity. The girl was Wang Shiqing, standing beside Wang Tiangang. She asked softly, "Grandfather, does he really have 1 billion health points?" Wang Tiangang smiled provocatively. Do you believe it now? She fell silent, her eyes still fixed on the disappearing figure. Wang Tiangang, with his keen eye for talent, asked if she wanted to meet Su Lin. She stubbornly refused, but the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Wang Tiangang chuckled and invited her to the victory banquet that evening. As the battle concluded, the team returned to the rest area. Lei Jin enthusiastically praised them, and old Zhang patted Su Lin on the shoulder, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Su Lin, however, was still lost in thought about the girl. Flames called him back to reality, reminding him of the finals the next day. At 7 p.m., the victory banquet commenced on the top floor of the Kyoto Grand Hotel. The lively atmosphere was palpable. As soon as Su Lin entered, he was surrounded by a crowd, bombarded with compliments and people trying to curry favor. He remained composed, with Flames and the other three standing guard by his side, while Lin Yu quietly stayed in the background. Suddenly, the crowd parted to form a path. Su Lin looked up to see Wang Shiqing approaching gracefully, her expression complex, her sharp gaze tinged with scrutiny and inquiry. Behind her, Wang Tiangang followed at a leisurely pace, signaling the quiet beginning of a new chapter. Wang Tiangang beamed as he introduced Wang Shiqing to Su Lin. Her gaze was critical as she softly questioned Su Lin's appearance and height, showing no sign of respect. Flames quickly spoke up in response, but her imposing status as the eldest daughter of the prestigious Wang family in Kyoto silenced him. Su Lin remained calm, openly acknowledging her mocking remarks. Suddenly, Wang Shiqing burst into laughter, subtly shifting the atmosphere and drawing the attention of those around them. Wang Shiqing's eyes sparkled as she inquired about the opposing team in the next day's match, revealing that the captain of the Kyoto Academy team was her cousin, Qin Hao, an SSS-level dual-attribute ability user. She casually promised to cheer for Su Lin but added a pointed reminder, "Don't lose." Her words laden with meaning. Wang Tiangang nodded in acknowledgement and led her away. Flames and Ice whispered about the young lady's arrogance, while Shadow Blade warned that Wang Tiangang should not be underestimated. Su Lin watched the receding figure, suspicion growing in his heart. What was Wang Shiqing's true purpose in coming here? He knew that losing the finals tomorrow was not an option, especially with so many eyes watching. As the banquet continued, he was once again surrounded by people. After finally breaking free, he moved toward a quiet corner, his gaze cutting through the noise, only to suddenly recognize a familiar figure. Yi Wushang, standing alone by the window. The two exchanged glances. After some pleasantries, Su Lin directly inquired about the hidden forces behind Su Chun. Yi Wushang revealed in a deep voice that the Yi family from the Magic City was plotting against Su Lin, and that person had previously had contact with Su Chun. Under the reflection of the night, Su Lin's expression grew solemn, and he nodded heavily. Yi Wushang warned him that the danger would increase sharply after leaving the capital, and advised him to be extra cautious before turning to leave. Outside the window, the lights flickered, and the night view of the capital was dazzling, yet it could not conceal Su Lin's inner coldness and vigilance. Su Chen's shadow lingered, as if a challenge lay ahead. The next day, the final battlefield. The Kyoto Sports Arena was packed, with crowds surging like waves. The intense match was broadcast live nationwide. Amid the commentary, Dragon City Battle Academy faced Kyoto Academy, with god-level abilities confronting dual-attribute SSS-level powers, drawing all eyes to the suspense. In the Wang family's private box, Wang Shiqing donned a bright red gown. Her expression focused as she gazed at the arena. She turned her head slightly and asked her grandfather who would win. Wang Tiangang countered by asking her opinion. She replied with a smile, "Su Lin. If he loses, it won't be fun." Her words were light, yet they carried an undertone of anticipation and stakes in the match. Wang Tiangong's hearty laughter echoed through the hall. In a corner box, Su Jintian and his family sat in silence. At this critical moment of the finals, they could only sit in the most inconspicuous corner. Lin Wanqing's face was pale, while Su Yao and Su Ling lowered their heads in silence. Su Xiaoxiao secretly peeked at the competition stage. Su Zhentian sat furthest inside, expressionless, but his tightly gripped armrest revealed his tension, with his knuckles turning white. On the competition stage, both teams stood tall and spirited. On Dragon City Battle Academy's side, Su Lin stood at the forefront, followed closely by Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ying Ran, and Lin Yu. Opposite them, Kyoto Academy's team captain Qin Hao stood firmly at the front. In his early 20s, handsome and sharp. Behind him, his 4 teammates exuded an imposing aura. Qin Hao sneered, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Su Lin, I've heard a lot about you. He casually mentioned that his cousin Wang Shiqing had visited Su Lin the day before. Su Lin acknowledged it. Qin Hao provocatively smiled. She's headstrong, but she didn't cause you any trouble, did she? Su Lin shook his head. Qin Hao's expression turned serious. Don't think you're invincible just because you're god level. Today you'll lose, because I have this. A faint light flickered in his palm, revealing 2 abilities: the silver-white power of space and the purple-blue power of lightning. The crowd erupted, and the commentators exclaimed at the first appearance of dual attribute SSS-level abilities. Yan Yan's face turned grave, Han Bing furrowed his brows, Ying Ren's gaze sharpened, and Lin Yu asked softly, Su Lin, what should we do? Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds before calmly instructing, all of you, stand behind me. Despite objections, the 4 instantly retreated in unison. At the referee's signal, Qin Hao suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Su Lin in an instant, with a ball of lightning hurtling straight toward Lin Yu. The speed was astonishing, a perfect combination of spatial teleportation and a lightning strike. Su Lin moved even faster, stepping back to block in front of Lin Yu. The lightning ball struck his chest, displaying a damage value of 500,000 points. Su Lin steadied himself, unmoved. Qin Hao was shocked and continued to disappear and reappear, launching a barrage of lightning strikes. Each time, Su Lin stepped back half a step, always shielding Lin Yu, without letting a single attack break through. At the end, Qin Hao panted heavily, his eyes filled with frustration. You, how much health do you have? Su Lin calmly replied, 1 billion. Qin Hao froze for a moment, then smiled bitterly and withdrew his abilities. I concede. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into deafening cheers. The commentator shouted excitedly, Qin Hao concedes. Dragon City Battle Academy wins the championship. Su Lin leads the team to victory. Yan Yan, Han Bing, and Ying Ren rushed over and hugged Su Lin tightly, shouting with joy, we won! Champion! Lin Yu stood to the side, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, a rare smile during the battle. Su Lin's expression remained calm, but his eyes softened slightly as he looked up at the stands. A girl in a red dress was waving excitedly, her smile blooming like a flower. In a distant corner, Su Zhentian's family had already quietly left. Retracting his gaze, Su Lin's eyes were as resolute as a blade. The championship was won, but the road ahead was still long, and Su Chen's issue remained unresolved. He stared into the distance, his aura unwavering. Come on, no matter who you are. At the center of the award stage, sunlight pierced through the dome of the stadium, illuminating the golden trophy with a dazzling brilliance. Su Lin stood at the forefront with Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ying Ren, and Lin Yu lined up behind him. Their black battle uniforms appeared solemn and majestic under the radiant light. The 50,000-seat stadium erupted in thunderous cheers, like a boiling ocean in the summer. At Longcheng Battle Academy, the shouts and cheers rose wave after wave. Over the broadcast, the award ceremony began, presided over by Chen Juzhou, the president of the Awakener Association, followed by Wang Tiangang, the head of the Kyoto Wang family, and then Zhao Shanhe, the military representative, stepping onto the stage. Chen Juzhou, with his white hair yet steady aura, had an 85-level badge gleaming on his chest under the sunlight. He approached the award stage, holding the golden trophy that shimmered with a cold light, and handed it to Su Lin. Su Lin accepted it with both hands, his gaze calm. The trophy was heavy, carrying the weight of the first true honor that belonged to him in his 18 years. Wang Tiangang held 5 exquisite gold medals, presenting them one by one to Su Lin and his teammates Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ying Ran, and Lin Yu. When he handed it to Lin Yu, he gave her an extra glance and joked, "Your healing was steady." Lin Yu lowered her head and responded softly. Zhao Shanhe appeared last, handing over a sealed letter from the military with a deep voice. "Senior Zhan Tianxiong asked me to deliver this to you. This is just the beginning." Su Lin nodded but did not open it. The 5 of them raised their trophies for a group photo, the flashes forming a sea of light. Yan Yan beamed brightly, Han Bing grinned sheepishly, Ying Ren's lips curled slightly, Lin Yu's faint smile was hidden as she lowered her head, and Su Lin remained expressionless, silently responding to the reporters' calls. After the award ceremony, numerous representatives swarmed forward. Invitations and black gold cards from various business associations were handed over, but Su Lin remained composed and handled them calmly. His teammates were also pulled into the crowd. Yan Yan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Ask him? Why are you asking me?" The crowd laughed, saying Su Lin was a man of few words. Lin Yu distanced herself from the commotion, quietly watching from afar. Suddenly, the crowd parted on its own, and a girl in a pale yellow dress strode forward, Wang Shiqing. She raised her head proudly, her gaze cold as she stared directly at Su Lin.
"Hey, Su Lin, congratulations."
Su Lin met Wang Shiqing's gaze and gave a simple nod of thanks. She blinked lightly and tentatively asked if he had heard her cheering for him earlier. Su Lin shook his head and admitted he hadn't. Her expression darkened, but she quickly stepped closer and softly invited him to the celebration banquet that evening. Su Lin agreed, and her eyes instantly lit up. She turned and left a parting remark, "Don't avoid me. I want to sit next to you." The people around them all turned to look. Yan Yan leaned in and whispered to probe for intentions, while Han Bing muttered his suspicion. "Did she take a liking to him?" Ying Ren calmly stopped them. "Don't talk nonsense. The Wang family is not to be trifled with." Su Lin quietly watched her figure disappear into the distance, wondering what this girl was planning. But there was no time to dwell on it, as another wave of people approached. At 3 in the afternoon, the award ceremony concluded, and the crowd dispersed. Su Lin and his team of 5 returned to their accommodations. Just as they entered, Lei Zhan and Old Zhang greeted them with beaming smiles. Old Zhang was ecstatic. "Champions! A long-awaited honor for Longcheng Battle Academy." Lei Zhan added that the last championship was 13 years ago. Old Zhang waved it off, saying, "This year is even better. Undefeated. A 30-second KO to shut up those who underestimated us." Su Lin listened calmly, while Yan Yan couldn't help but ask about the other 2 groups. Old Zhang's smile faded, and he sighed. The 11 to 20 level group lost to Modu and Jiangnan and is currently competing for rankings. The 21 to 30 level group fared worse, losing 3 consecutive matches and ranking at the bottom. Lei Zhan's expression turned serious. The instructors for those 2 groups are going to face criticism. Han Bing raised an eyebrow and whispered, "So, our group is the only highlight?" Old Zhang nodded. "Exactly. Tonight's celebration banquet will feature the 5 of you as the main stars." Shadowblade asked about the banquet's location, and Old Zhang replied, "The top-floor banquet hall of the Kyoto Grand Hotel, 7 o'clock. Don't be late." As night fell, the banquet hall of the Kyoto Grand Hotel was exceptionally lively. With the championship decided, Su Lin had just entered the venue when the crowd erupted with excitement. Guests scrambled to present various gifts, congratulations from the Yi family, gifts from business associations, and even homemade snacks, all piled in front of him. Su Lin responded with a blank expression. Yan Yan, Han Bing, and Shadowblade were also surrounded, bombarded with questions. What does Su Lin like to eat? What's his favorite color? What does he do in his free time? Yan Yan couldn't hold back and shouted, "I'm not his mom. Stop asking." The crowd laughed, claiming they just wanted to get closer. Han Bing simply said, "He likes black. Is that enough?" Shadowblade lazily concluded, He sleeps during his free time. Their attempt to dismiss the crowd only led to being surrounded even more tightly. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was also surrounded by a few girls, chattering and asking for tips on healing techniques. She softly indicated, "Just treat it like this." The girls exchanged glances and then asked about her relationship with Su Lin. Lin Yu replied, "Pretty good," adding, "He once shielded me from an attack." The girl's eyes lit up, ready to ask more, but Lin Yu lowered her head and remained silent. In another corner of the banquet hall, Wang Shiking sat at a table, bored, scrolling through her phone. Beside her, Wang Tiangang was chatting casually with an old friend. Someone teased that his granddaughter was unusually quiet, and Wang Tiangang glanced at her, saying, "She's waiting for someone." The elder asked who, and Wang Shiqing shot a cold glance. "None of your business." The elder laughed heartily, lightening the mood. She continued playing on her phone, but her eyes frequently darted toward the entrance. Finally, she spotted a familiar figure squeezing through the crowd, heading toward the corner. She immediately stood up and quickly approached him.
Hey, Su Lin.
Su Lin turned around, his gaze calm as he responded to Wang Shiqing's greeting. Wang Shiqing, unbothered by formalities, grabbed his arm and led him through the bustling crowd to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, the Kyoto nightscape was brilliantly lit, with streams of traffic weaving through the city. She pointed to the distant view, her eyes glimmering with a trace of past tenderness. Suddenly, she looked directly at Su Lin, her tone probing, "Were you unhappy in the past?" Su Lin was momentarily stunned and remained silent. Wang Shiqing instead opened up about the hardships in her own family. Her grandfather's strictness, her father's scolding, and the constant comparisons with her brother. Her complaints carried a hint of relief. She looked at Su Lin with a complex expression. "You've also endured difficulties, even to the point of escaping, but you succeeded." The corners of Su Lin's mouth lifted slightly, forming a faint smile, which was enough to make Wang Shiqing exclaim in delight. She then proposed becoming friends, extending her hand and waiting for his response. After a moment of hesitation, Su Lin shook her hand, their pinky promise sealing a new alliance. Nearby, 3 others were surrounded by people, smiling wryly in helplessness. Han Bing and Shadow Blade teased from the side but softly advised restraint, while Lin Yu quietly observed. The banquet continued, with Su Lin surrounded by waves of people trying to network and hand him business cards, leaving him visibly fatigued. Wang Shiqing, however, became his steadfast shield, waving off those who tried to pester him. Finally, Yen Yen squeezed through the crowd, panting, while Han Bing and Shadow Blade gradually joined in, with Lin Yu silently following. The 5 of them, along with Wang Shiqing, sat together at a table. Wang Shiqing surveyed the figures before her, nodding in satisfaction, and boldly declared, "With me in Kyoto, no one dares to touch you." Flame teased in response. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and the laughter grew louder. Su Lin looked at this group of long-lost companions. A warmth surged in his heart, and for the first time, he felt a true sense of belonging. As the banquet neared its end, Wang Shiqing leaned in and whispered, revealing that someone was secretly inquiring about Su Lin, her tone carrying a warning. Su Lin nodded steadily, looking at her with gratitude. Wang Shiqing blinked and smiled, confidently saying, "We're friends. No need to thank me." She suddenly stood up, stretched lazily, and murmured to herself, "Time to go back. Don't want to make Grandpa worry." As she reached the door, she turned back and waved at Su Lin. "Next time you're in the capital, don't forget to find me." Su Lin silently nodded, and she smiled, turned around, and dashed away. Flame leaned closer to Frost and whispered, "The eldest daughter of the Wang family. Not bad." Frost nodded, his gaze complicated. Spoiled, but sincere. Lin Yu watched her departing figure, a trace of envy in her eyes. Su Lin withdrew his attention and said softly, "Let's go. Time to rest." The 5 of them slowly walked out of the banquet hall, greeted by a silent corridor. At the end, a figure stood still, dressed in black, with a sharp and delicate gaze locked onto Su Lin, Yi Wushang. He stepped forward and coldly uttered, "Congratulations." Su Lin nodded in response. Yi Wushang was silent for a few seconds, his tone low. "I found out the background of those people.
Sulines gaze taitant.
A branch of the Yi family in the Demon City, bought off by someone. The mastermind behind it is Su Chun." Su Lin said nothing. Yi Wushang's eyes turned complex in an instant. "Su Chun plans to strike on your way back to the Dragon City Battle Academy. 20 top assassins, all above level 40. Led by Shadow Serpent, a level 50 assassination ability user, a legend in the assassin world." Su Lin remained silent, his gaze calm and unruffled like water. "Thanks for letting me know," he finally said. Yi Wushang shook his head. "No need to thank me. I just don't want to see you die so pathetically." "What are you planning to do?" he asked again. Su Lin's gaze pierced through the night, not answering immediately. After a long while, he calmly spoke. "How many of them are there?" 20, levels ranging from 40 to 50, with the leader Shadow Serpent being extremely powerful. None of them are to be underestimated. Yi Wushang stared at him intently. "Aren't you afraid?" Su Lin retorted. "Afraid of what?"
Ye ushang fronet depli.
Su Lin continued calmly. "Level 50. A punch with 50 million damage. My health is in the trillions. 2 million punches? No matter how strong the enemy, they won't take me down easily." Yi Wushang pondered deeply and asked, "So what will you do?" Su Lin's gaze was resolute. "I'll inform the higher-ups." Yi Wushang was surprised. "The higher-ups? I'm already a god-level awakener, a national champion. All the relevant agencies are keeping a close eye on me. If someone wants to kill me, they won't just stand by and do nothing." Yi Wushang remained silent, then suddenly smiled faintly. "Smart. However, no matter how high your level 10 health is, if you encounter someone at level 40 or 50, a few punches will take you down." He turned and left, leaving a cold warning behind. "I'm staying out of this. Be careful." Su Lin stared at his departing figure, then turned and went back to his room. He took out his phone and dialed Qin Juzhou without hesitation. The call was answered after just 2 rings, with a hint of surprise in Chen Juzhou's voice. "So late. What's the matter?" Su Lin got straight to the point. "Someone wants to kill me." On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. Then Chen Juzhou's voice turned serious. "Who? When? How many people?" Su Lin revealed the truth. Su Chen hired 20 assassins, levels 40 to 50. The leader is Shadow Snake, and they plan to act on my way back to the Battle Academy. Chen Juzhou fell silent, his voice suddenly icy. "Su Chen, how bold. Where are you now?" "In my room in the residential area. Don't go out. I'll send people to guard you immediately. Stay indoors tonight." "Understood." After hanging up, Su Lin lay back on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The night remained deep and heavy. In less than 10 minutes, footsteps approached quickly, followed by a knock on the door. Su Lin opened it to find 4 people standing outside. Leading them was a composed, middle-aged man, a level 70 badge gleaming on his chest. The man nodded in acknowledgement. "The association sent us to protect you. Don't worry, we'll guard the door tonight." Closing the door, Su Lin sank back onto his bed. The night stretched endlessly, his gaze resolute and calm. 20 assassins at levels 40 to 50, led by a level 50 assassination expert, an impressive operation. But he was no longer the useless person he once was. His aura was cold and unyielding, refusing to be underestimated. The next morning, there was another knock at the door. When he opened it, it was Chen Juzhou, accompanied by several others. After a brief greeting, they got straight to the point. In a corner of the cafeteria, Chen Juzhou solemnly disclosed the intelligence. The assassins were real, with Shadow Snake, a level 50 and a renowned figure in the assassin world, as their leader. Su Lin listened silently, earning a hint of approval in Chen Juzhou's eyes. He reminded Su Lin not to be blindly arrogant. 1 billion health can withstand mid to low-level attacks, but high-level strikes can pierce through instantly, he said. He revealed that the military had joined forces with the association and planned to capture the assassins in one sweep today. Then, shifting the topic, he mentioned Su Chun, leaving his words unfinished but laced with sharp undertones. Su Lin pressed for more details, and Chun Jiuzhou admitted that it was difficult to act against Su Chun due to his special status. The responsibility couldn't be taken lightly unless there was irrefutable evidence. With a sigh, he advised Su Lin to focus on cultivation and wait for the right moment to act. Su Lin nodded quietly, understanding that haste wouldn't help, but the deep-seated grudge remained, and a resolution would come in the future. After the meal, he returned to his room, and his phone suddenly rang. It was Wang Shiqing, her voice clear and tinged with concern. "I heard someone is targeting you?" She mentioned that her family had strong protection and invited him to temporarily take shelter. Su Lin politely declined, reassuring her with a calm response. A faint smile appeared on his lips, a trace of warmth emerging. At noon, Qin Jiuzhou brought good news. The vast majority of assassins have been captured, and the leader, Shadow Snake, is under interrogation. The two who escaped were quickly tracked down and have nowhere to hide.
Su Lin nodded lightly.
Chun Jiuzhou hesitated to reveal that Su Chun could not be dealt with for the time being unless Shadow Snake exposed his master. He mentioned the assassin's code, which typically forbids betraying their employer, but with Shadow Snake in custody, there was still room to dig deeper. Su Lin remained silent, calmly awaiting the next move. Chun Jiuzhou patted Su Lin on the shoulder, his tone brief but firm. "Get some rest. Tomorrow morning, the military will escort you back to Longchang Battle Academy. You'll be safe." Early the next morning, the 5 of them were ready to depart. At the Kyoto airport, a massive aircraft bearing military insignia stood silently. Zhao Shanhe stood nearby and nodded slightly when he saw them. Yan Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked at him in surprise. "General Zhao personally escorting us? That's quite the honor." Zhao Shanhe responded calmly. "For a god-level awakener, it's only fitting." The 5 boarded the aircraft, the cabin door closed, and it slowly ascended, heading toward Longchang Battle Academy. Through the window, Su Lin watched as Kyoto City gradually shrank in the distance. This journey had brought him the glory of a championship, fame, and new companions. Yet his gaze remained cautious. Su Chun was still lurking in the shadows like a venomous snake, waiting to strike. The aircraft pierced through clouds and mist, speeding northward. Su Lin leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, as if conserving energy for even greater challenges ahead. The Tower of Heaven still loomed, layer upon layer, waiting for him. The path to advancing his strength was long and arduous. As for Su Chun, he set the matter aside for now. One day, if he could crush Su Jintian, all grievances would vanish like smoke. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, and the outline of Longcheng Battle Academy gradually came into view in the distance. The aircraft landed in the plaza. The cabin door opened, and a crowd of instructors and students gathered to welcome them, their cheers resounding, "Champion! Champion!" Yen Yen beamed with joy, waving wildly.
Han Bing clapped excitedly.
Shadowblade's lips curled into a rare smile, and Lin Yu lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. Su Lin's expression remained calm, but he was enveloped in warmth. Lei Jin patted him heartily on the shoulder and said, "Good job, kid. Bringing back the championship proves you're the real deal." Old Zhang added with a broad smile, "Tonight's celebration banquet, you 5 are the stars." Su Lin nodded in response. The elite class students swarmed around them, their applause mixed with admiration. Su Lin, a 30-second KO against Kyoto Academy? Absolutely insane. Yen Yan's fiery explosions lit up the entire arena. Han Bing's frost pierce was chillingly sharp. Shadowblade's stealthy backline strikes were stunning. Lin Yu's healing was steady as ever. The 5 were surrounded as they made their way to the cafeteria, glancing at the badges on their chests along the way. All of them were now level 10. Over the past month, they had challenged the Tower of Heaven every Sunday, collectively breaking through to level 10. Yen suddenly brought up, now that we're all level 10, isn't it time to tackle the passive skill trials? Han Bing agreed. Yeah, unlocking passive skills will make our combat power skyrocket. Shadow Blade leaned lazily against his chair and said nonchalantly, the Tower of Heaven opens tomorrow. We need to finalize our plans quickly. Lin Yu softly reminded, I heard the trials are solo and quite challenging. Leijin nodded and added, the passive skill trial is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The difficulty is up to you. The harder it is, the stronger the passive skill. But if you fail, there's no second chance, so choose wisely. With that, he turned and left. Inside the cafeteria, more than 30 elite class members sat in a circle, enthusiastically discussing their options. Attackers debated offensive skills, critical hit enthusiasts focused on critical enhancements, and tanks favored health boosts. Su Lin found a quiet corner to sit down. Just as he began eating, Yen squeezed in beside him and plopped down. What passive skill are you planning to choose? Share it so we can get some ideas. Han Bing's eyes sparkled as he chimed in. Shadow Blade leaned back lazily in his chair, smirking faintly. He's probably going to go for health. Even if his health doubles, his damage output won't be intimidating. The atmosphere was lively, with each of the five lost in their own thoughts. The upcoming trials loomed, their undercurrents stirring anticipation. Lin Yu sat silently across from them, her appetite absent, but her ears keenly catching every word. Su Lin chewed his food, hesitated for a moment, and then replied softly, I haven't decided yet. Flame immediately rolled her eyes impatiently, questioning his hesitation. Su Lin remained silent, his expression grave. The passive skill trial occurs at levels 10, 20, 30. Every 10 levels, with the first choice being particularly crucial as it directly impacts future progression. Shadow Blade stepped in to mediate, waving his hand. Don't push him, he knows what he's doing. After finishing their meal, the five returned to the dormitory. Su Lin lay on his bed, took out his phone, opened the Tower of Heaven encyclopedia, and stopped at the passive skill trial page. The scene shifted, and the narration outlined the rules. Every 10 levels, a trial space is entered to select a type of passive skill, and the corresponding challenge is generated. Clearing the challenge grants the respective passive skill. The difficulty levels are distinct, ranging from normal to hell, with higher difficulty yielding stronger effects. Failure means losing the opportunity until the next round. Next, the screen displayed a long list of skill options: attack enhancement, health enhancement, ability enhancement, recovery enhancement, critical hit, defense, movement speed. Each option detailed corresponding values and difficulty increases. Su Lin's gaze sharpened, calculating rapidly like an abacus. Attack enhancement, fixed value held difficulty adds 5,000 attack, but his ability doesn't increase attack. This 5,000 might amplify to 500,000 for others, but for him, it's negligible. Percentage-based attack bonus, 50% seems significant, but the base value is small, far inferior to the fixed value advantage. Health enhancement, fixed value adds 10,000, but with his astonishing base of 1 trillion, it's like a drop in the ocean. Percentage-based bonus of 50% could increase his health to 1.5 trillion. Although the number is massive, having more health doesn't solve the issue of sustained recovery, ultimately leading to being worn down by high-level enemies. Ability enhancement, hell difficulty boosts ability effects by 50%. His ability can increase health by 1 billion times, and with the bonus it approaches 1.5 billion times, closely matching the percentage-based health enhancement. Su Lin's expression was focused, his brows furrowed, trying to find the optimal path among the many choices. Su Lin stared at the percentage-based recovery enhancement values, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating. Hell difficulty, recovering 1% of maximum health per second. The numbers before him were staggering. 1 trillion health, 1% equals 10 billion health regenerated per second. A level 50 assassin's punch deals 50 million damage, and he could offset 200 punches with just 1 second of recovery. Even if 100 level 50 opponents attacked simultaneously, dealing 5 billion damage per second, they couldn't outpace his regeneration. Fighting while recovering, his existence was akin to an immortal weapon. Every passive skills data was magnified infinitely for him, with his billionfold health granting him unparalleled recovery speed. Closing his phone, his gaze was resolute, his choice now clear. The next day, the Level 10 passive trial began, with the elite class packed with challengers. Leijin stood at the front, calmly announcing, "Passive trial, a one-time opportunity. Choose your difficulty wisely, as it determines the foundation of your future." The list was revealed, and Flame was the first to step into the light gate. Blue light flickered, and the 3-meter-high trial gate covered in runes opened the entrance to the underground battlefield. Flame stepped inside, and the trial content appeared on the light screen. Slay 100 elite fire elements of the same level within 10 minutes. A sea of fire spread, and hundreds of fiery creatures surged forward. Exclamations arose. Fire elements were immune to fire attacks, and her identity as the Flame Lord was questioned. Faces showed shock, and murmurs quietly echoed. Flame's gaze was resolute as she stepped forward. The fire-patterned sword in her hand emitted an eerie blue flame, slicing through a fire element as easily as cutting vegetables. With several swings of her sword, she achieved consecutive victories, her offensive sweeping through the sea of fire like a storm. The flames scorched her clothes, and her reddened skin showed no sign of retreat. As the countdown reached halfway, her kill count had already reached 50. Though covered in injuries, her eyes burned with unyielding determination. She gritted her teeth, gripping the long sword tightly with both hands, and spun rapidly like a top. Blue flames erupted from her body, forming a massive fiery tornado that engulfed the surrounding fire elements, instantly vaporizing them. The light screen displayed, "Kills, 100/100. Remaining time, 1 minute and 3 seconds. Flame knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, her entire body charred, half of her hair burned, yet she was still resolutely alive. The system prompted congratulations for clearing the level, rewarding a 50% increase in attack power. The light gate flickered, and Flame was teleported out of the arena. She staggered 2 steps and almost fell, but was caught by Frost. She forced a smile, revealing her white teeth. "I'm fine, just exhausted to death. Hell difficulty, fire element attack takes 500 HP in 1 hit. A few consecutive hits almost killed me." Everyone cast admiring glances, and even Thunder nodded approvingly. "Not bad, you've got guts. Number 2. Frost, you're up." Frost swallowed hard, gave Flame a thumbs up, and then stepped into the light gate. The light screen displayed, "Trial participant, Frost level 10 passive. Ability enhancement, cooldown reduction difficulty. Hell trial content. Evade the Frost Dragon's pursuit for 15 minutes. Frost appeared in a snowy landscape, with a massive frost dragon circling in the sky. Its wingspan exceeded 50 meters, and its entire body was covered in blue scales that shimmered with icy light. Everyone exclaimed that it was a level 20 boss. How can a level 10 fight a level 20? Isn't this a death sentence? The dragon dove down, spewing a blast of icy blue dragon breath. Frost rolled swiftly to narrowly escape. The breath instantly froze a large area of the ground, the chilling air pressing in. He let out a shout, frantically fleeing while trying to use Frost's skills to slow the dragon down. But the dragon showed no mercy, spewing another breath that hit him, instantly freezing his left leg. Frost cried out in pain, dragging his frostbitten leg as he continued to run desperately. With 12 minutes remaining, he fled like a stray dog, the dragon breath closing in, blood continuously spilling. Flame clenched her fists, cheering him on, while Su Lin frowned deeply as he watched the light screen. With 6 minutes left, his HP dropped to half, and Frost was covered in injuries, battered and bruised, yet he still persisted in running. With 4 minutes left, his stamina was completely depleted, and he began to crawl slowly. The dragon dove again, its breath rushing toward him. Frost desperately rolled to the side to dodge, the ground beside him instantly freezing, trapping half of his body. With 3 minutes left, he was frozen and unable to move. The dragon landed and opened its mouth to bite. At the critical moment, blue light erupted from within Frost. His ability fully awakened, and an ice wall suddenly rose, blocking the dragon's deadly bite. He struggled to break free from the ice, rolling and crawling to escape the encirclement. The countdown entered its final stage. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. Cleared. The system rewarded a 20% cooldown reduction for his ability. The light gate flashed, and Han Bing fell out heavily, his body covered in blood and frostbite, as if returning from hell. He weakly smiled and said, "I actually made it." Before finishing his words, he fainted. Lin Yu hurried forward, her hands glowing white, healing his injuries. Lei Jin nodded, his face showing satisfaction. "Not bad. Breaking through in battle. Quite interesting." Number 3, Shadowblade. Shadowblade, rarely clear-headed, stood up, his gaze firm, and walked toward the light gate. Trial participant. Shadow Blade level 10. Passive selection. Critical hit enhancement difficulty selection. Hell trial content. Kill the shadow assassins hidden in the dark maze. Darkness spread, so thick that one couldn't see their hand in front of them. Deadly shadow assassins lurked deep within the maze. Shadowblade closed his eyes and held his breath, listening for faint breathing sounds. Suddenly, a shadow rushed forward. He instantly flashed behind it and struck with a blade, causing the shadow to vanish instantly. The battle continued, with flashes of blades and swords intertwining in the darkness, both sides relying solely on their senses to fight. Red wounds streaked across his body, but Shadowblade didn't stop, continuing to shuttle through the shadows. Suddenly, dozens of shadows swarmed toward him. His eyes sharpened, and he disappeared again. For the next 10 minutes, the light screen only showed flashes of blades and shadows, occasionally accompanied by screams. Finally, Shadowblade, covered in blood, stood at the maze's core, surrounded by the scattered corpses of over a dozen shadows. Congratulations on clearing the trial. Passive acquired, critical hit enhancement, hell level, critical hit rate plus 20%. The light gate flickered, and he was transported out of the maze. Staggering but quickly steadying himself, his lips twitched slightly. Yen Yen was shocked. "Are you even human?" Shadowblade responded indifferently, his gaze resolute. Lin Yu healed Han Bing and stopped Shadowblade's bleeding. Lei Jin called out, "Number 4, Lin Yu. Trial participant. Lin Yue level 10, passive selection. Ability enhancement, effect boost difficulty. Hell task. Heal 100 infected individuals in the plague zone while preventing self-infection. Gray land, corpses everywhere, maggots squirming, poisonous mist permeating, devouring life every second." Lin Yu's health was only 5,000, and the countdown was pressing. She remained calm, walking toward the first patient, her hands glowing white as she healed them, while a layer of green aura enveloped her body. The infection value climbed slowly, but she persisted, healing others while saving herself. Gradually, her complexion turned pale, her lips darkened, her legs trembled, yet she did not stop, her hands unwavering. As time raced by, her steps faltered, and she fell to her knees, crawling bit by bit toward the last patient. Her trembling hands pressed down, and at that moment, white light shone brightly. The healing was completed, the infection value dropped to its limit, and her lifeline was forcibly pulled back. Congratulations on clearing the trial. Ability enhancement, effect boost plus 50%. The light gate opened, and Lin Yu collapsed to the ground, her face pale, trembling slightly. Yen Yen rushed forward, holding her tightly, marveling at her resilience. Su Lin's gaze was complex, looking at this silent determination as if seeing himself. Lei Jin clearly announced the name. Number 5, Su Lin. The training ground suddenly fell silent, and all eyes focused on him. Everyone's gaze gathered, their focus firmly locked on Su Lin, the one hailed as a god-level awakener, the national champion, and the legend with 1 billion health points. What kind of challenge would he face? Could he withstand the trial? Su Lin slowly stood up and walked toward the light gate. As he approached, he turned back to glance at the 4 members of Yan Yan's team. Their eyes met, trust and anticipation flowing between them. He nodded and stepped into the light, his figure disappearing within. The scene shifted to a desolate wasteland, with Su Lin standing at the center. Golden text floated before him, clearly outlining the trial's theme. 3 waves of beast-tide battles, an endless pack of wolves launching frenzied attacks, each wave escalating in ferocity, culminating in 10,000 elite bloodthirsty wolves and 1 Lord Wolf King. The sole rule: survive for 30 minutes, death forbidden. Cold numbers swept through his mind, thousands of wolves layered upon each other. Their attack power multiplied several times, the damage terrifyingly immense, as if they intended to devour him completely. Yet, his health stood like a mountain, 1 billion points forming an impenetrable barrier. The wolves stirred up dust, forming a raging tide, but they could not topple him. The bloodthirsty wolf pack swept in like a storm, biting ferociously. He remained motionless, letting thousands of wolves pounce on him, their dark figures rolling like a massive ball, yet showing no signs of collapse. The damage surged like waves, his health bar trembling faintly, losing only a few 100,000 points in mere seconds. Time passed slowly. The wolf pack could not crush him. The wolves clinging to him grew thicker, resembling a mountain. He coldly watched the countdown, unhurried and composed, as if racing against time. Fatigue began to surface faintly, but his resolve remained unshaken. Finally, the most perilous 3rd wave arrived. 10,000 wolves howled and roared, with the Lord Wolf King exuding an imposing aura. Its silver fur gleamed, intelligence flickering in its eyes, calm and cold, silently awaiting the prey's demise. Led by the Wolf King, the pack instinctively parted to clear the path, signaling the ultimate showdown. In an instant, the Wolf King lunged like white lightning tearing through the sky, targeting Su Lin's throat with a fatal strike. The damage numbers appeared, a fierce blow of 5,000. Yet Su Lin's gaze remained cold as he extended a single hand, gripping the Wolf King's nape without fear. The Wolf King kicked its limbs wildly, its deafening howls echoing, but it was firmly restrained by his iron grip. The two faced off, their eyes meeting. A rare trace of doubt flickered in the Wolf King's gaze. This man had not fallen. The battle's outcome remained uncertain. The smoke had not cleared, and the legend continued. Su Lin touched his head, looking at the Wolf King before him, and sighed. Killing it was unnecessary, so he simply let it bite him. After being released, the Wolf King froze momentarily before launching a frenzied attack. He remained motionless, allowing its sharp teeth to tear into him. The countdown grew urgent. 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute. Time ticked away second by second. Finally, accompanied by the message "Congratulations on passing," Su Lin's figure reappeared at the light gate. The people in the training ground stared at him in shock, Yan Yan's face full of disbelief. You're completely fine?" Su Lin looked down at himself. His clothes were tattered and full of holes, yet his skin was unscathed. He responded indifferently, "Not bad." Han Bing's brow twitched as he grumbled in frustration. "Not bad? We almost died. And you call that not bad?" Shadowblade's gaze was complicated as he half-jokingly, half-seriously asked, "What exactly did you do?" Su Lin replied simply, "I stood there and let them bite." Everyone was speechless. Lei Jun sighed deeply, a mix of helplessness and admiration, and clapped his hands to give orders. "Everyone, go rest. Tomorrow's a day off. Take it easy." Yan Yan's eyes lit up. "Really, a day off?" Lei Jun shot back coldly. "Do you think I'd lie to you?" The 5 walked out of the training ground, sunlight spilling over them, warm and comforting. Yan Yan stretched and sighed. "I feel like I've been worked to death." Han Bing rubbed his legs, still feeling weak. Shadowblade looked slightly fatigued, remarking that the dark labyrinth was far worse than expected. Lin Yu's steps were light and floating, appearing slow but clearly improving. Su Lin trailed behind the group, his clothes tattered like a beggar's outfit. Yen Yen turned back, unable to hold back her laughter. Su Lin, with that outfit, you could go set up a bowl under the bridge. Han Bing chuckled in agreement. Right, God-level awakener begging for food, and you'll definitely get some. Shadowblade's lips curved slightly, and even Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. The group chatted and laughed as they walked toward the dormitory. Downstairs, Yen Yen stopped and suggested a celebration. Clearing hell difficulty. Let's have a good meal together tonight. Han Bing immediately agreed. Barbecue is a must. Shadowblade was indifferent. Lin Yu softly agreed. Yen Yen looked back at Su Lin, who nodded in approval. They set a meeting time of 6 o'clock at the school gate, with Yen Yen enthusiastically extending the invitation. In the afternoon, everyone returned to their dorms. Su Lin showered, changed clothes, and lay on his bed, pulling out his phone to open the elite class group chat. The group was in an uproar. Li Lei shouted about clearing the hard difficulty and receiving an attack bonus. Han Mimi chose the normal mode for a steady health boost. Wang Taizhu, however, failed and was flooding the chat in frustration. Despite the many words of comfort, they couldn't mask the painful reality of missing out on a passive skill. The earlier one obtained a passive skill, the greater the accumulation of strength. Missing it could mean never catching up. The brutal trial was a make-or-break moment. Success meant soaring, failure meant ruin. A sense of helplessness and regret lingered in the silent group. Su Lin quietly read through the messages, his expression calm. Suddenly, he noticed a new message from Yen Yen. Narration: the Battle Academy group chat exploded, with Yen Yen being the first to flaunt her victory. Clearing hell difficulty. Her attack power directly increased by 50%, exuding unstoppable momentum. Narration: next, Han Bing refused to be outdone, revealing a 20% reduction in ability cooldown, reigniting the group's excitement. Narration: Shadow Blade also showed off, with his critical hit rate soaring by 20%, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Narration: everyone eagerly awaited Lin Yu's surprise, and sure enough, she casually reported clearing hell difficulty, with her ability effects enhanced by 50%, once again electrifying the group. Narration: finally, all eyes turned to Su Lin. The group fell silent until Yen Yen couldn't resist calling him out. Narration: Su Lin replied briefly, hell difficulty cleared, with 1% health regeneration per second. Instantly, the group chat erupted. The 5 of them had conquered hell difficulty, exuding unparalleled dominance. Narration: everyone expressed their admiration and awe, both envious and excitedly shouting about celebrating with barbecue that evening. Next scene: evening at the school gate, the 5 gathered. Narration: Yen Yen appeared in a stunning red dress, exuding an impressive aura.
Han Bing, freshly hovred, looked refreshed.
Shadowblade, dressed in black, leaned lazily against the wall. Lin Yu stood quietly in her simple elegance, radiating calmness. Su Lin, in a plain black jacket with slightly messy hair, looked unassuming. Narration: Yen Yen scrutinized Su Lin with a critical eye, curling her lips in disdain, dissatisfied with his lack of effort in dressing up. Narration: they set off, heading toward the familiar barbecue restaurant. Narration: they took their usual seats, warmly greeted by the smiling owner. Narration: the menu was filled to the brim with orders: grilled lamb, beef, chicken wings, eggplant, chives, everything one could want. Narration: Han Bing softly voiced his doubts, while Yen Yan's sharp gaze and bold response declared that they wouldn't wolf down their food today, and anything left would be packed up. Narration: as the sizzling barbecue was served, the air was filled with a rich, mouth-watering aroma. Narration: the flame wolf devoured its food, furrowing its brows, reminiscing about the ferocity of fire elements during battle. Narration: Frost enjoyed its meal, recounting the icy torment of being chased by a dragon. Narration: Shadowblade's silence revealed the peril of the dark labyrinth, where a single mistake meant death, creating a tense atmosphere. Lin Yu ate lightly, a faint smile on her face, while Su Lin silently accompanied her. Their conversation was interrupted by Flame Wolf, who curiously asked about the trial. Su Lin responded simply, "Beast Tide, 160 wolves, plus the Wolf King." The numbers were deliberately understated to conceal the true intensity. Everyone was stunned. Flame Wolf shocked. "How did you survive?" Su Lin replied calmly, "I stood there and let them bite me for 30 minutes. Frost twitched, Shadow Blade was helpless, Flame Wolf was furious. A mix of envy and confusion. The atmosphere gradually relaxed, and the bustling night market reflected their deep camaraderie. Lin Yu suddenly whispered her thanks. Flame Wolf and Frost responded firmly, and the team's tacit understanding and trust silently deepened. The five strolled leisurely, the night filled with the warmth of fireworks and laughter. Lin Yu quietly hinted to Su Lin about future collaboration, smiling slightly, revealing their mutual understanding. Back at the dormitory, Su Lin checked the group chat. Trial data coldly displayed the harsh reality. Only 5 people had passed the hell difficulty, successfully gaining passive skills, at the cost of countless sweat and failures. Su Lin's health was astonishing, recovering 100 billion per second. Outsiders only saw 1 million, a secret guarding his immense strength. The night deepened, and the Tower of Heaven stood tall in the distance. During the holiday, Su Lin calmed his mind, preparing for even tougher challenges. As the morning sunlight streamed in, he opened his eyes, his panel data exuding dominance, his astronomical health numbers flashing coldly. 100 billion recovery beyond reason meant something only he understood. Yesterday, the level 10 wolf pack was ferocious, with over 1,600 wolves biting simultaneously, yet only reducing 8 million health. Su Lin instantly recovered, as steady as a rock, completely unshakable. His strength far surpassed ordinary people. Even if the opponent struck with hundreds of billions of damage, it wouldn't be fatal. Moreover, he continued to grow stronger, with level 10 merely the beginning, and higher levels unimaginably terrifying. After everything was ready, Su Lin put away his phone and began his daily routine. Just after brushing his teeth, a sudden phone call came through. Flame Wolf, full of energy, urged him to get up quickly, while Lin Yu specially invited him to breakfast to express her gratitude. After tidying up, Su Lin arrived at the school gate to meet Flame Wolf, Frost, Shadow Blade, and Lin Yu. Flame Wolf was youthful and lively, Frost still silly, Shadow Blade lazily looking at his phone, and Lin Yu stood quietly to the side, her cheeks slightly red. The 4 greeted him with smiles, urging Su Lin to hurry up. Lin Yu softly revealed that the breakfast shop was at the school's east gate, and the buns were exceptionally delicious. The 5 walked together, encountering elite classmates whose gazes were filled with envy or admiration, while a few who had failed yesterday showed complex emotions. Su Lin ignored the others, walking silently, while Flame Wolf enthusiastically waved, shining like a star. Inside the cozy little shop, the proprietress recognized Lin Yu and greeted her warmly. The old spot remained unchanged. On the table, freshly steamed buns emitted curling steam, their aroma enticing. Flame Wolf took a big bite, the soup splashing and burning his mouth, yet he couldn't help but praise. Frost's mouth dripped with oil, marveling at the bun's excellence. Lin Yu softly explained that she had lived nearby as a child, surprising everyone. Lin Yu was always low-key, rarely revealing personal matters. Flame Wolf tentatively asked about her hometown, but she vaguely nodded and denied, quickly changing the subject to end the deeper conversation. After breakfast, the 5 wandered through the bustling streets of Dragon City. Flame Wolf dragged Lin Yu to a clothing store. Frost foolishly acted as a porter. Shadow Blade lazily sprawled at the milk tea shop entrance, basking in the sun, while Su Lin stood outside, his gaze piercing through the crowd. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. An unknown caller, an investigator surnamed Zhang, reported the results of an assassin's interrogation. Key point: Shadow Snake confirmed the target as Su Chun, with a transaction amount of 5 million points as a deposit, and the target was indeed Su Lin. The execution timing was set for Su Lin's return to the Battle Academy. Su Lin's gaze turned cold, capturing every detail. Zhang Yuan added that despite the transfer records and recorded testimonies, Su Chen firmly denied the matter, claiming he was being framed. The investigator admitted that as a member of one of the 5 great families, Su Zhentian, the head of the Su family, personally vouched for Su Chen, demanding irrefutable evidence. However, due to the lack of direct evidence and only a chain of circumstantial evidence, it was difficult to convict him legally. After hearing this, Su Lin's expression was resolute, but he said nothing. The investigator sighed helplessly, clearly aware that the turmoil behind the scenes was far more complex than the current situation. Hanging up the phone, Su Lin stood alone at the entrance of the milk tea shop. The sunlight fell on him but failed to dispel the chill in his heart. The assassins had been dealt with, but Su Chen remained hidden in the shadows, stirring up undercurrents. In every dangerous situation, he always hid in the dark, letting others face death first, only to emerge later with an innocent facade, continuing to play the role of the kind young master. Shadow Blade approached with a cup of milk tea, his sharp gaze probing about the phone call. Su Lin calmly explained that it was news from the association regarding the assassin incident, and that the mastermind, Su Chen, was still at large. The two exchanged a tacit understanding. Without solid evidence and with Su Zhentian's backing, any action would be futile. Shadow Blade sighed in frustration, lamenting the darkness and invincibility of the great families. Su Lin's stance was firm, his gaze icy. When I become strong enough to crush Su Zhentian with a single blow, no one will be able to protect him. For once, Shadow Blade revealed a genuine smile, patting Su Lin's shoulder in silent support. At that moment, Yan Yan, Lin Yu, and Han Bing returned after shopping. Yan Yan was full of energy. Han Bing struggled with heavy bags, looking miserable, while Lin Yu had a faint smile on her lips, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Shadow Blade appeared lazy but followed steadily. Su Lin walked at the back of the group, his gaze soft, feeling a long-lost warmth. In the afternoon, the 5 continued shopping. Yan Yan couldn't stop buying. Han Bing took on the role of porter. Lin Yu gradually relaxed, her face beaming with smiles. Shadow Blade quietly accompanied them, while Su Lin silently observed his friends, a sense of unprecedented peace welling up in his heart. By evening, they returned to school, only to run into Lei Zhun, who looked serious and summoned Su Lin to the administrative building's conference room. Inside sat several prominent figures: Old Zhang, Chen Zhuzhou, a military representative named Zhao Shanhe, and Zhan Tianxiong, the leader of the 5 strongest individuals. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Chen Zhuzhou got straight to the point, stating that the investigation into the assassin case had yielded no results. With Su Zhentian's influence shielding him, the matter was effectively settled. Zhan Tianxiong stared at Su Lin, his tone cold. "Do you think this is unfair?" Su Lin remained silent for a few seconds before nodding in acknowledgement. Zhan Tianxiong sneered. "This world has never been fair." He turned to face the window, his back to the others, quietly gazing into the distance. His tone was firm and steady as he recalled the hardships of his youth, being framed, hunted, and having nowhere to escape. He looked at Su Lin, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. Fairness is not something to wait for. It is something to fight for with strength. Only by becoming powerful can one control their destiny. Zhan Tianxiong approached, firmly patting Su Lin on the shoulder, warning him that even as a god-level individual carrying the nation's hopes, he must become even stronger. Su Zhentian's existence was a reality he could not underestimate. With no path for revenge, he could only grow stronger, reaching a level where no one dared to oppose him, allowing him to act as he pleased. In the silence, Su Lin stood up, his gaze resolute, and responded with a promise. Zhan Tianxiong's lips curled into a faint smile, no longer cold, as he patted Su Lin's shoulder and turned to leave. Zhao Shanhe followed closely behind, while Chen Zhuzhou, with a complex expression, reminded Su Lin not to let hatred cloud his judgment and to focus on diligent training, as the future held great promise. Old Zhang broke the silence, announcing that the break time was over and that training would resume the next day, with even greater challenges awaiting them. the new levels of the sky tower, with doubled difficulty. Under the night sky, Su Lin stood at the entrance of the administrative building, his gaze fixed on the sky tower looming in the darkness, cold and silent. The next morning, at the Longqing Battle Academy training grounds, the sun was just rising. The elite class had gathered, with senior students secretly observing from the sidelines, creating an unusually tense atmosphere. Su Lin and his companions arrived, sensing the sudden strangeness. Yen Yen whispered her doubts. Han Bing was puzzled, and Shadow Blade scanned the surroundings, his expression grave. On the eastern side of the training ground, a small crack came into view, flickering with dark red light, pulsating like a heartbeat. Its eerie aura made everyone instinctively step back. Lei Zhen arrived with steady steps, followed closely by Old Zhang and several high-ranking officials. His expression was grave as he revealed the truth behind the crack. This phenomenon had only occurred 4 times in the 80-year history of Dragon City Battle Academy, signaling the opening of a secret realm. Secret realms, thousands of forbidden zones scattered across the globe, attract countless awakened individuals upon activation, competing for survival and glory. Yet, few survive, with only a handful becoming top-tier experts, while the vast majority perish within. Su Lin's eyes sparkled as his thoughts unfolded, memories flooding back. Yen Yen couldn't help but ask, and Lei Zhen pulled out a sheet of paper, announcing the latest information about the secret realm. Secret realm name: Blood Prison Abyss. Opening time: 7 days. Entry-level restriction: Level 10, Level 30. Secret realm type: Solo secret realm. Difficulty rank: 345. The air grew heavy as everyone held their breath, staring at the crack.
Danger quietly loomed.
On the field, a deathly silence enveloped the entire area. 872 entrants. None survived. Yen Yan's face turned pale, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Han Bing swallowed hard and whispered, "Over 800 people. All dead?" Shadow Blade furrowed his brows tightly, his silence becoming an unspoken pressure. Lin Yu lowered her gaze, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, her tense expression betraying her nervousness. Senior students whispered among themselves, fear and doubt filling the air. Blood Prison Abyss, first opened 10 years ago, over 100 experts, all without exception, perished. Among them was my uncle. After returning, he was so terrified he couldn't sleep for half a year. A test of health? Ha, that's specifically designed for tanks, isn't it? So what if you're a tank? Over 800 top-tier experts couldn't make it out. This secret realm is cursed. Don't step into it lightly. Only fools would go to their deaths. Su Lin silently stared at the yellowed notice, the secret realm with an extremely high health threshold. 872 people, none survived. Without exception. Looking up, his gaze locked onto the dark red fissure, the blood-colored glow resembling the gates of hell. All day, discussions surged like waves inside and outside Dragon City Battle Academy. In the cafeteria, dormitories, and training grounds, everywhere people were talking about Blood Prison Abyss and the annihilation of 800 people. The forums were even more heated. Secret realm opened. Blood Prison Abyss returns in tragedy. 872 people, none survived. Who dares to challenge? Experts claim the difficulty surpasses the Sky Battle Dome's secret realm. Ranked 345th. The comments exploded. Difficulty surpasses Sky Battle Dome? Damn, who would dare enter? Even with SSS level health, everyone died. Who believes that? I heard it's all about health. Blood tanks? Go give it a try. Ridiculous. Even blood tanks would lose their lives there. 10 years ago, someone entered and never returned. Fear spread. Yen Yen leaned closer, her voice soft. Su Lin, you don't really plan to go in, do you? His gaze was resolute, offering no verbal response. Yen Yen pressed anxiously. Over 800 lives lost in there, even though your health is high. But Su Lin returned her a firm look, rendering Yen Yen speechless in an instant. Frost also advised, You are at the God level. Take it step by step. Don't gamble with your life so easily. Shadow Blade rarely spoke, but his tone was grave. The secret realm is no joke. Out of 10 who enter, 9 never come out. In this blood prison abyss, everyone who went in the first 4 times perished.
Linjue uitli acet sulin, her gaze profond.
After a moment of silence, Su Lin said, I know. Then he stood up and walked out. Where are you going? Yen Yen called after him. To find Instructor Lei. It did not turn around. In the administrative building, Lei Zhen was frowning deeply at his computer. When he saw Su Lin enter, a sigh appeared on his face. I knew you'd come. Su Lin sat down and got straight to the point. I want to enter the secret realm. Lei Zhen stared at him for a long time before speaking slowly. Do you know how many people have died? 872. Lei Zhen continued. Among them, 17 had SSS level health. The strongest was level 30, with health exceeding 10 million. And the result? Not a single one survived. He slumped back in his chair, rubbing his temples with both hands. You're level 10 with health starting in the billions, stronger than any of them. But the secret realm isn't just about health. The traps, the monsters, the mechanisms, it's all extraordinarily complex, and no one has figured it out. 800 so-called elites, all dead. What makes you think you can come back alive? After a moment of silence, Su Lin calmly replied, Because I want to live. Lei Zhen was stunned, remaining silent for a long time. Su Lin's gaze was resolute as he softly expressed his determination to survive. Lei Zhen stared at him for a long while before finally letting out a helpless smile, acknowledging his courage. Turning to look out the window, Lei Zhen reminded him that he had 7 days to reconsider. But Su Lin had already made his decision. He would enter the secret realm tomorrow. The door closed, and Su Lin's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Lei Zhen remained silent for a long time before taking out his phone to inform old Zhang. That kid is going into the secret realm. On the other end of the line, old Zhang sighed helplessly, acknowledging Su Lin's stubbornness and tenacity. The next morning, in front of the crack on the east side of the training ground, the crowd had already gathered. Not only teachers and students, but also reporters, family representatives, and members of the Awakener Association, all fixated on the crack emitting a dark red glow. Su Lin and 4 others made their way through the crowd. Yen Yan's face showed anger and worry. Han Bing seemed hesitant to speak. Ing Ren's gaze was complicated, and Lin Yu remained silent. Lei Zhen and old Zhang had been waiting for a while. Old Zhang sighed and asked Su Lin if he was resolute, to which he nodded in response. Old Zhang patted his shoulder, and Lei Zhen handed him a backpack filled with provisions. After accepting it, Su Lin turned to the 4 worried individuals, exchanging a silent yet resolute look. At that moment, Wang Shiqing pushed through the crowd and ran toward Su Lin. Her breathing was hurried, her eyes brimming with tears, and she questioned him angrily about why he had kept it a secret. Su Lin's gaze remained calm as he promised to return alive and take her out for a meal. Wang Shiqing nodded fervently, urging him not to break his promise. In front of the crack, the dark red glow surrounded him, illuminating his figure. Su Lin took one last look at Yen Yen, Han Bing, Ing Ren, Lin Yu, and the tearful Wang Shiqing, then turned his resolute gaze toward the solemn Lei Zhen and old Zhang. The crowd watched with a mix of anticipation and doubt. With a faint sound, Su Lin stepped into the crack. A flash of light followed, and he disappeared instantly. The crack returned to calm, leaving only the flickering red glow. Yen Yen bit her lip and wept, silently murmuring, You must come back. Suddenly, his vision brightened. Su Lin found himself in a desolate, dark red wasteland, with a heavy, oppressive sky pierced by red light filtering through the clouds. Blood-colored light flickered in the cracks of the ground, and the air was filled with a pungent mix of rust and sulfur. In the distance, a massive black palace-like structure stood, shrouded in dense red mist. Su Lin stood motionless, silently preparing himself. There was no guidance, only himself. On the screen, his health was displayed as a staggering 10 trillion, his attack power at 1000, and his health regenerating at 1% of its maximum per second. Everything was under his control. He began walking toward the black structure. The soil beneath his feet gradually transformed into stone slabs covered in dark red runes, which glowed like flowing blood, causing dizziness. He stared at them for a moment before continuing forward. The structure resembled a fusion of a massive palace and a tomb, with black stone walls entwined by thorny red vines. The heavy stone door bore a carving of a bleeding eye at its center. He pushed against the door with all his strength, but it did not budge. The door had no handle or keyhole, only the blood-teared eye gazing silently. Suddenly, the eye moved slightly, blinking before fixing its gaze on him. A voice echoed in his mind, "Trial taker, welcome to the abyss of Blood Prison. I am the Eye of Blood Prison, the guardian of this place. Is your blood thick enough?" The rules were simple. Pass through 3 trials to leave alive. Otherwise, his blood would become part of this place. Each trial would demand a significant amount of blood. He paused for a moment before calmly responding, "Let's begin." Accompanied by a sinister laugh, the massive stone door opened with a thunderous sound. Behind the door lay a deep darkness. He stepped inside, and the door slammed shut behind him. The darkness lasted only 3 seconds before his surroundings turned blood-red. Endless crimson light enveloped the area, and a transparent platform floated in the midst. At the center of the platform stood a humanoid monster, its body covered in dark red scales, claws stained with blood, and blood-red eyes gleaming behind a mask, staring coldly at him. The screen displayed the information for the first trial: kill 100 blood prison guards. With each defeated guard, the next one's attributes increase by 5%. After death, the guards leave behind blood beads, which can restore a small amount of health when consumed. The trial has no restrictions. The voice sounded again. He remained calm, calculating in his mind. The first guard lunged at him with astonishing speed, its massive claws striking his chest. The numbers appeared: 500,000 damage. He looked down at his health bar, completely unscathed. An attack power of 500,000 meant that the 100th guard would have an attack power of 65 million. With 10 trillion health points and a regeneration rate of 1% per second, equating to 1 billion health points per second, even the guard's maximum output couldn't shake him in the slightest. His advantage was evident. The guard swung its claws again. He stood still, letting it attack, while one hand locked onto the guard's neck and the other delivered a fierce punch. The guard's health bar flickered slightly, losing only a tiny fraction. He watched quietly, the situation firmly under his control. Though his attack power was less than ideal, Su Lin didn't back down, his fists continuing to strike. After 50 punches, the guard's health bar shortened slightly. With 5 million health points, it meant he would need nearly an hour and a half to defeat just one guard. The harsh reality made him pause briefly, but he persisted. Finally, the guard let out a wail and dissolved into blood. A dark red blood bead appeared. Su Lin picked it up and found it could restore 1% of his health, equivalent to 1 billion health points for him. However, he didn't consume it, instead storing the blood beads one by one. The second guard appeared, its defense increased by 5%, but the rhythm remained unchanged. After an hour, the third guard arrived. Another hour later, the fourth, fifth, and sixth guards fell in succession. His fists were numb, his wrists sore, but his health bar remained full. The guard's attacks and health were far from enough to challenge his massive regeneration rate. After 10 guards fell, Su Lin took a brief moment to adjust. Over 10 hours had passed, and night had deepened. He took a deep breath and continued punching. The guards' attacks grew fiercer, their health thicker, but Su Lin remained fearless. With 10 billion health regenerated per second, the damage was negligible. After defeating 50 guards, he counted 50 blood beads, enough to restore 5 trillion health points, still unused. Hours later, the 99th guard fell. Exhausted, Su Lin's expression remained calm. The system's cold voice rang out. First trial completed. Time taken: 116 hours and 47 minutes. Congratulations, you're still alive. The second trial is about to begin. A sinister announcement revealed the second trial, the blood path. The palace contained 99 rooms, each with a blood corpse. To extract their blood, one must exchange it with their own. The key item was a blood blade. By stabbing oneself, the amount of blood lost would equal the remaining blood of the corpse, instantly awakening it. Only by obtaining a single drop of blood could one proceed to the next room. Any mistake would result in death. Su Lin stepped into the first door. The flesh-covered door resembled the maw of a giant beast, with dark red liquid dripping from its seams. He pushed the door open, revealing only a stone platform in the darkness. On the platform lay a shriveled corpse, gray and withered like ancient deadwood. Beside the platform stood a dark red short blade. He gripped the blood blade, its icy touch piercing like winter's chill, and stared at his arm and the corpse ahead. My blood, for its blood. The blade swung and pierced his flesh. The moment the blade broke his skin, searing pain erupted, as if his blood was being mercilessly torn apart, accompanied by a bone-chilling agony. He gritted his teeth, and the blood path trial officially began. The health panel flickered coldly. 10 trillion 1 million equals 9.99999 trillion. The blood corpse on the stone platform twitched slightly, its withered body seemingly harboring some hidden power. Su Lin stared coldly at it, pulling out the blood blade and stabbing repeatedly. Finally, after the 10th stab, the corpse's gray, pupilless eyes slowly opened, and a drop of dark red blood slid from the corner of its eye. Su Lin reached out to catch it, the icy chill piercing to the bone. Blood corpse's tear times 1. The blood corpse's eyes closed again, returning to lifeless stillness. He did not pause and stepped into the second room. The same stone platform, the same blood corpse. No longer probing, but self-inflicting, dozens of stabs to awaken the blood corpse. As the number of rooms increased, so did the required number of stabs. The pain from the stabs far exceeded ordinary injuries, each one feeling like a drill boring into his marrow. Blood flowed continuously, yet his health bar remained full. The powerful regeneration easily compensated for the lost blood. The color of the blood blade gradually changed, the dark red blade faintly glimmering with golden light. The blood beads in his hand accumulated continuously 20-30. Su Lin's fingers began to tremble, not from exhaustion but from the layers of pain stacking up. The pain made him clench his teeth, swinging the blade without stopping. By the 40th room, the state of the blood corpse changed drastically, transforming from a shriveled husk to a fresh corpse with taut skin. By the 70th stab, its eyes were no longer gray-white but dark red, as if burning with hatred and silent pleading, shedding only a single drop of blood. He leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath, his hands trembling like a sieve, yet showing no intention of stopping. As time passed, the pain became a habit, numbness replacing emotion, his expressionless face swinging the blade as if dealing with a piece of wood. After stabbing through 50 rooms, Su Lin no longer had the capacity to care about the pain. In the subsequent rooms, the number of stabs surged to over 100 per room. He knew this was an endless torment. Hundreds of blood beads piled up, exchanged for massive regeneration, yet unable to change this suffering. The blood corpse in the 70th room was no longer just a corpse but a young man wearing the uniform of the Dragon City Battle Academy, his face frozen in the terror of his final moments. The badge on his chest was clearly marked, Level 28, SSS Level Ability Rock Armor. Su Lin stared at him, the atmosphere suddenly freezing. The long, drawn-out assassinations bore witness not only to blood and tears but also to a heavy shadow. Blood, pain, desire, and resilience, like an endless cycle, etched into every inch of air in this dark space. One blood corpse after another, Su Lin's figure was lonely yet resolute. He glanced ahead, seeing the stiff, blood-colored remains of awakened predecessors. Turning around, the blood blade was already gripped tightly, slashing crimson gashes across his own body without hesitation. 150 stabs, the blood beads shone, and he left coldly. The floors gradually advanced, knife marks covering everything, blood beads piling up to 90. His breathing rapid but his steps unyielding. The door to the 91st room opened, revealing a blood corpse draped in a black robe, the badge on its chest glaring. Level 29 SSS level ability. Source of life. Even the legendary invincible combatant had not escaped the fate of corpse transformation here. Su Lin stood silently for a moment, then delivered 300 consecutive stabs, adding another blood bead. Time passed, the numbers increased, and in the 99th room, Su Lin faced his own blood corpse lying before him. The old scars on its chest were clearly visible, and a distinct voice rang out. To take the final drop of blood, you must exchange your blood for your blood. Are you willing? Without hesitation, he plunged the blood blade deep into his chest, swinging it continuously. The pain had long numbed him, yet he did not stop. A million stabs tore through his heart, the blood beads and his self-reflection becoming a purgatory of despair. With the blood beads collected, a voice echoed through the corridor. Trial of the second layer complete. Duration: 29 days, 5 hours, 22 minutes. The third layer trial begins. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and Su Lin fell into a pitch-black abyss. With a heavy thud, he landed, surrounded by a field of white bones, blood-colored clouds pressing down from above, the stench of decay filling the air, oppressive and eerie. A mocking voice announced, "Blood prison. Walk out alive. Endless, timeless, directionless. The only option is to keep moving forward." The interface lit up, and Su Lin's pupils contracted sharply. Health: 10 trillion passive skills sealed. Automatic regeneration disabled. The passive regeneration of 10 billion per second was now forbidden. The path ahead was littered with blood and chaos. He could only rely on himself, struggling to survive step by step in the blood prison. He moved his body slightly, and the health bar remained at 10 trillion, showing no change. The voice rang out again, filled with sinister laughter. "The rules here are mine to dictate. Your passive abilities are useless. Your blood will only decrease when used, so cherish it well." The voice abruptly stopped. Su Lin stood for a long time, his gaze sweeping across the boundless wasteland of white bones. Finally, he steadily took his first step forward. He walked for an unknown amount of time, countless white bones crunching beneath his feet, the blood-colored clouds above remaining unchanged. The sense of time was completely lost. Suddenly, a monster with exposed red muscles leapt out from the pile of bones, its eye sockets hollow, foul-smelling liquid dripping from its mouth, roaring as it lunged at Su Lin. He sidestepped to dodge, delivering a punch that caved in its skull, but the hostility only grew more ferocious as it bit down. Massive damage was inflicted as Su Lin repeatedly punched, forcing it back into a pool of blood. From the blood emerged a dark red blood bead. He picked it up and swallowed it, his health slightly restored. The health bar dropped from 10 trillion to 9.9995 trillion. He continued forward, alone and endlessly. The monsters grew in number, starting as scattered red-skinned dogs, then evolving into spiked wild boars, rotting giant lizards, and deformed creatures, with attack power ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Each required hundreds of punches to defeat, and every defeated enemy dropped blood beads. The blood beads piled up, dozens, hundreds stacked together, while his health quietly drained, slipping from 9.995 trillion to 9.912 trillion. The blood beads were enough to restore a massive amount of health, but he never used them, fighting while collecting them, cautiously saving them. Time blurred, days passed. On the 7th day, a massive mountain of white bones appeared before him, towering and majestic, its enormous, decayed skeletons densely packed with monsters, numbering in the tens of thousands. There was no way around it. All sides were surrounded by peaks of piled dead bones, with beasts climbing among them. That voice broke out excitedly. "This is the only way out. If you can't climb over it, you'll remain in this blood prison forever." Su Lin said nothing, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the bone-covered mountain path. As soon as he touched the ground, the monsters on the mountain immediately erupted in violent attacks. Tens of thousands of monsters simultaneously turned their heads, locking their gaze on him. Suddenly, they surged forward like a raging tide. The red-skinned dogs led the charge, their speed astonishing. Spiked wild boars stomped heavily, shaking the ground. Rotting giant lizards dragged their massive bodies, dripping foul liquid from their mouths. Human-faced spiders flanked him, their legs crunching against the bones. Su Lin remained motionless, allowing the first red-skinned dog to pounce and bite his legs. Instantly, his health dropped by 500,000. Immediately after, the second, third packs of red-skinned dogs swarmed, almost engulfing him. He clenched his fists and struck madly. Shadows of punches intertwined, bloodstains everywhere. For every one killed, 3 quickly filled the gap. He stood firm, constantly bitten and attacked, yet continuously fought back. His health slowly declined, from over 9,900 billion gradually decreasing. Time seemed to freeze as he single-handedly resisted the endless tide of attacks. Until the last red-skinned dog fell, his health dropped to 9,850 billion. Looking up at the mountainside, 2/3 of the path remained. He continued upward. On the 10th day, a herd of bone-spiked wild boars blocked his way. Massive in size, with thick flesh, each punch only scraped off a few hundred health points. When the wild boars charged, the impact was earth-shattering, with single hits dealing up to 1.2 million damage. 300 wild boars charged aggressively. Su Lin was repeatedly knocked back, yet his steps never left the mountain path. His arms went numb, his palms cracked and bled profusely. Punch after punch landed continuously, eventually defeating the 300 wild boars. His health plummeted, leaving only 8,730 billion. He collected over 100 blood beads and continued climbing. On the 15th day, he encountered the rotting flesh giant lizard. The body is bulky and troublesome, carrying corrosive poison with its bites. A single bite causes poisoning, reducing health by 50,000 per second, with the poisoning effect intensifying in succession. 500 giant lizards surrounded him, attacking from all directions. The poisoning stacked, accelerating health loss, dropping from 872 billion to 851 billion. He was unafraid of the poison damage, smashing with his fists relentlessly, his methods frenzied. Eventually, he eliminated all the giant lizards. He glanced at the panel on his face, his gaze slightly furrowed. Silently shifting his steps, he continued forward. After 20 days, he encountered the cunning human-faced spiders. Although their damage was not high, their webs entangled him, slowing his movements. He was wrapped layer upon layer, his entire body becoming a white cocoon, with only his head exposed. The spiders kept biting, rapidly reducing his health to 802 billion. Struggling was futile, as the webs tightened more and more. 3 hours later, the cocoon loosened, and he broke free, starting to smash wildly. He killed one spider with hundreds remaining. Once again entangled by webs, he struggled for 6 hours, the cycle repeating. Finally, he completely defeated the spider swarm, with blood beads surging to over 500. He leaned against a pile of bones, gasping heavily, his hands numb as if they were unfamiliar. Even so, life continued to persist. He stood up again and continued climbing toward the mountaintop. 25 days, the outline of the peak gradually became clear. Su Lin finally saw the end. The white bone platform at the mountaintop, with a blood-red light gate resembling the only exit, blazing and dazzling. But the final guardian also appeared before him. A colossal creature lay quietly atop the mountain, its massive bone armor covering its entire body. 3 curved bone horns towered high, and red flames burned in its pitch-black eyes. It was 100 meters long, its oppressive presence like a mountain. Standing at its feet, Su Lin seemed as insignificant as an ant. A sinister voice echoed once again, filled with mockery. This Lord-level blood beast is the final challenge. Unless you kill it, don't even think about leaving. As the oppressive aura surged, the blood beast suddenly raised its foot and slammed down with a thunderous blow. Su Lin agilely rolled to evade. The ground cracked, bone fragments scattered, and a shocking shockwave erupted. Though injured, he quickly got up and began his counterattack. His first strike aimed at the ankle, but the damage was negligible. The blood beast's health bar remained untouched. He immediately adjusted his strategy, relentlessly attacking around the blood beast's feet. Sword light rained down, the sound of blades continuous. The fury in the blood beast's eyes intensified, and it suddenly lowered its head to bite. But Su Lin dodged in a flash and countered with a heavy slash. The battle seemed like a cursed cycle, with sword light tearing through the air and the blood beast's body gradually swaying. Time flew by as if days had passed. He struck tens of thousands of times, yet the health bar only moved slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his remaining life was still holding strong. After 30 days, the blood beast's health dropped to 1/3. Su Lin's health had slightly decreased, but his hands felt like wooden sticks, though his sword strikes remained relentless. By the 35th day, the blood beast was nearly half dead. Su Lin, exhausted and human-shaped, accumulated blood droplets on his body, but refused to relax even for a moment. On the 40th day, the blood beast's health bar finally hit bottom. Su Lin, dragging his weary body, his hands trembling like a sieve, mustered his last ounce of strength to raise his sword and strike down. The blood beast let out a miserable scream and collapsed, shaking the entire mountain. Scarlet blood gathered into a giant amber-like blood orb, glowing with a dim golden light. Su Lin silently picked it up, and the blood orb's information revealed it could instantly restore full health. With a determined gaze, he stepped toward the blood-red light gate in silence. As he entered the light gate, the scene before him changed instantly. The hot, blood-soaked bone wilderness vanished, replaced by a magnificent grand hall. The floor was paved with white jade, adorned with embedded gemstones, and the ceiling murals were intricate and dazzling. At the center of the hall stood an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a blood-red robe, a strange smile on his face, the owner of the previous voice. His expression was sinister yet carried genuine admiration. "Congratulations, the first trial taker to survive and reach here," he continued, revealing that since the opening of the blood prison abyss, none of the previous 872 participants had survived. Su Lin was the 873rd and the sole survivor. The old man extended his hand, a blood-red glow appearing in his palm. "According to the rules, you are eligible for a reward. The amount of the reward depends entirely on the number of blood orbs you possess." Upon hearing this, Su Lin slowly emptied his bag of blood orbs onto the ground, forming a small mountain of blood orbs. The old man froze upon seeing this, his expression stiffening, and his smile fading. He crouched down and meticulously counted the blood orbs for a long time. When he stood up, his gaze was solemn, and he finally spoke. 1,372 ordinary blood orbs, and 1 Lord-level blood orb. Su Lin responded indifferently, "I didn't use them." The old man was stunned, silent for a moment, then unexpectedly revealed a complex smile. "Good, good, good." With a wave of his hand, the pile of blood orbs vanished into thin air. Then he handed over a rare artifact, a semi-transparent, water-like mask with edges faintly glowing with a ghostly light. Its simple name, Invisible Mask, unique. The old man slowly explained, "The only unique item in the blood prison abyss. It can freely alter appearance, physique, aura, and even energy fluctuations. Not even a level 99 supreme being can see through it." Su Lin silently observed the mask, its cold touch instantly merging into his palm. The information interface appeared. Bound, non-droppable, non-tradable, and capable of freely altering appearance and aura through thought. Upon confirming possession, he calmly looked up at the elder and asked, "How do I leave?" The elder pointed to the glowing door at the end of the hall. "Pass through it, back to Dragon City Battle Academy." Before stepping out, he casually introduced himself. "My name is Su Lin." The elder chuckled in response. "The 873rd, and the only one to survive. I'll remember you." The glowing door flashed, Su Lin's figure disappeared, and the hall returned to silence. The elder murmured to himself, "Over 1,300 blood beads. Not a single one used. This kid is interesting." Meanwhile, on the open ground on the east side of the training field, a large crowd of Dragon City Battle Academy students and teachers had gathered, along with family members and reporters from outside. They surrounded the crack in the ground, watching intently. 3 hours had passed, and no one dared to look away. Yen Yen stared fixedly at the dark red crack, whispering, 3 hours. Why hasn't he come out yet? Han Bing gripped a bottle tightly, hesitating to speak. Shadow Blade remained focused, simply gazing at the crack with a heavy aura. Lin Yu stood to the side, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes as if enduring something. Wang Shiqing squeezed to the front row, staring at the crack and silently praying, "Su Lin, you promised to treat me to a meal. You can't die, you can't die." Lei Zhen and Old Zhang looked grim. Old Zhang lowered his voice. 3 hours. The longest any of the previous 4 lasted was 40 minutes. Silent tension spread through the air, awaiting an unknown outcome. Lei Zhen quietly stared at the crack before him, his brows furrowed, the atmosphere heavy. Chun Jiuzhou arrived at the outer circle, accompanied by several senior members of the Awakeners Association, all with serious expressions. Someone softly suggested taking action, but Chun Jiuzhou waved his hand, signaling to wait a little longer. The crowd grew restless, their voices spreading louder and louder. 3 hours have passed, and he still hasn't come out. This doesn't look good. The previous 4 times, over 800 people went in and none survived. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly defeat so many elites, right? What a pity! A god-level talent gone just like that. Yen Yen suddenly turned around, glaring angrily at those spreading pessimistic remarks, silencing them with her rebuke. Her eyes reddened as she locked her gaze on the crack, time ticking by second by second. At 3 hours and 30 minutes, the crack suddenly flickered with red light. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. A figure emerged from the shattered light, Su Lin. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in wounds, his hair disheveled, and his face smeared with blood, yet he stood firmly. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, Yen Yen rushed forward, hugging him tightly, tears streaming down as she scolded him in a flood of emotions. Han Bing stood shyly yet joyfully to the side. Shadow Blade rarely smiled and patted Su Lin's shoulder. Lin Yu silently watched, her tearful eyes carrying a faint smile. Wang Shiqing pushed through the crowd, stepped forward to check on him, lightly punched his chest, and teased him about treating her to a meal. Su Lin looked at his battered appearance, then at the familiar faces around him, and revealed a faint warm smile, nodding in agreement. At that moment, the crowd erupted. Reporters swarmed forward, and flashes of cameras surged like waves, accompanied by countless questions. What exactly happened inside the secret realm? How did you manage to come out alive? What rewards did you receive? Su Lin scanned the crowd, his gaze filled with anticipation, curiosity, envy, and some indescribable emotions. He calmly replied, "Nothing much." Voices of doubt arose, and one reporter refused to believe him. Over 800 elite fighters went in, none survived, yet you returned unscathed. How is it possible that nothing happened? Su Lin remained composed and repeated, "It's just nothing." The reporter was left speechless. Chun Jiuzhou quickly approached, and the crowd instinctively made way. His gaze was complex as he looked at Su Lin with recognition and offered a sincere thanks. When asked about the details of the secret realm, Su Lin simply responded briefly, "It's inconvenient." Chun Jiuzhou accepted with a smile, reminding everyone to disperse and let Su Lin rest. The reporters, though unwilling, could only comply. However, representatives of various prominent families hesitated to leave, their gazes fixed on Su Lin, with undercurrents surging. In a corner, a middle-aged man quietly retreated, reporting in a low voice, "Master, Su Lin has come out." On the other end of the phone, Su Jintian calmly inquired, alive. After confirmation, there was a moment of silence, followed by, understood. Surrounded by the crowd, Su Lin was slowly escorted away, his figure resolute, with hidden waves of emotion in the eyes of those watching. Yen Yen clung tightly to Su Lin's arm, as if letting go would make him escape. Han Bing chuckled foolishly beside them, muttering, we need a good meal tonight to calm our nerves. Shadowblade rarely spoke, but said calmly, go back, take a bath, sleep, and talk tomorrow. Lin Yu silently followed behind, keeping pace without falling behind. Wang Shiqing walked at the front, waving her hand like a little leader clearing the way. Move aside, don't block the path. Lei Zhen and Old Zhang exchanged a smile. Old Zhang sighed, this kid's luck is tough. Lei Zhen nodded. 872 people died, and only he survived. The future of the world will have his share. Back at the dormitory building, Wang Shiqing stopped and blinked at Su Lin, saying, I'm not going up. Remember, you owe me a meal. Su Lin nodded in agreement. She turned and smiled, her pale yellow skirt dazzling in the sunlight. As she walked away, she suddenly turned back and shouted, Su Lin, you're the coolest friend I have. She waved goodbye. Yen Yen watched her back and softly praised, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Not bad. Han Bing nodded in agreement, while Shadowblade urged, let's go upstairs and let Su Lin take a bath and rest. The five went upstairs, and Su Lin closed the door behind him, facing the mirror. Covered in blood and grime, his hair disheveled, he looked like he had just crawled out of hell. He raised his hand to look at the faint bloodstain on his palm, a mark left by the blood blade. His mind flashed with images of the desolate bone wilderness, countless monsters, the blood-soaked path of blades, and the massive figure of the blood beast lord. He had spent an unknown number of days in the hellish secret realm, while only 3 hours had passed outside. He stared at himself in the mirror, and with a thought, his face gradually transformed, thick eyebrows, a high nose, a square jaw, small eyes, becoming another face. With another thought, his face returned to normal. He touched his face, confirming the existence of the invisible mask, capable of transforming into anyone, undetectable even by level 99 experts. Suppressing his thoughts, he walked into the bathroom, letting the hot water wash away the blood and grime. He changed into clean clothes and lay back on the bed, his phone screen showing 999 plus messages. Class group chats, private messages, and friend requests flooded in. He casually browsed a few and then turned it off. Opening the forum, the top 3 trending topics were, shocking, Su Lin walks out of the blood prison abyss alive, exclusive analysis, Su Lin's secret realm experience revealed, expert interpretation, why the blood prison abyss rewards are astonishing. The comments section was boiling, 872 people dead, only 1 survived. God level, what a legend. What exactly is the reward? Those who clear it never reveal it. Su Jintian, Zhan Tianxiong, Yun Zhongzi all keep silent. The more mysterious, the more curious. A divine artifact? Legendary equipment? Or perhaps a unique rare item? Can't guess. Su Lin closed the forum and put down his phone. The sunlight outside the window was overflowing, and he smiled faintly, silently responding to all the speculation. At night, in the Dragon City Battle Academy cafeteria, the elite class had reserved a large private room. Over 30 people were celebrating like it was a festival. Su Lin was pushed to the main seat, with the table filled with roasted whole lamb, braised pork knuckles, steamed base, and oil-braised prawns. Yen Yen sat on his left, constantly adding food to his bowl. Eat more. Look how thin you've become. Han Bing raised his cup of tea. Come on, let's toast with tea instead of wine. You can't handle alcohol. Su Lin clinked cups and took a sip. Across from him, Lin Yu asked softly, are you hurt? Su Lin shook his head. A new journey begins here. Lin Yu nodded silently, lowered her head, and continued eating. Her classmates gathered around, eagerly probing for information about the secret realm. Su Lin responded casually, avoiding all substantive details. The atmosphere was lively, but no one gained anything. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the private room door was pushed open, and Lei Zhan and Old Zhang entered carrying drinks. Old Zhang placed the bottles down with a smile and made an exception to toast Su Lin. Lei Zhan's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. Out of over 800 people, you returned alive. Others must look at you differently. Su Lin nodded in response, accepted the toast, and felt the spicy burn in his throat, yet his heart was filled with warmth. The banquet continued, and he immersed himself in this rare moment of affection. As night fell and the banquet ended, Su Lin was supported by Yen Yen and the other three as they stepped out of the dormitory building. The cold wind was biting, yet strangely pleasant. Yen Yen spoke excitedly. During those 3 hours you were inside, our hearts almost jumped out of our chests. Han Bing and Ing Ren echoed her sentiments, while Lin Yu followed closely, silently accompanying him. Su Lin slightly parted his lips to express his thanks, but his teammates were shocked and firmly refused, the atmosphere warm and united. Back in his dorm room, alone, Su Lin stared at the ceiling, his mind replaying the brutal scenes from the secret realm. Excruciating pain, hollow eyes, a sea of bloodied corpses, deafening collapses. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With a thought, the semi-transparent figure of the invisible mask appeared in his palm, thin as a cicada's wing, its faint glow dim. This eerie object was hidden within his body, waiting for the right moment. The phone rang repeatedly. Su Lin opened the screen, and a shocking message came into view. Su Jintian announced he would challenge the 89th floor of the Tower of Heaven this Sunday. If successful, he would become humanity's first level 90 Supreme, with experts unanimously predicting a 90% chance of success. His combat power would far surpass the combined strength of the 4 current Supremes, ushering in the trial for the 9th passive skill, exponentially increasing his power. The words on the screen made Su Lin's brows furrow, his fingers gradually clenching. Father. The man who had abandoned him in a dark basement for 18 years, never showing any concern. The ruthless figure who had once ordered the entire city to hunt him down, now poised to soar to the top and dominate the world. Su Lin knew well that his father was extremely cautious. If he dared to challenge the peak, he would undoubtedly succeed. He calmly predicted that Su Jintian's first target after reigning supreme would be himself. Su Lin, with his divine-level talent and secret realm clearance, was the hidden threat in his father's eyes. In the past, there were forces protecting him, secretly restraining his father, creating a tense standoff. But once Su Jintian reached level 90 and became invincible, no one could stop the ensuing assassination storm. Su Lin colludes with foreign enemies, has ties to cults, intends to assassinate a supreme. Any excuse would suffice. If he came to kill, no one could stop him. The Dragon City Battle Academy's Zhan Tianxiong, though the strongest of the 5 level 89 Supremes, could not contend with a level 90 Su Jintian. Even the combined strength of the 4 Supremes would be no match. The Awakener Association's president, Chan Zhuzhou, was only level 85, and Su Lin's teammates were of even lower levels, unable to shield him. Su Lin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He chose to leave, not out of fear of death, but to avoid implicating those around him. As long as he stayed at the academy, Su Jintian would have a reason to sweep in, endangering the entire institution. Tomorrow, the academy would be abuzz with talk of Su Jintian, and the sharp eyes of surveillance and investigation would close in on him. He had to disappear before the chaos escalated. In his hand, the thin, invisible mask appeared, becoming his secret identity. With a change of appearance, even facing a level 100 powerhouse, he could conceal his true name. But while his face could change, his credentials could not. The city's identity verification system was strict, leaving him nowhere to go. Where were there no rules? Where was there no identity verification? The answer was the night market. Deep in the 3,000-mile desert, an abandoned mining area had transformed into a black market city for fugitives. No army, no government, everyone was undocumented. Escaped convicts, defected awakeners, assassination targets, and rebellious madmen coexisted here. Without ID cards, no one was superior. Strength determined everything. The night market had spatial rifts, with monsters surging out like tides. Those who cleared them received unique rewards, becoming top forces in the local hierarchy. For Su Lin, this place was a haven, where he could freely change identities, pursue countless possibilities, and hide while chasing his dreams. The clock pointed to 11 at night, 5 days before Su Jintian's Sunday Tower Challenge. Su Lin had to leave Longcheng Battle Academy completely today, without being tracked and without revealing his destination. Even Yan Yan, Han Bing, Ying Ran, and Lin Yu could not be informed, to avoid implicating his friends in danger. He packed a simple bag, equipped himself with dry rations and gear. His gaze lingered on the 4 names in his contact list. Then he resolutely broke the SIM card and threw it into the trash can, severing all connections. He slipped the phone into his pocket, took one last look around the room he had lived in for over a month. Though ordinary, it was warm, the most precious haven of his life, because it held memories of friendship. Su Lin took a deep breath and opened the window. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight as clear as water. In the distance, the silhouette of Longcheng Battle Academy stood quietly, its tranquility hiding undercurrents. His footsteps were about to vanish into the night. He slipped out through the window, landing silently on the grass outside the building. His figure merged into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The next morning at 7, in the training ground, Yan Yan looked around, but Su Lin was nowhere to be seen, her brows furrowed. Han Bing and Ying Ren were equally puzzled, and Ying Ren quickly headed toward the dormitory building. 10 minutes later, Ying Ren returned with a grim expression. "The room is empty, all belongings are gone, the window is open," he said, his voice low and icy. "He's gone." Yan Yan's face turned pale instantly, and she rushed to the dormitory, followed closely by Han Bing and Lin Yu. Inside, the room was empty, the bed neatly made, and a letter was left on the desk. Her trembling hands opened the letter, and a few lines were clearly written. "Su Lin has left, warning not to look for him. Su Jintian is about to reach the peak and intends to kill him. He won't drag anyone down. If there's a chance, I'll return someday." Each word carried weight. Tears streamed down as Yan Yan clutched the letter, her voice trembling with reproach. "Why are you bearing this alone? We're not afraid of being implicated." Han Bing's eyes were moist, Ying Ren clenched his fists, and Lin Yu lowered her head, shaking silently. Lei Zhen and Old Zhang arrived. Old Zhang sighed deeply. This child only fears burdening everyone. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and cursed Su Jintian, vowing to reach the peak and seek revenge. But everyone knew that at level 80 he was still far from level 90, while Su Jintian was only 5 days away from the summit. Meanwhile, in Tianqiong City at the Su family residence, Su Jintian stared out the window, listening to his subordinates report Su Lin's disappearance, his phone turned off and untraceable. His laughter was cold and chilling, and he muttered, "Quite quick to run." His gaze locked onto the calendar on the wall, the days clearly marked. 5 days left. Calmly, he ordered, "Nationwide search, capture him alive or dead." He turned his back to the distant silhouette of the Tongtian Tower and said coldly, "The farther you run, the better. When I reach level 90, this world won't have room for you." After 2 days of travel, deep in the northern desert 3,000 miles away, Su Lin stood at the entrance of a massive underground pit. Steel chains hung down, suspended in bottomless darkness. The pit's edge was surrounded by a variety of fierce and vigilant strangers, silently waiting. Suddenly, a command echoed from the depths of the pit, "Go down!" The chains swayed as the crowd slid down one by one. Su Lin locked onto his target, gripped the chain tightly, and held his breath as he descended. 5 minutes later, his feet touched solid ground, revealing a vast underground expanse before him. Thick rock layers surrounded the area, and floodlights illuminated the wide space like daylight. Abandoned minecarts, steel pipe towers, and streets made of shipping containers formed a dense and peculiar cityscape. The bustling noise of the marketplace surged like waves, voices haggling and shouting in a chaotic scene. An old man with one eye grinned as he approached, his hoarse voice murmuring, "New here? A map costs 100 points." Su Lin's gaze remained calm as he shook his head. "No need." The one-eyed old man grinned slyly and warned him, "No one here can be trusted. Don't follow strangers, don't enter random shops, or you might lose your life." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared into the noisy crowd. Su Lin looked at the chaotic night market before him, a territory of over 30 million undocumented individuals, where there were no laws, only fists and blades. His eyebrows moved slightly, and his face quickly transformed. His eyes became smaller, his nose flattened, his chin squared, and his cheekbones protruded. In less than a second, his appearance was completely different. He turned his clothes inside out, raised the collar of his coat, half concealing himself, making it impossible even for his closest friend Yen Yen to recognize him. Merging into the crowd, the spotlight behind him cast a long shadow that blended into countless moving figures. Tonight, Su Lin had already died, and what emerged was another nameless, unregistered person. The night in this city was always fragmented by neon lights, with weapon shop signs, recruitment notices, and the seductive smiles of women with blood-red lips flashing alternately. The streets were wide but crammed with stalls selling weapons, intelligence, lives. The air was filled with the chaotic mix of voices speaking various languages. The atmosphere carried the scent of roasted meat, the stench of blood, the sharpness of gunpowder, and the sickly sweetness of decay. As he took a step forward, his foot landed on something soft. Looking down, he saw a severed hand, its ring gleaming, the cut clean. Nearby, a barbecue vendor remained expressionless. "New here? Don't step on that thing. Someone will collect it later." He nodded, stepped aside, and continued walking. Not far away, a commotion broke out. A group of burly men in uniform pushed into the crowd, led by a bald man with a face full of muscle and a scorpion tattoo on his neck. "Scorpion gang business," he shouted, and the crowd quickly made way, as if rehearsed many times. The bald man squatted to inspect the severed hand, then turned to interrogate a trembling man nearby. "You killed him?" The man's face turned pale as he repeatedly denied it. The bald man sneered, revealing gold teeth. "Didn't kill him? Then why is the hand in front of your stall?" The man was speechless. He was immediately pinned down, struggling and crying for help, but no one intervened. He was swiftly dragged into a dark alley. The commotion dissipated. The market resumed its bustling activity, as if nothing had happened. This was the dark night market, a world without rules or order, where only fists and points mattered. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and continued moving through the chaos, searching for a foothold and the code to its rules. 20 minutes later, he found the Safe Inn in a quiet alley. Its signboard was shaky, and the light flickered unsteadily. Pushing the door open, he saw an old man dozing behind the counter. Su Lin knocked to wake him up, exchanged a few words, and paid 500 points to get a room key for the night. Room 201 on the second floor was small and simple, with a drafty window, but it was much better than the rundown inns in the Valley of Villains. Closing the door, he lay down and took out his phone, only to remember he didn't have a SIM card. Sitting up, he decided to buy one first. The old man pointed to a general store across the street, casually saying, "They have everything there." Su Lin walked through the street and stepped into an unremarkable grocery store. Though the shop was small, it was well-stocked. The owner was a middle-aged woman with wavy hair, slightly parted red lips, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. "What do you want to buy?" the woman asked casually. He replied softly, "A phone card." The woman took a card out of the drawer and tossed it onto the counter. 100 points. Anonymous. Use it however you like. Su Lin paid the points, quickly inserted the card into his phone, and the signal instantly reached full bars. Back at the inn, he lay on the bed, pulled out his phone, and rapidly typed keywords into the browser: "Dark Night Market" and rift. Cold, emotionless explanations popped up on the screen. Rifts, unlike secret realms, are spatial tiers that continuously spew out vicious monsters. Each rift contains a challenge mode. Those who succeed can close the rift, while failure means certain death. The challenges are extremely difficult, but the rewards are substantial. Thousands of rifts are scattered across the land, with hundreds located near human settlements. Among them, the Dark Night Market Rift, numbered CN0374, has a level restriction of below 30 and has existed for 23 years. Over 600 challengers have entered. None have survived, and the nation has long since abandoned it. Every year, 2,000 people die due to the rampaging monsters. His fingers slid across the page, the data cold and piercing. A simplified version of the information revealed. The Dark Night Market Rift is also known as the Bloodbone Abyss, where undead, flesh, and shadow monsters run rampant. The environment resembles a massive tomb and carries an infection mechanism. Those who die turn into monsters. As the screen dimmed, Su Lin looked up. Outside the window, neon lights flickered, and the night remained lively. He had once endured torment in the blood prison abyss but survived. This rift, no matter how treacherous, might not be more terrifying than the blood prison abyss. He stood up, his gaze resolute, yearning to grow stronger, craving the rewards and power that could only be won by gambling with his life. Secret realms and rifts were nothing more than gambling tables. He had won once before, he could win again. As he went downstairs, the old man was still dozing off. "Boss, I have a question," Su Lin said. The old man opened his eyes, lazily alert. "A question? That'll cost extra." 100 points were quietly transferred. The old man nodded. "Go ahead. How do I get to the rift in the east?" The old man froze, his gaze peculiar. "You're planning to challenge it?" Su Lin said nothing. The old man fell silent, sighed. "That rift, 23 years, over 600 people have gone in. Not one has come out alive. Why throw your life away?" Su Lin responded calmly. "Just curious." The old man stared for a long time, then shook his head helplessly. "Fine, if you want to court death. No one can stop you." He pointed eastward. "Head east, go all the way to the end, and you'll see a red tower. That's the entrance." Su Lin nodded and stepped eastward. The further east he went in the eastern district, the more desolate and deserted the streets became. Neon lights turned into oil lamps, shops were dilapidated, and the air was filled with a putrid stench. A few drunkards staggered out of an alley, their eyes fixed on Su Lin, but none dared to make a move. After walking for an hour, a massive blood-red tower suddenly appeared before him. It was as tall as a 10-story building, its surface covered in cracks that emitted pulsating crimson light. Around the tower, a crude fence made of sharp iron spikes had been erected. At the gate of the fence stood more than a dozen burly men dressed in red, with blood-red axes tattooed on their chests, guards of the Blood Axe Gang. Su Lin transformed into a middle-aged woman and approached the gate. The burly man sized her up and down, then sneered, "What do you want?" She responded calmly, "To go in." The man was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, arrogantly inviting her to join them, while others whistled and laughed along. Su Lin ignored them and walked straight through the gate. The old wooden door was carved with twisted runes. As it creaked open, a dead silence and darkness loomed behind it. Stepping inside, the door slammed shut with a thunderous sound. He stood still, waiting for his eyes to adjust. In the darkness, a massive crypt gradually came into view. A low-hanging stone arch ceiling, stone slabs beneath his feet engraved with glowing red runes, and walls embedded with countless skulls, their eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames. A faint crawling sound came from the depths. The darkness swallowed the path he had entered from. The door had vanished without a trace. Ahead, monsters loomed, but Su Lin showed no fear, calmly facing them. The oppressive silence was so intense that even the sound of his heartbeat was audible. Suddenly, the ghostly blue flames began to drift, tearing a faint streak of light through the darkness. The corridor he stood in was wide, with a towering stone arch ceiling engraved with heartbeat-like glowing red runes. The walls were embedded with countless real skeletal remains, varying in shape and size, some human, some beastly, some with horns, some with fangs. The numerous ghostly blue flames in the skull's eyes seemed like countless gazes fixed on him. Su Lin locked eyes with the skulls for 3 seconds, then began to move forward. He had just taken 2 steps when the stone slabs beneath his feet trembled, and a rumbling sound erupted. An earthquake. No. A mass of black shadows surged rapidly below, dense as a school of fish. The stone slabs began to crack, and the fissures spread quickly. Crack, crack, crack. The restraints in the depths of the darkness began to collapse. The cracks spread from beneath his feet, emitting a dark red glow and a foul stench, the smell of decaying corpses wafting up. Su Lin stood motionless, waiting in place. Suddenly, the stone slabs shattered with a loud bang, and pale arms reached out from the cracks, grabbing his ankles. Some of the hands were rotting, exposing bone, yet they clamped down tightly, gripping like iron claws. Damage numbers flashed wildly, 5,000, decreasing continuously. But Su Lin's health bar instantly regenerated, the numbers absurdly high. He tried to break free, but more and more hands surged up like a tide. The stone slabs broke apart piece by piece, revealing an abyss below, with only narrow stone pillars left suspended in the void. The next second, a voice echoed in his ears. First challenge. Abyss of 1,000 hands. A 3-kilometer corridor with stone pillars every 50 meters. You must step on the pillars to pass. Falling, being dragged down, or exceeding the time limit will all result in certain death. Su Lin scanned the narrow stone pillars, his gaze resolute. In the darkness, the distant pillars were covered and crawling with countless hands. His breathing was steady as he leaped forward. Countless pale hands lunged at him simultaneously, tearing at every inch of his skin, causing the damage to surge abruptly. His toes kicked one of the finger bones, using the force to swing out, leaping agilely through the abyss like a monkey, landing on pillars again and again, jumping repeatedly. In the abyss, arms swarmed upward, grabbing him all over. His health rapidly decreased but quickly recovered. He was unafraid of the tearing, forcefully passing several stone pillars. Upon reaching the 23rd pillar, the situation changed dramatically. Countless claws suddenly retreated. A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the abyss, and the stone pillars trembled. A massive black shadow slowly rose. A gigantic pitch-black hand, as large as a house, with blood-red claws like swords, sinisterly reached for Su Lin. He did not move his steps, his gaze calm, facing the heavy strike of the giant hand. With a deafening crash, the stone pillar bore a human-shaped indentation as Su Lin was slammed into the pillar. He struggled to climb out. The giant hand repeatedly struck, millions of damage numbers continuously engulfing him. The stone pillar cracked, breaking into 2 pieces, and Su Lin fell along with the debris. Countless hands in the abyss frantically tore at him, while the giant hand pursued from above, mercilessly swatting as if trying to crush a fly. He bled profusely but kept his gaze fixed upward, waiting for something. When the giant hand descended again, Su Lin swiftly reached out, gripping one finger tightly. Using the momentum of the fall, he quickly flipped and stepped onto the giant hand, clinging to it like a gecko and sprinting madly. The giant hand struggled to shake him off, but Su Lin pressed forward step by step, climbing higher with the rhythm of its movements. 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters, he locked onto his target, the next stone pillar. As the giant hand swung to its highest point, Su Lin leaped forcefully, drawing an elegant arc and landing steadily on the 107th stone pillar. Behind him, an angry roar echoed as the giant hand slowly sank back into the abyss. Su Lin surveyed his surroundings, his health bar instantly restored to full. Looking ahead, he finally saw the end. A massive stone door, with dark red light shining through its cracks. Taking a deep breath, he continued jumping, no longer hindered, smoothly crossing the remaining 30 stone pillars to reach the stone door. The towering stone door was engraved with a giant eye identical to the abyssal eye. The eye slightly rotated, staring directly at Su Lin, then slowly opened. Behind the door was a blood-red glow. Stepping inside, the surroundings changed abruptly. A forest made entirely of white bones appeared before him. There was no soil. The ground was covered with human and monster skeletons piled into mountains. The bones grew like trees, with the tallest bone tree piercing the sky, its branches entwined with dried corpses. The sky was gloomy, devoid of sunlight, with faint red light seeping through thick clouds. A winding path of black stone slabs was the only ground not covered in bones, and the slabs were densely inscribed with twisted runes. Suddenly, a voice sounded, "Second stage, Bone Forest Maze. Traverse the forest to find the exit. Hidden within the forest are 100 bone demons. Killing one will grant a bone token. Collect 30 tokens and the exit will appear. Bone demons will not attack actively. They will only evade and disguise themselves. The challenge is limited to 12 hours. If time runs out, the entire bone forest will turn into a hunting force." The sound faded, and Su Lin stepped into the bone forest without a word. The bones beneath his feet creaked, fragments falling into the gaps, faint rustling sounds echoing as if creatures were stirring in the shadows. After 10 minutes of walking, he encountered his first bone fiend. It crouched under a bone tree, camouflaged as an ordinary bone, silently digging with its claws. The bone fiend was about half the height of a human, its skeletal frame uneven, with remnants of flesh hanging from it. Ghostly blue flames flickered in its skull's eye sockets. As Su Lin approached, the bone fiend leapt up and sprinted away, its bony legs kicking up dust before vanishing into a pile of bones. Su Lin immediately gave chase. The bone forest was complex and ever-changing, with bone piles and bone trees crisscrossing. The bone fiend, familiar with the terrain, darted left and right, always slipping into gaps at the last moment, making it elusive. After 15 minutes, Su Lin stopped, realizing that mere pursuit would not lead to victory. He surveyed his surroundings and quickly adjusted his strategy. The bone fiend lacked defensive power and could only hide and flee. Su Lin needed to find another way to break through. The powerless bone fiend was agile and familiar with the terrain, making direct confrontation difficult. Su Lin crouched down, weighing a bone fragment in his hand. His ears perked up to catch the faint sound of bones breaking in the distance. The sounds were hurried and chaotic. The bone fiend was still on the move. Su Lin followed its footsteps, hiding behind a bone pile, observing quietly. A feint distracted the bone fiend, and he dashed out with astonishing speed. The bone fiend shrieked and fled. Su Lin had anticipated this, throwing a bone fragment to startle the creature. He grabbed its hind leg in one swift motion. The bone fiend struggled desperately, bone shards flying, but eventually calmed down. Its ghostly blue eyes stared at him as its body began to emit a bright light, shattering instantly, leaving behind only a pile of ordinary bones and a bone token engraved with strange runes. After collecting the bone token, Su Lin remained vigilant and continued his pursuit. 3 hours later, he had taken down 12 bone fiends. The efficiency was decent, but further hunting became increasingly challenging. The bone fiends seemed to sense the threat, hiding more cleverly and blending into the environment. Only the faint blue glow in their eyes betrayed their presence. Su Lin's sharp gaze locked onto a bone fiend hiding under a massive rib bone, but it escaped in an instant. During the chase, the bone fiend suddenly stopped and counterattacked, letting out a piercing screech that shattered the silence. Echoing cries surged from all directions, and hundreds of ghostly blue eyes lit up simultaneously. The bone forest trembled as bone fiends emerged from the shadows, forming a blockade. Su Lin showed no fear, smiling lightly as he stepped forward to face them. 300 bone fiends charged at once. The first one bit down hard on his shoulder, blood splattering. He retaliated with a punch, striking the bone fiend's skull with a loud bang, scattering bone fragments as the battle erupted. The bone fiend's skull cracked but continued to bite at Su Lin. The wind from his punches roared as he struck blow after blow, finally reducing the bone fiend to a pile of scattered bones. A bone token fell to the ground, but he didn't stop. More bone fiends surged like a tide, biting his limbs and neck. The pain did not hinder his counterattacks. He allowed the bone fiends to bite him, shattering them with each strike and picking up the fallen bone tokens. The number of tokens quickly climbed 10, 15, 20, up to 30. The bone fiends began to fear him, attempting to flee, but he caught them and mercilessly crushed them. When he picked up the final bone token, the ground shook violently. All 300 bone fiends collapsed simultaneously, their remains forming a small mountain that buried him. He crawled out of the bone pile, covered in white bone dust, his expression solemn. In the center of the forest, a blood-red portal slowly rose. He stepped into it. Before him lay a magnificent underground palace, towering nearly 200 meters high and stretching endlessly wide. Massive stone pillars were engraved with twisted runes, and the giant stone slabs on the ground bore countless names of the deceased, narrating the heavy history of death. At the center of a high platform sat a 10-meter-tall skeleton king. Its tattered armor and crown exuded majesty, and blood-red flames burned in its eye sockets as it stared at Su Lin. Surrounding it was an imposing army of skeletal soldiers, neatly arranged with swords, spears, axes, and war horses, as well as war chariots. Their ghostly blue eyes flickered with light. The voice suddenly echoed, announcing the third trial, the Undead Legion. The rules were brutal. To defeat the undead king on the stone throne, one must first break through the onslaught of 100,000 skeleton soldiers. Each skeleton had an attack power ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. If they attacked simultaneously, the damage would reach astronomical levels. The king summoned thousands of skeletons every 10 minutes, making it impossible to wear him down. Death meant eternal imprisonment. Su Lin gazed at the sea of skeletons, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. In an instant, the 100,000 skeleton soldiers turned their heads in unison, raised their weapons, and surged forward like a white tsunami. As the first wave closed in, swords, axes, spears, and blades intertwined in a frenzied assault. Damage numbers flashed wildly, his million health points rapidly dwindling, and he was engulfed by the relentless offensive, unable to move an inch. He did not panic but stood quietly, allowing the weapons to strike him. Then he retaliated with his fists. Each punch exploded like thunder, shattering skeleton soldiers one after another. Though his movements were neither hurried nor slow, they were steady and precise. In this sea of death, his rhythm was singular. Unwavering punches, calm and resolute. Despite the frenzied assault of 100,000 skeleton soldiers, he did not retreat but advanced step by step. Smashing skeletons created openings, and with each step he steadily pushed forward. In 10 minutes, he had advanced 50 meters. Though his health dropped, it quickly regenerated. The undead king suddenly moved, raising his sword to the sky. A blood-red beam illuminated the dome, and the ground cracked open as 5,000 skeleton soldiers emerged to join the battle. Wave after wave, 5,000 more were summoned every 10 minutes, their numbers steadily increasing. He continued his destruction, smashing 3 to 4 skeletons per second. Despite the constant reinforcements, the skeletons around him grew in number, yet he pressed forward steadily. 2 hours, 3 hours. Finally, he reached the base of the high platform, less than 50 meters from the undead king. The massive skeleton king slowly rose, leaping down from the platform, and launched a ferocious attack with his sword. Each strike was like a landslide, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, his body drenched in blood. His gaze remained resolute, and instead of retreating, he smiled. Facing the gleaming sword, he punched the undead king's toe bone. The damage was minimal but shocking. The skeleton king froze momentarily before striking again, and he countered once more. Punch after punch landed on the ankle, shin, and knee, gradually wearing down the opponent's heavy armor. The undead king, enraged, went berserk, slashing wildly. He was forced to retreat, his wounds worsening, blood flowing incessantly. Each strike of the giant sword dealt millions in damage, and the skeleton soldier's attacks were as fierce as a tidal wave. Yet, relying on his powerful regeneration, he stood firm. After half an hour of fierce combat, the undead king finally became exhausted, pausing to catch his breath. The flames in his eyes flickered chaotically, revealing fear for the first time. It was fear of an opponent who, though covered in blood, refused to fall. He stretched his neck, producing a cracking sound, clenched his fists, and gave no respite to his opponent. Facing each other, the battle resumed. Another 2 hours passed, and the undead king's health had only dropped by 5%. In despair, it summoned wave after wave of skeleton soldiers, flooding the battlefield with tens of thousands of reinforcements. He ignored the surrounding soldiers, focusing solely on the undead king, punching relentlessly. When the king tried to escape by leaping back onto the platform, he grabbed its toe tightly, refusing to let go. The undead king dragged him along, smashing through stone pillars and trampling over skeleton soldiers, but its struggles were in vain. He was dragged along yet continued to strike back. 2 hours later, the enemy's health dropped further, now down by 15%. In utter despair, the undead king knelt, the flames in its eyes flickering wildly. It was completely terrified. Su Lin raised his head, locking eyes with it. Letting go, he stood up and looked at the kneeling opponent. The undead king urgently nodded, signaling surrender. Su Lin remained silent for a moment, then suddenly shook his head. With a powerful punch, he struck the king's kneecap. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed. The undead king screamed, slashing wildly with its sword. Su Lin did not dodge but charged forward, landing a punch on its abdomen. Another crack sounded as ribs shattered. With a series of fierce punches, the massive body of the undead king began to sway. It tried to stand but lacked the support of its knees. Its sword fell, unable to summon reinforcements, leaving it defenseless against the relentless blows. Finally, its body collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire palace. Standing on its chest, Su Lin watched as the flames in its eye sockets dimmed. The undead king's flesh, armor, and crown disintegrated, turning into a massive pile of white bones. At the center of the bone pile, a blood-red token appeared. Su Lin picked it up. It was the proof of passing the trial. The palace immediately collapsed, stone pillars shattered, the dome fell, and the skeleton soldiers lost control and crumbled into fragments. Su Lin stood firmly, quietly waiting for the final dome to fall. A portal of light silently opened, and he stepped through. Behind the door was an even eerier hall, without walls, boundless darkness, shadows drifting, and a bone-red throne standing alone in the center. The throne was composed of pulsating bone fragments, alive as if it had a life of its own. Sitting on the throne was a figure made of countless white bones, faceless and skinless, yet clearly staring at him. An ethereal voice echoed, "The fourth trial, the blood-bone throne. Sit on the chair and endure the Bone King's gaze. The longer you maintain eye contact, the greater the reward. Any movement or collapse will terminate the trial. Persist until the end to receive the ultimate treasure." Su Lin stared at the bone figure and slowly sat down. A red light flared, and the bone figure's hollow, black eyes locked onto him. At first, it was calm, but suddenly countless images burst forth. Blood and smoke, mountains of skeleton corpses, a giant shadow overlooking the battlefield, blood-red eyes instantly locking onto him, a sense of impending death surging, and then the images dissipated. Su Lin remained seated, steady as ever, while the bone eyes continued to fixate on him. Time passed, and increasingly brutal battlefield scenes unfolded. Endless skeletons in blood-soaked battles, a crimson sky, and a ground paved with white bones. The giant shadow controlled the battlefield, thousands of skeletons falling. A low whisper, "You are worthy." Su Lin's expression remained unchanged as time accumulated to tens of minutes. The images gradually became clearer, revealing a life trajectory. From a tiny skeleton, growing into a skeleton king, building an undead army, fighting blood-soaked battles, and finally sitting on this throne, awaiting a true challenger. Hours passed, and Su Lin sat motionless like a rock, his gaze calm, continuously meeting the bone figure's stare. Time seemed frozen in his eyes, his eyeballs gradually reddened, tears welled up, yet he endured the pain without blinking. 5 hours, 7 hours, 10 hours passed, and the two red lights in the bone figure's eye sockets grew brighter, as if anticipating something. He kept persisting, his gaze locked onto the opponent, as if one more second of looking would end his life. But he knew that only by overcoming fear could he receive the reward. 13 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours later, the silence was broken. The bone figure slowly stood up, walked to him, its hollow eye sockets approaching his eyes, less than 10 centimeters away. The bone figure spoke softly, its voice like a faint wind through bone crevices. "You are the first to endure to the end. You are worthy of my reward." A hand composed of countless fine bones lightly pressed against his chest. A chill rapidly spreading, and golden text appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations on clearing the blood-bone abyss. Time taken, 23 hours 47 minutes reward. Passive skill selection, 1 time. Options are 1. Attack enhancement, plus 30%, 2. Critical rate plus 20%, 3. Teleportation once every 30 seconds. Distance 100 meters, 4. Damage reduction, all damage -20%, 5. Bone Spike Fury, reflect 25% damage upon injury. He carefully examined the options. Attack, critical rate, speed, and defense were all powerful, but none perfectly suited his current state. Reflecting damage, however, could instantly counterkill opponents, especially those with far greater health than his own. This was the wisest choice. Without hesitation, he selected Bone Spike Fury. The golden text disappeared, and a strange power surged through his body. A golden portal slowly opened. Outside the door, the neon lights of the night market flickered. He stepped through the door, and the light instantly vanished. Looking back, only a dilapidated wall remained, with blood-red cracks rapidly closing. A crack sound echoed as the cracks closed like an eye, and 3 seconds later, the fissures completely disappeared, leaving the wall intact. His expression remained calm, understanding the profound significance of it all. The blood-red rift, which had existed for 23 years and claimed over 600 lives, finally closed. He looked down at his hands, still the rough hands of a middle-aged woman, marked by the passage of time. A sudden scream erupted behind him. He turned his head and saw more than 10 members of the Blood Axe gang standing in shock, their weapons clattering to the ground. The bald leader stared in disbelief, trembling as he pointed at him, as if struck by lightning. The rift is gone?" The skinny man beside him collapsed to his knees, his face full of incredulity. The burly man with a fleshy face rubbed his eyes and looked again, doubting his own sanity. "Am I seeing things? Is this an illusion?" The secret of the blood-bone abyss had finally been broken. The bald leader stood frozen, his steps hesitant, pointing at Su Lin with a trembling voice. "Was it you?" Su Lin's gaze was calm as water, silent and unresponsive. Panic surged in the leader's heart as he recalled his arrogant promise. "Follow me and you'll live the good life." And the 600 souls trapped in the rift. The rift had vanished, and he hadn't expected this to truly happen. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, begging for mercy, his voice piercing the air. The other gang members also dropped to their knees, their faces pale, unable to meet Su Lin's gaze. After a few seconds of silence, he turned and left, wordless and soundless. Those kneeling remained in a daze for a long time, and Su Lin's figure disappeared completely into the night. The bald leader slumped to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He warned his companions not to report this incident, saying that any action would be courting death. However, the news spread like wildfire, instantly sweeping through the night city. Rumors of the rift's disappearance spread crazily, and forums exploded. A woman in her 40s had entered the deadly rift where no one had ever survived and walked out alive. Shock, reverence, and skepticism poured in, and the mysterious female hero quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. The Battle Academy, Awakener Association, and National Rift Handling Team issued announcements one after another, vowing to find her and bestow the highest honors. Meanwhile, in a remote mine in Night City, Su Lin's face rapidly transformed, shedding the appearance of a woman in her 40s, revealing the face of a young man, the ordinary face he had used when he first entered Night City. He pulled up the collar of his coat to cover half his face, blending into the crowd as he quietly headed toward the Western District, calm and discreet. Half an hour later, Su Lin returned to the Peace Inn. The old man was still dozing behind the counter, unaware of his recent transformation. Without a word, Su Lin went upstairs, closed the door, lay down, and opened his phone, scrolling through the trending posts and videos about the mysterious woman who cleared the rift. His gaze was cold, and his next plan quietly took shape. The mysterious woman was the focus of the trending list. He clicked on a handheld video showing the blood-red rift on a dilapidated wall slowly closing and finally disappearing without a trace. The wall restored itself, and the scene was filled with exclamations. "The rift is gone! That woman came out!" The screen was flooded with comments, and astonishment echoed continuously. Next, he browsed the official announcements. Night City's CN0374 rift had been closed, and the person who cleared it was a middle-aged woman, 165 centimeters tall, wearing a dark coat. An attached portrait bore a 70% resemblance to his 40-something face. He then opened the Awakener Association's announcement, which hailed the rift clearer as an honorary hero and awarded her the highest medal, garnering widespread admiration. Various institutions extended olive branches, with the Battle Academy, universities, and military competing to recruit her. The screen was flooded with countless messages seeking the female hero, but he knew that the woman no longer existed. The only one alive was an ordinary man. Putting down his phone, he closed his eyes and recalled the fierce battles within the rift. The Abyss of 1,000 Hands, the Bone Forest Maze, the Undead Legion, and the Bloodbone Throne. In 23 hours and 47 minutes, 620 people had perished, and only he had survived. Along with this, he had gained a unique passive ability, Wrath of Bone Spikes, which reflected 25% of damage and struck fear into his enemies. He stood by the window. The night remained bustling and noisy, neon lights flickering, and giant holographic advertisements illuminating the darkness. He recalled the Blood Axe gang kneeling and begging for mercy, as he, a rift clearer, could kill them as easily as crushing ants. This was the weight of a hero. Suddenly, his phone rang again, pushing the latest forum news. Su Jintian had made a public statement about rift clearing. The head of the Su family praised his courage and strength, announcing that he would extend the highest level invitation. Mentioning his upcoming challenge of the 89th floor, he was brimming with confidence, vowing to clear it without fail. Sliding through the screen, he put down his phone and gazed out at the never-ending neon lights. Scenes flashed through his mind of the names carved into the stone slabs of the Grand Hall. Tens of thousands of them, a few in human languages, but most in strange, twisted symbols, resembling insect trails or bizarre geometric shapes. The past was like smoke. Back then, he had been focused on claiming his reward and had not delved into the hidden truths behind them. He stared at the stone slab before him, engraved with countless names, his brows furrowed. The secrets behind those names loomed over him like a shadow. Those unfamiliar scripts, appearing in the blood prison and blood-bone abyss halls of their world, shattered his understanding of the rifts. In his memory, the white-haired old man in the blood prison abyss, with his cold yet appreciative gaze, left him wondering whether the old man was human or something else entirely. The skeletal figure in the blood-bone abyss, faceless and humanoid, had coldly declared him the first to endure until the end. Before him, over 600 others had perished. Yet their names were all carved into the stone slab. This sent a chill through his heart. Could these names belong to more than just this world? Could the secrets of the rifts be far more complex than he had imagined? He clenched his fists as a cold sensation crept down his spine. He recalled the arrival of the Tower of Heaven a century ago, when monsters poured out of the rifts and humans awakened supernatural abilities. What seemed like coincidence now appeared to be meticulously designed. Layer upon layer of secret realms, layer upon layer of deadly selection. The difficulty was extreme, and only a rare few SSS-level talents survived, becoming the pinnacle of existence, yet they never dared to look back. A cruel image surfaced in his mind. This seemed like a massive pig-raising game. The secret realms and rift rewards were the feed, and the pigs were those awakened ones who thought themselves powerful. They were thrown into desperate situations, and the survivors were fattened up, only to be mercilessly slaughtered at the top. The 99th floor of the tower might be the ultimate slaughterhouse, and the ones above could very well be the owners of those unfamiliar names, higher civilizations. His gaze turned icy, but his silhouette under the neon lights appeared unusually resolute. This entire design had not accounted for someone clearing more than 2 secret realms. He was that anomaly. His ability to amplify by a billionfold exceeded all calculations. He had just crossed 2 extreme thresholds, emerging unscathed. He understood clearly that this was a fatal loophole, a flaw unforeseen by the higher civilization. And he was ready to use this rift to tear apart the cage of fate. He took out his phone and quickly searched for level 10 rifts around the Dark Knight City. 3 announcements popped up on the screen: Frost Tomb, Inferno Hell, and Shadow Labyrinth. All high-difficulty rifts below level 10, rumored to have no survivors. He frowned, put down his phone, and let his gaze pierce through the flickering neon outside the window. The night was still young, and the time was not yet ripe. He decided not to rush to level up but to stabilize at level 10 for now, clearing these 3 high-risk rifts one by one to seize the hidden, abundant rewards. He marked the targets on the map: Frost Tomb, 35 kilometers to the north; Inferno Hell, 28 kilometers to the west; Shadow Labyrinth, 42 kilometers to the south. The 3 locations were within reach, and tomorrow's first choice would be Frost Tomb. He leaned back on the bed, his gaze firm, silently pondering the words of that mysterious old man, with questions lingering in his heart. Morning light faded as thick rock layers blocked the sunlight, leaving only giant searchlights to illuminate Dark Knight City. He woke up and browsed the forum's trending topics. The mysterious heroine who cleared a 23-year-old rift had sparked heated discussions. Officials urgently dispatched investigators, and the atmosphere was tense. The street was cold and quiet, neon lights fading, with only a few vendors scattered around. Low-key and composed, he stepped out of the doorway, ready to embark on the dangerous journey through the rift in the dark night. Each step brought him closer to the pinnacle of power. He bought 2 buns, eating as he walked toward the eastern district. The path gradually led to desolation, with dilapidated houses and sparse human presence. Eventually, the road disappeared, giving way to a rocky beach. Taking out his phone, he opened the navigation app. In walking mode, it showed that the Frost Tomb was still 35 kilometers to the north. He started walking again, as the rocky beach turned into a desert, and the desert transformed into barren mountains. The wind howled, and not a single shadow was in sight. 2 hours later, the pale sun overhead shone weakly. He stopped to drink water with 15 kilometers still to go. He resumed his journey, and by 11 o'clock, he finally stood at the foot of a mountain covered in thick ice. The grayish-white ice layer resembled ashes, reflecting the sunlight with a blinding glare, while the cold air rushed toward him. Using his thoughts, he transformed back into the appearance of a woman in her 40s. At his feet were several broken tents, with over 20 people of varying appearances clutching their weapons tightly, their eyes anxiously fixed on the massive ice-sealed cave halfway up the mountain. The ice membrane cracked, cold air rising in wisps, faintly revealing the entrance to the rift. The crowd noticed him and turned their heads in unison. The tattooed man leading the group looked wary, his face full of muscle, gritting his teeth as he questioned his intentions. He walked forward silently, ignoring the provocation. The tattooed man swallowed hard, then shouted out a toll fee, 10,000 points. He turned back, his gaze lifeless and cold, silent and unyielding. Under the pressure of his stare, the tattooed man's neck stiffened, and he pointed his blade forward, threatening arrogantly. In a low voice, he finally spoke, "Move!" The tattooed man froze, and his companions stiffened as well. The wind whistled, breaking through the heavy silence. The tattooed man was speechless, his knife frozen mid-air like a sculpture. He turned around and stepped into the cave entrance. Everyone stood motionless, their knives nearly slipping to the ground. The skinny man called out softly, and the tattooed man slowly lowered his weapon. The curses he wanted to shout were stuck in his throat, replaced only by heavy silence. He watched helplessly as she disappeared behind the ice membrane, which closed instantly. Covered in cold sweat, his faint curses dissipated into the wind. He turned back to look at the 20-something people standing far away, his gaze complicated. The ice membrane automatically split open, inviting him inside. The door closed, leaving the outsiders staring at each other, murmuring, "She went in." Obviously. The tattooed man angrily smacked the skinny man's head. "Do you think we can wait?" The passage was dark and eerily silent. He stood there, calmly gazing into the depths of the darkness. The corridor was vast and boundless, the darkness above oppressive, as if devouring everything. The walls on both sides were made of gray-white ice blocks, embedded with countless black particles. These were frozen eyes of various sizes, scattered densely. They opened and closed, their hollow gazes fixed on the figure ahead. Su Lin stared at the countless lifeless eyes for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and steadily moving forward. Time seemed to lose its meaning here. The ice walls grew thicker, the eyes more numerous, as if countless silent pupils were watching his every step. Finally, the long corridor opened up, revealing an endless ice-sealed canyon. The gray-white ice dome hung high above, massive ice spikes suspended like swords in the air. The ice surface beneath was smooth as a mirror, with hundreds of frozen corpses trapped beneath. Human, monstrous, and even unrecognizable alien forms. A young man in combat gear caught his eye, his corpse frozen with a badge on his chest glowing with level 10 SS-class ability, Flame Control. His wide-open eyes were filled with struggle and fear. Nearby, a three-headed, six-eyed wolf-like creature was frozen mid-escape. Further away, a colossal frost dragon lay still on the ice, a knight clad in frost-white armor mounted on its back, its imposing presence still undeniable. Su Lin stood on the ice, took a step forward, and the ice cracked. White frost quickly condensed into ice, wrapping around his ankles. Environmental damage, extreme cold assault, 10,000 HP deducted per second, a negligible effect for him. He continued forward resolutely. At the center of the canyon stood a transparent ice pillar, crystal clear and towering into the clouds. Sealed within the pillar was a massive figure, a 300-meter-tall black-armored monster kneeling within the ice, its armor covered in frost, as if ready to move at any moment. Withdrawing his gaze once more, Su Lin stepped into the endless icy domain. 10 minutes later, a cold mechanical voice broke the silence. "Trial participant, welcome to the Frost Tomb. First stage, Ice Scar Path, a 12-kilometer journey through 13,600 frost wraiths. You do not need to eliminate them, you only need to complete the walk. The attacks of the vengeful spirits come with ice mark stacking. Upon reaching 100 layers, the target is frozen for 3 seconds, during which they will be subjected to concentrated attacks. Every 500 meters, the ground features ice cracks. Touching or lingering too long will result in being swallowed by the abyss. Within the abyss, horrors far surpass the vengeful spirits." The cold voice dissipated, and Su Lin's gaze was resolute. The icebound canyon stretched endlessly, awaiting his journey through this trial of life and death. On the gray-white ice dome hung thousands of icicles. Sunlight pierced through the ice, refracting into a dazzling spectrum of colors that scattered across the icy surface of the canyon. Beneath a layer of ice lay frozen corpses of various forms, humans, monsters, and unknown creatures, preserved in their final moments, their eyes reflecting the kaleidoscopic light. Su Lin exhaled lightly and stepped onto the ice. Instantly, a low, mournful wail echoed. Frost vengeful spirits emerged from the ice layer, their numbers rapidly increasing. Transparent and semi-transparent figures with ghostly blue flames in their eyes stared fixedly at him. At the forefront was a little girl in a floral dress, her face translucent like condensed light and shadow, her icy blue flame eyes glowing brightly. She reached out and lightly touched Su Lin's shoulder, causing damage numbers to rise rapidly. Her hand cracked open, frost fangs biting into his arm as the fissures spread. The vengeful spirits gathered more and more, their attacks ferocious, the cold piercing to the bone, and frost quickly spread across Su Lin's body. Blades and swords flashed, damage numbers refreshed frequently, and the counterattacks were equally fierce. The bodies of the vengeful spirits shattered one by one, revealing icy blue light, yet they continued to charge madly. The little girl staggered, her body full of cracks, her broken limbs moving with difficulty. Her gaze, filled only with icy blue flames, remained fixed on Su Lin. For a brief moment their eyes met. Su Lin turned and continued forward, while the vengeful spirits surged toward him, constantly shattering into crystalline ice fragments that refracted even more dazzling light. After walking nearly 500 meters, Su Lin stopped before a deep blue crack. The ice surface was faintly fractured, emitting a cold and alluring blue light. He recalled the warning. If the crack was touched, it would explode within 3 seconds, dragging the trespasser into the abyss, where horrors far greater than the vengeful spirits lay hidden. On the ice surface lay the corpse of a middle-aged man in military uniform, his chest badge reflecting icy brilliance. His outstretched arm seemed to be frozen in a desperate struggle. Su Lin took a deep breath and forced himself to step forward, crossing the ice crack. As his foot landed, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. The ice crack burst open, and the ice layer shattered violently. The ice surface fractured abruptly, shards of ice flying in all directions. The shockwave pushed him stumbling backward. He turned sharply, seeing the fissure expand into a massive black hole, bottomless and emitting faint sounds of crawling. Something was struggling upward from the abyss. Without hesitation, he turned and continued forward. Behind him, the sounds beneath the ice grew closer, eerie and pressing. After walking 100 meters, he suddenly felt his ankle gripped tightly by an icy hand. Blue-purple fingers with pitch-black, razor-sharp nails like countless daggers embedded into his skin. The hand trembled violently but refused to let go. Beneath the ice, a grotesque face pressed against the layer. Hollow, eyeless sockets and a twisted mouth revealed rows of sharp teeth, bizarre and terrifying. It opened its mouth in a silent roar, its fingers gripping him tightly, blood seeping out. His steps remained calm as ever. He raised his foot and stomped down hard, shattering the hand gripping him. The crunch echoed beneath the ice. The grotesque face twisted in pain, silently screaming. But in the next moment, countless hands surged from the ice cracks, reaching out from all directions to tightly grasp his ankles, calves and knees, gradually pulling him downward into the ice. Bloodstains and the sound of cracking bones intertwined, damage and counterattack numbers danced chaotically in the air, creating a scene both bloody and harrowing. He lowered his head, witnessing the dense cluster of demonic claws before him, despair thick in the air. Yet he did not retreat. He stomped forward, crushing batches of hand bones with each step, the sound of breaking bones echoing continuously. Even surrounded on all sides, with the crawling sounds behind him pressing closer and endless vengeful spirits emerging, he advanced slowly, step by step, cautiously and resolutely. Continuing deeper, the second ice fissure appeared. He leapt across it but noticed the figure of a woman crawling out with difficulty. She was half a woman, intact from the waist up, but below the waist only a coiled spinal tail remained. Her bluish-gray skin was encrusted with ice crystals, and her exquisitely beautiful face bore 2 hollow black eyes that sent chills down one's spine. She slowly dragged her long tail, her joints emitting crisp cracking sounds, her empty gaze fixed firmly ahead. His eyes swept past her without stopping, and he continued forward. Ahead, wraiths surged like a tide, densely packed. Blue shadows continuously lunged at him, shattered by counterattacks, only to rise again. The shattered ice crystals on the surface grew thicker. Stepping on them felt like breaking a rainbow, brilliant yet fragile. The ground gradually transformed into a ghostly kingdom stained by hatred. 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, then 5 kilometers, the wraith's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. The half-bodied woman continued to follow closely behind, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too near. She did not attack but locked her hollow eyes firmly on him. At 6 kilometers, the ice fissures became dense, forcing him to detour and leap across. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and as he paused at the edge of a crack, the ice surface exploded with a deafening roar. The shockwave hurled him several meters away. Before he could regain his balance, a sharp hand emerged from the shattered fissure, instantly grabbing his ankle and pulling him downward. Darkness and coldness engulfed his consciousness in an instant. Su Lin's upper body was dragged into the ice pit by countless wraith hands, their fierce tugging causing the counterattack values to soar. His trembling hand refused to let go. He slowly slid downward, seeing thousands of yearning faces gazing up from beneath the ice. The most dangerous was the half-bodied woman crawling ahead, her hollow gaze silently sneering. At the critical moment, Su Lin forcefully grabbed the edge of the pit and pushed himself up, pulling out the wraith hands clutching him. The hands shattered and scattered. The half-bodied woman remained submerged in the ice, glaring at him sideways with a sinister smile. He turned and continued forward. The wraiths, fearful of the distance, retreated one after another, their icy blue eyes revealing terror. The number of wraiths gradually decreased, keeping a safe distance as if completely suppressed. Su Lin glanced at the panel. 87 layers of ice fissures were visible, with 13 layers remaining to reach full freezing. Despite the ferocity of the wraith attacks, they became his leverage to ascend the freezing state. After walking 10 kilometers, a fissure suddenly exploded beneath his feet. The ice surface shattered, and the impact hurled him 20 meters away. The crack rapidly spread, the ice layer turning into a spider web. Countless wraith hands erupted again, frantically pulling at him. He was dragged beneath the ice layer, unable to break free. The yearning faces became increasingly clear, the half-bodied woman drawing closer. Her beauty was eerie and distorted, her hollow black eyes as deep as an abyss, her sinister smile chilling to behold. Su Lin's gaze remained cold, neither avoiding nor resisting. Instead, he reached out, his fingers suddenly plunging into her hollow eye sockets. The wraiths froze instantly, their silent screams shattering the ice layer. The entire space trembled, and amidst the deathly silence, a hidden killing intent quietly approached. She abruptly released his leg and swiftly grabbed his hand. Her nails, black as blades, desperately scratched at his arm, blood splattering. The numbers kept jumping, the damage plummeting sharply, yet it continuously rebounded. Her nails broke, her fingers cracked, her wrist shattered, but she continued to claw frantically, her anguished screams echoing. Su Lin remained motionless, his fingers firmly gripping her eye sockets, forcibly pulling her out from beneath the ice layer, along with half of her body. She struggled, her spine whipping wildly, her hollow gaze devoid of any life. He stared at her coldly, her gaze meeting his. That emptiness deepened further. He lifted her towards the hands still attacking him. The hands gradually stiffened and eventually withdrew powerlessly. The wraiths slowly retreated and disappeared into the darkness. Su Lin lowered his head, staring at the struggling, twisted face in his hand. After 3 seconds of silence, he let go. She fell heavily onto the icy surface, shattering into sparkling fragments that reflected colorful light and shadows. Standing in the center of the shattered ice, he shook his hand. As the ice crystals shimmered, he continued forward. 11 kilometers, 12 kilometers. Ahead appeared a crystalline, ice-sealed throne towering 100 meters high, surrounded by a ghostly blue glow. On the throne sat a massive skeletal figure wearing an ice crystal crown, its hollow eye sockets emanating darkness. The ice gate stood silently, runes flowing with icy blue light. Su Lin walked to the gate. Behind him, the half-woman and the wraiths had completely vanished, leaving only a several-kilometer-long ice path covered in colorful crystals. He pushed open the heavy ice gate, revealing a vast space beyond. A cold, mechanical voice sounded. First level cleared. Time taken, 3 hours and 47 minutes. Total attacks, 3,462. Counter damage kills, 241 wraiths, 137 abyssal ghost hands, 1 abyssal succubus. Ice mark layers, 98. Freeze not triggered. Su Lin's gaze grew heavy as he recalled the half-woman, the abyssal succubus. He pushed open the second gate, revealing an unexpected scene. A massive frozen lake. The lake's surface was like a mirror, perfectly reflecting the enormous crack in the icy dome above, through which countless colorful rays of light poured down. At the center of the lake stood a crystalline ice sculpture in the shape of a woman, her hands clasped and head bowed. Behind her was an ice gate strikingly similar to the one before. Su Lin stood silently at the edge of the lake. Though the surface was calm and still, he remained alert to the lurking danger. The cold, mechanical voice sounded again. Second level, ice mirror maze. Rules: cross the frozen lake to reach the central ice sculpture. The lake's surface is arranged with 13,600 ice mirrors, each hiding a mirror spirit. They will not attack actively, but once passed, the mirror spirit will reach out to pull you into the mirror. Inside the mirror world are countless versions of you, all hostile to each other. You have only one chance to escape. Failure means eternal entrapment. Additionally, every 100 meters of the lake's surface contains ice cracks. Stepping on or staying on them for more than 3 seconds will cause them to shatter, plunging you into an abyss-like deeper mirror world. There, the number of you is even greater. Good luck. The voice faded. Su Lin stood firm, his figure resolute as he gazed at the fierce yet breathtaking frozen lake before him. On the ice surface lay 13,600 ice mirrors, each hiding a mirror spirit behind it. Su Lin stepped onto the ice, which was as slippery as if coated in oil. He moved forward slowly, his eyes fixed on the variously shaped ice mirrors, some lying flat, some towering high, some half-hidden within ice pillars, and others hanging upside down like ice lanterns. In the mirror, a man in his 40s with a cold expression was reflected. He wore a black coat, and his slightly disheveled hair added to his indifferent demeanor. Just as he stepped past the first mirror, ripples spread across its surface, and a pale, slender hand, as if carved from ice, suddenly reached out, lunging straight for his ankle. It grabbed hold swiftly, attempting to drag him into the mirror. Su Lin's gaze remained steady, fixed on the wrist, without dodging or resisting, allowing the force to attack him. The strength surged, and the icy hand's nails cracked, yet it clung on tightly. Su Lin raised his foot and stomped down hard. With a crunch, the icy hand shattered, scattering into shards of ice. The reflection of himself in the mirror kept its lips tightly shut, its eyes flickering slightly, a hint of threat hidden beneath its cold gaze. Su Lin paid it no mind and continued forward. From the subsequent ice mirrors, icy hands and arms emerged one after another like malevolent spirits, grabbing at his legs and waist, desperately trying to pull him back. Each time he was caught, Su Lin would crush the cold appendages underfoot, shattering them into icy fragments that scattered across the frozen surface like broken starlight. Along the way, he left a trail of battle scars on the ice, his steps firm and fearless. After walking 500 meters, cracks began to appear on the ice surface, with faint blue light seeping through the slender fissures. Su Lin slowed his pace, attempting to avoid them, but midway he lost his footing and slipped, his foot landing on the edge of a crack for just a second before it suddenly burst open. A powerful shockwave swept him off his feet, sending him rolling several meters across the ice before coming to a stop. Before he could regain his footing, the ice surface split open beneath him, swallowing him whole. He plunged into a dark abyss, but in an instant, his surroundings lit up. A massive mirrored chamber came into view. The ceiling, floor, walls, and even the inverted ice stalactites above were all made of crystal-clear mirror surfaces. Countless reflections of Su Lin were scattered throughout, each striking a different pose. Standing, walking, crouching, leaping. Every mirrored Su Lin appeared vivid and lifelike, as if fragments of his soul had been scattered. He observed calmly, but suddenly noticed that the reflection in a mirror to his left front was unusual. The figure was facing him directly, its ice blue, flame-like eyes staring straight at him, ignoring the world behind him. The reflection in the mirror slowly stepped forward, as if walking through water, emerging from the mirror's surface to stand before him. It was an identical woman in her 40s, wearing a dark coat, with disheveled hair and a stern expression. But her eyes, those blazing ice-blue eyes, shone with a merciless, chilling light. The ice-blue eyes fixed on him, and a cold, mechanical voice emerged. "You've arrived." Su Lin remained silent as the mirror version of himself stepped closer, the corners of its mouth barely lifting into a smile, though its icy gaze remained unchanged. "Waiting for you to die." As the words fell, the mirror version of him suddenly threw a punch, its fist slamming into Su Lin's face, triggering a massive damage value. Su Lin took a step back. The mirror version of him lowered its head, and a bloody crack instantly appeared on its hand. Ice-blue light flickered from the wound, and its gaze grew even sharper. A frenzied assault followed, each punch landing with brutal force. Every strike caused cracks to appear on the mirror version itself, with light seeping through the fractures. Yet the more it fought, the wilder it became, its punches growing faster and more relentless. Su Lin stood his ground, not retaliating, his calm gaze fixed on the frenzied face before him. After 50 punches, the mirror version, now covered in cracks, panted heavily. Its eyes revealed confusion as it gritted its teeth and asked, "Why won't you die?"
Su Lin remained silent, stepping closer.
Fear began to surface on her face. He reached out, gently pressing a hand on her shoulder, and with a slight push, the mirror version of him crashed into the mirror, shattering it and being consumed by the ripples. The mirror once again reflected his hollow self, lifeless and frozen in place. Su Lin turned to face the rows of mirrors, each reflecting his figure, movements synchronized, smiles identical. Without paying attention to them, he stepped forward and began searching for an exit. The mirror world had no doors or paths. All around were reflections. After circling several times, he was still in the same place. The reflections stared at him intently. Some tilted their heads, some lowered them, and others turned sideways. He counted the mirrors and found their number had increased. Hidden in the shadowy corners, they were densely packed, growing more and more crowded. Suddenly, the lips of one reflection moved, silently conveying clear words. "You will die here." As the words fell, a cold, lifeless smile reappeared. Su Lin lowered his gaze to the mirror beneath his feet, where his reflection's eyes shone brightly. He stomped down with force, and the mirror cracked with a crisp sound. The shattered pieces scattered, and the bright figure disappeared into the fissure. The crack revealed a deep darkness, dotted with icy blue lights pulsing like a heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, Su Lin resolutely jumped into the darkness. The moment he landed, the surrounding reflections reappeared. The mirrored world grew even larger, and an unknown journey began anew. Over 500 mirrors formed a circle, resembling a labyrinth. At the center stood a humanoid figure, composed entirely of countless mirror fragments. Each piece reflected an image of Su Lin. The mirror figure slowly opened its mouth, but its voice was a blend of thousands of other voices, intermittent and chilling. "You are special, blood, ruthless, counterattack." Each word carried an eerie power, as if pronouncing doom. Behind him, a mirror rapidly expanded, reflecting a figure identical to him, but with hollow, dark eyes like an abyssal demon. Then came a second, a third. Countless shadow Su Lins emerged from the mirrors, their black eyes staring coldly, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The mirror figure spoke again. They are all you. Fear, hatred, despair. Even the self you wish to kill. These dark-eyed Su Lins stood silent like shadows, not mere replicas but manifestations of his deepest inner demons. Su Lin's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze resolute. Looking at the enemies surrounding him, he dropped a mocking remark. You dare to call yourselves me? Suddenly, the nearest dark-eyed Su Lin charged forward, throwing a punch. As the fist made contact, Su Lin's expression remained unchanged, and a glaring counterattack number flashed. Instantly, the dark-eyed figure cracked, black liquid seeping out, yet its attacks grew even more frenzied. Dozens, hundreds of him swarmed forward, fists and kicks flying. Countless damage numbers danced in the air, but each strike caused the attackers themselves to rupture and bleed. Black liquid dripped, corroding the ground. Despair never faded, leaving only a frenzy of slaughter. Su Lin stood calmly in the center, coldly observing these dark versions of himself. Fearless and unyielding, it seemed he had long grown accustomed to this heart-wrenching struggle and confrontation. All were his faces. A woman in her 40s, wearing a dark coat, her hair slightly disheveled, expressionless. Her pure black eyes stared intently at Su Lin, as if locking on to prey. He witnessed oneself, after another splitting apart, collapsing, and turning into black water. The first fell, followed by the 20th, the 50th, the 80th, until the last one crumbled at his feet. Those black pupils silently screamed, yet questioned. Who are you? Su Lin gazed into those eyes, silent for 3 seconds, then stepped forward resolutely and stomped down hard. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the last self ended as a black puddle. The surroundings fell silent, all 100+ clones annihilated. Only the mirror man remained standing, the mirror surface mostly shattered, with fragments floating within showing a broken Su Lin. Fragmented limbs, half a severed face, still trembling and struggling slightly. The mirror man slowly spoke, its voice cold and mechanical, like the echo from the first trial. You've won. You are the first to walk out of the mirror world. Time taken, 4 hours and 23 minutes. Number of mirror clones killed, 137. Number of hits taken by the main body, 1,782. Su Lin remained silent as the mirror man gradually melted, its fragments falling to the ground, turning into shards of ice, reflecting the face of that woman. Her black pupils were unfathomable, identical to his. The mirror man dissipated, leaving only a palm-sized shard lying quietly on the ground, reflecting a door. He bent down to pick it up, and the door in the mirror slowly enlarged, then appeared in reality. A door made of ice, engraved with runes glowing with flowing icy blue light, identical to the previous two. Su Lin pushed the door open and was greeted by an ice lake. The ice sculptures by the lake remained as they were, and the 13,600 ice mirrors in the sky were silent and empty, like ruins, reflecting only the colorful light of the empty mirrors. He steadily walked across the empty mirrors, unimpeded by pulling arms, without hearing the cracking of ice, nor seeing mirror spirits scurrying about. He reached the center of the lake, where an ice sculpture of a woman stood before him. Her body was 10 meters tall, hands clasped together, head bowed in prayer. The transparent ice revealed her stunningly beautiful face, not seductive, but exuding a maternal radiance of compassion and gentleness. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, her lips curved in a smile, as if immersed in a beautiful dream. Su Lin focused intently, suddenly recalling the warning from the echo in the first trial. Under the ice layer lies an abyss, hiding something more terrifying than vengeful spirits. He had witnessed that thing. A stunningly beautiful half-woman, dragging her spine as she crawled out of the abyss, resembling a demonic succubus from the depths. And this ice sculpture before him, who could it possibly be? Before his thoughts could continue, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Second level cleared. Successfully exited the mirror world. Congratulations on acquiring a new passive skill. Taunt, Ice remains Fury. The screen displayed the skill description. Within a 100-meter radius, forcibly lock onto all monsters, triggering their extreme hatred, driving them to ignore all repelling skills and launch a frenzied attack until one side is annihilated. The skill can be activated or deactivated through mental command. The eyelashes of the ice-sculpted woman shimmered with tiny frozen crystals, glowing brilliantly in the multicolored light. Su Lin paused to gaze at the golden text on the skill panel. Congratulations on acquiring the passive skill. Taunt, Ice remains Fury. Range, 100 meters around oneself. Effect description. Su Lin activates the Taunt skill, forcibly locking onto all monsters within a 100-meter radius. The monsters, disregarding everything else, madly charge at him with a single goal: to annihilate him completely. Su Lin stared at the panel, a cold smile flickering across his face. The monsters swarmed toward him, baring their fangs and claws in a frenzy, but not one could harm him. The reflected damage caused them to collapse one after another, blood splattering everywhere. He didn't need to throw a punch. Simply stepping deeper into the monster horde turned into a massacre. The data on the screen seemed mythical. Health points off the charts unimaginably vast. Automatic regeneration every second. Unstoppable. The rebound damage adds even more dominance. Su Lin faced the ice sculpture of the woman, his gaze solemn. The gentle praying posture of the ice sculpture seemed to silently convey protection and blessings. He softly expressed his gratitude. Though there was no audible response, it felt as if ripples of a smile had been transmitted. Turning around, his figure moved along the icy lake and frost-marked path, slowly heading toward the cave entrance. Looking back, the frozen canyon shimmered in multicolored brilliance, the path paved with shattered ice crystals resembling a broken rainbow. The scenery was tranquil, cold, and beautiful. The frozen gate quietly closed, sunlight piercing through, causing Su Lin to squint and adjust. In the distance, a group of over 20 people stood motionless in the wilderness. The tattooed man leading the group stared blankly, his weapon falling to the ground, left untouched. A frail companion's legs trembled, his voice shaking. She came out. The tattooed man fixed his gaze on Su Lin, as if trying to uncover her secret, but the words stuck in his throat. Su Lin glanced at them indifferently, then resolutely walked past them without hesitation. The sound of footsteps shattered, echoing across the rocky shore. The group stood still, watching as the distant figure disappeared into the desolate mountains. Finally, the tattooed man sank to his knees on the ground, his eyes hollow, his face filled with despair as he cursed. The frail companion beside him softly consoled. "Boss, she must be that woman. She cleared it again." The tattooed man roared angrily, "Nonsense! Stop spouting nonsense." Before the words settled, hesitating, he pulled out his phone, his expression anxious. "Hello, it's me. East District Frost Tomb. That 17-year-old rift is gone. A female powerhouse just cleared it." "Who? A woman in her 40s? The one from yesterday. She came again. Cleared it again." The forum of Dark Knight City was in an uproar. Someone witnessed a mysterious woman walking out of the Frost Tomb. The rift that had existed for 17 years had disappeared. This woman had cleared the Bloodbone Abyss yesterday and swept through the Frost Tomb today, completing 2 deadly rift clearances in a single day and surviving both times. The rift handling team rushed to the scene, but there was no trace of her. Netizens were in a frenzy, speculating whether she was a rift hunter and wondering if her next target would be the Inferno Hell or the Shadow Labyrinth. Soon after, a rational analysis post went viral. She is a level 10 expert, far surpassing SSS-level geniuses in strength. She hides mysteriously while being hunted and rapidly increases her combat power. Who do you think she is? After a brief silence, a frenzy erupted. Su Lin, the rumored god-level awakener from Dragon City Battle Academy, invincible and resilient, but hunted by his father, Su Zhentian, making Dark Knight City the perfect hiding place. Disguised as a woman to deceive everyone? Some doubted while others believed. Rift-clearing experts usually act alone, but only a god-level individual would dare to clear 2 rifts in succession. This was no coincidence. The post quickly soared to the top of the trending list, with comments flooding in, "Su Lin is amazing. God level is God level. Su Zhentian must regret it now." Amid the heated discussions, the few doubters were drowned out. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit study of the Su family in Sky City, Su Zhentian stood with his back to the window, gripping his phone and staring intently at the online post. Lin Wanqing pushed the door open, her face pale and her voice trembling. "Zhentian, the internet suspects that the woman who cleared the rifts is Su Lin." Su Zhentian remained silent, responding faintly, "Who else could achieve this?" Her eyes reddened as she recalled Su Lin, imprisoned for 18 years, abandoned by the family as a disgrace. And his cold farewell, "I sever all ties with the Su family." The once worthless individual had now broken through 2 deadly rifts, slaughtering hundreds of corpses, and in just 2 days, trampled forbidden grounds. Lin Wanqing choked. How did he manage to do it? Su Zhentian turned around, his expression grave, his gaze deep and turbulent. The past conflicts and indifference had long been buried in the shadows of this mansion, waiting for the true storm to erupt. He accomplished what no one else dared to attempt. Su Zhentian's deep voice resonated. In a century, only a dozen people had managed to clear the secret realm rifts, each one giving their all and barely surviving. Few dared to enter a second time, but he had entered twice and emerged unscathed. Lin Wanqing looked up at her husband, and for a moment, she saw a faint trace of fear in his eyes. As one of the 5 strongest in Huaxia and 89th level SSS ability user, Su Zhentian was actually afraid of his own son. "What are you going to do?" Lin Wanqing's voice trembled. Su Zhentian turned, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. On the other end, a respectful voice answered, "Master, your orders? How many level 10 rifts are near Dark Knight City?" he asked. 2. Inferno Hell is 28 kilometers west of the Western District, and Shadow Labyrinth is 42 kilometers south of the Southern District, came the clear response. "Station people there and report immediately if anyone attempts to clear them." "I will go personally," he said coldly. "The master himself?" The voice on the other end was puzzled. "But the tower challenge on Sunday." "I will challenge the tower on Sunday as planned." "That cannot be changed," Su Zhentian said decisively. The call ended, and the air grew heavy. Lin Wanqing's face turned ashen. "He is your own son. Are you really going to kill him?" Su Zhentian's gaze was as cold as ice. "He is my son. That is precisely why he cannot be allowed to live. He hates the family. If he clears a few more rifts, earns rewards, and levels up to 20 or 30, he will undoubtedly return for revenge." He looked out into the pitch-black night. "By then, will you be able to stop him? Or will I?" Lin Wanqing was speechless, tears streaming down her face. "He's only level 10 now, yet already so powerful. When he reaches level 60 or 70, who in the Su family or even in all of Huaxia will be able to stop him? Therefore, we must strike first to prevent future trouble." Lin Wanqing collapsed into her seat, her voice choked with sobs, unable to refute. The once abandoned child had become a monster that the family feared, and all of this was their own doing. In Kyoto, at the headquarters of the Awakener Association, the top-floor conference room was brightly lit. Around the round table, 7 senior members were seated. Chun Jiuzhou sat at the head, his graying hair accentuating his heavy expression. To his left was General Zhang, an 85-level military representative, and to his right was Dr. Zhou, an 83-level chief researcher. The remaining 4 were elite members above level 80. On the table lay the analysis report on the Dark Knight City rift clearance incident. Chun Jiuzhou spoke in a deep voice. "Have you read it carefully?" Everyone nodded. Dr. Zhou was the first to speak. "Based on the data, the Bloodbone Abyss and Frost Tomb are both high-difficulty rifts with hundreds of deaths. The fact that he cleared them consecutively and survived is extraordinary." General Zhang sneered. The key question is, who is he? Is it really Su Lin? Dr. Zhou adjusted his glasses and replied, based on the clues, there's a 90% chance it's him. 90%? Zhang frowned deeply. Where's the evidence? First, the level. Frost Tomb requires participants to be no higher than level 10, and he happens to be level 10. Second, the strength. Bloodbone Abyss ranks 345 in difficulty, with over 800 people perishing completely, yet he survived. In the National Academy competition, he swept his opponents in 30 seconds, displaying strength far beyond his peers, even those considered SSS-level geniuses. Unless it's a god-level individual, there's no one else it could be. Finally, the motive. Su Lin disappeared because his father wanted to kill him. To avoid disaster, Dark Knight City became an ideal hiding place. It's full of undocumented residents, making it nearly impossible to find him. His rift-clearing activities in Dark Knight City make sense. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Chun Jiuzhou stared at Dr. Zhou, his gaze complex, saying nothing. Chun Jiuzhou's expression was solemn as he slowly spoke. He said that over the past century, very few people have been able to pass through the secret realm's rift, and each of them was a top-tier powerhouse. Zhan Tianxiong, Su Jintian, Yun Zhongzi, Yi Wushuang, they upheld the entire human defense line. However, none of these powerhouses dared to challenge the second rift, as it was a gamble with their lives, where survival depended entirely on luck. Now, there is someone who has successfully passed through 2 fissures consecutively and remained unharmed. This fact stirred waves in the hearts of those present, signifying that his strength far surpasses that of his predecessors in their youth. If he grows further in the future, he might become the strongest awakened in history, capable of closing those human-killing fissures that have claimed countless lives. Researcher Zhou spoke excitedly, raising his arm and shouting, there are 3,200 fissures nationwide, causing millions of innocent deaths every year. If Su Lin can clear them all, the source of slaughter that has plagued us for decades, even centuries, will finally come to an end. The quiet conference room was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. General Zhang, after a long silence, raised his head, looked directly at Chun Jiuzhou, and asked in a low voice, are you going to protect him? Chun Jiuzhou nodded firmly. Even if it means going against Su Jintian? That's right. After a few seconds of silent confrontation, General Zhang suddenly burst into laughter, patted Chun Jiuzhou on the shoulder and said, count me in! I've long been fed up with Su Jintian, pretending to be one of the 5 strongest while scheming behind the scenes. If he dares to touch Su Lin, I'll make sure to shield him. Chun Jiuzhou smiled brightly and finalized the action plan. He ordered researcher Zhou to head to Dark Knight City overnight, secretly follow Su Lin, monitor him without disturbing him, and provide covert protection if he continues clearing fissures. He instructed General Zhang to ensure the military remains on standby for support, guarding against any moves by Su Jintian. General Zhang, full of confidence, said, I'll talk to Zhan Tianxiong over there. That old guy will definitely want to get involved. Chun Jiuzhou gazed out at the dark night through the window and murmured to himself, Su Lin, just what kind of existence are you? Scene shifts to Dark Knight City, at the peaceful inn. Su Lin returned late at night. He lay on the bed, his eyes vacant, when his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened a new forum post. President Chun Jiuzhou rushed to Dark Knight City overnight, suspected to protect a mysterious woman. The comment section exploded with heated discussions about the president personally stepping in, drawing attention to the powerful forces behind Su Lin. Some, however, worried about Su Jintian escalating provocations, complicating the situation. Su Lin remained expressionless, his mind calm. The association protecting him was only natural. Su Jintian wanting to eliminate him was something he had long anticipated. With the invisible mask, escaping and hiding wouldn't be difficult, but if he were blocked at the secret realm's exit and his identity confirmed, the danger would be unavoidable. The paths to the 2 secret realms were temporarily sealed. Entering recklessly might lead to ambushes by enemies. Su Jintian's time at the tower's 89th floor was brief, and attempting to enter during this period also carried risks. The fissures in the uninhabited zones were vast and sparsely populated, but the journey was long. At least flight points needed to be accumulated, as traveling on foot would take 20 days, causing significant delays. Su Lin's eyes flickered slightly. In the dark night, the future battles and breakthroughs had already begun. Su Lin woke up in the middle of the night, turned on his phone, and began checking the distribution of fissures nationwide. He browsed the data. A total of 3,200 fissures, 220 of which were below level 10. Only 20 were near human settlements, while most were in desolate areas. The fissures in the uninhabited zones on the map were at least 1,000 kilometers away from the nearest city. He stared at the screen intently, frowning deeply. These places included the depths of deserts, the peaks of snowy mountains, as well as primeval forests and isolated islands. To get there, walking was simply unrealistic. Even for a level 10 awakened, one could only walk a little over 100 kilometers a day. 1,000 kilometers meant a 10-day journey, and a round trip would take 20 days. Moreover, the journey was filled with high-level monsters ranging from level 30 to 40, which would be a headache to deal with. He needed a flying device. Quickly switching to the Dark Knight City trading platform, he entered keywords to search. Various flying devices appeared on the screen. Second-hand hover bikes for 800,000 points, with a range of 800 kilometers. Single-person flying devices for 1.5 million points, with a range of 1,500 kilometers. Small two-person flying pods for 3 million points, with a range of 3,000 kilometers. Military-grade flying devices for 8 million points, equipped with protective shields and a range of 5,000 kilometers.
Su Lin's mouth twitched.
He currently had only 170,000 points, far from enough even for the cheapest hover bike. His gaze shifted to the monster distribution map. The area around the Dark Knight City was divided into 4 major zones. The low-level zone had monsters ranging from level 1 to 20, suitable for beginners. The mid-level zone ranged from 20 to 40, the high-level zone from 40 to 60, and further out was the Forbidden Zone, with monsters above level 60, extremely dangerous. Without hesitation, he crossed out the low-level and mid-level zones, too inefficient. Target: the high-level zone. With a swipe on his phone, he navigated to the equipment page. The level 10 rare equipment he was wearing had decent attributes, but he needed more points to upgrade. He didn't focus on attack power. His passive skill, Wrath of Bone Spikes, increased damage reflection the more injuries he sustained. On the battlefield, as long as his health was high, he could last longer. He quickly selected 2 legendary pieces of equipment: the Immortal Armor, plus 20,000 HP, and the Ring of Life, plus 10,000 HP, plus 1,000 attack. Together, they added 30,000 HP, boosting his total health from 1 trillion to 3 trillion. Though the increase wasn't astonishing, the benefits far outweighed the costs. He picked up a calculator and set a target budget. 300,000 points for a flying device, 100,000 for armor, and 100,000 for the ring, totaling 500,000 points. He turned off his phone and closed his eyes. Outside, the Dark Knight City remained as bustling as ever. The next morning, still lying in bed, he pulled out his phone to browse the forums. Chen Juzhou had arrived, General Zhang had also come, and even Su Jintian had sent people to leak the news. His finger paused on Su Jintian's interview. The screen displayed, "The Su family head stated that the Rift Clearer is an extraordinary hero, and the Su family is willing to extend the highest honor to invite her as a guest." When asked by reporters about online speculation that the Rift Clearer was Su Lin, Su Jintian, after a moment of silence, said, "Su Lin is my son. Though he left home, I still think of him and am proud of him." Su Lin stared at this statement, his eyes cold and fixed for a long time. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up, letting out a cold sneer. "Proud of me?" he spoke, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "He's probably thinking of killing me with his own hands." Putting down his phone, he sat up, leaned against the headboard, and his aura instantly turned heavy. Under the night sky, the dark night market was 10 times livelier than the previous night. The streets were packed with people. Awakened ones in battle suits, reporters holding cameras, spies in plain clothes with sharp gazes, and ordinary citizens busy taking photos with their phones. The noise was incessant. By the window, Su Lin stood expressionless, his gaze calm, his muscles subtly contracted, reverting to the appearance he had when he first entered the dark night market. He stood up, went downstairs, and walked through the crowded streets. The spies' gazes swept over every passerby like scanners. Reporters held up portraits of the mysterious woman, asking around. The woman in the drawing bore a 70% resemblance to the face Su Lin had used. He walked past them with a calm and unremarkable demeanor, blending in like an ordinary man, unnoticed. After walking a few steps, a thin man suddenly bumped into Su Lin, appearing extremely nervous. He apologized repeatedly before quickly disappearing from sight. Su Lin lowered his head to check his pockets, confirmed his belongings were intact, then retracted his gaze and continued forward. In front of a breakfast stall, a crowd surged. The bun seller was busy wrapping buns, while a long line formed outside a shop selling equipment. Several out-of-town awakened ones scanned their surroundings warily, clearly stepping into this bustling market for the first time. Su Lin stood in front of the bun stall and ordered 2 meat buns. The 50-something proprietress chatted excitedly as she worked, her eyes brimming with enthusiasm. The mysterious woman broke through 2 rifts in just 2 days, the Bloodbone Abyss and the Frost Tomb, which claimed hundreds of lives, were both conquered by her. Su Lin bit into a bun, his expression calm, only nodding in response. The proprietress, puzzled by his indifferent reaction, handed him another bun. "She's the hero of our dark night market. She saved thousands of lives." Su Lin silently accepted it, continued eating, and walked away, his figure blending into the bustling sounds of the market. Behind him, the proprietress and her neighbors discussed the woman's ordinary physique, yet hinted at her extraordinary skills. He gradually distanced himself from the noise, entering a small alley. Leaning against the wall, he quietly finished his second bun and took out his phone to browse the forums. On the screen, news about the rift entrances was abuzz. The Frost Tomb in the Eastern District, the Shadow Labyrinth in the Southern District, and the Inferno Hell in the Western District. The Awakened Association, the military, and the Su family were all present, creating a tense atmosphere on the verge of eruption. Su Lin frowned slightly and decisively turned off his phone. Attempting to break through now would undoubtedly lead to being surrounded and facing a dire situation. No matter what, even with a concealed identity, it would be nearly impossible to escape unscathed. As he continued walking, a commotion drew his attention. Ahead, a crowd had gathered in 3 layers, the focus at the center unclear. Su Lin weaved through the crowd, his gaze sharpening, ready to uncover the mystery hidden in the depths of the city. At the center of the crowd stood a man in his early 30s, dressed in a black uniform. The badge on his chest gleamed coldly, the emblem of the Awakened Association. He loudly announced that the association extended its highest respect to the Rift Conqueror. President Chen Zhuzhou had personally arrived to award the highest honor medal and pledged full support. Cheers erupted immediately, voices overlapping. "The association is the righteous path. Let the Su family step aside." The man smiled and waved, then solemnly declared, "Anyone with information on the Conqueror's whereabouts must notify the association." The association guaranteed her safety, and any hostility toward her would be considered hostility against the entire association. Su Lin watched coldly from the crowd, his gaze lingering briefly before he turned and left. After just a few steps, another uproar broke out on the other side. A group of men in military uniforms had gathered, led by a middle-aged man with a thunderous voice, declaring, "The military stance is clear. She is a hero. Anyone who dares to harm her is an enemy of the military." The cheers grew louder and louder. Su Lin stood by the street, with 2 opposing camps on either side seemingly engaged in an invisible standoff. As the phone camera swept across, the crowd watched excitedly as if enjoying a show. He turned away indifferently and walked into another street. Here, a group of men in plain clothes gathered. The leader appeared ordinary, yet his gaze was exceptionally sharp. He quietly observed his surroundings while others distributed flyers. On the flyers was a clear image of a face with bold text below. The Su family offers a reward for finding the Rift Conqueror. 1 million points for clues, 5 million points for direct discovery, with a promise of no reneging. Su Lin took a flyer, glanced at it, and without hesitation, crumpled it into a ball and threw it into a trash can. The person distributing the flyers had a flicker in his eyes but remained silent. As he continued walking, Su Lin suddenly felt he was being watched. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man in gray across the street, his gaze cold and piercing like needles. Their eyes met briefly before the man in gray turned away indifferently and left. After walking for 10 minutes, Su Lin turned into a dark and narrow alley. The old houses were weathered, moss clung to the walls, and the ground was uneven with puddles. A steady voice sounded from behind. "Come out!" A figure slowly emerged from the corner. It was the man in gray, blocking the alley entrance and cutting off any retreat. Su Lin turned around, his gaze calm as he met the man's eyes. Neither spoke, and the air grew tense. The man in gray sneered, his hoarse voice tinged with mockery. "Your vigilance is impressive, but it's useless." He approached slowly and spoke. "You saw that flyer earlier and threw it away immediately. Others would have pocketed it. Why?" Su Lin responded indifferently, "Not interested." The man mocked, "A 5 million point reward. Wouldn't an ordinary awakened one be tempted?" He scrutinized Su Lin from head to toe. "No badge. Can't tell your level. But when you walked past me, your steps were steady and composed. Ordinary people would feel uneasy when being watched, but you acted as if nothing happened." His gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. "You are not ordinary." The atmosphere grew heavy. Su Lin chuckled lightly, his tone calm. And then, the man in gray was momentarily stunned. Su Lin stepped forward, closing the distance to less than half a meter. His eyes were deep like an abyss, cold and unfathomable. The man in gray suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He was a scout sent by the Su family, battle-hardened, yet from those eyes, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The silent stare made him uneasy, forcing him to retreat step by step until he turned and fled. Looking back at the alley entrance, the young figure still stood there, his gaze calm as still water. Su Lin didn't move an inch until the figure disappeared into the bustling crowd. He transformed effortlessly into a middle-aged man in his 40s, his face marked by the passage of time, his back slightly hunched, resembling a streetwise old rogue. The Su family scout's sharpness had nearly exposed his identity, but he managed to suppress the alarm in his heart and headed straight out of the city. He blended into the crowded sea of people, slowly passing through the city gates. The massive iron bars divided the underground from the wilderness, the bright lights glaring. The entrance buzzed with activity. Calls for team formation, the fatigue and excitement of those returning, and merchants weaving through the crowd. On the bulletin board, reward notices were plastered with eye-catching portraits, offering hefty sums for peculiar individuals. Su Lin's gaze lingered briefly before he turned and walked toward the wasteland. A young man leading a team tried to recruit him to hunt monsters, but Su Lin coldly refused. The three companions looked puzzled, and a girl gently tugged the young man's sleeve, urging him to let it go. Stepping through the fleeting autumn breeze, Su Lin entered the cold and desolate wasteland. The soil was cracked, with eerie red light emanating from the fissures. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and blood. In the distance, hills and withered trees cast mottled shadows, and occasionally, dark figures flickered, silhouettes of ferocious high-level monsters patrolling. The map indicated that 20 kilometers ahead lay the low-level zone, 50 kilometers marked the mid-level zone, and 100 kilometers away was the high-level forbidden zone, teeming with wild beasts. Su Lin put away his phone, his steps firm yet solitary. After hours of travel, the terrain changed abruptly. The black mud gave way to gray-white gravel, with fragments of bones glinting among the sand. The pungent smell of sulfur grew stronger. The sky pressed lower, shrouded in a gray haze like a heavy curtain overhead. The silence was terrifying, broken only by the rustling of the wind. Even insects and birds were absent. A sudden disturbance broke the deathly stillness. From behind a sand dune on the left, a gray-brown, lumpy head emerged, its yellow vertical pupils fixed intently on Su Lin. The moment their eyes met, the creature hastily retreated into the darkness. Su Lin showed no fear and continued walking. Just a few steps later, heavy footsteps sounded from his right. A group of massive creatures was slowly approaching. At least 20 gray-brown heads peeked out from behind the sand dune, their yellow eyes glinting coldly under the gray sky. They stared intently at Su Lin, but he barely glanced at them and kept moving forward. Half an hour later, the terrain shifted again. The gravel disappeared, replaced by a chaotic pile of bone fragments and rubble. Rib bones, leg bones, and skulls were scattered haphazardly, resembling an abandoned graveyard. In the distance, a forest of withered trees loomed, their bare trunks twisted into eerie shapes, with black, lumpy growths scattered across them, grotesque and menacing. Su Lin stepped toward the edge of the forest. At that moment, the lurking lizard hounds suddenly erupted, dozens of figures darting out from the sand dunes like the wind, their speed astonishing. They were beasts covered in scales, with large heads and sharp mouths, about 2 meters long. Their gray-brown scales gleamed with a sharp edge. These were sand lizard hounds, agile creatures with mouths full of sharp teeth that glinted coldly, their long tails dragging on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Sand lizard hound level 41 HP 5 million attack 500,000 skills. Bite, sand escape. In an instant, more than 20 lizard hounds pounced on Su Lin, their claws and teeth aiming for his limbs and neck. Damage numbers rained down like a storm. 500,000, 500,000. The counter damage struck back swiftly. With every bite, the lizard hound's mouth split open, blood oozing out. Their eyes burned with frenzy. The more pain they felt, the more ferocious they became, refusing to retreat. Su Lin remained motionless, his entire body exuding a cold and imposing aura, his eyes coldly observing this feast of biting. Suddenly, he activated a new passive skill, Ice Corpse Taunt, which immediately forced all monsters within a 100-meter radius to target him with hatred. A red light flashed in their eyes, and the lizard hounds descended into even deeper madness. They clamped down harder, biting into his flesh, climbing over each other, clawing and tearing, even lunging at his face. He swatted them away lightly, but they stubbornly climbed back up. Sharp screeches pierced the silence as more lizard hounds surged out from the forest, their numbers swelling to over 100. A gray-brown tide rushed toward him. Su Lin became the center of the tide, his body covered in layers of biting beasts, forming a mountain of flesh and blood. The lizard hounds beneath him were crushed and gasping for air, yet they still pushed forward with determination, desperate for a bite. Damage notifications and counter-damage numbers exploded like a storm. The lizard hounds' faces cracked open, blood and tears streaming, yet they continued their frenzied biting. Even as their bodies shattered and collapsed, they refused to let go. He remained as still as a stone, allowing the storm of madness to rage around him. Time stretched into a long torment. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. Gradually, the tide receded, revealing piles of corpses. Su Lin climbed to the peak of this mountain of flesh and blood, overlooking the battlefield. The remaining lizard hounds stood silently 100 meters away, their yellow eyes filled with fear rather than ferocity. He gazed at them, cold and stern as ice, waiting for the next development in the situation. Su Lin stepped onto the mountain of corpses, his sharp eyes and figure like a cold wind atop the peak. As he took just one step forward, over 200 lizard hounds instantly panicked, turned around, and fled like rabbits running for their lives, disappearing into the depths of the wasteland in an instant. Standing still atop the pile, he took out his panel, and a line of numbers came into view. 347 level 41 desert lizard hounds, with a staggering score, 17.35 million. The target was 5 million, and one battle had easily crushed it. There was no smile on his face, yet a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He crouched down, rummaging through the corpses, and found crystal cores scattered among them. Their dim yellow glow faintly visible, marked with value. 10,000 points, like hidden treasures in a mountain. Silently, he collected them, amassing over 300 crystal cores into a small mountain, adding another 3.47 million points. He continued forward, passing through a withered forest. Beneath his feet was not sand or gravel, but a land of death interwoven with human and monstrous bones. The bone piles rose like mountains, eerie and terrifying. Suddenly, a crack appeared, a massive abyss tearing through the earth. The vine-covered edges of the rocky chasm radiated intense heat, and a deafening rumble echoed from below. Abruptly, a red light shot up from the depths, and a colossal creature burst forth. It was a lava giant lizard, its body engulfed in flames, as massive as a mountain. Terrifying lava erupted from between its crimson scales, and its golden pupils locked onto Su Lin. Level 48, 40 million health points, 4 million attack power, ferocious skills. Lava breath, flame impact, earth rift claw, and elite among kings. It opened its mouth and spewed a waterfall of magma. Su Lin stood motionless, engulfed by the lava, his health dropping sharply by 4 million, but the counter damage instantly rebounded with 1 million. The giant lizard was stunned, its gaze fixed on him in disbelief. Amid the swirling smoke, Su Lin raised a cold eyebrow. In an instant, he activated Taunt, Ice Corpse Fury Taunt, and the lizard's eyes burned with sky-devouring rage as it roared and charged. Its claws struck down relentlessly, fire and magma bombarding in succession, with damage numbers flashing wildly. 4 million after 4 million, and the counter damage surged equally. Cracks rapidly spread across the giant lizard's body. The scorching flames burned Su Lin, but the counter damage rebounded onto the creature itself. It raged endlessly, attacking in a frenzy. 10 minutes of relentless combat. The desolate wilderness froze in a scene of Su Lin's unyielding figure fiercely confronting the burning body of the lava giant lizard. Its body was covered in cracks, scales falling off in large patches, blood and magma interwoven and sliding down. One of its front legs dragged along, teetering on the brink, its golden eyes flickering weakly. It raised its head, looking at the human shrouded in lingering smoke. The man stood still, his gaze as calm as the surface of a midnight lake, undisturbed. Suddenly, the giant lizard's figure split in two and crashed to the ground. Killed level 48 elite lava giant lizard. Points reward 2,000,000. Rare lava crystal core times 1, value 50,000 points. Lava scales times 10, value 10,000 points / each. Rare lava heart times 1, value 200,000 points. Su Lin stood beside the corpse, the panel information clearly visible. A level 48 elite with points and materials totaling 2,350,000. Tempting enough. His gaze swept toward the distance, where countless monsters stared menacingly. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. The more, the better. Outside the east gate of the advanced district in Dark Knight City, the atmosphere suddenly turned frenzied. A middle-aged man stepped into the monster-dense area, and soon, the monsters swarmed madly. Level 41 sandplane lizard dogs, level 45 sandworms, level 48 lava giant lizards, level 50 rock giants. Hundreds and thousands of elite monsters gathered in one place, and then vanished without a trace. Only earth-shaking battle cries echoed from dawn till dusk. By evening, he appeared, dragging his shattered body. The clothes were severely torn, smoke curling around, and the scorched hair told of the fierce battle. The guard frowned deeply, staring at his steady, iron-like steps. A question was met with a silent response from calm eyes. Nothing, just farming points. The words were calm, as if detached from the situation. The strong scent of blood spoke of the cost of slaughter. He entered the bathhouse to clean up, changed his attire, altered his appearance multiple times, and blended into the city's hustle and bustle. Finally, he returned to the inn, settled on the bed, and the exhaustion condensed into a heavy aura. A day of fierce battles with a shocking kill count. 1047 level 41 sandplane lizard dogs, 562 level 43 sandworms, 389 level 45 poisonous scorpions, 23 level 48 lava giant lizards, 78 level 50 rock giants, 5 level 52 rock armor turtles, 1 level 55 Lord Sandstorm giant scorpion, a total of 2,105 kills. Points accumulated 2 billion. His gaze was deep as he stared at the screen for several seconds, exhaling slowly. 2 billion points, an unprecedentedly massive number. Slowly opening the heaven-reaching maul, legendary equipment was prominently listed. Level 10 legendary armor, immortal plate, HP plus 20,000, priced at 1 million points. Level 10 legendary ring, life ring, HP plus 10,000, attack plus 1,000, priced at 1 million points. Without hesitation, the purchase successful notification popped up, and the 2 pieces of equipment appeared out of thin air. The dark silver soft armor felt cool against the skin, with a light and soft texture. The silver ring, inlaid with a green gem, emitted a gentle flowing glow. As he donned them, a warm sensation spread through his body, surging throughout. Panel updated. Name: Su Lin, disguised state, level 10. HP: 100 billion base times billionfold plus 30,000. Equipment: times billionfold equals 31 trillion. Attack: 1,000 base plus 1,000. Ring: equals 2,000. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, exuding an increasingly dominant aura. With 2 billion points, even after spending 2 million, there was still plenty left. A mountain of gold and silver awaited his splurge. He flipped through the mall page, skipping over legendary weapons. For him, attack power was merely decorative. His true strength lay in counter damage. His gaze shifted to the space equipment section, where the obsidian halo caught his eye. Space rings were displayed by grade: basic with 10 cubic meters, priced at 5 million points; intermediate with 100 cubic meters, priced at 50 million; advanced with 1,000 cubic meters, priced at 500 million; and top tier with 10,000 cubic meters, capable of sustaining living beings, priced at an astronomical 5 billion. He hesitated at first, recalling how his parents and siblings all owned space equipment, while he had been excluded. Though expensive, this ring was incredibly practical. With about 2 billion points remaining, he decided to go for the advanced space ring. A purchase successful notification sounded, and 500 million points vanished instantly, leaving 1.498 billion. The ring fell into his palm, matte black with no decorations, appearing ordinary. But as his fingertip touched it, an expansive space unfolded before his eyes, like a massive warehouse, vast and misty. He poured all the clothes, dry food, water, blood beads, and crystal core materials from his backpack into the space. Yet it still seemed as vast as before. Then he added his phone, power bank, and bedding, making the storage space appear even more ethereal. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he lay back on the bed and continued browsing the marketplace. The potion section caught his eye. Percentage recovery potion, special, which restores 1% of maximum health, priced at 1,000 points each, perfect for stockpiling in preparation for battle. He purchased 10,000 bottles in one go, spending 10 million points, leaving him with a balance of 1.488 billion. With ample supplies, he closed the marketplace, rested his eyes, and finalized his plan for the night. Purchase a flying vehicle, acquire essential items, and then venture into the uninhabited zone. The next morning, the noise outside had not subsided. Scouts from 3 factions crisscrossed the area. Su Lin stepped out of the inn to find the streets even more crowded than the day before. In a corner, his expression shifted slightly as his bones and muscles twisted, transforming him into a 60-year-old man with graying hair. His face was wrinkled, his back hunched, and he looked like a seasoned veteran who had spent a lifetime navigating the underworld of the black market. He walked slowly, his demeanor calm. The gazes of those around him swept over him briefly before moving on, without lingering. He headed straight for the Western District, the trading area of the black market. The place was brightly lit, resembling an open-air market the size of 100 football fields. Stalls were densely packed, selling weapons, armor, potions, crystal cores, intelligence, and even slaves. The air was filled with the clamor of voices and the interplay of colorful lights. Amid the chaos, he moved with a clear purpose toward the flying vehicle section. At the deepest part, an area was sealed off with iron bars, guarded by two burly men wearing level 35 badges, their eyes sharp as eagles. Without pausing, he walked straight in. The interior was much quieter, with a dozen neatly arranged shops displaying various flying vehicles at their entrances, ranging in size from motorcycles to small airplanes. He scanned the stalls one by one. The first shop offered a hover motorcycle for 800,000 points, with a range of 800 kilometers and a top speed of 300. A thin man greeted him warmly as if seeing a long-lost relative. Before the man could finish speaking, Su Lin turned and left. The thin man was stunned and muttered under his breath, "Too expensive? We can negotiate." At the second stall, single-person flying vehicles started at 1.5 million points. The middle-aged female owner was quietly polishing a silver-white machine. She glanced briefly at the old man in black before returning to her task. He looked closely and asked for the price. The woman replied, 1.8 million, with a range of 1,800 kilometers and a top speed of 550. When he inquired about higher-end models, she gave him a probing look, sizing him up from head to toe. The old man was plainly dressed, with a hunched back and a thin frame. She replied, "Yes, but they're more expensive." He nodded, signaling her to lead him to the inner room. Deeper inside, mechanical marvels began to appear. A sleek black vehicle with a streamlined design caught his eye. It featured a dual-seat cockpit and a cargo hold. Priced at 8 million points, it was a military-grade model with a range of 5,000 kilometers, a top speed of 1,200, and a protective shield. Su Lin circled it, calmly assessing its features. "Anything else?" he asked again. The woman froze, hesitating to speak. In a low voice, she led him through a heavy iron door to a secret room containing a single vehicle. It was a sleek, silver-white masterpiece, shaped like a perfectly sculpted droplet of water. Inside the fully transparent cockpit were two seats, devoid of any ostentatious markings, with only the words Night City Custom, Phantom Class, engraved on the wings. Lowering her voice, the woman introduced the store's treasure, a masterpiece personally crafted by a Night City bigwig, made from top-tier materials. It boasted a range of 10,000 kilometers, a top speed of 2,000, a protective shield capable of withstanding level 60 attacks, and a stealth function for silent operation. The price was staggering 5 billion points. His gaze was as firm as iron, and he said nothing more. The woman grew visibly nervous. 5 billion points were equivalent to the value of the entire street of the black market. She could hardly believe the decision this old man was about to make. Checking stock, she hesitated for 3 seconds, then nodded quickly, "Yes, in stock. Ready to go any time." He casually took out his points card and instructed, "Swipe it." The female boss's hands trembled as she took the card. Selling aircraft in the dark night market for 20 years, she had never encountered such a massive single transaction. After the deal was completed, she beamed with joy and hurriedly began explaining. He waved his hand to interrupt her and boarded the aircraft directly. The soft seat embraced him, offering a wide view. The holographic screen lit up, displaying full energy levels, activated shields, stealth mode on standby, and the location locked to the West District of the Dark Night Market. Satisfied, he nodded slightly and stepped out of the cabin to inquire about the location of the refueling station. The female boss pointed eastward, 500 meters to a large oil depot, and promised a special discount. The old man nodded and steadily stored the aircraft into his spatial ring. The moment the aircraft disappeared, The female boss's eyes widened in shock. Spatial ring. A 5 billion point aircraft transaction completed as effortlessly as reaching into a pocket. Not having a spatial ring would be the real anomaly. She opened her mouth to speak, but the old man had already turned and walked away. His cold and stern back, steady steps, seemed to carry away a slice of the sharpness of the dark night. The crowd surged as Su Lin left the private room and stepped into the bustling marketplace. At the entrance, a middle-aged woman stood silently for a long time, watching his hunched figure gradually fade into the distance. He walked straight through the aircraft section and entered the Eastern Materials Zone. Here, various daily necessities were sold. Food, water, clothing, medicine, everything one could need. His first stop was a grain store. Behind the counter, a plump woman was listlessly munching on sunflower seeds, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. Su Lin scanned the shelves filled with rice, flour, oil, salt, and various dried goods, then simply said, "All of it." The plump woman froze, then turned to call the skinny boss. Seeing Su Lin's resolute expression, the skinny boss immediately tensed up, meticulously counted the inventory, and quickly calculated the price, totaling 800,000 points. Su Lin nodded, sealing the deal. The skinny boss was so excited he nearly lost his composure, hurriedly instructing his wife to move out all the stock. In just 1 hour, Su Lin's ring was filled with 5,000 pounds of rice, 3,000 pounds of flour, 500 barrels of oil, and various dried goods, resembling a small mountain. To him, these were merely insignificant numbers. He turned and headed to the water store. A bald man was lazily napping on a recliner, slowly opening his eyes upon hearing movement. Su Lin's single sentence, "All of it," instantly woke him up. Large barrels of water, 320 barrels, small barrels, 150 barrels, totaling 39,500 points. After the transaction, the bald man loudly called his workers to quickly replenish the stock. Next, he entered a clothing store. The female boss was trying on new clothes and her eyes lit up upon seeing him. Su Lin calmly listed his requirements: 50 sets of cotton underwear, 20 sets of durable outerwear, 20 pairs of casual pants, 100 pairs of socks, 10 pairs of sneakers, and 5 cotton quilts. The female boss was shocked but dared not ask questions, quickly calculating the total, 123,000 points, finalized in one go. Carrying his abundant spoils, Su Lin left the clothing store and continued to visit several other shops. The marketplace remained bustling in his eyes, yet his steady pace seemed to dim its vibrancy, as everything was already under his control. In the general store, he swiftly purchased 20 buckets, 10 pots, 50 sets of tableware, and various survival tools, with the total nearing 80,000 points. At the pharmacy, he selected common medicines for colds, fevers, and inflammation, along with bandages and disinfectant, spending 150,000 points. At the seed store, he bought various vegetable and grain seeds, along with a few planting manuals. Though they might not be immediately useful, it was better to be prepared, costing 50,000 points. Before returning, he entered the fuel store and bought 1,000 barrels of high-energy fuel, spending 2 million points to ensure the aircraft had sufficient energy reserves for the wilderness. As night fell, he stood on the street, gazing at the bustling crowd and the ever-present spies. His spatial ring was now filled with goods: 5,000 pounds of rice, 3,000 pounds of flour, 500 barrels of oil and water, various clothing and quilts, and a full 100 barrels of backup fuel. Satisfied, he quietly entered a deserted alley, quickly altered his facial features, transforming into a sturdy-looking man in his 30s, with a square face and thick brows. Blending into the crowd, he headed toward the eastern gate. Outside the city gates, the clamor faded away, and a few guards leaned lazily against the railing. He stepped into the wilderness, the sunlight glaring, and the distant hills loomed like silent beasts. After walking alone for an hour and confirming that no one was following him, a single thought summoned a silver-white phantom aircraft that appeared abruptly. He opened the hatch and sat in the cockpit. The holographic screen flickered, energy fully charged, shield activated, stealth mode on standby. Upon starting the aircraft, It trembled lightly and hovered. Gripping the control stick, it shot into the night sky in an instant. The wind howled as clouds sped past outside. His eyes were fixed on the instruments. Speed, 1,200 kilometers per hour. Altitude, 3,000 meters. Destination, uninhabited zone Fisher CN 0571. Distance, 1,800 kilometers. Estimated time, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Half an hour later, the aircraft descended slowly, revealing an endless desert before him. Under the moonlight, the dunes rolled like golden waves. Watching the screen, a red dot flashed, indicating he had arrived at his destination. A stone gate 500 meters away. He landed behind a sand dune, retracted the aircraft, and walked resolutely toward the fissure. A few minutes later, a massive stone gate came into view, 50 meters tall and 30 meters wide, entirely black and covered in intricate runes. The runes glowed with a dark red light, pulsating like a heartbeat. Scattered before the gate were countless bones, human, monstrous, and even unidentifiable remains. Some were weathered and brittle, while others still had dried flesh clinging to them. He stared directly at the stone gate. The runes flickered, and a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Welcome to the Gate of Death, Fisher CN 0571, also known as the Sandstorm Death Zone. Level restriction, below level 10. Existed for 34 years. Number of challengers, approximately 47. Survivors, 0. Last challenge, 12 years ago. Challenger, do you confirm entry?" He remained silent, reached out, and pushed open the heavy stone gate. Beyond the gate, the sea of sand shimmered with a golden glow under the moonlight, eerie and profound. The sky was overcast, the light dim as if shrouded in a gray veil. The fine sand beneath his feet was soft yet treacherous, and the undulating dunes resembled frozen waves. The dry air tightened his throat, and gusts of wind whipped up sand, stinging his face sharply. Su Lin stood still for a moment as a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Welcome to the Sandstorm Death Zone. First trial. Survive the sea of sand. You must survive for 24 hours, accumulate 1,000 survival points by killing monsters, and defeat the gatekeeper to advance." The voice listed the types of monsters, with threats lurking everywhere: sandworms, sand scorpions, sand pythons, sand golems, and sandstorm wraiths, all capable of emerging from the ground, the sandstorm, or even the shadows. No water, no food, no rest. Recovery effects halved. Challenge begins. Numbers flickered as Su Lin confirmed his status. 3.1 trillion health points. Even with recovery halved, he still regenerated 15.5 billion health points per second. His gaze swept across the golden sea of sand in the distance. Hundreds to thousands of monsters to kill. His goal was clear. The wind grew fiercer, and sand particles lashed his face like blades. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed forward step by step. 10 minutes later, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. Quicksand. Reacting swiftly, he braced his hands against the ground and leaped out with effort. From the quicksand, a massive sandworm tore through the earth-colored surface. This barrel-sized mouth, eyeless, was lined with rapidly spinning, gear-like teeth. It opened wide and swallowed Su Lin whole in an instant. In the dark, foul-smelling interior, the sharp teeth clamped down with immense force, triggering Su Lin's bone-spike counterattack. The sandworm convulsed violently, struggling in vain to shake him off. Writhing in agony, its body twisted until it finally ceased moving. Su Lin crawled out slowly, covered in foul-smelling liquid. Abyssal sandworm killed. Reward, 8 survival points. Time was running out. After advancing less than 100 steps, hundreds of small black mounds suddenly appeared on the sand dune ahead. The mounds burst open, and countless fist-sized venomous scorpions surged forth like a black tide. Their stingers carried potent venom, inflicting continuous damage. Su Lin's eyes narrowed sharply, and with a shift of his hand, he activated Taunt, Frostbone Fury. Immediately, his blood boiled, and the scorpions fell into a frenzy, launching ferocious counterattacks. The battle had just begun. In the darkness, scorpions surged like a tide, piling on top of each other with incredible speed, instantly engulfing Su Lin. Trapped within the swarm, venomous stingers repeatedly pierced him, and the blood count numbers jumped rapidly. The counter-damage effect followed closely, intertwining harm and regeneration. Countless scorpions fought to the death, their tails snapping and bodies shattering, yet nothing could halt their frenzied assault. Su Lin remained motionless, his gaze cold and indifferent. Time passed, and the scorpion nest gradually collapsed, leaving broken shells scattered across the ground and black liquid pooling into streams. Finally, the last scorpion fell, using its remaining strength to stab into the top of his foot. The panel displayed a slow climb in kill count and survival points, but the target was still far off. Pulling out the venomous stinger, Su Lin continued his solitary journey. After an hour of trekking, a vast ruin suddenly came into view. The mottled and crumbling city walls bore familiar ancient runes, and the surroundings were eerily silent. The wind abruptly ceased, and the sand settled soundlessly. As he stepped into the ruins, the environment suddenly shifted. A blood-red space unfolded, white bones carpeting the ground, blood clouds looming overhead, and piercing wails echoing. Translucent sand golems emerged like phantoms, their blood-red eyes fixed on him. The panel issued a warning. The sand golems were level 10 elite monsters, equipped with illusion attacks and possession skills. Su Lin calmly assessed the situation, determining that the chance of possession failure was extremely low and that his combat power far exceeded theirs. With a single thought, he activated the taunt skill, enraging the sand golems. Their eyes burned with fury as they launched a frenzied assault. The first wave of attacks landed heavily on Su Lin, each strike excruciatingly bypassing his defenses. The counter-damage caused the attackers to lose limbs or even shatter completely. The sand golems fought with all their might, refusing to relent even as their arms and legs broke. Su Lin endured silently, his panel showing only a slight decrease in health, which was immediately restored. The possession skill failed to activate. The onslaught continued like a tide, and after 10 minutes, the sand golems' corpses shattered, turning into indistinguishable ashes and bone dust. Su Lin remained standing, and the battlefield returned to silence. Sand golems killed times 127. Survival points rapidly increased, far exceeding the requirement. Su Lin confirmed the panel, meeting the conditions but choosing not to leave. The dissipating sand golem's eyes unexpectedly revealed a hint of relief rather than hatred. He ventured deeper into the ruins, his gaze fixed on the massive altar ahead. The altar was circular and enormous, carved from black stone, with a central pillar covered in pulsating blood-red runes. At the base of the pillar crouched a giant humanoid figure formed from swirling sand. It had no eyes or nose, and its face, composed of flowing sand, twisted eerily. Its fragmented, sand-like mouth opened, producing a rasping sound. "Another one has come." The towering sand figure slowly stood, its voice hoarse yet commanding. "I am the Guardian. To pass, you must first defeat me." As the words fell, the ruins behind Su Lin crumbled, revealing an endless sea of sand. Tens of thousands of sand golems crawled out, their blood-red eyes fixed, standing in formation. The Guardian continued, "They will not attack, only watch you fight. Each time I strike you, they will laugh. If you fall, they will cheer, and if you die completely, they will devour you." Su Lin's gaze swept over the sand clusters and sandmen, remaining motionless. Immediately, a burst of taunting energy erupted. Ice Remains Fury taunt activated. The sandmen trembled violently, their sand particles churning as a soul-devouring expression briefly appeared, the confusion vanishing in an instant. With a roar, they lunged forward, fists smashing down only to shatter into sand particles, causing the counter-damage numbers to soar. Amid the chain attacks, fists, feet, heads, and bodies shattered one after another, yet simultaneously reformed continuously, refusing to relent. Su Lin stood firm like a rock, confidently enduring the blows, his gaze calm. With each shattering of the Sandmen, the brilliance of their runes dimmed, their size steadily shrinking. After 10 minutes of fierce battle, the Sandmen had been reduced to only 1/3 of their original giant size. The flow of sand particles stagnated, their aura fading. It opened its mouth and murmured, "You are not human." Finally, the sand particles collapsed, and the guardian disintegrated into dust. Behind the stone pillar at the center of the altar, a black stone door suddenly appeared, mysterious and enigmatic. Without fear, Su Lin pushed the door open and stepped into the darkness. 3 seconds later, a sudden burst of light struck. He found himself standing in a magnificent palace, a new level officially beginning. The grand palace towered high, its dome obscured in gray mist. The walls were covered with war murals, vivid depictions of bloody battles, the scenes of death and destruction deeply striking. At the very center, on a high platform, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a tattered gray robe, sat motionless with his head bowed as if asleep. Su Lin approached the platform, and the old man slowly raised his head, his cloudy eyes lifeless like dead fish, staring directly at him. Then, he faintly smiled, his voice hoarse. "Finally, someone has made it here." The old man's gaze pierced through Su Lin, aged and heavy. "1,000 years. You are the first." Su Lin remained silent, quietly meeting his gaze. The old man gestured for him to sit, then slowly descended the platform, his steps heavy, leaning against the stone steps as he gazed at the gray misty dome. After a long silence, the old man broke the ice by asking for his name.
Su Lin replied, "Su Lin."
"Aguila Shaman." The old man introduced himself, his tone distant. The ancient name had not been spoken for 1,000 years. The conversation shifted to identity, and the old man explained with a bitter smile. "This is not a single world, but a rift connecting multiple primary planets. I am a lonely soul trapped in this rift for 1,000 years." He began with the story of the heavenly meteor star, a distant primary planet, where cultivators first tasted supernatural powers, considering it their limit. Aguila described the hierarchical structure of the universe. Primary planets steadily ascending, secondary planets more powerful, connecting millions of primary planets, and tertiary planets supreme, capable of controlling the laws themselves. The Tower of Heaven is the bridge of connection, created by the will of the world to drive planetary competition and evolution. The old man's expression grew complex, his words heavy. "Those who reach the 99th floor will step into a secondary planet, but the situation is brutal. They see you as ants." Years ago, Aguila was the first powerhouse on the Tianyun star to break through the 99th floor. Filled with glory, he stepped into a secondary planet, only to be arrested. Gazing up at the dome, his eyes reddened, and his few words carried suppressed sorrow. Those people looked similar, spoke the same language, yet treated him coldly, like prey on a chessboard. A magnificent city came into view, crowded with countless figures. They were just like him, captives taken from various primary planets. The elder's gaze pierced through the silence, slowly revealing the secret of this city. Here, there was no freedom, only endless servitude and entertainment. They were assigned different tasks. Women were forced to dance, men to fight, the attractive ones became slaves, and the slightly stronger ones were reduced to laborers. Life was like grains of sand, their dignity trampled at will. Tears brought no pity, and death only elicited cruel cheers. Su Lin clenched his fists, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes, as he asked if anyone had resisted. The elder shook his head and spoke softly. "Yes, but none survived." The reason was self-evident. The enemy's level 100 powerhouses on this planet could single-handedly defeat 100 times their level. The gap between primary and secondary planets was a crushing disparity in rules, an insurmountable chasm that talent could not bridge. Their equipment and abilities were far superior, making resistance akin to ants challenging a beast. However, the Elder had once encountered a survivor from another secondary planet. The rules there were entirely different. They welcomed primary planet challengers, regarded them as talents, and cultivated them into combat power. Despite being a secondary planet, This one was cold and ruthless, valuing only conquest and enslavement. This planet was called Bloodflame Star, where enslaving humans from primary planets was a form of entertainment. When a challenger cleared the 99th floor of the Sky Tower, powerful figures would descend to completely enslave the entire planet. Bloodflame Star did not follow conventional rules. Their arrival was irregular, driven by whim, and they could bring slaughter to this world at any moment. Su Lin's gaze grew heavy as he confirmed that the connection to his planet was indeed this cruel and merciless Bloodflame Star. The Elder sighed, revealing his fate. 200 years of slavery had drained his youth, and he had escaped into an unstable rift during chaos, only to be trapped for 1,000 years, becoming part of the rift, unable to leave. Now he looked at Su Lin, his eyes flickering with hope. "Now I've waited for you." The Elder slowly stood, a mysterious smile on his face, and took out a fist-sized stone from his robe, pitch black like ink, with golden patterns flowing across its surface, pulsating as if alive. "This is the Forge Stone, a rare object in the universe." The Elder handed it to Su Lin. The stone was cold, yet it emitted a faint glow upon touch. It can convert one of your useless skills into energy to enhance another skill. The converted skill will disappear forever, but the enhanced one will experience a qualitative leap in power. Su Lin stared at the mysterious stone in his hand, the silence broken by this astonishing revelation. The rise was about to begin. On his panel, his 3 passive skills were clearly displayed: regenerating 1% of maximum health per second, reflecting 1/4 of damage, and forcibly locking onto all enemies within a 100-meter radius. Each was indispensable, forming the core of his combat strategy. The Elder's gaze was profound, his smile hiding secrets. "This thing appears on Tianyun's star only once every 100 years. I've hidden it for 1,000 years, waiting for someone destined." He stared at Su Lin, his words heavy. "Use it well, and your power will double." Su Lin remained silent, asking the crucial question, "Why give it to me?" The Elder burst into laughter. "Because you're the first person I've seen in 1,000 years. I like you, and I want to crush those blood-flame star beasts." The atmosphere shifted subtly, and with a shared laugh, trust quietly took root. The old man solemnly changed the topic, explaining that a level 1 planet allows only one ability awakening, with the peak level being SSS. He paused and revealed a deeper secret. A level 2 planet allows 2 awakenings. The second awakening requires a star source stone, adding another SSS ability. Level 3 planets are even more powerful, allowing 3 awakenings. Equipment is not only legendary but also includes epic, mythic, and eternal tiers, with attributes exponentially enhanced. Su Lin furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze resolute. The old man continued, "If you pass through the 99 layers and enter a level 2 planet, you will also have the opportunity for a second awakening. However, the Star Source Stone is under their control, and whether they give it to you is not up to you." The cold reality was laid bare. Bloodflame Star would not give it. The old man brushed the dust off his body and slowly stood up, his voice like the wind. "The rest is up to you. Don't let them succeed." Su Lin did not look back as he stepped through the door. In an instant, the light dissipated. He was already standing in the middle of a desert. Behind him, the massive stone door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its runes gradually extinguished, and the 34-year-old rift became a ruin. He breathed heavily as a prompt appeared on his interface. "Congratulations on clearing San 0571 Rift, Sandstorm Death Zone." In his hand was a fist-sized black furnace stone, its surface adorned with flowing golden patterns that seemed alive, warm to the touch. The item description was clear. It can convert a skill into energy to enhance another skill, but the converted skill will permanently disappear. His gaze focused on the most critical passive skill, Ice Corpse Taunt, a god-tier skill for forced monster locking, then shifted to Bone Spike Fury, a reflective damage shield. The combination of these two had once helped him rack up 20 billion points and slaughter countless enemies. Skills cannot be easily shaken or discarded. The only choice is to strengthen what must be strengthened. Reflecting 25% of damage is his only counterattack weapon. Without it, he would be nothing more than a thick-skinned tiger, able to endure hits but unable to move or retaliate. A narrator's prompt appeared, Passive 1, Recovery Enhancement to Percentage, Hell Level. Recovers 1% health per second, forming his life defense line. Without it, even the thickest health pool would not hold. Any damage to these 3 passive skills would immediately collapse his combat power. He stored the furnace stone in his spatial ring, preparing to re-enter the rift. If he drew a useless skill, he would use the stone to refine it and continue enhancing critical passives. The second and third passives were sufficient for now, so he prioritized maxing out the first one before gradually strengthening the other 2. Looking up at the sky, the sun was at its zenith. Only an hour had passed in the outside world, but he had spent 24 hours inside the rift. Including the hour spent traveling, he could still challenge 5 rifts today. He silently recited a command, and a flying device slowly emerged from his ring. Its silver-white body gleamed under the sunlight. Opening the holographic map, he saw the entrance to a level 10 rift near Dark Knight City crowded with people, military forces, associations, and the Sioux family all waiting.
No Rus.
His gaze turned cold as he minimized the map and switched to a national view. There were still 218 rifts below level 10 that had not been targeted, with the closest range to Dark Knight City being 800 to 2,000 kilometers. His fingers slid across the screen, selecting 5 locations at optimal distances. Northeast 850 kilometers, due north 1,100 kilometers, northwest 1,300 kilometers, due west 1,500 kilometers, and southwest 1,700 kilometers, forming a perfect route that would eventually return to Dark Knight City. He closed the map and activated the flying device. The silver-white body ascended into the sky, piercing through the clouds. 35 minutes later, snow-covered mountains appeared before him, perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, dazzlingly white. Destination: CN 0612 Rift, Frost Abyss. Landing in the mountain hollow, he put away the aircraft and marched towards the rift with simplicity and determination. 10 minutes later, the entrance to the frozen canyon came into view. Countless frozen corpses were sealed within the thick ice layers. Their forms varied. Some knelt in struggle, others looked upward in agony, frozen in the moment of death. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Frost Abyss. Level restriction: below level 10, existing for 41 years, 83 entrants, survival rate 0. Silently confirming, he stepped into the ice layer, his back unwavering and fearless. 1 hour and 10 minutes later, he broke through the ice, his entire body covered in frost crystals, his silver-white hair and eyebrows resembling icicles. Behind him, the frozen canyon collapsed with a deafening roar, crumbling instantly as dust filled the air. He lightly brushed off the ice on his body and opened the reward panel. Challenge successful. 4 passive rewards appeared before him. Ice Armor Passive: 10% chance to summon ice armor, absorbing 50% damage for 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Frost Breath Active: exhales extreme cold frost mist, dealing 50,000 ice damage per second for 5 seconds, range 20 meters, cooldown 10 minutes. Ice Trace Step Active: teleports 50 meters, leaving an icy trail. Enemies stepping on it are slowed by 50% for 10 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. His gaze swept over the options, the next battle awaiting. 4. The moment of choosing Extreme Cold Resistance Passive. Su Lin's gaze scanned the 4 passive skills. Ice Armor, limited to absorbing 50% damage 3 times, seemed tempting for defense, but its actual trigger probability was low. With his high health, he could rely on himself more securely. Frost Breath's sustained damage was limited, and its counter-effectiveness was far from sufficient. Ice Trace Step could dash and slow, but surrounded by multiple enemies, he had no need for pursuit. Ultimately, he settled on Extreme Cold Resistance, 80% immunity to ice damage, with a 5% chance to freeze attackers for 3 seconds. His brow raised as cold energy slowly surged into his body, acknowledging that this passive skill could silently and decisively turn the tide of battle. Extreme cold resistance, passive confirmed. With fluid movements, Su Lin stretched his limbs and headed towards the aircraft. His next target was locked 1,100 kilometers north at another rift. The aircraft landed silently on the black desert. Desolation stretched in all directions, with shattered stones resembling countless black metal bells, jingling softly as the breeze passed through. At the entrance of the rift, a 30-meter-tall, 20-meter-wide black stone gate stood upright, engraved with writhing black runes that seemed to devour all surrounding light. The ground was littered with broken bones, and scattered weapons and armor stood out starkly against the black stone. A mechanical voice announced, "Welcome to Blackstone Hell. Level restriction, below level 10. Existence, 53 years. Approximately 76 entrants. Survivors, 0. Su Lin pushed open the massive gate, his figure vanishing into the shadows. 1 hour and 7 minutes later, Su Lin emerged slowly from the gate. His entire body was covered in black ash, resembling a coal miner. The stone gate collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the black runes extinguished silently. He brushed the dust off his body and opened the reward panel. For active skills were displayed separately. Blackstone Shield, 10 fragments of stone shields, blocking 10 attacks, cooldown, 1 hour. Gravity Suppression, greatly slows enemies within a 50-meter radius for 10 seconds, cooldown, half an hour. Shadow Step, 10 minutes of invisibility, broken upon attack, cooldown, 1 hour. Blackstone Golem, summons a golem with 1 million health points, serving as a minion for 10 minutes, equipped with heavy strikes and taunt, cooldown, 2 hours. Su Lin examined his options. The shield could block 10 hits but was far inferior to the thousands of hits he could endure. Gravity Suppression was powerful for crowd control, but as a solo player with an existing taunt ability, it was less useful. Shadow Step's invisibility was ideal for ambushes, but it didn't align with his combat style. The choice remained unresolved, the puzzle unsolved. The third skill, Shadow Step, caught Su Lin's attention. With 10 minutes of invisibility, if activated before the rift closed, no one outside would be able to detect his presence. Although the Blackstone Golem was strong, with 1 million health points and 100,000 attack power, it was practically a sacrifice against monsters with millions of attack power. Without hesitation, he chose Shadow Step. The skill icon appeared on the panel, and with a single thought, Su Lin vanished from sight, even his shadow disappearing. Waving his hand ahead, there was nothing visible, and his footsteps were soundless, as if treading on clouds. After deactivating the invisibility, a slight smile curved his lips, and his satisfied gaze revealed his approval of the new skill. Time skipped forward. 50 minutes later, a flying vehicle descended onto a desert covered in red sand, the wind whipping up a storm of blood-red dust, dyeing the sky a dark crimson. In the distance, silver pillars stood like silent ancient relics. At the rift's entrance, a massive blood-red pyramid loomed, its gate engraved with a bleeding giant eye. Corpses were scattered around, their tattered armor bearing witness to the cruelty of this labyrinth. A cold mechanical voice echoed, announcing icily, "Rift level restriction. Below level 10. Survivors, 0." Su Lin stepped through the stone gate, ready to face the unknown. Over an hour later, his clothes were soaked with sweat, his body exhausted yet unyielding. The pyramid collapsed with a deafening roar, marking the end of a catastrophe. The panel updated, and a completion notification popped up. 4 reward skills were displayed before him. Bloods and Fury. The more blood lost, the exponentially higher the attack power. Sand Merge. Blend into the sand, becoming immune to attacks for 30 seconds while unable to counterattack. Blood Sacrifice. Consume 10% of your own health to deal double damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius. Sandstorm Eye. Summon a sandstorm that continuously sprays sand particles, dealing damage and reducing accuracy. He carefully evaluated. Blood Sand Fury was meaningless, as his massive health made it difficult to lose enough to trigger its maximum effect, and it mainly relied on counterattacks, not offense. Sand Escape, though stable, overlapped in function with Shadow Step, making it unnecessary. His gaze fell on Blood Sacrifice, an opportunity for active offense, consuming 310 billion health to unleash 620 billion area damage. Su Lin's eyes grew resolute. This was a weapon for active attack, a decisive choice. Facing the consumption of 310 billion health, though substantial, with the support of his passive 1% health regeneration per second, he could recover fully in just 10 seconds. Taking a deep breath, he decisively chose the third skill. A prompt appeared on the screen. Blood Sacrifice, a active skill activated, consuming 10% of current health to deal damage equal to twice the consumed health to enemies within 50 meters, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. A blood-red icon appeared before his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he savored the tangible feeling of active damage for the first time. Focusing his mind, he stepped onto the aircraft, and the expedition resumed. After a 40-minute flight, he landed in a decayed swamp. The mud was thick and sticky, the air reeked of stench, the withered trees were weathered and cracked, and bubbles in the muddy water burst occasionally, spreading the foul odor. The mechanical sound broke the silence. Rift CN 0653, level restriction below 10, active for 72 years, 158 participants, survival rate 0. He trudged through the mire and stepped into the vortex-like black hole, his figure sinking into the filthy abyss accompanied by layers of death and decaying corpses. Over an hour later, his entire body was covered in wet mud, reeking of an unbearable stench. Green stains clung to him like trophies, bearing witness to the trial of life and death. The vortex abruptly contracted, finally transforming into a tranquil swamp. After washing off the stench, he opened the reward panel, revealing 4 skills. Corrosive Poison Body, passively poisoning enemies, but its effect was weak against the current million health monsters. Healing Touch, actively restoring 10% health, though his passive health regeneration was already stable. Teleportation, instant movement over a kilometer, a sacred tool for escaping combat. Swamp Domain, immobilizing enemies and dealing damage per second, but with a long cooldown. His gaze fixed on teleportation, escape from the battlefield, evade bosses, or cut off pursuit, with a 1,000-meter instant movement offering immense strategic value. Without hesitation, he clicked Confirm, acquiring teleportation. Instantly, his figure vanished, reappearing a kilometer away on a small hill, leaving the danger far behind. A broad smile spread across his face. This skill was truly a life-saving divine ability. He quickly returned to the aircraft, preparing for the next challenge. 45 minutes later, the aircraft landed in a stone forest wilderness, and the adventure continued. The stone forest was exceptionally perilous, with bizarrely shaped boulders resembling humans, beasts, and trees, densely packed and intricately carved. Symbols of the sun, moon, eyes, and hands intertwined in complex patterns. Su Lin traversed for half an hour, finally reaching the legendary Rift CN 0668, a stone ring formed by 12 towering stone pillars. The pillars reached into the clouds, their runes twisted and obscure. At the center, a black hole stretched into unfathomable depths, exuding an eerie aura all around. The mechanical voice suddenly sounded, coldly announcing the cruelty of this trial. Only those below level may 10th enter. It has existed for 48 years. Nearly 100 have tried. None have survived. Su Lin resolutely stepped into the stone ring, plunging into a life-and-death battle in the darkness. Over an hour later, he emerged in a disheveled state, his hair messy, his clothes covered in dust, yet his eyes shone brightly. Behind him, the stone pillars collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into pieces, as if even time itself crumbled along with them. He quietly brushed off the dust, and the panel displayed the options for the trial rewards. Passive, Stone Skin increases defense, occasionally blocks attacks. Active, Petrifying Eye, briefly petrifies enemies, with a long cooldown. Passive, Substitute statue triggers upon death, preserves one life with a 24-hour cooldown. Passive stone forest blessing accelerates health regeneration on stone terrain. Su Lin furrowed his brows, weighing the pros and cons of each option. Defense couldn't withstand massive damage, petrification was ineffective against hordes of enemies, and while the blessing was strong, it required specific terrain. The substitute statue became his sole survival trump card, a life-saving strike at critical moments. Without hesitation, Su Lin chose the substitute statue. A gray statue icon appeared on his panel, symbolizing redemption and hope. By nightfall, he stepped into the night market, shrouded in a gray rocky layer, where neon lights never faded. The streets were sparsely populated, with various factions lurking in the shadows, creating a tense atmosphere. Returning to the safe Haven Inn, the old innkeeper glanced at him lazily without saying much. Su Lin quickly removed his coat, which carried the mixed scents of ice, fire, and swamp, tossed it into the trash, washed away his fatigue, and changed into clean clothes. Sitting back on the bed, he opened his personal panel. Level 10, health exceeded 31 trillion. Attack power 2000, abilities mysterious and unfathomable, with a health cap multiplied tens of billions of times. His passive skills were remarkable, recovering 1% of maximum health per second, allowing rapid regeneration even in hellish difficulty. Behind every number was the pride and resilience forged through countless life and death trials. Su Lin's eyes burned with determination, ready to face the next storm. Passive skill highlights Bone Spike Counter, reflects damage like sharp blades, instantly retaliating 25% of the damage to attackers. Ice Corpse Taunt, draws monsters within a 100-meter radius to attack him, forcing them into a relentless assault. Extreme Cold Resistance, strong resistance to ice-based attacks, rendering them almost ineffective, with a chance to freeze enemies for 3 seconds. Substitute Statue, a fate insurance, preserving a sliver of life when a fatal blow strikes, with a 24-hour cooldown. Active Skill Showcase Shadow Step grants 10 minutes of stealth, disappearing without a trace in motion, with a 1-hour cooldown. Blood Sacrifice is the switch for frenzied output, consuming 10% of life in one burst and dealing 200% health damage in an area. Teleportation allows instant movement over a kilometer, weaving through battles with a 1-hour cooldown. Items and points. The only items he wears are the invisible mask and the high-grade space ring, with a capacity of up to 1,000 cubic meters, always ready for battle. His points reach an astonishing 520 million, a testament to his strength. Su Lin's strategic overview, taunt to the maximum, luring monsters to swarm, with damage reflection leaving them battered. If not actively attacking, unleash Blood Sacrifice to sweep through an area, easily delivering high burst damage. When facing a formidable enemy, immediately use Shadow Step to hide, then teleport to relocate, confusing the opponent. The passive Substitute Statue protects his life, nullifying a fatal blow instantly, followed by a quick stealth retreat. A flawless strategy, balanced in offense and defense. Explosive news shakes the internet. 6 level 10 rifts in the No Man's Land were closed one by one in a single day, rumored to be the work of the same mysterious individual. Hidden talents abound, with 568 intruders perishing without exception. A single person breaking through 6 levels consecutively, setting a first in human history. The comment section erupted, with waves of admiration and names like Mysterious Woman and Queen of the Night Market being mentioned. The No Man's Land operation was incredibly fast, taking just an hour and a half to conquer one rift before swiftly moving to the next target. A photo from Longcheng Battle Academy was heavily upvoted, captioned, "Those who know, know," with likes exceeding 1 million. Su Lin's gaze remained calm, letting the rumors fly. Storm in the night market. The military and the association were in a frenzy, with spies moving covertly, searching for clues. Chun Jiuzhou stared intently at his phone screen, lost in thought. Turning to his assistant behind him, he spoke gravely, 6 rifts, not a single one left undone. Researcher Zhou's glasses slid slightly as he trembled and asked, "President, what does this mean?" Chun Jiuzhou took a deep breath and admitted, "Her strength far exceeds our expectations." Endless speculation surrounded her true identity, but all that was known was that she was humanity's greatest hope. Su family's emergency response at a temporary base. A spy hurriedly delivered the latest intelligence. Su Zhentian's trusted aide, in charge of the capture, had a sudden change in expression. 6 rifts, all closed by her? His voice was low, signaling an impending storm. He paced a few steps, his gaze firm, and ordered coldly, "Deploy more personnel. Seal off all level 10 rifts. She won't escape." The spy was shocked, and the atmosphere on-site grew tense. The boss's tone was icy. "Points are not an issue. Hire people to guard them." No one dared to disobey. Meanwhile, in the military command center, General Zhang was beaming with pride, staring at the news with a wide grin. 6 rifts, completed in 1 day. An assistant quietly suggested reinforcements, but General Zhang sneered dismissively, "Don't interfere. Let her reveal herself." Outside the Sky City Tower, morning light bathed the venue, bustling with people. Su Zhentian, fully equipped, stood on the 89th floor challenge arena. Behind him, Lin Wanqing smiled tearfully, while the children watched with pride. Su Chen's eyes were filled with admiration, and the atmosphere on-site was heavy with anticipation. The major families gathered, with Wang Tiangang expressionless, listening intently and calmly concluding, "If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have chosen today." Yi Wushuang and Yi Wushang looked solemn, with Yi Wushang asserting success, reasoning, 10 years of preparation, aiming to use level 90 to defeat that guy.
Ye Uswang smiled faintly. Sulin, who?
His words carried a mix of complexity and helplessness. The light gate shimmered with a blue vortex. Su Zhentian briefly clasped hands with his family, conveying unspoken trust and support. He turned and stepped into the light gate, leaving behind a crowd filled with intertwined anticipation and unease. As the cycle of waiting continued, the light gate suddenly flashed, and emerging from it was Su Zhentian, covered in blood and scars but still standing tall. He was alive, and he had succeeded. After 3 seconds of silence, the crowd erupted in shock and awe. Level 90. The first human to reach level 90. The entire venue erupted in excitement, with flashes of cameras raining down like a storm. Su Zhentian, covered in blood, stood at the center of the stage, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Representatives of various prominent families wore complex expressions, a mix of shock and apprehension. Wang Tiangong's gaze was deep as he observed him, then silently turned and left. Lin Wanqing, her face streaked with tears, threw herself into Su Zhentian's arms, murmuring softly. The 3 Su sisters surrounded him, their emotions a mix of laughter and tears. Su Zhentian looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with exhaustion, excitement, pride, and a trace of an indescribable glimmer. Far beyond Blue Star, in the endless void, a massive blood-red planet floated Blood Flame Star. It was submerged in a sea of lava, with magma surging and illuminating the dark universe. At the peak of the Black Palace, the Blood Flame King sat silently on his throne, holding a crystal ball that displayed the scene of Su Zhentian clearing the levels and gazing upward. "Cleared the 89th level," the Blood Flame King said coldly. The elite warriors in battle armor beside him remained silent. A burly red-haired man chuckled. "Another primary-level planet has matured, my king. The entertainment venues are increasing." Laughter echoed through the palace, but the Blood Flame King merely stared at the crystal ball. The image suddenly shifted, displaying a string of data. Blue Star Search, Tower of Heaven Progress, 89th level, meets arrival standards. Total rifts, 3,278. Cleared rifts, 25. Anomalous, single person consecutively cleared 8. Identity of clearer unknown. Level 10, Rift List. Blood Prison Abyss, Frost Tomb, etc. Cleared 6 rifts consecutively within 24 hours. The palace fell into a sudden silence. The red-haired man's smile froze, and a seductive woman asked in confusion, 6 rifts in 24 hours? Are the data accurate? The Blood Flame King pointed a finger, and more historical data appeared. Records of 100,000 years, 8,724 primary level planets, single person clearing 1 rift, approximately 3.2 million, clearing 2 rifts, 97 individuals, clearing 3 or more rifts, 0. The palace became eerily quiet. The Blood Flame King's pupils contracted as he murmured repeatedly, 3 or more, always 0. The seductive woman swallowed nervously. My king! That person from Blue Star. 8. The Blood Flame King interrupted decisively. 6 within 24 hours. He stood up, gazing at the churning sea of magma outside. Silence pressed down for several seconds before he turned, his eyes as cold as ice. Do you understand what this means? No one answered. He spoke slowly. In 100,000 years across over 8,000 planets, not a single person has cleared more than 3 rifts. Yet this person has effortlessly cleared 8 and slaughtered through 6 within 24 hours. His voice turned icy. If he continues to grow, reaches level 100, and enters a secondary level planet, will he obediently become our slave? He sneered. The red-haired man scoffed. He's only level 10. No matter how talented, how much of a threat can a level 10 pose? We can send a team to crush him with a single slap. The Blood Flame King sneered coldly. Kill him with 1 slap? Then why was he able to cut down 8 rifts at level 10? Those rifts buried SSS-level geniuses. The red-haired burly man was left speechless. The palace fell into silence, awaiting the unknown storm to unfold. The alluring woman spoke in a low, anxious tone, inquiring about the current situation. The Blood Flame King interrupted her without question, coldly stating, Level 80 is enough. His gaze was deep, exuding endless killing intent. An 80-level killing a 10-level can kill him 10,000 times. After a brief silence, he ordered, activate the cross-realm teleportation array. Select a few trustworthy ones to go down and kill that man. As soon as he finished speaking, the side door of the palace slowly opened. A young girl in a fiery red dress stepped in, and the crowd instantly fell silent. Her blood-red eyes, flowing like magma, were identical to the Blood Flame King's. She was Shui Wei, the Blood Flame King's daughter. She walked forward resolutely, looking up directly at her father. Let me go. The Blood Flame King frowned, questioning her capability at only level 60. But Shui Wei smiled calmly. A level 60 killing a level 10 is also enough to kill him 10,000 times. I'm very interested in him. 8 rifts in 24 hours, 6 of them. I want to witness it with my own eyes. I also want to make him my slave to fight for me in the future. The Blood Flame King remained silent for a long time, sighed, and waved his hand in agreement. Take the tracking compass, find him. If you can subdue him, do so. If not, kill him. Don't play tricks. Shui Wei's eyes sparkled as she turned, her fiery red dress trailing a streak of light. Before leaving, she waved to her still-stunned subordinates. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Time to have some fun on a level 1 planet. The red-haired burly man and the alluring woman exchanged glances and followed closely behind. The Blood Flame King reminded them again. The cross-realm teleportation array needs preparation. Come back tomorrow morning. Shui Wei replied, see you tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Jintian had just broken through the 89th level, becoming the first human to reach level 90, the strongest. Su Lin woke up, his expression calm, holding his phone. The trending headline was striking, Su Jintian successfully reaches the peak, becomes the world's #1. The comments section was boiling with heated discussions, a mix of praise and doubt. Su Lin silently read through it and calmly turned off his phone. Outside the window, the dark city streets had quieted down, the shouting voices fading away in exhaustion. The Su family's spies remained vigilant, their eyes sharp and alert. Outside, at the entrance of the Inferno Rift, 3 factions were lurking. The Association, the military, and the Su family surrounded the area like predators. waiting for Su Lin to appear, mistakenly thinking he had retreated under pressure. But Su Lin quietly left the inn, concealing his form as he transformed into an elderly woman. With a slow, shuffling gait, he headed leisurely toward the western Inferno Rift. The wasteland was charred, the rift emitting smoke, and distant volcanoes spewed dark red flames. Tents from various factions were scattered, their territories clearly divided. The association had over 20 people, led by a level 50. The military had 20 people, led by a level 55. The Su family had the fewest, just over 10, but their leader was a level 60. Su Lin stood at a distance, his gaze sharp as he silently observed his opponents, preparing for a tough battle. 3 chairs were placed side by side, and 3 people sat silently guarding the rift entrance, their eyes fixed on the crack, motionless. Su Lin observed for a moment, then quietly turned and walked into a nearby withered forest. After confirming no one was around, he activated Shadow Step, his entire body vanishing instantly. His footsteps were silent, and his invisibility would last for 10 minutes. He steadily approached the rift. As he passed by the level 60 Su family expert in the middle, the man frowned slightly, glanced around but found nothing, shaking his head and sitting back down. Su Lin silently crossed him and stepped into the rift. A flash of dark red light, and his figure merged into the fissure. The clock ticked by, and an hour later, the rift suddenly trembled violently. The guards were startled, questioning voices rising. The rift's entrance abruptly expanded, as if torn apart by an invisible hand, collapsing with a roar, leaving only an intact stone wall without a single trace. The surroundings fell into dead silence as everyone stared in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The level 60 experts realized someone had successfully cleared the rift and entered, yet no one appeared. The crowd frantically searched everywhere, from ground stones to corner crevices, even shadows, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Su Lin stood invisibly behind a small hill 100 meters away, his gaze cold as he silently observed the chaos. With 3 minutes of invisibility remaining, he turned and headed toward the Shadow Maze, 42 kilometers south. Half an hour later, Su Lin arrived at another rift. The stone forest here was gloomy, with black stones standing like trees and dense gray mist limiting visibility to less than 10 meters. At the center of the stone forest, a massive stone gate embedded with twisted runes emitted a dark glow. 3 factions guarded the gate, with the highest level reaching 60, creating a tense atmosphere. From a distance, Su Lin coldly activated invisibility, skillfully maneuvered to the edge of the crowd, silently bypassed the guard's flank, and stepped into the stone gate. A flash of light followed, time passed, and 50 minutes later, the stone gate collapsed with a thunderous crash. The guards went into a frenzy again, searching amidst wails, but still found nothing. Su Lin, invisible, hid behind a stone pillar 200 meters away, with 4 minutes of invisibility remaining. Calmly, he turned and disappeared into the thick mist, leaving the chaotic guards empty-handed. The Dark Night City Forum erupted instantly. Both the Inferno Hell and Shadow Maze rifts had been consecutively cleared, with guards watching the entrances the entire time, yet no trace of anyone was found. Invisibility became the only explanation, sparking endless speculation. The comment section was filled with mocking remarks, while the level 60 experts stood pale-faced, trembling as they stared at the empty mountain wall, muttering in disbelief. Nearby, an association member whispered in confusion, "Did she really walk through the entrance? Where else could she go? That's the only entrance to the rift," someone retorted urgently. "Maybe she didn't walk at all. What if she teleported there?" This single remark left the Su family experts momentarily frozen. Teleportation. If she could directly teleport out of the rift, the guards at the entrance wouldn't see her at all. The Su family expert's face changed drastically as he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number in haste. "Master Qian, something's happened. Dark Night City, Peaceful Inn." Su Lin lay flat on the bed, his gaze fixed on the news on his phone, a faint smile on his lips. Within just a few minutes, he had conquered 2 rifts consecutively, with the guards at the entrances completely unaware. With the combined power of teleportation and invisibility, he was unstoppable. He opened his panel and calmly reviewed the stats. Rifts cleared today, 2 total rifts cleared, 10 remaining points, 530 million. There was still plenty of time. He could continue farming in the afternoon. He flipped over and pulled out the National Rift map. 216 level 10 and below unclaimed zones awaiting challenges. He quickly marked 8 suitable coordinates, 900 kilometers northeast, 1,200 kilometers due north, 1,400 kilometers northwest, forming a circle around Dark Knight City. Su Lin swiftly changed his appearance, transforming into a man in his 30s. He launched his flying device, darting into the clouds, disappearing without a trace. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Dark Knight City Forum went into a frenzy. News of consecutive rift completions broke out. CN 0701 cleared. CN 0712 cleared. CN 0723 cleared. CN 0789 cleared. The comments section fell silent, leaving only ellipses violently flooding the screen. In one day, 10 rifts were conquered. Rifts that had remained unresolved for decades, claiming the lives of dozens or even hundreds, were now treated by him like a stroll through a marketplace. The rift handling team issued a brief announcement. Number of rifts closed today, 10, breaking the historical record. The identity of the completer is unknown. Full search underway. Netizens exploded. 10? 10 in one day. I know who she is. I know too. The bandwagon surged. At the temporary military base in Dark Knight City, General Zhang stared at the screen for a long time.
10, 10.
He muttered to himself. The adjutant asked urgently, "General, are we still waiting?" "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for her to show up." General Zhang smiled bitterly. "Will she?" "Clearing 10 rifts, this isn't something a human can do. She has no intention of being caught." He turned and sighed. "When she's tired, she'll naturally show herself. Finding her first is the real victory." At the Su family's temporary base, a middle-aged man surnamed Qian looked livid, gripping his nearly shattered phone tightly. 10. 10. How is this possible? The spy beside him lowered his head, holding his breath. Qian roared, "Increase the guards. Strictly defend all rift entrances. She can't hide forever." The spy replied helplessly, "Boss Qian, there are over 200 rifts in the no man's land. We can't guard them all. If manpower is insufficient, hire more. Bounty hunters, desperados, points are the pass." "Yes, executing immediately." The man surnamed Qian squinted, revealing a cold killing intent. "The family head is already at level 90. You can't escape." Night fell, and Dark Knight City was brightly lit, bustling with noise and activity. Su Lin changed back to the face of an ordinary middle-aged man, quietly blending into the tide-like crowd, and slowly headed toward the peaceful inn. Blending into the crowd, Su Lin walked slowly with his head down, his figure ordinary and unremarkable. Street vendors shouted noisily. A few drunkards staggered past, cursing under their breath, paying him no attention. He passed a stall selling masks, and the owner glanced at him briefly before quickly looking away. 10 minutes later, Su Lin arrived at the entrance of the peaceful inn. He pushed the door open and entered. The old man behind the counter, bleary-eyed, merely nodded lightly upon seeing him and continued to doze off. Su Lin went straight upstairs, closed the door to his room, took off his coat, placed it into his spatial ring, and then sat on the edge of the bed. Taking a deep breath, he opened the panel, revealing densely packed data and skills. Level 10 health, 3,100 billion attack, 2,000 passive skills. Enhanced recovery, bone spike rebound, taunt lock, extreme cold resistance, substitute statue. New skills, rock skin, flame body, shadow affinity, lightning resistance, poison constitution, blood-sucking aura, active skills. Shadow step, blood sacrifice, teleportation, earth escape, Flame Impact, Shadow Assault, Items, Invisible Mask, High-Level Spatial Ring, Furnace Stone, Sky-Piercing Card Points, 530 million. He stared at the stacked power for 10 seconds in silence. Holding the fist-sized furnace stone in his palm, its golden patterns flowed like living creatures, radiating a warm temperature. His gaze was as cold as iron as he began to sift through the options. Rock Skin, although it provides a defense boost, it's hardly worth considering. With 3,100 billion health, a 10% defense increase is negligible, and a 3% block chance is even less reliable. Su Lin decisively categorized it as insignificant. The camera zoomed out, revealing the solitary room where the combatant continued his analysis, preparing for the next decision that would ignite a new battle. Flame Body can partially immunize fire damage and even regenerate health. Unfortunately, there are very few fire-type monsters, and his own regeneration is far superior, making the skill largely useless. Shadow Affinity accelerates attacks in dark environments, but battle conditions aren't always dark, so its effect is limited. Lightning Resistance offers low immunity and minimal advantage with a slight paralysis effect, but its priority is not high. Poison Constitution regenerates 10,000 health per second, which is utterly insignificant given that he can now regenerate 15.5 billion health per second. This skill is laughable. Bloodsucking Aura steals 10,000 health per second from surrounding enemies, which is even more absurd. The active skills aren't much better either. Earth Escape is redundant since he already has invisibility and teleportation. Flame Impact deals 500,000 damage, which is laughably weak in his eyes. Shadow Assault deals 1 million damage, equally ridiculous. 3 active skills and 6 passive skills, completely useless, turned into waste waiting to be melted. Su Lin breathed steadily, his fingers tapping the virtual panel. He selected all the useless skills, threw them into the furnace stone. The furnace stone vibrated violently, golden patterns flickering like burning flames. Immediately, 9 beams of radiant light broke through the panel and surged into the furnace stone. Then, a dazzling golden light shot straight into his chest. Su Lin's entire body trembled violently, his cells swelling and quivering as if infused with a torrent, his aura shaking the heavens and earth. 10 seconds later, calm returned. He looked down at his hand, outwardly calm, but the changes were profound. Opening the panel, the core skill, Recovery Enhancement Percentage, Hell Level, prominently flashed. Health regeneration per second soared from 1% to 10%. The numbers were massive, no longer in the billions. The scene of regenerating 3,100 billion health per second was suffocating. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With over 200 rifts in stock, melting 90 still useless skills, he believed the recovery percentage could skyrocket to 100% per second. He casually planned to enhance counter damage, taunt range, and even invisibility, teleportation, and blood sacrifice, imagining the explosive combat power of the future. He closed the panel and casually drew a silver-white card from the ring. The card shimmered with silver light, its edges inlaid with golden patterns, and at its center stood a 19-story tower, each floor radiating a cold brilliance. The back was engraved with simple yet fiery words. Sky-piercing card, level 2. Its function was immediately clear. Activate continuous challenge mode, allowing consecutive breakthroughs of 19 floors without exiting, far surpassing the weekly limit of 1 floor per attempt. Su Lin remained silent for a moment, his gaze instantly ignited with a wildfire. The steps of the Tower of Heaven will witness his most powerful charge. In the blink of an eye, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, and outside, a grand celebration was underway. He pushed open the window and looked out. The deafening shouts surged like waves. Hero! 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 The streets were packed with crowds. Drums and music resounded. Cheers shattered the night sky. The hero's return was awe-inspiring. Neon lights shone exceptionally bright, illuminating the dark city streets as if it were daytime. The crowd surged, holding handmade signs with crooked writing that read, "Hero, thank you," and "Savior." Some cried, some jumped, some embraced tightly, emotions running high. A barbecue vendor loudly announced free supplies, shouting repeatedly. The liquor sellers were even more generous, bringing out over a dozen barrels of alcohol to the center of the street, inviting everyone to drink freely. The chants rose and fell. Hero! Hero! Su Lin quietly drew the curtains and lay back on the bed. Outside, the cheers gradually turned into echoes that reverberated through the night sky. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were complex. Every shout pointed to him, the mysterious woman. In these 3 days, she had closed 10 rifts, especially the infamous ones surrounding the Dark City. The 8,000 lives lost there annually were spared because of her. On the streets, celebrations were everywhere. In the Eastern District, an elderly woman selling buns wept uncontrollably, holding a sign that read, "Long live the hero," murmuring the story of her brother who died in a rift 23 years ago. Others gently comforted her. The rifts are gone. No one will die anymore. In the Western District, the trading area, a middle-aged female merchant selling flying devices closed her shop early, raised a bottle of wine to the stars, and toasted repeatedly, shouting hero. In the Northern District, in the most chaotic alley, fugitives who usually fought with knives and swords gathered to drink. A bald man raised his glass, declaring a strict ban on fighting for the day. After 3 rounds of drinks, his eyes reddened, and he slowly uttered words of solace for his deceased brother, his voice piercing the night sky. The entire Dark City did not sleep, 30 million heartbeats resonating together. Fireworks, songs, dances, and tears intertwined. Gangs set aside grudges. Ordinary citizens took to the streets, brimming with hope. The once crime-ridden Dark City had become a sea of celebration. All of this was because of the woman, whose name and face were unknown, yet was called Hero. She closed the rifts, brought miracles, and ignited faith. Not only the Dark City, but the entire nation was equally fervent. At the headquarters of the Kyoto Awakeners Association, tens of thousands of people filled the streets. Glow sticks and signs shimmered, and the chants were deafening. On the rooftop, Chun Jujo gazed at the sea of people below, silent for a long time. Researcher Zhou lowered his voice and commented, "This scene is even grander than when the secret realm was cleared back then." He asked, "Will she show up?" Chun Jujo shook his head. "Unknown. But she is already the hope of all humanity." At the Bund in Magic City, the crowd was like an ocean. Countless people held up their phones to capture the night sky, while the giant screens on skyscrapers displayed words praising the hero. The night of the Dark City was radiant because of her. Tribute to the hero. 17 rifts closed, saving thousands of lives in 1 year. The scrolling text on the forum was glaring, and the elites in the training ground were fully focused. Yen Yen held her phone, tears glimmering in her eyes. 17 rifts. She sighed softly. Han Bing leaned closer and whispered, "Do you think it's him?" There was no response, but no one doubted it. Shadow Blade leaned against the wall, silently gazing at the starry sky, and murmured, "It's him." Lin Yu clenched her fists tightly, her brows furrowed. Yen Yen looked up, her lips trembling slightly. "Su Lin, you must survive." Switching to the Wang family in Kyoto. Wang Shiqing stood by the window, gazing at the distant, jubilant crowd, a meaningful smile curling at her lips. "I knew it was you." She recalled Su Lin at the celebration banquet, staring into the night with an unusual glint in his eyes. She took out her phone and sent a brief message. "Hey, Su Lin, when are you going to let me repay you for that meal?" Knowing full well there would be no reply, she sent it again and again, her calm demeanor filled with quiet anticipation. Back at the Su family in Tianqiong City, the atmosphere was unusually oppressive. Su Zhentian sat before 3 phones, their screens flooded with news. A mysterious woman breaking 10 rifts in a day, conquering 17 in 3 days, with experts predicting her unique potential to end all rifts. The internet was ablaze, but the Su family was in turmoil. Lin Wanqing's expression was complex, and she remained silent. Su Yao lowered her head, trembling, as every mention of Su Lin, god level, and hero in the comments felt like a knife to her heart. Su Ling's eyes were red as she recalled past pain, while Su Xiaoxiao secretly chuckled, only to be silenced by a glare. Su Chun clenched his fists tightly, muttering, "How could he be a hero? He's clearly a worthless." The empty living room was filled with silent resentment. Su Jintian spoke coldly, "Go to bed." The door closed, and the night grew heavy. The city of Dark Night was alive with revelry, sleepless through the night. Su Lin, lying in bed, tossed and turned amidst the deafening cheers, his mind restless. The sound of voices rose and fell like waves, prompting him to get up and stare at the frenzied forums scrolling on his phone. The screen was filled with fervent discussions, hero tags, and humorous blessings. His lips twitched slightly, and he decisively turned off his phone. The noise outside persisted, leaving him no choice but to get up and seek peace elsewhere. Downstairs, the old man snored thunderously, oblivious to the street's clamor. Stepping out of the inn, Su Lin was met with a sea of people. Drunkards, singers, dancers, and weepers intertwined into a lively ocean. Neon lights flashed blindingly, and the air was thick with the smell of alcohol and sweat. Lowering his head, he stepped into the crowd, blending in, his figure slightly solitary. He changed his appearance several times, bypassing the bustling chaos, and eventually arrived at the edge of an abandoned warehouse in the Eastern District. The area was desolate, with few people around, save for a few homeless individuals curled up and asleep. In a corner, he spread out the bedding from his ring, lay down, and finally enjoyed a moment of tranquility. As soon as he closed his eyes, a dream descended. A massive tower soared into the clouds, its body layered and towering into the sky. Before the tower stood an elderly man with white hair and a white beard, his gray robe tattered. Aguila the shaman, trapped in the dead sandstorm domain. The old man smiled faintly, his voice carrying a solemn warning, "Don't let those beasts succeed." His figure gradually faded, leaving only the towering structure and the gloomy sky. Suddenly, Su Lin's eyes snapped open. Morning had arrived, with gray rock layers and searchlights heralding the start of a new day. He sat up, packed away the bedding, his gaze cold and resolute, the warning from his dream lingering in his mind. His goal was clear. Over 200 rifts still awaited his conquest. Meanwhile, the distant blood flame star trembled. In a black floating palace, a massive teleportation array roared to life, its runes glowing with dark red light. At the center of the array stood 3 figures. Leading them was the daughter of the Blood Flame King, her fiery red gown billowing, her eyes like molten lava, blazing with confidence. Accompanying her were 2 formidable guards. Qi Lai, with bulging muscles and a demonic tattoo burning on his chest, and Mei Ji, with a seductive figure and eyes as sharp as dark blades. The Blood Flame King's authoritative voice echoed from the depths of the palace. "Target Blue Star, a level 10 individual capable of clearing rifts. Bring them back, dead or alive." Bloodway responded with a playful laugh. Qi Lai arrogantly declared he would test his strength first, while Meiji coldly mocked with a sharp gaze. The monotony warning failed to diminish their arrogance. Act within 7 days, do not cause trouble, or bear the consequences. The formation's light erupted, and the 3 figures vanished. In the uninhabited area of Blue Star, the Tianshan Mountains were covered in snow. A rift tore through the dark, blood-red sky, opening like a giant eye. Accompanied by a burst of light, 3 figures descended. Qi Lai was the first to steady himself. He grinned as he surveyed the cold environment, steam rising from his body, as if the ice and snow could not harm him in the slightest. Meiji scanned the surroundings coldly, nodding slightly, feeling that this place was far better than the scorching flames of Blood Flame Star. Qi Lai crouched down, sniffing the air for the scent of living creatures. A gleeful smile spread across his face. This place is going to be fun. Shui Wei arrived last, her eyes burning with battle intent. A silent standoff began, marking the official start of the hunt on Blue Star. Dressed in a fiery red gown, She stood amidst the snowy expanse. Snowflakes fell but melted quietly around her, not even touching her hair with a hint of chill. She pulled out a pitch-black compass from her bosom, its surface covered in twisted runes, with a blood-red orb at its center slowly rotating, as if liquid swirled within. The compass sensed something in the distance, a trace of the energy left behind by clearing a secret realm's rift. The deeper the trace, the stronger it was. The Blood Flame Stars tracker was a powerful tool for capturing such traces. The orb spun a few times before stopping, pointing eastward. In the blood-red glow, a line of faint text appeared. Target distance: approximately 3,200 kilometers. Target trace strength: 17 rift layers plus 1 secret realm layer equals 18 layers. Assessment: extremely rare. Her eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. The two beside her looked shocked. Chi Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. It was 8 layers yesterday, and now it's 18 layers. Did he clear 10 in a single day? Meiji's expression turned grave. The highest record in history was only 2 layers. This person was simply a monster. Shui Wei revealed a confident smile, gripping the compass tightly. Of course we pursue. An 18-layer clearance trace. I must see this for myself. The 3 figures soared into the sky, whistling away. Chi Lai streaked across the snowy plains like a meteor, radiating heat that turned snowflakes into vapor before they could touch him. He shouted in frustration, "No flying device. Flying this slow is so annoying." Meiji floated gracefully, shrouded in black mist, her voice light with amusement. "What's the rush? We have 7 days. Take your time." Chi Lai grinned wickedly. "Don't forget, there are billions of people waiting for me to slaughter them." Meiji sternly reminded him to prioritize their target, but he retorted, "What's there to fear? Even if the strongest is at level 90, I'm at level 78 and can escape easily. If the target hides in a city and doesn't show up, causing some chaos might just lure him out." Shui Wei's dress fluttered in the wind as her crisp voice rang out. "Chi Lai has a point. An 18-layer trace makes me incredibly curious. Is it a man or a woman? How old are they?" Chi Lai shrugged. "That I don't know." Meiji chuckled softly. "To catch the princess's attention, this person must be extraordinary." Shui Wei decisively put away the compass, gazing at the vast sea of clouds. "Let's go. There are still 3,000 kilometers to cover. We need to hurry if we want to meet him sooner." 3 figures accelerated and disappeared amidst the clouds. In the center of the desert, Su Lin stood before a massive stone gate. CN0801 Rift Death Dunes existing for 57 years. 103 people entered, 0 survivors. He pushed the door open without hesitation and stepped into the unknown. An hour and 30 minutes later, the stone door collapsed with a loud crash. Su Lin rose from the rubble, brushed off the dust, and the panel displayed, "Congratulations on clearing Rift CN 0801. Choose Reward Skill 1. Su Lin calmly browsed through the 4 sand manipulation skill options, his gaze fixed on the passive skill Sand Resistance. Without hesitation, he dismissed the other skills and only added Sand Resistance to his panel. He then stepped toward the aircraft. Those useless skills would temporarily serve as future materials, kept in reserve. 2. 3,000 kilometers away, Shui Wei hovered in mid-air, her gaze locked on the compass in her hand. The red orb slowly rotated, and the needle shifted from due east to northeast before finally stopping. Chi Lai leaned closer, frowning. He moved. Shui Wei's lips curled into a cold smile. Extremely fast, over 800 kilometers per hour. Meiji held her breath, staring intently, her expression complex. The 3 figures moved in a flash, heading swiftly toward the northeast. 3. By evening, Su Lin stepped out of the 10th rift. The skills he gained were nothing but mediocre, leaving him frustrated and helpless. Stretching lazily, he leapt into the aircraft and flew toward Dark Night City. He was unaware that 300 kilometers away, 3 dark shadows were rapidly closing in. 4. Shui Wei's sharp gaze fixed on the compass as the needle vibrated violently, instantly locking onto the direction ahead. At 300 kilometers, Qi Lai grinned slyly. How about I go scout ahead? Shui Wei shook her head, signaling, together, so he doesn't notice. Meiji's voice was low. He's flying back. Shui Wei examined the compass closely. The needle shifted slightly to the right, and her expression changed. Interesting indeed. The three tightened their vigilance, maintaining a 500-kilometer distance, their eyes fixed on the target's movements. 5. In Dark Night City, Su Lin blended into the crowd, donning a disguise, his gaze evasive. The streets remained bustling, with people wildly celebrating the hero's return. He entered the peaceful inn, his expression suddenly heavy, as if an invisible gaze was fixed on him. Looking around, the crowd remained noisy, the atmosphere normal. He frowned, locked the door, and entered his room, his eyes peering through the gap in the curtains, his alertness unshaken. 6. 500 kilometers away, Shui Wei stared at the compass, her brows furrowed. Strange, his position hasn't moved an inch, Meiji asked in surprise. Qi Lai, eager to act, suggested. Then let's go straight to him. Shui Wei calmly dismissed the idea. No, he hasn't noticed us, or he would have fled by now. A smile played on her lips. Perhaps. He's already returned to a safe zone. The three quickly turned toward Dark Night City, accelerating their approach. 7. The distance gradually closed 300 kilometers. Outside Dark Night City, a web of intrigue unfolded. As Su Lin and his pursuers engaged in a silent battle of wits, a crisis quietly brewing. 200 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 50 kilometers, the outline of Dark Night City gradually emerged. Beneath the thick layers of rock, the underground metropolis glowed brightly, its neon lights forming a sea of brilliance. Shui Wei hovered in the air, her eyes gleaming sharply, her gaze locked firmly on the city center's lights. She pulled out the compass, and after spinning wildly, the needle abruptly fixed, right at the city's core. Qi Lai, full of anticipation, rubbed his hands and suggested, Princess, shall we go capture him? Shui Wei gently shook her head, a cold smile on her lips. No rush, let's scout first. Meiji was surprised, hesitating to speak. Shui Wei's cold eyes flashed. A level 10 can't do anything to me. She transformed her appearance, her fiery red dress turning into plain black clothes, her long hair cut short, her features becoming ordinary. Taking on the guise of an average woman, she slipped into the ruins, her determined gaze set on the depths of Dark Night City. Eastern District of Dark Night City. Su Lin stood by the window, his gaze sharp, fixed on the bustling street below. An instinctive warning, someone was watching him. He took a deep breath and instantly activated Shadow Step, vanishing without a trace. Outside the inn, he concealed himself and observed, suddenly catching sight of a short-haired woman in black. She appeared ordinary but harbored something unusual, those blood-red eyes, with pupils that seemed to hold rolling flames. She searched the street, moving closer to him. Her steps paused slightly near him before she disappeared into the crowd. Su Lin turned, a sense of crisis washing over him. That was the aura of danger. Confirming no one else was around, he quickly cast teleportation, changing his appearance 1,000 meters away and fleeing in the opposite direction. The words of the elder from the Sandstorm Death Zone flashed through his mind. The Blood Flame Star people have arrived, and they don't play by the rules. Su Lin's breath deepened as he realized a massive threat was closing in. On the streets of the Eastern District, Shui Wei blended into the crowd, her sharp eyes scanning. She sensed a faint trace of a unique energy fluctuation, the aura of a gate clearer. She pulled out a compass, and after the beads spun, it abruptly pointed westward. A playful smile appeared on her lips. Ran away. She put away the compass and headed toward the Western District. In the Western District, Su Lin quickened his pace, hiding among the crowd, his target set on the city gate. Only by flying out of the city could he activate his aircraft and escape the pursuit. Suddenly, he stopped. At the corner ahead, the short-haired woman in black appeared once again. Those blood-red eyes came into view, her pupils contracting, and the sense of danger surged anew. Her move was swift as expected. Su Lin turned without hesitation, disappearing into a nearby alley. Shui Wei watched him leave, the corners of her mouth slightly curling as she slowed her steps, leisurely following. In the alley, Su Lin ran at full speed, contemplating countermeasures. Concealment was ineffective. She could track energy fluctuations. Teleportation had a limited range and couldn't completely shake her off. Skill cooldowns restricted his options, leaving no path for escape. His thoughts raced, and he decided to confront her. Drawing a rare long sword, its blade glimmered faintly as he approached the alley entrance step by step. Shui Wei stood ahead, her black hair flowing, her gaze fixed on him. They stared at each other for a moment, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Shui Wei observed him, the beads of her compass spinning rapidly, pointing to this seemingly ordinary man, the only one capable of passing through the 18-layer rift. Her eyes held a hint of curiosity. Su Lin's sharp gaze swept over her. Shui Wei's figure was light and agile, her black attire paired with blood-red pupils exuding an eerie pressure. Yet there was a trace of youthful innocence about her. "I've been looking for you for a long time." She stepped closer, her voice light and cheerful. "You know I'm from Bloodflame Star. I've traveled thousands of miles for you." Su Lin's fingers tightened slightly, his vigilance rising. "Killing you would be such a waste." She blinked. "Why not come back to Bloodflame Star with me as a slave and use your talent to help me dominate?" A mocking smile slid across Su Lin's lips. "Are you insane?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, a thunderous roar erupted behind him. Chi Lai leaped out of a pit in the ground, his towering figure impossible to miss, glaring furiously. "Princess, stop wasting time. Just make him surrender." From the other side, Meiji emerged gracefully, her enchanting gaze sweeping over Su Lin. An 18-layer mark, such rare talent. "Princess, how about letting me have some fun with him first?" The three exuded an overwhelming aura, their levels far surpassing Su Lin's. He gripped his sword tightly, calmly preparing to face them. He activated a taunt skill, aiming to provoke the enemies, but they remained unmoved. They were no ordinary monsters and might possess immunity to certain rules. Shui Wei blinked in surprise. "What did you just use?" Before she could finish, Su Lin shot forward like an arrow, his sword thrusting straight at Chi Lai. Chi Lai laughed heartily, meeting the attack with a punch. The alley instantly erupted into battle. Boom! The sword tip and fist collided with a deafening impact. Su Lin's blade pressed against Chi Lai's fist, completely unharmed. The fist, however, carried astonishing power and slammed into him fiercely. In an instant, 80 billion damage overwhelmed him, followed by a backlash of 20 billion. Su Lin was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing through 3 walls before embedding deeply into the 4th. Looking down, he saw his chest caved in, ribs fractured, and blood gushing out. This blow cost him 1/40th of his health, but the thousands of billions he recovered per second made the injury far from fatal. He freed himself from the wall with ease, his chest wound rapidly closing. Chi Lai was stunned, staring at his own fist in disbelief. The next moment, Su Lin leapt into the air, his target locked on Meiji. Meiji reacted swiftly, her hands waving as black threads, sharp as blades, quickly wrapped around Su Lin's arms. The threads were exceptionally sharp, immediately slicing through his flesh. 500 billion damage with a backlash of 125 billion. Su Lin glanced indifferently at the threads binding him, raising his eyebrows in disdain. With a sudden struggle, the threads snapped with a pop, recoiling and nearly striking Meiji. He instantly charged at Meiji, his long sword slashing down at lightning speed. But Meiji's figure flickered, disappearing in an instant and reappearing 10 meters away, her face pale. Chi Lai's eyes widened, muttering, "What is up with this guy?" Shui Wei, standing nearby, her eyes lit up, a smile of excitement spreading across her face. "Interesting, truly interesting," she said, stepping forward slowly. "Chi Lai, stop playing around and get serious." Chi Lai laughed wildly, his entire body suddenly igniting with dark red flames, the air twisting intensely. His height surged to 3 meters, muscles bulging like giant rocks. His eyes turned blood red, roaring furiously as he launched a flying punch. Both speed and strength increased tenfold. Su Lin was caught off guard, slammed into the ground with a punch, creating a 50-meter-wide crater. He lay at the bottom of the pit, gravely injured, blood and internal organs scattered. The heavy blow of 8 trillion successfully reduced a quarter of his health. But his recovery ability was terrifyingly abnormal, wounds rapidly closing. Chi Lai was dumbfounded. This speed is simply absurd. Meiji was equally shocked, not having seen such formidable defense in decades. Shui Wei clapped her hands excitedly. "So thrilling! Another punch. Let's see how long he can last." Chi Lai gritted his teeth and roared, breaking through the ground to deliver another punch. The 8 trillion strike landed again. Su Lin's half-healed body shattered once more. Yet he steadily stood up, covered in blood, his bones exposed. His gaze was calm, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Is that all?" Chi Lai froze. Meiji let out a cold laugh. She waved her hands again. Black threads spread across the sky, quickly binding Su Lin tightly, forming a solid cocoon that firmly restrained him. Meiji smiled triumphantly. Escape? Not so easy. The dense aura suddenly shifted, terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from within the bindings. Meiji's expression changed drastically. Boom! Blood-red light burst out from the cocoon. Blood sacrifice activated. Consumes 10% of current health to unleash destructive damage equal to 200% of health. Su Lin's health reached a staggering 25 trillion. 10% of that was 2.5 trillion damage, yet this strike unleashed a force of 5 trillion. The blood-red light spread like a tidal wave. Meiji, positioned at the closest point, had no time to dodge and was directly struck by the blood light, sent flying heavily, crashing through 3 buildings. Her body was drenched in blood, with a gaping hole in her chest exposing her internal organs. Chi Lai's expression changed drastically. He rushed forward to catch Meiji, urgently questioning her. Meiji weakly spat blood, her eyes showing fear for the first time. She looked at Su Lin and murmured, saying he harbored a strange power that not only countered damage but could also actively erupt. Su Lin broke free from the threads, his body covered in blood, but the astonishing speed of his wound healing made him as steady as a mountain. He coldly glanced at Chi Lai and Shui Wei in the distance, his voice calm. "Who's next?" Chi Lai roared in anger, charging forward to punch again. The damage was still shocking, 8 trillion, but each punch required charging, preventing consecutive strikes. He forced Su Lin back several steps, only to see him recover completely within seconds, his gaze remaining calm, waiting for the right moment. From afar, Shui Wei stared intently, her eyes growing brighter. "Perfect! He can withstand a level 78 attack at level 10 and even counter a level 75. If such a person becomes a slave, who could stop him?" Her tone shifted. "But your stubbornness cannot be allowed to grow further." She ordered Chi Lai to retreat and stepped into the fray herself. She took out a transparent crystal ball the size of a fist, sealed with dark red flames. An explosive flame crystal, containing the power of a single strike from her father, a level 190. The crystal floated into the air, its flames distorting the space around it, and an oppressive force descended. Su Lin tried to escape, but was pinned in place by an invisible pressure, unable to move. Suddenly, the crystal exploded, and a ferocious fire dragon surged out, tearing into Su Lin. The surrounding buildings melted, magma flowed, and the flames destroyed everything. It felt as if his body was disintegrating from within. Yet, a gray light flashed. A substitute statue emerged from his body, enduring the fire dragon's attack. The shattered statue finally extinguished the flames. Su Lin's health dropped to 1, but he survived. The entire scene fell silent. Chi Lai's eyes widened. Meiji stared blankly at the ruins, and Shui Wei's smile froze. How is this possible? A level 190 explosive flame crystal, and it couldn't kill a level 10. Su Lin sneered, walking forward step by step, his cold aura forcing Shui Wei to retreat. Despite being 50 levels higher than him, her face showed fear. She quickly pulled out a black token engraved with a blood-red escape character. A one-time teleportation charm, a life-saving tool for noble princesses. She hadn't planned to use it lightly, but at this moment her choice was clear. Su Lin fixed his gaze on the token, deciding to escape, but Shui Wei had already acted first. She crushed the token, and blood-red light enveloped her. Her smile turned icy as she declared she would remember him and vowed to capture him as a slave next time. Su Lin mustered all his strength to stab into the light with his sword, but it was like striking into nothingness. Shui Wei gradually disappeared, leaving only a warning from the Blood Flame King's daughter. As the light dissipated, the battlefield was left with only the charred fragments of the token. He stood silently, knowing how perilous this victory had been. Without the substitute statue, the deadly attack would have already claimed his life. He turned to look at Chi Lai and Meiji. The two were terrified and at a loss, unable to comprehend how Su Lin had survived and even turned the tables, forcing the princess to flee. Su Lin approached step by step. Chi Lai retreated, fearfully asking his intentions. Su Lin said nothing, only coldly stating, "Your princess has fled. What about you?" Meiji struggled to get up, her body covered in wounds, trembling as she pleaded, "Make us slaves, just don't kill us."
Su Lin es nered, showing no mercy.
In an instant, blood sacrifice activated, unleashing damage in the trillions. Chi Lai screamed as he fell, coughing up blood.
Su Lin approached Mei.
Her face turned pale, her body trembling as she desperately revealed the secrets of the Blood Flame Star, the princess's weaknesses, and the restrictions of the Sky Tower. Teleportation cooldown of 1 week. After listening, Su Lin pointed his sword downward, and Meiji died with wide-open eyes. 2 corpses lay silently in the ruins, lifeless and soundless. Su Lin took a deep breath and slowly retreated from the devastated district. The surroundings were deserted. After the brutal battle, all traces of human presence had vanished. He strolled through the ruins, recalling the near-death strike he had just endured. With his health fully restored, Su Lin stretched his limbs and focused his thoughts on the next confrontation. The Blood Flame King's daughter, Shui Wei, had not disappeared. On a distant planet, she clenched her fists in agony, blood seeping from her fingertips. Rage and unwillingness coursed through her trembling body. She had never shed tears, but this fury was enough to spark the next storm. Shui Wei stumbled out of the teleportation array, her body swaying as she steadied herself against a stone pillar. Her fiery red battle dress was tattered and bloodstained. Her gaze was resolute yet tinged with stubbornness. The maids rushed forward in concern, but she pushed them all away, asking only for her father's whereabouts before striding toward the palace hall. Inside the grand hall, the Blood Flame King reclined on his throne, holding a glass of red wine as he listened to ministers report on the battle situation, his expression cold and stern. The doors were suddenly flung open, and Shui Wei stormed in, leaving everyone stunned. Ignoring the crowd, she locked eyes with her father. The Blood Flame King stared at her for a few seconds before waving his hand to dismiss the ministers. The hall doors slammed shut. He set down his wine glass and stood heavily, his towering figure exuding both paternal authority and suppressed intensity. In a cold voice he asked, "Dead?" Shui Wei shook her head and uttered 2 names, Chi Lai and Meiji, dead. The Blood Flame King nodded, his tone devoid of emotion. Surviving and returning. Well done. Shui Wei bit her lip, hesitating to speak, but her father interrupted. Start from the beginning. She began recounting in detail, descending to Blue Star, tracking the target, encountering Su Lin in Dark Knight City, Chi Lai's attack, Meiji's severe injuries, the brutal assault of the Flameburst Crystal, and the desperate use of the escape command. Every detail was absorbed silently by the Blood Flame King. When she mentioned Su Lin enduring over a dozen punches from Qi Lai, the Blood Flame King's brow furrowed slightly. As she described Su Lin's counterattack severely injuring Meiji, his eyelid twitched. Upon hearing that Su Lin survived the Flameburst attack using a substitute-type skill, the Blood Flame King finally spoke. A substitute-type survival skill? Impressive. Shui Wei nodded lightly, describing the gray light that shielded against the Flameburst. The Blood Flame King focused intently, his tone carrying a rare excitement. A level 10 substitute skill blocking one of my ordinary strikes? This long-lost sense of novelty. He could still counterattack under Qi Lai's punches, and his recovery speed is far from ordinary. The Blood Flame King's brows knitted tightly as his gaze pierced through the window to the churning sea of magma outside. In a deep voice, he said, 10,000 years over 8,000 level 1 planets. We have conquered them all, forging immortal warriors. SSS grade and hundredfold amplification are the limits of level 1 planets. No one has ever surpassed them. He turned around and stared at Shui Wei, his gaze heavy and his tone somber. But now he has done it. Shui Wei recalled Su Lin's visible wounds rapidly healing after being violently attacked by Qi Lai, with an astonishing recovery rate of over 100 billion per second. Even more shocking was when he, in a desperate situation controlled by Meiji, unleashed a blood sacrifice skill causing 5 trillion area damage. His total health likely exceeded 30 trillion. The Blood Flame King continued. His ability enhancement has far surpassed the top-tier powerhouses of secondary planets. Even on tertiary planets, he would be at the king level. If we can enslave him, not only will we gain unprecedented power, but we might also achieve the dream of advancing Blood Flame Star to a tertiary planet, a dream spanning generations. Shui Wei felt her mind shaken, her voice trembling. Father, you're not joking, are you? The Blood Flame King remained silent, slowly sitting down and gesturing for her to sit as well. The key to advancing to a tertiary planet lies solely in the one who transcends the rules. He explained, the rules limit the power amplification of each planetary level. SSS level is capped at 100-fold, secondary planets at 10,000-fold, and tertiary planets at 1,000,000-fold. No matter how hard one tries, it's impossible to break through. However, Su Lin, with his 18-layer mark and astonishing health, has already achieved ability amplification of 1,000,000-fold, even tens of millions, far exceeding the iron laws of this universe. Shui Wei's gaze froze, her mind flashing back to the terrifying scenes of Su Lin relentlessly punching with a broken fist, overturning Meiji, and miraculously surviving under the flame explosion crystal. Such a person was no longer mortal but a being capable of shaking the heavens and earth. She urgently questioned, what should we do? If we let him grow, he will become a major threat. Shouldn't we dispatch an army to eliminate him? The Blood Flame King sneered. At present, this passage is still unstable, and the army can only send those below level 80. Moreover, aside from us, others are also tracking his whereabouts. How could the intelligence about the 18 fissures remain confidential? Countless spies from secondary planets are closely monitoring, and soon other formidable enemies will target him. Fortunately, Blue Star is our subsidiary planet, and outsiders will need time to gather information. Shui Wei fell silent, feeling a heavy weight pressing on her heart. Opportunity and disaster intertwined. Su Lin's emergence was destined to rewrite the fate of Blood Flame Star. The Blood Flame King stood firmly by the window, his gaze fixed on the rolling sea of magma outside. His tone was steady yet stern. We must capture the target before they do. Shui Wei nervously reported the previous failure, but her father interrupted her decisively. I have prepared something stronger. He took out a pitch-black crystal flowing with golden patterns from his chest. The Soul Enslavement Crystal, a legendary treasure. This item could only be used when the opponent was on the brink of death and powerless, allowing complete enslavement of their soul to obey forever. Shui Wei's eyes changed sharply, her hands trembling slightly as she held the crystal. Her father told her that this time she had 6 days to prepare. Find Su Lin, bring him to the brink of death, and then use the crystal to enslave him. The soul enslavement crystal would recognize her as its master, and once he became her slave, he would only obey her commands. He warned her that this matter must not be disclosed, not even to her mother or trusted aides. If the information leaked, strong figures from other planets would swarm in, leaving Blood Flame Star with nothing. Shui Wei swallowed hard and nodded solemnly. As Shui Wei was about to leave, she turned back and asked softly, "After enslaving him, can we really advance to a tertiary planet?" The Blood Flame King remained silent for a long time before answering with a chilling coldness. "I don't know, but this is the closest chance. If we miss it, it might take another 100,000 years. We must succeed." The Grand Hall doors slowly closed. Shui Wei held the soul enslavement crystal, her emotions conflicted. The Blood Flame King's eyes revealed a trace of confusion and fatigue as he murmured to himself, "Su Lin, who exactly are you?" At the same time, Su Lin stood amidst the ruins, gazing at the corpses of Qi Lai and Mei Ji, his hands trembling slightly. The life and death battle had brought him to the brink of death, causing immense damage. Without the substitute statue, he would have perished in the sea of flames. He murmured softly, "Substitute statue. If struck heavily within 24 hours, death is inevitable." Time was running out and danger was closing in. Su Lin closed the panel and swept his gaze toward the gray rock layer above, suddenly realizing a crucial piece of information. The passage could only be used once a week. Mei Ji had just returned today, meaning her next move would be at least 6 days away. 6 days. Time was tight. Su Lin quickly calculated in his mind. He had to enhance his strength within this limited time frame, at least enough to withstand that fatal blow. He understood that Shui Wei would not only carry one flame explosion crystal. This time, she had underestimated him and was unprepared. But next time, she would undoubtedly bring more powerful weapons. His fingers clenched tightly, his aura becoming resolute. He needed to be stronger, tougher. He turned into a secluded alley, activated his aircraft, and soared into the clouds, heading straight for the next fissure. There was no time to rest. The coming days would be spent on the aircraft, relying on automatic navigation for travel and recovery. Leaning against the seat, Su Lin opened the panel and examined today's 10 new skills. All of them were useless. Sand resistance, passive. Immunity to 20% sand-based damage, 30% walking speed increase. Rock armor active. Forms rock armor to absorb massive damage. Poison mist active. Continuously releases low-damage toxic gas. Skills like these were all inadequate to face the impending life and death trial. But he tightly gripped the furnace stone inside his spatial ring, golden patterns surging and emitting mysterious energy. He selected all 10 skills one by one, releasing a dazzling array of light that poured into the furnace stone. The energy vibrated intensely, erupting into a blinding golden light. Next came the critical step, choosing the enhancement target. His gaze locked onto one of the 5 passive skills. Substitute statue, the skill that had once saved his life. He decided to take a gamble. If the enhancement could increase the number of substitute uses, it would greatly expand his chances of survival. Golden light infused, and the text flickered and transformed. Enhancement successful. Cooldown time halved, reduced from 24 hours to 12 hours. Although it didn't increase the number of uses as he had hoped, it would allow him to fight again sooner. Continue to the next target. Blood sacrifice, active. This skill once severely injured Mei Ji and Qi Yan. If the damage could be increased, it would be perfect. Another successful enhancement, cooldown reduced by 2 minutes. Su Lin frowned slightly, feeling that the enhancements from the furnace stone leaned more towards reducing cooldowns rather than achieving qualitative breakthroughs. With 8 enhancement opportunities remaining, his gaze shifted to Bone Spike Fury, a counter-damage skill that might provide stronger protection. Passive 2, Bone Spike Fury began to resonate. Su Lin infused the enhancement golden light into it, causing the panel to fluctuate violently. Ultimately, the counter-damage ratio doubled to 50%. With renewed confidence, he continued enhancing without hesitation, finally breaking through to the limit, reflecting 100% of the damage received. Every punch from the opponent was met with mirrored damage, and his thick health pool combined with rapid regeneration turned him into an immortal titan on the battlefield. After consuming 3 golden lights, Su Lin turned to enhance, Passive 1, Recovery Enhancement. The golden light merged into his body, skyrocketing his recovery speed to 15% of his maximum health per second. With trillions of health instantly replenished, he had the confidence to withstand even a mysterious artifact capable of dealing 1 quadrillion damage in a single strike. Time was pressing. The screen displayed that there were 6 days left until Shui Wei's arrival, and he still needed to clear 195 rifts, meaning he had to conquer an average of 1.375 rifts per hour, leaving no time for rest. Taking a sip of water to moisten his throat, he fixed his gaze on the glowing point. The aircraft shot through the air, locking onto the next rift. Meanwhile, in Tianqiong City, within the Su family mansion, Su Jintian stared at the heated discussion on his phone screen. A mysterious woman had consecutively cleared 18 rifts, suspected to be his own disgraced son, Su Lin. His expressionless face tightened as his fingers clenched, knuckles turning white. The study door opened, and Lin Wanqing entered, her face pale, her gaze fixed on the screen. He cleared another 10 rifts. Is it true? She asked softly.
Su Sentian responded coldly. Yes.
The once overlooked boy had now cleared 18 rifts in a row, surpassing the total courage she had shown in her entire life. A chill filled the air. Su Jintian straightened and walked to the window, issuing an order. Prepare a wanted notice. Lin Wanqing was shocked. Prepare what? A nationwide manhunt for the murder of 14 people, dead or alive. 14 people? When did he kill them? He doesn't need to do it himself, only I need to say so. Su Jintian's gaze was icy. I am now the #1 in the country. No one can stop me. She took a step back, staring at the familiar yet cold man. Jintian, you're insane. He's your own son. Precisely because of the bloodline, he cannot be allowed to live. If he grows stronger, his first targets will be me and the entire Su family. Do you want to watch the Su family be annihilated by him? Lin Wanqing's words fell like icy blades into the air. Su Jintian calmly picked up his phone and dialed a number. It's me. Issue a wanted order. Charge murder. 14 awakened individuals, dead in the eastern district of Dark Knight City. No need for evidence. I'll have someone prepare it. After hanging up, his gaze shifted back to the window, his tone filled with murderous intent. Su Lin, where can you run this time? As faint light appeared on the horizon, Su Lin crawled out from a crack in the rocks, his panel flashing with a clearance record. An 0823, 47 minutes. He dismissed the useless skill without hesitation, jumped onto his aircraft, and began chasing the next crack. Just as the aircraft descended, his phone vibrated, interrupting him. A news notification popped up on the screen. Urgent! Su Jintian issues a nationwide wanted order. Su Lin suspected of murdering 14 awakened individuals. A trace of shock flashed in Su Lin's eyes, followed by a cold sneer. He scrolled through the post. The bodies were dated 3 days ago, killed by supernatural attacks, with traces of his ability's energy fluctuations left at the scene. Evidence had been submitted, dead or alive. The comments were in chaos. Some questioned his cruelty, others denied the possibility. Some suspected a doppelganger illusion, while others firmly believed it was a setup by the Su family. Amid the heated debate, Su Lin watched coldly, his smile icy and chilling. Framing. A vicious move. His father truly had no bottom line in his quest to eliminate him. Putting away his phone, his gaze fixed resolutely on the holographic screen. A wanted order? Irrelevant. With a fake face concealing his identity, no one could recognize him. He calculated his strength. Level 90, base damage in the tens of billions, supernatural ability multiplier of 100-fold, passive equipment stacking, potential damage reaching hundreds of trillions. Without health boosts, his physical body was fragile, relying solely on a passive death substitution to withstand a single burst, reflecting hundreds of trillions of damage back at Su Jintian. In theory, this counterattack should be fatal, but he dared not gamble on the chance that his opponent lacked similar items. The goal was clear: first, grind cracks to max level, unlock advanced passives and legendary equipment. Only then would Su Jintian meet his end. The aircraft accelerated, heading straight for the next crack. For an entire day, Su Lin did not stop. From dawn to noon, he conquered 7 cracks. From noon to evening, he cleared another 8. From evening to midnight, he broke through 9 more. 26 cracks, one after another, yielding 26 useless skills and an equal amount of materials waiting to be smelted. He didn't rush to smelt them. At this stage, these skills provided minor damage boosts, speeding up his clearance rate. Time was tight and he had to press forward quickly. He sighed inwardly, regretting the hasty smelting of 10 skills earlier. Clearing all cracks before smelting would have been far more effective. In the deep of night, Su Lin crawled out of the last rift, covered in blood, his clothes and hair in tatters, his face smeared with mud, resembling a ghost from hell. The blood-red rift slowly closed, disappearing into the night, its century-long existence vanishing as if shutting its eyes. He collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him, his body trembling slightly, not from fear, but from extreme fatigue. The power to clear rifts was completely drained. Continuing further might result in falling from the aircraft to his death. Struggling to stand, he released the aircraft, climbed into the cockpit, slumped into the seat, and closed his eyes tightly. 3 seconds later, the sound of snoring echoed, and the aircraft automatically navigated toward the next rift. Meanwhile, Blue Star had completely erupted. The forums exploded, had now turned into blown into cosmic dust. Rift closure count hits new high on that day. The Rift Handling Group account issued 26 consecutive announcements, each reporting the closure of a rift. The administrator finally posted a picture of a kneeling Shiba Inu with the caption, "I'm numb," and the comments instantly exploded to 5 million, shattering the entire network. Awakeners Association releases major statement. President Chun Jojo personally issued a statement, revealing the shocking significance of it all. 26 high-risk rifts simultaneously disappeared, swallowing 5,000 Awakeners and ending a nightmare that threatened countless lives, all by one person. The association awarded the mysterious powerhouse the title of Human Hero and the highest medal of honor. This accolade, without the need for an appearance, would forever belong to him. Supreme Warrior Zhan Tangxing personally supports. The military's announcement was concise and powerful. Anyone who touches him is going against the military. Stamped with Zhan Tianqiong's personal seal, it signified the promise of protection from one of the 5 supreme warriors. The comments section exploded, and Zhan Tianqiong's involvement created an incredibly shocking scene. Dragon City Battle Academy's hardcore statement Old Zhang issued an announcement, clarifying the identity of Su Lin, who had left the academy 3 weeks ago. He is one of ours. Who dares to provoke him? Ask Dragon City Battle Academy first. The official seal and signature were firm and resolute, and the comments section erupted. Debates over Su Lin's identity and the authenticity of the wanted notice were endless, but a consensus formed. This legendary figure was almost certainly Su Lin, who should have been wanted but instead closed 26 rifts in one day with an invincible stance, becoming the uncrowned hero of Sky City. The silence and shock at the Su family mansion, in the living room. Lin Wanqing tightly gripped her phone, staring at the Dragon City Battle Academy announcement, her fingertips trembling, her lips murmuring, "One day? 26? How did he do it?" Su Yao sat beside her, her pale face revealing fear and unease. The room was as silent as a grave, the air frozen, yet it foreshadowed an impending storm. Memories surged like a tide. She remembered throwing Su Lin's meals into the trash when they were young, remembered him staying up late to copy notes for her while she ignored him, remembered him being punished to kneel in the basement, and how she passed by without even glancing at him. At that time, she felt justified, believing that trash deserved such neglect. Now, trash? 26 rifts in one day. This number was like a demon's mark. In a century, only a dozen people had managed to clear a rift, each time facing life and death, and no one dared to try a second time. But he, 26 times a day. Su Yao's lips twitched, letting out a piercing laugh, a laugh mixed with sobs. She murmured, "If only I had treated him better back then." The words abruptly stopped. Su Ling lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, as nauseating memories surged forth. Su Lin painstakingly saving money to buy a birthday gift only to be mocked, being blamed after nearly drowning, kneeling in punishment while being ignored. Each scene pierced the heart like a needle. She raised her eyes only to see Su Chun sitting silently in the corner, gripping the sofa armrest tightly, his knuckles pale yet not daring to ask. Su Xiaoxiao curled up in the corner, secretly scrolling through her phone. The screen filled with comments praising Su Lin the hero. She softly admired, only to be met with a cold glare from Lin Wanqing. She quickly fell silent, though her eyes still shone with an irrepressible light. Su Zhentian sat upright in the main seat, a pile of phones in front of him, all displaying breaking announcements. His face was expressionless, his fingers gripping a phone so tightly they turned white. Silence enveloped the living room, and no one spoke for a long time. Suddenly, he stood up and ordered coldly, "Prepare." Lin Wanqing asked in confusion, "Prepare for what?" "Issue a wanted notice." His voice was icy, like frost piercing to the bone. Su Lin has killed 14 Awakened. The evidence is conclusive. A nationwide manhunt, dead or alive. A reward of 10 million points for clues, 300 million for capture alive, 100 million for killing him. Lin Wanqing was shocked and angrily rebuked. "He's a hero now, supported by the entire internet. Are you insane?" Su Zhentian interrupted. "Precisely because he's a hero, he's even more dangerous. He clears 26 rifts a day. What about a month, 2 months, a year from now?" He turned, his gaze as cold as hellfire. "When he clears all the rifts and his level soars, what do you think he'll do? He'll come back. Come back to settle the score with us." The words pierced the heart like an icy dagger. Lin Wanqing remained silent. Su Yao lowered her head to avoid looking. Su Ling trembled all over, and Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip, not daring to make a sound. Su Chun raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes. "Dad, I'll go with you." Su Zhentian cast a cold glance at him, icy and merciless. "You? Are you worthy?"
Su Chen froze.
Su Zhentian turned and walked out of the living room, his back imposing like a mountain, pressing down on everyone. No one noticed that, at that moment, his face showed fear for the first time. That fear came from his son, Su Lin, whom he regarded as worthless and had abandoned. Year after year, for 18 years, he had never felt fear. But now he was afraid. Afraid of the monster that conquered 26 rifts every day, growing stronger and stronger. He knew that if Su Lin returned, he would be unstoppable. 6 o'clock in the morning, outside a rift. Su Lin had just climbed out of rift number 912, clearing it in 33 minutes. On the panel, the 101st skill was casually added to his collection. From early Sunday morning until now, 3 days and nights without rest, his only sleep was a brief nap during transit on the aircraft. His journey continued. The aircraft was on autopilot, gliding coldly toward the next coordinate. He leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes as his blood quickly healed external wounds, though his mental exhaustion remained unresolved. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and a news notification flashed before his eyes. The Secret Realm Blood Prison Bone Tower opened today, ranked 10th in difficulty, restricted to levels below 30, and only the second time in a century it had been accessible. It was specifically designed to test blood capacity. The post had already hit the trending list, with thousands of comments flooding in. A century-old secret realm, 3,700 challengers. None survived, rumored to offer unique rewards. Location: deep within Baimang Mountain, an uninhabited area, 1,400 kilometers from Dark Knight City. Su Lin's finger paused on the number. Only 1,100 kilometers from his current location, a mere 20-minute journey. The secret realm's details flashed before his eyes. Solo challenge? Testing extreme blood capacity. No survivors in history, with repeated official warnings in bold red text. Su Lin closed the post, quickly input the coordinates, and the flight path lit up, a bright red line cutting across the holographic screen. He closed his eyes slightly, his thoughts racing. This difficulty was tailored for him. The subtle skills gained from 100 rifts were insufficient to enhance his core. The rewards of the Blood Prison Bone Tower were something he absolutely could not miss. The aircraft suddenly accelerated, its silver body breaking through the clouds, rushing toward the depths of Baimang Mountain. Mount Baiwang surged with raging waves, dense mist pressing down, perilous and unapproachable. At the bottom of the canyon stood a blood-red stone gate. Its carved runes squirmed like living creatures, dripping blood that corroded the earth. Tents crowded the area before the gate, a sea of people bustling, reporters vying for the best positions, dignitaries surrounded by strict security, while military personnel, association members, and lone cultivators whispered in small groups. "No one dares to go in?" someone asked. 3,700 people, not a single survivor. That was the genius group 50 years ago. The highest record now is Su Lin's last attempt, ranked over 300. Who would dare try a level 10 difficulty? What about the hero who cleared 101 rifts? The secret realm tests blood volume. It's practically tailor-made for her. If she doesn't come this time, no one will. The crowd's discussions grew louder, the deadly threat and irresistible allure of the Blood Prison Bone Tower drawing all eyes to the terrifying trial about to unfold. On the eastern rocks, Wang Shiqing sat cross-legged, biting into a candied hawthorn, completely indifferent to the noisy crowd. Her gaze locked onto the blood-red stone gate, confidently asserting that someone would appear. Beside her, her guard wore a complex expression, while Wang Tiangang frowned and urged her to move forward. She disdainfully refused, her eyes never leaving the gate. In the shadows on the western side, Yen Yen gripped a tree branch tightly, calmly declaring that he would come. Han Bing was anxious, while Ingren lightly reminded them. Su Zhentian would inevitably follow. Silence enveloped them as Yen Yen clenched his fist, vowing to stop them, even if only for a moment. Suddenly, commotion erupted at the canyon entrance. An elderly man in his 80s, with a head full of white hair, slowly walked toward the stone gate. The crowd was stunned, unable to comprehend why this old man dared to step into such a perilous place. Yet no one stopped him. The old man paused, gazing at the gate for a few seconds, then resolutely stepped inside. The blood-red runes on the gate suddenly flashed, droplets of blood converging into a dazzling red light that engulfed the old man. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The crowd fell into dead silence, followed by an even greater uproar. Someone recognized the old man's figure and exclaimed that it was the legendary mysterious female hero in disguise. Reporters surged forward frantically, but the blood gate closed, as if nothing had happened. The canyon erupted, and the news spread rapidly. The hero has entered the Blood Prison Bone Tower. At that moment, atop the cliff, Su Zhentian stood clad in black armor, its radiance piercing, with 20 black-clad figures behind him exuding an imposing aura. His cold gaze fixed on the chaotic crowd below and the stone gate, as he declared in a low voice, "He's gone in." His voice was icy, audible only to his close followers. "Wait, that will be his death sentence." Wang Shiqing's candied hawthorn fell to the ground, her expression heavy and silent. He watched that figure disappear through the door, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the air. Beside him, she softly confirmed, "It's him." A smile she couldn't suppress lingered on her lips, but her eyes quickly turned solemn. In the distance, atop a cliff, a dark figure stood, exuding an oppressive aura. "Su Zhentian is here," she said calmly. "He's guarding the door to block him." Wang Tiangang stood nearby, silent for a few seconds before sighing. "Shiqing, we can't intervene this time. Level 90, humanity's #1. I can't stop him either." She stared at the door, her fists trembling slightly, but she said nothing. In the shadow beneath the dark figure, Yan Yan's expression changed drastically as he murmured, "He's here. He's really here." Han Bing frowned. "What happens when Su Lin comes out?" Shadow Blade interrupted. "Whether he can come out alive is still uncertain." The air grew tense, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the door. Shadow Blade's tone was complex. The 10th-ranked Secret Realm, 3,700 people wiped out. Whether Su Lin can survive is still unknown. Yan Yan bit his lip, unable to speak. Lin Yu softly said, "He will come out. He promised us." The door slowly opened, and Su Lin stepped inside. The surrounding noise was instantly cut off as he entered a vast and eerie bone tower. Everywhere, human and monster bones were piled up, rib-like columns supporting the dome, intertwined with sinister runes. Blood-red light flowed through them, as if narrating the rhythm of death. In the center, a massive stone monument stood prominently, inscribed with "Blood Prison Bone Tower 100-Level Trial. Rules: survive 1 minute on each level to proceed to the next. No retreat for the first 50 levels. Monster attacks intensify with each level. Retreat allowed after 50 levels. Rewards increase with each level. Maximum level: 100. Ultimate reward is a unique skill. Historical record: level 43. Achieved by the fallen cowherd star Nyo Ermin. Current level: 1. Monsters on this level: Blood-Tide Worms times 1000. Monster attributes: Level 1. Attack 100. Health 100. Clearance condition: survive for 60 seconds. Countdown: 60. As the words fell, the white bone platform beneath his feet shook violently, and the edges began to crumble. Bone fragments fell into the blood mist, where twisted faces bit and devoured them, causing the platform to shrink rapidly. Countless red worms surged up from below, dense as a tide, rushing toward him. He remained motionless. The first worm bit his ankle but was swiftly countered. Its body was torn apart by the rebound damage, and scarlet blood exploded outward. Worms swarmed continuously, piling up into a mountain and surrounding him. The damage kept stacking, yet his health remained steadfast. The screen prominently displayed current health: 31 trillion. Health regeneration per second: 4.65 trillion. The damage was like a mere itch to him, and he allowed the swarm to bite freely. Time ticked by: 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The swarm grew frenzied, suffering heavy casualties. Their corpses mixed with blood, forming a river that flowed across the white bone platform. By 50 seconds, the platform had shrunk to just 10 meters wide, and the number of worms began to decrease. Finally, the second hand ticked to 60. Ding! First level cleared. Remaining health: 31 trillion. He stood calmly, ready to face the unfolding, more perilous challenge. Second level: Forest of Bone Spikes. The platform suddenly sank, and Su Lin lost his footing and fell. Around him, the blood-red void twisted with faces bearing fangs and claws, but his iron wall-like health repelled them. After falling for 10 seconds, he landed firmly on the ground. Before him stretched a forest of bones. Skeletal spikes pierced through the ground, bone branches intertwined into a forest, and dried corpses hung from them, swaying in the wind like lost souls suspended in the air. The bone spikes were densely packed, hiding lethal threats. The system prompted that the bone spikes would pierce the platform every second, dealing damage in the thousands. Surviving for 60 seconds would clear the level. Bone spikes crazily drilled out like raindrops, piercing Su Lin but to no effect, instead breaking and crumbling into powder. He remained completely still, allowing countless bone spikes to stab into him. The damage was far from enough to shake his steel-like body with its rapid health regeneration. Time ticked by, the bone spikes grew fiercer. Severed limbs flew, corpses swayed. As the 60-second countdown ended, the system chimed, signaling success in clearing the level. The platform sank once more, and Su Lin plunged toward the third level. Third level: Sea of Blood Mosquitoes, A blood-red swamp exuded a corrosive aura, bubbles bursting in the humid air, releasing a pungent stench. The central island platform was covered with blood mosquitoes the size of fists. They glowed blood-red, their transparent wings vibrating like the roar of thousands of engines. As Su Lin landed, the swarm of mosquitoes buzzed and collectively raised their heads, their compound eyes reflecting the image of a living human. In an instant, the blood mosquitoes surged into a black storm, ferociously attacking him. Needle-like stingers pierced his cheek, and blood splattered. Counterattack initiated, and the mosquitoes' heads exploded instantly. In the next wave, thousands of mosquitoes swarmed tightly, frantically stabbing and sucking blood, only to be repelled and killed by Su Lin's iron-blooded blood. The blood mosquitoes' assault was relentless, yet not a single drop of blood was drawn. They all perished, their corpses piling up layer upon layer. The entire battlefield was a mix of blood plasma and severed limbs, both tragic and spectacular. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The mosquitoes grew fewer and fewer until the last one pierced Su Lin's skin and exploded like a bomb, falling apart. As the countdown neared its end, the third level was declared cleared. The platform beneath his feet suddenly sank, and he fell once again. This was the prologue from the 4th level to the 49th level. Su Lin could no longer remember how many times he had fallen. Each fall signified a new level. The types of monsters kept changing, and their attack methods were endless. On the 4th level, a tide of venomous scorpions with stingers that stacked bleeding effects. On the 5th level, a pack of bloodthirsty wolves charging across the ground. On the 6th level, fire elementals that exploded upon being struck, with a blast radius of 10 meters. On the 7th level, frost wraiths freezing opponents with icy trails. Level by level, the monsters' forms constantly evolved, and their attack power steadily increased. Standing motionless, Su Lin let their attacks strike his counter-damage mechanism, causing them to explode one by one. Numbers soared as injuries and counterattack damage intertwined into a frenzy of light. By the 20th level, monster attacks had reached nearly 10,000. From the 30th level, they surged to 30,000, and by the 40th level, they broke through 100,000. Approaching the 49th level, he faced the sole blood-bone giant, standing at the platform's edge, 100 meters tall, its blood-red skeleton ablaze with rare, ferocious flames. The giant stomped heavily, crushing Su Lin into the platform. Pain spread, but it could not bring him down. His face showed no fear, only a faint smirk at the corner of his mouth. The giant grew enraged, its fists pounding down like a barrage of cannon fire, each punch delivering tens of millions in damage. Su Lin's body was driven into the ground, his health astonishing, recovering tens of trillions per second. He stood unyielding like steel. Time stood still, the giant's fist froze mid-air, unable to comprehend why it couldn't kill the person before it. 60 seconds sounded, the clearance notification for the 49th floor rang out, the platform sank, and Su Lin fell once again. This time, the fall was particularly long. In the blood mist, countless twisted faces appeared and disappeared, reaching out as if to grab him, but then screamed and retreated, the distance alternately closing and widening. Finally, his feet touched solid ground, his vision expanded. A vast, boundless platform unfolded before him. At the top of a high platform sat a chair made of blood-red bones. On the chair, a figure slowly rose and descended the steps step by step. Each step caused the void to tremble. The blood mist surged, as if in reverent worship. He stopped in front of Su Lin, his entire body encased in blood-red bone armor, covered in dense runes. The mask had no facial features, only two black holes burning with golden flames, cold and mysterious. The screen displayed the data for the final floor. Bloodbone King, HP, 50 billion, attack doubled to 50 million. Master of Bloodbone Piercing Range Attack, Death Gaze Single Target Instant Kill, and Blood-Packed Lifesteal skills. The clearance condition remained the same. Survive for 60 seconds. The final battle officially began. Countdown. 60 seconds. The Bloodbone King's golden eyes locked onto Su Lin, as if trying to pierce through his soul. A hoarse voice echoed, "You are strong, but you must die." The next moment, countless blood-red bone spikes surged from beneath the platform, thicker than the giants on the 49th floor, sharp enough to pierce the void, stabbing toward Su Lin like a blood-colored forest. Waves of 50 million damage rained down. Su Lin remained motionless, his HP reaching 3,100 billion, with a regeneration rate of 465 billion per second, enough to withstand this mere fraction of the attack. The Blood-Bone King froze, raising its hand to cast Death Gaze. A golden beam shot straight at Su Lin, attempting to extract his soul. But this skill was ineffective against high HP targets. For the first time, confusion and fear appeared in the Blood-Bone King's eyes. Its skills, capable of instantly killing same-level powerhouses, were completely useless against Su Lin. The countdown ended. Su Lin remained motionless, while the Blood-Bone King trembled all over. Ding! Cleared the 50th floor reward options appeared. Exit and claim the reward, or continue the challenge. Su Lin chose to continue without hesitation. The platform rapidly descended, and he fell into the next level. Starting from the 51st floor, the monster forms underwent a complete upgrade. The Gatekeeper duel game began. Each floor had a single Gatekeeper, terrifyingly powerful. On the 51st floor, the Blood Armor Warrior had an attack power of 80 million and health of 8 billion, swinging his sword like the wind. Su Lin let him slash for 60 seconds straight, triggering the counter-damage effect, causing the warrior to collapse from self-inflicted injuries. On the 52nd floor, the Blood Wing, which displayed astonishing magical explosiveness, with an attack power of 100 million and health of 100 billion. She teleported and launched continuous strikes, but eventually exhausted her magic and fell to her death. Through several consecutive floors, the Gatekeepers upgraded. Their attack power skyrocketed, and their skills became increasingly bizarre. Lifesteal, defense breaking, instant death, and control effects emerged one after another. Su Lin remained as steady as a mountain, letting the Gatekeepers attack him. They delivered ferocious punches, only to immediately crack apart themselves. After 2 punches, their bodies shattered, ultimately exploding to death. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair, but Su Lin had long grown accustomed to it. The Gatekeeper on the 60th floor had an attack power of 500 million. On the 70th floor, it surged to 5 billion. On the 80th floor, it rose to 50 billion, and by the 85th floor, it had reached 500 billion. Su Lin possessed 3,100 billion health points and a 100% counter-damage effect. When a Gatekeeper delivered a punch with 500 billion damage, they also suffered 500 billion damage themselves. Even if the Gatekeepers had health exceeding 10 trillion, they couldn't withstand more than a few punches before collapsing. On the 89th floor, the Gatekeeper was the Blood Shadow Demon, with an attack power of 800 billion and health of 8 trillion, an astonishing sight. A single punch landed on Su Lin, requiring at least a second for his recovery rate to restore him. The Blood Shadow Demon's power suddenly surged, and the challenge entered a more brutal phase. The Blood Shadow Demon's blood fists struck like cannonballs, each punch tearing through the air. The speed was astonishing, instantly closing in on Su Lin, with every punch triggering 800 billion counter damage. The Blood Shadow Demon's palms cracked, blood seeping out, yet it didn't retreat. After 5 punches, a fatal hole burst open in its chest, and for the first time, confusion appeared in its blood-red eyes. Staring directly at Su Lin, it uttered in a low voice, "What are you?" With the 10th punch, it exploded tragically, dissolving into a sky full of blood light. As the system announced the clearance of the 89th floor, a calm gaze fixed on the display screen. Continue. With iron will gathered, Su Lin descended into the next floor. The 90th floor, Blood Prison Azura. There was no platform here, only an endless blood-colored void. Deep crimson mist churned like a blood sea rolling in purgatory. In the distance, a blood-red path gradually unfolded, and 1,000-meter-tall Azura slowly emerged, its black bone armor cracked and spewing flames, its eyes beneath the mask burning with scarlet fire, its aura as imposing as a mountain. The panel flickered, attack power of 1 trillion, health of 10 trillion. Su Lin's pupils contracted instantly. 4 punches would end its life, but his recovery rate, though fast, might not be enough to ensure survival. Knowing there was no escape, no place to hide, his fingers swiftly slid across the skill panel, slicing through the void like a blade. 85 useless skills were selected and poured into the floating furnace stone. The stone's golden patterns shone wildly, releasing a dragon-like roar of golden light that devoured the void, completely dispelling the blood mist. The Azura's massive shadow wavered in the golden light, its eyes flashing with shock, but Su Lin paid no attention. He infused the golden light into the passive skill recovery enhancement. The numbers jumped and jumped again, increasing his recovery rate from 15% to 19%. His blood boiled within. The swelling pain swept through his body like breaking bamboo. His bones resonated. His heart pounded violently, and each infusion of golden light made him stronger. Time was of the essence. Su Lin clenched his fists tightly, facing the inescapable blood prison Azura head-on, determined to confront the next wave of life and death trials with his newfound strength. In the distance, the colossal Azura suddenly moved, its 1,000-meter-tall body taking a single step forward, instantly appearing before Su Lin. Its sky-covering giant palm swung fiercely, crashing down. 1,000,000,000,000 damage like a landslide, forcing Su Lin back 300 meters. He stood firmly, his gaze quickly scanning the health panel. 3,100 billion dropped to 2,100 billion. Immediately, the health regeneration per second doubled and surged like a runaway horse, skyrocketing to 5,890 billion. In just 1 second, Su Lin's health tripled. However, Shura's second slap followed closely, still carrying a destructive force of 1 trillion. He was knocked back another 300 meters, and his health plummeted to 16,890 billion. Instead of retreating, he advanced, gritting his teeth as he continuously infused golden light into his veins, steadily recovering his health, which climbed to 28% of full status. The third slap roared in, delivering another heavy blow of 1 trillion, nearly depleting his health to 6,890 billion. Flames ignited in Su Lin's eyes as he fought desperately, pouring all remaining golden light into his health bar, which surged rapidly, breaking through 50%, 80%, and finally reaching full health. His entire body radiated golden-red brilliance, as if a fiery molten iron aura erupted. On the panel, the passive skill flashed. Health regeneration increased to 100% of maximum health per second. This meant that as long as a single drop of blood remained, he could recover to full health within 1 second. The fourth slap struck mercilessly, leaving him no choice but to counter. He raised his head to face it directly, without fear, as the giant palm pressed him down. With a thunderous crash, within half a second, his health astonishingly recovered to full 3,100 billion. Shura was utterly shocked, staring unblinkingly at this unbelievable human. It furiously swung its fifth and sixth slaps, attacking like a raging storm, but each time Su Lin revived instantly like a vampire, returning to full health without wavering. For the first time, fear rippled through Shura's heart, a thought it had never encountered in its 10,000 years of battle experience. The wound exposing its core, torn open by reflected damage, continued to expand. The accumulated damage from 5 slaps reached a staggering 5 trillion, reducing its health by half. After a moment of silence, Shura roared and continued its relentless assault, one slap after another. Su Lin remained unmoved, his health fully restored, while his aura grew increasingly intense. Meanwhile, Shura's health bar plummeted dramatically, as if signaling an impending, earth-shattering reversal in this brutal battle. Shura's chest cracked open, its core swaying as if on the verge of explosion. It lowered its head to look at the motionless human, whose gaze was as calm as still water. Suddenly, it understood it wasn't defeated by strength but by the rules that bound it. Without these constraints, it would have fled long ago. After 10 slaps, with a deafening crash, the 1,000-meter-tall Shura collapsed. Cracks spread like a spiderweb, its bone armor fell apart, and flames extinguished one by one. Shura lowered its head, its eyes devoid of hatred or regret, leaving only relief. You won. Boom! Its body exploded into blood-red light particles, gradually vanishing into the void. A prompt sounded. Challenge of the 90th floor completed. Continue? Su Lin took a deep breath and said, Continue, advancing toward increasingly powerful Shuras. Their attacks escalated layer by layer, from 11 trillion to a staggering 19 trillion. Clearing the 99th floor, he faced the ultimate 100th floor, the Lord of the Blood Prison. The platform slowly rose, the blood-red mist dissipated, twisted faces vanished, and the void transformed into a magnificent palace. The palace towered into the clouds, its walls covered with reliefs of fierce battles. At the center of the high platform, a chair made of blood-red bones pulsated as if alive. On the chair sat a humanoid figure formed from countless blood-red bones, faceless, resembling a white bone sculpture. It stood up, causing the palace to tremble. With each step it took, the ground split into deep chasms, from which black and red light surged, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. It approached Su Lin, a colossal figure standing 100 meters tall. Its hollow, black eye sockets stared directly at him. The interface displayed, Floor, 100 Monster, Lord of the Blood Prison Attack, 3 trillion health, 300 trillion skills. None description. No skills, only fists. How many punches can you withstand? Su Lin stared at the numbers, his pupils contracting sharply. 3 trillion per punch required 1 second of health regeneration. The opponent's 300 trillion health would take 100 punches to kill. He inhaled deeply and raised his head to meet its gaze. The Lord of the Blood Prison struck first, its bone fist crashing down with immense force, shaking the ground and sending Su Lin into a 3-meter-deep pit. Yet his health bar instantly recovered to full. The fist cracked open a fissure but did not stop. Continuous strikes, each punch delivering 30 trillion force. Despite the searing pain, Su Lin's health fully recovered. The Blood Prison Lord's hand went from increasing cracks to splitting half its palm. At the 20th punch, the crack extended to the wrist. At the 30th punch, the forearm broke. At the 40th punch, the elbow joint shattered. Yet it did not stop. With the 50th punch, the Blood Prison Lord's right arm broke in half, bones scattering across the ground, blood gushing out. It lowered its head to stare at the severed arm, hesitated not a moment, and raised its left hand to continue the assault. The punch count kept climbing. 51st punch, 60th punch. By the 81st punch, the left arm was also severed. Both broken arms hung in midair, blood dripping profusely. It then switched to stomping fiercely. With the 82nd punch, the 99th punch, its body split into countless cracks, bones fell apart, and a blood-red cavity appeared in its chest, with the blood-red core at its center pulsating wildly. The Blood Prison Lord looked up at Su Lin, confusion appearing for the first time in its hollow black eyes. Why wouldn't this man die? Among countless challengers, no matter how extraordinary, all had been beaten to death, yet he alone remained standing. Su Lin climbed out of the rubble, stood up without a trace of fear, enduring 100 consecutive punches. Yet it was the opponent who shattered first. The Blood Prison Lord suddenly burst into laughter, its faceless visage forming a bizarre smile. Good, good, good. Before the words finished, its body exploded with a thunderous roar, bones scattering, and the blood-red core rolled to Su Lin's feet. The core throbbed like a drum, and a voice slowly echoed in his mind. 10,000 years, the first time someone has satisfied me. This is your reward. With that, the core burst into blood-colored light particles, surging into Su Lin's body. In an instant, a tremendous force spread out. Su Lin's entire body trembled, his cells seemingly on the verge of bursting, swelling with power, which subsided after 10 seconds. Golden text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on clearing the 100th floor of the Blood Prison Bone Tower. You have obtained the unique active skill Twin Body. Split into a clone possessing all the original's power, level, and skills, sharing strength in real time. The clone cannot be tracked by any energy markers. Both share one life. If one perishes, the other becomes the main body. Only one clone can exist at a time, with a cooldown period of 30 days. Su Lin repeatedly stared at the line of text, his fingertips trembling slightly. In his mind flashed the blood-red eyes of Shui Wei, the one who vowed to bring him back. With the frenzied assault 3 days away, he might survive this time, but there was no guarantee against a tenfold stronger onslaught. But this skill was his true guarantee of immortality. He focused his thoughts. Clone. As soon as the words left his mouth, internal energy surged, his body faintly drained. An entirely new destiny was quietly beginning. A strange fluctuation spread from Su Lin's body, and a naked figure quietly appeared. It was a replica of his true self, with no trace of disguise on his face. Two identical faces stared at each other. After 3 seconds of stillness, the clone's slightly bewildered gaze swept over his smooth body. He spoke softly with a hint of teasing. "How about giving me some clothes first?" Su Lin took out a simple outfit from his spatial ring and handed it over. The clone dressed while joking, his actions and tone fully reflecting the essence of his creator. Clothed, the clone tentatively explored his sense of existence, sharing the same life force yet acting independently. His gaze grew firm, his tone revealing an affirmation of his identity and an understanding of future plans. The two reached a tacit agreement. The clone would remain hidden while the original took action. The clone picked up the furnace stone and donned the invisible mask. The mask, as thin as a cicada's wing, quickly merged with his skin, and his face began to change. Rugged middle-aged man, elderly with white hair, youthful and honest, each appearance flawless and unrecognizable. The clone softly confirmed, "No one will recognize me." Su Lin chuckled lightly, and the clone responded with a knowing smile. The former purchased top-tier equipment and handed it to the clone, who immediately equipped himself and activated his independent interface. The level numbers flickered. Though their identities were split, they shared the same destiny. The original charged into battle, while the clone waited in the shadows for an opportunity, weaving a future without dead ends together. Attribute revelation, suspense ignited, extraordinary physique, health points reaching 3.1 trillion, attack power of 2000, and astonishing equipment bonuses. Multiple passive skills paved the way. Instant full health recovery, damage reflection equivalent to received attacks, forced aggro, and exceptional ice resistance. A life-saving mechanism triggers an avatar statue in critical condition with a 12-hour cooldown. Active skills add further unpredictability. 10 minutes of invisibility, area explosion damage, long-range teleportation, and clone synergy, making the battlefield ever-changing. Clone action. The clone glanced down at his fully equipped self, a faintly satisfied smile on his lips. Su Lin laid out the strategy. "You go first, stay invisible and hidden, fish and plant flowers, survival comes first." The clone nodded slightly, his figure fading into invisibility. The shadow step activated, and he vanished in an instant. He stealthily moved toward the side of the palace, glancing cautiously behind him despite being invisible. With a light flash of teleportation, the clone completely left the scene, calm and composed in his actions. Su Lin appears. Su Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly stepped into the golden light gate. Removing his mask, his true face was revealed. The fearless protagonist had returned. At this moment, he and his clone were distinctly separate, walking two different paths with divergent strategies. Beiming Mountain Canyon. The secret realm's stone gate had been tightly shut for 2 hours, and the external situation was extremely tense. Various factions gathered in the canyon. Reporters occupied the best positions, and spies kept a close watch on the gate. The military formed a tight formation, while association technicians stood ready. At the cliff's edge, leader Su Jintian appeared calm and composed, flanked by 20 black-clad guards like an iron wall. On the eastern boulder, Wang Shiqing finished her last skewer of candied hawthorn and paced anxiously. Wang Tiangang tried to console her. "The flow of time is different. Don't be impatient." Her eyes flashed with fury. If Su Zhentian is blocking the way, he won't leave here alive once he comes out. In the western shadows, Yen Yen snapped a tree branch into several pieces, unable to ease her agitation. Others tried to calm her tense nerves. Shadow Blade leaned against the wall, deep in thought, silent and frowning. Lin Yu lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, and suddenly whispered, "He will come out." Yen Yen looked up, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Breakthrough erupts, the blood-red stone gate trembled, runes leaping like living creatures, and blood droplets rapidly converged. A pillar of greenish blood light shot into the sky, dyeing the canyon in a crimson glow. All eyes locked onto the scene, holding their breath, as time seemed to freeze. At the center of the light pillar, a faint shadow gradually became clear, 5 feet 9 inches tall, lean but upright like a pine tree. 1 step, 2 steps. As the light pillar faded, his face was fully revealed. Countless eyes reflected a familiar visage, destined to stir up a storm of blood and chaos. 17 or 18-year-old Su Lin, with a calm demeanor and deep, tranquil eyes like still water. He was neither the elderly man nor the middle-aged woman, but a youthful face, the most familiar name at Dragon City Battle Academy. The canyon was suffocatingly silent, and 3 seconds later, screams erupted. "It's him, the hero who cleared the rift, Su Lin." Reporters swarmed in, cameras flashing so brightly that the canyon seemed like daylight, while the military forcibly kept the crowd 3 meters away. Su Lin turned his back to the commotion and raised his gaze toward the cliff summit. There, Su Zhentian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp and a mocking smile on his lips. Father and son stared at each other across 1,000 meters, one silent and indifferent, the other profound and meaningful. Su Zhentian spoke softly, "Su Lin, you were hard to find." Before his words settled, 20 men in black swooped down like fierce eagles, encircling Su Lin tightly. Military Commander Zhang Taizhan stepped forward, wearing an 80-level badge, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, and shouted sternly, "Touch him, and you'll answer to me first." The men in black remained silent, and a cold laugh echoed from the cliff's summit. Su Zhentian suddenly leaped down, landing heavily, the ground exploding into a crater, yet not a speck of dust clung to him. His black combat uniform gleamed coldly, and the 90-level badge on his chest shone dazzlingly. He stepped in front of the men in black, blocking Zhang Taizhan, his gaze contemptuous. "What's your name?" Sweat beaded on Zhang Tieshan's forehead as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Military, Zhang Taizhan." Su Zhentian nodded. "Level 80 is decent, but you can't stop me. Even if I can't stop you, I must. Anyone who touches him is against the military." Zhang Taizhan stood firm. Su Zhentian sneered. "Has Zhan Tianqiong arrived?" Silence followed. The leader of the 5 great powers had yet to intervene. He stepped forward. "Move aside. I only want to kill him, no harm to others." Zhang Taizhan clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, but dared not move. Level 90 against level 80, a world of difference. Suddenly, Su Lin stepped forward, his gaze calm. "Step aside, he can't hold him off." Zhang Taizhan was speechless, and the military personnel looked embarrassed. At this moment, Wang Shiqing, wearing a yellow dress, rushed out, the sweetness of candy still lingering. She pounded her fist against Su Lin's chest, her eyes red, but a smile on her lips. "You finally came out. I've been waiting for over 2 hours." Su Lin looked down at her, the atmosphere heavy and complex. This girl was still as headstrong and willful as ever, bluntly questioning why he appeared in the secret realm. Her sharp gaze directly targeted Su Zhentian, her disrespectful demeanor shocking everyone present. Wang Tiangang quietly appeared, standing beside his granddaughter, coldly reminding Su Zhentian not to argue with a child. The confrontation between the two sides suddenly grew tense. Suddenly, 4 figures rushed out from the crowd. Yen Yen, with reddened eyes, grabbed Su Lin, her words full of worry and anger. Han Bing, Ying Ran, and Lin Yu followed closely, their expressions complex but resolute. They questioned Su Lin about why he was avoiding them, and Yen Yen angrily rebuked Su Genshin's arrogance. Before her words could finish, Su Zhentian's gaze remained fixed on Su Lin, his tone full of provocation and disdain. Su Lin stepped forward, his eyes as calm as still water, firmly stating that this matter was not something others could take on. Yen Yen tried to stop him but was pulled aside by Wang Tiangang, reluctantly accepting his decision. Father and son faced each other at close range. Su Zhentian's gaze revealed a complex mix of emotions, lamenting that they hadn't looked each other in the eye for 18 years. Yet this first meeting carried a cold threat, his cruel words cutting into Su Lin like a blade. Su Lin smiled faintly, full of mockery. The scene suddenly fell silent, all eyes focused on the estranged father and son. Su Zhentian sneered repeatedly, stepping back. The 20 men in black behind him instantly stepped forward, their overwhelming aura surging like a tide to surround Su Lin. The battle erupted, the slaughter imminent. The speed was astonishing, the attacks overwhelming, forcing Su Lin into the center. The first to charge was a level 75 man in black wielding a blade, slashing down with one strike. The number instantly soared to 75 billion damage. Su Lin remained motionless, letting the blade strike, and the counter damage erupted instantly. The man in black looked down in shock, seeing blood gushing from his chest, the wound identical to the spot where Su Lin was hit. Before he could finish speaking, his body split into two halves, leaving no intact corpse. Next, a second fist flew in, aiming a heavy blow at Su Lin's face. 800 billion counter damage exploded. The fist instantly shattered, and the man in black screamed as he hesitated for a few steps before his body split into two halves and collapsed with a thud.